This is the story of Zhang Huan, who was reborn and became a teacher. He used to be an ordinary librarian, but he died in a fire and was reborn in another world. It was a world of warriors, where Zhang Huang became a terrible teacher. While everyone else awakened their abilities and talents, he got a second chance. But he still did nonsense. Upon hearing his name, the students said that he was a jerk who was ranked last among the teachers. The guys said they heard that if he didn't recruit enough students, he would be fired. But who would call him a teacher if he was driving his students crazy? At the library door, the elder blocked his way and yelled at him to stop. When was trash like him allowed to enter the library? With his eyes flashing, the man shouted furiously, asking how such trash dared to ask his little sister to be his student. Weakness is a sin, and the only way out is to become stronger. Zhang Huang promised to change his life to spite everyone and make sure everyone noticed him. Fate is always unpredictable. If the universe is cruel, then everything becomes ephemeral, and there are many suns and moons, but there is never enough Earth. He wondered if this was his main skill, the library of the heavenly way. It was not only the ability to see all the flaws in people and objects, but also the quick choice of the most advantageous tactics. He felt full of strength, and that his path to success was beginning now. Zhang Huang told the stunned girl that her leg had been injured in battle. He told the guy that he had mental trauma because he had been humiliated by someone. Zhang Huang told another guy that he felt pain in his armpits and itching in his shoulder joints every time he exercised. He told another girl that she often felt pain in the Zhong and Zhongwan points, especially on the night of the full moon when her body was tired. She often feels irritated. No matter how much she trains, she cannot calm her anger. Everyone who heard him was shocked, not understanding how he knew this. That's how he acquired talented students. Putting his hand on the young man's shoulder, Zhang Huang said that from that day on, he would be his disciple. He was able to compensate for his weaknesses. He began to teach them about the world. Kneeling, the students asked him to accept their obedience. But distrust of Huang was inevitable, like a tidal wave. He was threatened for forcing these children to be his disciples. How dare he manipulate them? They yelled at him, asking how he dared to tarnish the reputation of the Hung Tin House as soon as he had enough of their insolence. Wielding his sword, the master shouted furiously that it was unwise to insult a fourth-degree martial arts master. He rushed towards Zhang Huan to deliver a crushing blow, but the young man easily stopped the deadly sword. Smiling, he asked, "So what?" Deflecting another attack, Zhang Huang decided that he would only become stronger. He was strong enough to defeat them all, and that was wonderful. He would fight his way through the thorns to the stars and conquer the most unattainable peak. At first, Zhang Huang was an ordinary librarian at a high school. He died in a fire in the library but was reborn in this world. Putting a dagger to the girl's throat, he asked if she really wanted to do it. She asked fearfully, "Are you a student?" Zhang Huang replied that he was the most popular teacher in college. The girl replied that she thought Lu Sun was the most popular. "This world is like the world in novels. Power is important here." Zhang Huang replied that he was stronger than Lu Xun. The girl asked his name. He thought he would become like a hero in a novel. He would become a scoundrel and thus conquer the whole world. Beaming with self-satisfaction, he said his name was Zhang Huang, but soon he realized he had put his foot in his mouth. Swinging with all her might, the girl slapped him hard across the face. She yelled at him to get lost, the most popular only at the end, a liar and a cheat. Falling to the ground, Zhang Huang shouted that the last one was also the first in a sense. Maybe she would reconsider. He never thought he would become such a failure. Why is it so difficult to recruit students? Because he was the worst teacher in the whole university. Looking around the empty classroom, he thought that there wasn't a single student. As a result, Zhang Huang became such a failure that the students felt sorry for him. But still, they didn't go to him. No students. Everyone hates him. He was simply the worst. And so, unfortunately, everyone started talking about him even worse. If he didn't find students, he would be kicked out of there. At that moment, Zhang Huang heard someone greet him and ask if they could come in. A confused girl asked if this was Lu Xun's classroom and looked at Zhang Huang, deciding that this was his chance and that he was finally lucky enough to get a new student. He frowned and asked if she really wanted to be his student. Zhang Huang decided that this time he would succeed. The girl happily shouted yes. She had heard that Lu Sun was the strictest and most famous teacher at Hongting University. He replied that the girl was confused. Choosing a mentor is like choosing shoes, where only the size matters. If it doesn't suit her, there's nothing that can be done. But there are some teachers who may not be as well known, but if they are a perfect fit for her, the progress from studying with them will be obvious. The upset girl replied that her brother had told her the same thing, but she didn't know which teacher would suit her. He replied that he was also an old teacher, Hong Tin, and couldn't stand to see students stray from the true path without even realizing it. Let her demonstrate her skills and talents, and he would recommend a teacher for her. The girl thanked him. Shouting that he couldn't see anything from where he was standing, Zhang Huang thought that a little flattery wouldn't hurt, so it was time to play a little game. Stopping, the girl asked what the teacher thought of her abilities. He replied that, according to his observations, she had a well-developed foundation and excellent prospects. She had a rare talent. It was obvious that she had trained a lot. Delighted, the girl asked if it was really talent. He said she had amazing footwork. Every movement was like a tiger's pounce. Her support was well-trained, he could be sure of that. And that was the most important thing. Well-trained legs are the key to success. The girl replied that her leg was injured. The doctor had made a diagnosis and there was no chance of a full recovery. Sighing, Zhang Huang said how he had failed to see the obvious. She had a certain advantage despite her leg injury. Looking at Zhang Huang hopefully, the girl asked what her advantage was. Frowning and swinging his arm, he stamped his foot and shouted, "Hope!" Delighted, the girl asked if it was true. Her legs still had a chance. He replied that there were only 3 teachers in the entire university, including him, who could help her. The other 2 had already stopped taking students. She asked again, "They're not taking students, so what should I do? What about him? He's still recruiting." Zhang Huang replied that he wasn't interested in fame and fortune. Falling to her knees, the girl said that she knew he had strong moral principles but asked him to take her as his student. She promised that she would not slack off and would never disgrace his honor. Zhang Huang smiled and thought that it had worked. Taking out his dagger, he said that he believed fate had brought them together today. He would gladly take her as his apprentice. Zhang Huang offered her a contract. Surprised that everything was happening so quickly, the girl dripped blood onto the talisman. She wondered if he shouldn't have at least thought about it. Did his honor depend on it? He moved so quickly and had prepared the knife in advance. He said that she had become his apprentice of her own free will. He asked her name. The girl replied that her name was Wang Yin. Zhang Huang told her to come back and not to forget that there would be a lesson tomorrow. Looking at the talisman, Zhang Huang sighed with relief that he had finally found a student. He didn't have to worry about being expelled. In a sense, this was also a success. Now he could just relax. Now that one worry was gone, he would take care of his student. Suddenly, he felt the world around him spinning. Everything was spinning. Stunned, Zhang Huang felt himself slowly being pulled into some kind of space. He was rapidly flying down, plunging into some kind of abyss, and did not understand what was happening. Finding himself in front of a huge gate, Zhang Huang wondered where he was. Could this be the library of the Heavenly Way? He was stunned, wondering what had happened to him. He couldn't have died again. Maybe this was a belated consolation prize for his death. But seriously, a library? He had spent his whole life there. Not again. But he had to go in. Maybe there was something useful there. It couldn't be worse. Upon entering, Zhang Huang was stunned. This library was much more luxurious than the one he had worked in. There were so many books here. Is there nothing else besides them? In his old library, books were usually donated by old people, so it wasn't as rich. But still, it was just a pile of books. What use were they to him? How would they help him win the battle? Now he would check what was inside them. Maybe they were first-class textbooks on fighting. Reaching out his hand, a stunned Zhang Huang noticed that his hand passed right through. Could it be that they were not material? He shouted furiously that this was a joke. Everything here was fake. These books couldn't even be picked up. Lost in thought, Zhang Huang tried to understand what this place was. He left as soon as he regained consciousness here. Maybe it was a dream, even if it was. He simply realized that the library was completely useless and a waste of space. There was no point in thinking about it now. He needed to eat. And then he would immediately return to searching for students. At that moment, Zhang Huang was called out. The guy shouted that today the students would choose their own teachers. These were his recruits. But what about him? No one had come to him yet. They smirked that Zhang Huang was trash. He replied that there was no need to brag in front of him. It wasn't even his business. The guy laughed that this teacher, Mr. Zhang, was the only teacher among all the teachers at the university who received 0 points in the teacher rating. The students were stunned that he had 0 points in the rating. No one could really call him a teacher. They say his students almost died. Frowning, Zhang Huang asked if they had finished talking, then let them not delay him. He was hungry. Angry, Chao Xiong said that Zhang Huang was not a respected teacher. Didn't that bother him? Huang asked if it should. He was famous. Everyone knew him. What about Chao Xiong? As a teacher, he is not famous, and he still thinks he is better than him. There is no need to show off. At that moment, Wang Yin shouted that the teacher was not like they said he was. He was very good, and not only accepted her as a student, he also gave her hope for recovery. He could easily become number 1. Brother Liao shouted for Wang Yin to stop. The master told her to go to Lu Senyu, but she went to this idiot. She just needs to give up his patronage before the young master finds out. Surprised, Chao Xiong asked if she was really Zhang's student, and she wants to leave him. How is that even possible? The guy laughed. Brother Liao turned to Zhang Huang and said that Wang Yin intended to leave his class. Zhang Huang said that Wang Yin understood how many students wanted to be his disciples. Did she really want to give up this invaluable experience? He told Liao that it wasn't that he didn't want to leave his sister, but that students who left their teachers had a bad reputation. None of the teachers would want to take her. But he shouldn't worry. His sister was very talented, and if he allowed him to teach her, she would definitely succeed. At that moment, Chao shouted, "Wait! Who said that no teacher would take her? If she leaves Zhang's tutelage, he would be happy to take her." Angered, Zhang Huang shouted that Chao Xiong was poaching students in broad daylight. He would report it to the administration. Chao suggested they simply fight it out. The university charter clearly stipulates this option. A student can choose their own teacher, and then it will not be considered stealing students. After thinking it over, Zhang Huang decided that although Chao had a bad temper, he was a fighter and a much better teacher than he was. He would lose here. But Huang understood that if he refused, Wang Yin would leave. He had to try, otherwise he would never recruit any students. Zhang Huang agreed. Soon it was announced that the battle between Teacher Chao and Teacher Zhang was about to begin. People were surprised. After all, it was an uneven fight. Zhang was the one at the bottom of the list. Teacher Cao said that according to the rules of the university, they would demonstrate their students to each other. Then they would discuss their mistakes and shortcomings. The one who showed the student the most effective path to progress would be the winner. First, the young lady would demonstrate a series of strikes. Wang Yin agreed. Clenching her fists, the girl delivered several powerful blows to the target. Her score was 53. Cao said that her upper body was well developed, but her footwork was clearly lacking. Most likely, she had a leg injury. Anxious, Zhang Huang thought that Chao saw it right away. He was much better than him. Huang didn't know what to do now. Leaning toward Wang Ying, Chao said he would tell her what could be done about her leg. She should listen carefully. He whispered something to her, and Wang Yin replied that she understood. Zhang Huang wondered what they were discussing. He couldn't hear their conversation. Taking advantage of the advice she had received, Wang Yin decided to try it. She had to imagine that her leg had grown into the ground like a root. The root-like support helped her accumulate strength and channel it throughout her body. The result was 63. The students were amazed that in 1 minute the power of her strike had increased by 10 points. Teacher Chao was perceptive and attentive. Saying that he was done with his instructions, Chao suggested that Zhang now give advice to his student. At that moment, Zhang Huang put his hand up and shouted, "Stop!" He doesn't think it's fair. If he loses, he'll give Wang Yin to him. But what if he wins? He is at a disadvantage. Cao replied that if Zhang wins, Yang Li will become his disciple. The boy was stunned. But Chao reassured him to relax. How could Zhang Lin defeat him? Let him just do what he could. Watching Yang Li strike, Zhang Huang thought it was all over. He wouldn't even recognize this style. How could he find any flaws in his position? Delivering powerful blows, the guy thought he would rather die than become a student of the teacher at the bottom of the list. Looking at the guy excitedly, Zhang Huang tried to understand his weaknesses. What was he doing wrong? Suddenly, he found himself back in the Heavenly Path library, not understanding why he had been brought here. He saw the inscription Heavenly Path Flaws and tried to understand what it meant. Last time, this phrase was not there. At that moment, a book flew toward the bewildered young man. He was surprised to realize that the book was tangible. It had the inscription Yang Li, and Zhang Huang decided to see what was there. He read Yang Li, the youngest of the Yuncheng Li family. Training style, White Lotus. Combat abilities, Fei Hoa strike at a low level, Kunlun strike is excellent. Weaknesses, 12. One of them is too many unnecessary strikes. The left hand is stronger, but he uses his right hand more often, so the strikes lose their potential. At that moment, Zhang Huang realized that every person has weaknesses, the ability to identify and record weaknesses. The Library of the Heavenly Way was created for this purpose. Cao suggested that Zhang begin with the recommendations. Smiling, Zhang Huang thought that this was a good gift to mark the beginning of a new life. The time had come to show his true power. He said that this technique had 12 flaws. Laughing, Cao Xiong asked if he had heard correctly. 12? The disciples laughed, saying that it was the White Lotus style, known for its power. It was difficult to see the flaws of a fighter of such a level. Turning around, Zhang replied that if they didn't believe his words, then there was nothing he could do. He didn't want to compete. He told Wang Yin to go with him. Bets like this were simply unacceptable. At that moment, Chao shouted that they believed Teacher Zhang and asked him for advice. Smiling, Zhang Huang thought that Chao Xiong would be very surprised now. He said that Yang Li had struck with his right hand, and now he should try striking with his left. The guy was surprised. Was he seriously suggesting that he switch hands? The students laughed, saying it was a waste of time. Cao Xiong told Yang Li to do as Zhang said. He knew that a left-handed strike would not score more than 30 points. Swinging with all his might, Yang Li delivered a powerful blow with his left hand. Cao Xiong's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe it was possible. The scoreboard showed 123. The students were amazed that it had gone from 63 to 123, a twofold increase in power. Even Master Lu Xiong's result was not that high. Yang Li himself was also stunned that it was his punch. He couldn't believe it. A satisfied Zhang Huang thought it had worked. He knew that the Heavenly Way library had not been given to him for no reason. He told Chow that his result was 20% and his was 100. Did he have anything to say? Not knowing what to say, Chao Xiong took out an amulet and smeared it with blood. He told Yang Li that he had freed him. Now his teacher was Zhang Huang. Shocked, the young man was stunned when he saw this. He cried out, "Teacher!" Frowning, Cao Shun told his students that they had to leave. They asked in surprise if that was all. Frowning, Chao Xiong thought that Zhang was lucky this time, but he would find a way to get revenge. Throwing a stone at Yang Li, Zhang Huang said that now he was his student and had to prove his identity on the stone. Upset, Yang Li smeared blood on the stone and thought that other teachers would not accept him after that. Soon, all the students at the university were discussing how Chao Xiong had recently competed with Master Zhang, who was at the very bottom of the ranking list. He was the eternal loser, but he won that time. He increased his striking power by 100%. Those who heard this did not believe it was possible. Jia Lucen cannot do that. The girl didn't believe that anyone could do what Teacher Lucen couldn't. He was just lucky. The second girl said she didn't think it was just luck. It was a 100% increase. The girl thought that the main reason she was at the university was because she wanted to get close to Lucen. How could some loser surpass him? She decided to go and teach him a lesson right now. When Zhang Huang saw the girl, he thought that when he saw someone's abilities, the Heavenly Path Library automatically generated a book with flaws. Looking at him, the girl frowned and asked if he was Mr. Zhang Huang. Waking up from his thoughts, the guy replied that it was him and asked what was the matter. She asked if it was true that he had increased the student's striking power by 100%. Let him prove it by giving her some advice, so that she could double her strength. Zhang Huang replied no. Angered, she asked why not, wasn't he just slacking off? He replied that he was recruiting students and not helping rude little girls for free. Gritting her teeth in anger, she asked what he wanted from her then. Frowning, Zhang Huang said that she should become his student. The girl thought that he was deceiving students again. First, she would become his student, and when she found out the truth, she would go to Lucen Yu. The girl agreed, but if she found out that he was deceiving his students, she would tell everyone. When they saw her, the girls whispered that Zhao Yao wanted to become Zhang Huang's student, but that was terrible. Rushing out of the university, they decided that they needed to tell her family immediately. But at that moment, Zhang told her to forget it. He had changed his mind. She was terribly impatient, and he preferred attentive students. Burning with anger, the girl thought she had to expose him at all costs. She would endure it. Smiling, she told him not to be angry. She apologized and sincerely wanted to become his student. Let him accept her. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that he felt better. The girl thanked her teacher. He said that if she wanted to become his student, she would have to clean up here. And don't forget about the toilet outside. He needed to test her patience, and if he was satisfied, she would study with him. The enraged girl replied that this was too much. She would not do it. He replied that if she couldn't do it, then she should leave. He thought that she was playing games with him. She was too young. Grabbing the mop, the girl replied that she was just joking. She would do everything. She thought about how she had never backed down in her life, so she would just wait and take revenge. Seeing that the room was sparkling clean, Zhang Huang said she was doing a great job. Handing her the stone, he said that now she should prove her identity. She said she was looking forward to his instructions. She wanted to become strong as soon as possible. At the same time, she thought she wanted to break his self-confidence. Teacher Zhang said that he needed to see her strike to understand what level she was at. Entering the training field, Zhao Yao thought that it was just one punch. What could she see there anyway? Let's see what he has in mind. Looking at the girl, Zhang thought that she had a very aggressive stance. It was time for the Heavenly Way Library. Looking around, Zhang Huang wondered where this student's book was. Finding the right book, he looked inside to see what was wrong with her kung fu. It said that Zhao Yao was the daughter of the Lord of Baiyun City. Highest level of mastery of the basics, fighting style, white jade kung fu, irritable due to hastiness, 27 shortcoming. He decided that there was nothing special about her. Looking at the girl, Zhang Huan realized that this was it. Seeing the result of 123, he said, not bad. He had not studied her systematic strikes, but her strength was worthy of a lord's daughter. Thanking him for his compliments, the girl asked him to point out her shortcomings. At that moment, she clutched the crystal in her hand. She thought she would keep his shame with the help of this crystal, and then she would tell people. Let's see how they would justify themselves. Zhang Huang said that he would get straight to the point. Her weakness was her illness. The enraged girl shouted that she was not sick. It was he who was sick, and his whole family was sick. Stunned by such a reaction, the teacher replied that he was not scolding her, but she was physically unhealthy. The girl replied that this was nonsense. She was not sick. He did not know what he was talking about. He said that there was no point in denying it. She often felt pain in the Tanzhong and Zhongwan points. That was true, especially on a full moon when her body and mind were particularly irritable. And no matter how hard she trains, she is always irritable, isn't she? The girl was struck by his words. She asked in surprise how he knew that. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that it was because he was an experienced teacher. Excited, Zhao Yao asked if there was any solution to her problem. He replied that the solution was for her to come to class tomorrow. He would explain everything to her. If she didn't trust him, she should go to another teacher. Zhao Yao replied that she trusted him. Turning around, Zhang Huang asked if she still wanted to keep the stone with the inscription. Shocked, the girl crushed the stone and shouted, "No, of course not!" She was amazed that he immediately recognized her illness and understood that she was recording him on the crystal. How could such an experienced person end up at the bottom of the rankings? The only explanation was that he was too noble and did not need wealth and recognition. At that moment, a bright light flashed not far from the training field. Frowning, Yao Han, the administrator of Baiyun City, shouted fiercely, "Stop!" She asked in surprise what Uncle Yao was doing here. He asked, "Isn't that right, sister?" Let her tell him that she did not become Zhang Huan's student. The girl replied that she did. Yao Han shouted that his little sister was the pride of the family. She couldn't study under someone like him. Let him release her, or he would get him expelled by the principal. Zhao Yao asked what Uncle Yao was doing. She had voluntarily become his student, so why make such a fuss? Stunned, Han asked how it was voluntary. Didn't she understand that he was not a worthy teacher? Could he increase her strength? Embarrassed, Zhao Yao asked again about increasing her strength. No, that's not it. He asked if not, then what was Zhao doing here? She replied that she had decided so. At that moment, Yao Han noticed the broken recording crystal. Enraged, he shouted furiously at the son of a bitch for what he had done to his sister. He demanded that he release her from his class immediately, whether he believed it or not. If he didn't, he would destroy him right then and there. The guy asked if Yao Han really thought he had brainwashed her. It seemed he was a little mistaken. The girl screamed at her uncle. If he didn't stop, she would never speak to him again. Hearing these words, Yao Han was shocked. He looked at his sister in surprise. Taking him by the hand, Zhao Yao said that they would go and prepare a place for her to sleep. She couldn't be late tomorrow. He glared at Zhang Huan. The teacher replied that he had simply accepted a student. What was the problem? At that moment, two guys were walking down the road. One told Zheng Yang not to despair. So what if he was rejected? He wasn't the only teacher at the university. The second replied that it was easy for Mo Xiao to say that. He had been accepted. Mo Xiao replied that he shouldn't say that. Someone would definitely accept him. Zheng Yang said that they had been training with weapons since childhood, and that teacher Wang was the best martial arts expert. He would surpass him. And wasn't that sad? At that moment, they noticed a sign that said first class, and decided to go in. Mo Xiao said that if this master was also a weapons master, but Zhang Yang noted with doubt that the class looked old. Deciding that this meant the teacher was experienced, they approached Zhang Huan. The teacher asked if he wanted to become his student. Smiling, Mo Xiao said that this guy was good with a spear. He hoped for his patronage. Frowning, Zhang Huang replied that then he should show him his skills first. He thought it was very good that he would have another student. Mo Xiao nudged him and said that everything was fine. They would just give him a couple of tips. He was skeptical because the area looked very unkempt, and the teacher was probably just like it. But if he was really that terrible, he simply wouldn't become his student. Taking out his spear, he swung it several times to demonstrate his skills. He delivered a powerful blow to the target. The scoreboard showed a result of 123 points. After a couple of moments, the guy bowed and asked the teacher to give him some advice. At that moment, the boy realized that he hadn't even been watching. It seemed that he was exactly as he had thought. Suddenly, the teacher said that someone had hurt him emotionally. Moreover, he felt humiliated. Blushing, Zheng Yang replied that he had secretly loved a girl, but then, this had nothing to do with him. Surprised, Mo Xiao asked if he had really been hurt. Why didn't he tell him? Zheng Yang replied that they would discuss it later. He said that even though he didn't understand how the teacher knew, it was his personal business and had nothing to do with his training. Zhang Huang replied that it did indeed have something to do with it. His fierce, purposeful strike speaks to his personality. He thinks about the present moment without worrying about what will happen next. But this emotional trauma made him indecisive. He became afraid of failure. His strike could have been much stronger. The stunned guy asked if the teacher really could see that he was in love. Zhang Huang replied that there was nothing to be surprised about. A fighter's punch directly depends on his emotional state. If it is unstable, so is the punch. Movements are weakened by uncertainty about success. He gave him advice that to earn respect in a relationship, you need to be strong. If you don't respect yourself, how do you look to others? Now he needs to figure himself out, let go of his resentment, and learn from his mistakes. He must become strong. 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. Don't you dare insult me because he is poor. Clenching his fist, Zheng Yang repeated, "Don't insult me because I'm poor." Smiling, Zhang Huang suggested that he strike him one more time. With all his might, Zheng Yang thrust his spear into the training target. The scoreboard showed 235. Shocked, Mo Xiao couldn't believe that Yang's striking power had doubled. The young man asked Zhang Hong to be his teacher. The teacher replied, "Fine, let him prove his identity," and handed him a stone. Impressed, Mo Xiao thought that if he had known this teacher was so cool, he would have gone to him himself. But if there really was such a teacher in Hongtan who knew a lot about weapons, why hadn't he heard anything about him? The teacher replied that his name was Zhang Huang. Embarrassed, Mo Xiao said that the worst teacher at the university was also named Zhang Huang. Laughing, Zhang Huang replied that he was indeed that terrible teacher. Hearing his words, the boys were shocked. They did not expect this. Surprised, Zheng Yang asked why the teacher was so self-critical. He replied that the world was full of cynics and there was nothing wrong with that. He thought that if it weren't for the Heavenly Way Library, he would indeed have remained a failure. Without it, he had no special talents. Zheng Yang said he would like to pay his respects. Huang replied that his reputation did not matter, but he would be happy if Yang studied hard. They said goodbye. Mo Xiao said that everything had turned out well in the end. He now had a great teacher. A satisfied Zhang Huang laughed. Now he had 4 students. He had just spent an entire registration token. Now he needed to get a few more in the logistics building. They would come in handy. Upon entering the building, Zhang Huang assumed that they had already been taken. At that moment, he heard someone say that it was their first teacher, Zhang Huang. The head of the logistics department, Qian Biao, asked Zhang Huang what he was doing there. After all, he was having trouble recruiting students. The guy thought that he was always picking on him because he didn't earn much due to his reputation. Maybe it was him who insisted that he be given only 4 tokens and no more. He replied that he had run out of registration tokens and would like to get some more. Qian Biao was surprised. He laughed and said that the teacher at the end of the list said he had used all the tokens. He hadn't laughed like that in a long time. He only had 1 student. Smiling, Zhang Huang asked if they really didn't believe him. Then they could make a bet. Frowning, the logistics manager asked if it was really a bet. But what could a beggar like him bet? The guy replied that he wanted to bet his face. The loser would receive 3 slaps in public from the winner. Would Qian Biao dare to do that? Laughing, the head of logistics agreed. He replied that so be it. But if Zhang Huang lost, he would receive 3 slaps from each of them. Taking out the book, Qian Biao said that it contained information about the students' allegiance to their teachers. With the help of this book, they would find out whether he was lying or not. So what would this guy do? How would he justify himself? Leafing through the notebook, the students read that Zhang Huang indeed had 4 students who recognized him as their teacher. Stunned, Qian Biao shouted, "It can't be. These guys must be idiots if they did that." Seeing the list, he thought, of course Wang Yin, with her leg injury, is his student. But he was amazed to see the daughter of the Wang family, one of the richest in Tianxuan, in 67th place on the entrance exams. Zhaoya, who was 7th in the entrance exam, the daughter of the Lord of Baiyu City, and Yang Li and Zheng Yang, they were both in the top 100. He shouted that Zhang Huang had simply brainwashed these children, otherwise they wouldn't even look at him. After all, he was a failure. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that whether he wanted to believe it or not, it was true. It was time to fulfill his promise. Crossing his arms, Qian Biao asked what would happen if he didn't do it. Xiang shouted that he would do it to them. He couldn't handle them, and they would beat him up. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied, "So that's how it is. They don't want to keep their promises." Li Yuan said exactly that. He was not even worthy of touching his face, let alone slapping him. Qian Biao said it was time to teach him a lesson. Shouting, "I understand, boss," Li Yuan rushed towards Zhang Huang to strike him. Smiling, Qian Biao thought that this mediocre individual was only 3rd rank. He couldn't withstand a 4th rank master. It was beyond his capabilities. There are 9 combat ranks. The 1st rank is Second Breath, the 2nd is Dantian, the 3rd is True Qi, the 4th is Purification of Skin and Bones, the 5th is Qi Vessels, the 6th is the Opening of the Chakras, the 7th is the Comprehension of Truth, the 8th is the Sage, the 9th is Bhagavan. The higher the rank, the more difficult it is to move on to the next one. Seeing the blood on the floor, Qian Biao said that he had asked for a small lesson. Why the extra blood? The shocked guys shouted to their boss that it wasn't Zhang Huan's blood. Turning around, he was stunned to see Li Yuan sprawled on the floor. He shouted, "How is this possible? Li Yuan is 1 rank higher. How did this happen?" Smiling at them, Zhang Huang beckoned the guys with his finger, telling them not to be afraid. They rushed at him, shouting that he was just lucky. Qian Biao shouted at them to go ahead. There was no need to be afraid of him. At that moment, Zhang Huang went to the Heavenly Way Library to see their weaknesses. Having learned all their weak points, Zhang Huang rushed to attack the guys. He delivered powerful blows to the stunned guys who did not expect such a turn of events. In a couple of moments, he quickly approached Qiao Biao and struck him. Soon, all 3 of them were struggling to stand. Their whole bodies were shaking. They were in shock. Looking at them, Zhang Huang said that he had touched his vital point. A few moments later, all 3 fell to the floor with a thud, unconscious. While in the Heavenly Way Library, Zhang Huang read the Heavenly Encyclopedia. Life point. Fighters who train hard always have such a weak point. Even a child striking it could lead to death. Therefore, vital points are the most important place for a fighter. Often, even relatives do not know about them. Stunned, Qiao Biao asked how Zhang Huang knew about their vital points. The guy thought that it was thanks to the library, of course. He only understood now. It can help not only in teaching students but also in battle. Even though he is from the countryside and does not fully understand kung fu, he knows people's weaknesses, and he could easily defeat them. He said that if they had kept their promise, they would not have found themselves in this situation. Biao shouted at him, asking how he dared to attack higher-ranking employees in a public place. He could file a complaint. The guy yelled at Zhang to get on his knees so they could teach him a lesson. If he lost his position, he would lose all respect and be destroyed somewhere in an alleyway. Zhang Huang was stunned. They couldn't win with strength or intelligence, so they resorted to meanness. Then he would resort to their methods too. He said that Master Qian Biao had stolen Elder Chen Min's treasures 6 months ago, and he used it to please a woman he liked. 3 years ago, Teacher Bai Lin insulted a girl so badly that she committed suicide. Her spirit often returns to him in his dreams. Death must be near. And Teacher Chun took over his brother's business using poison. He poisoned him. All three opened their mouths in surprise, thinking it was impossible. How did he find out about this? Falling to their knees, they stammered that they had made a mistake. Let Teacher Zhang not be angry with them. They did not do it on purpose. Let him spare them. He replied that he had no time to deal with their past mistakes, but if they did not learn their lesson, he would definitely destroy their careers. Holding out their tokens, Qian Biao said they would never dare again. He could take as many registration tokens as he wanted. When he left, all three waved goodbye and shouted for Teacher Zhang to take care of himself. Satisfied, Zhang Huang thought that this exciting life was what he needed. At that moment, he saw a guy shouting that he was going to die. Let him die. The guys replied that he could die if he wanted to, but only if he let them go. If he wanted to jump into the reservoir, he didn't have to drag anyone with him. Sighing heavily, the guy replied that it was fine. He understood everything and would let them go. Grabbing the guy by the leg, he said to just leave him alone. He was already a goner. The guy yelled at him to let go and grabbed the other guy's pants. Watching them, Zhang Huang thought to himself, what a mess. What led to this? He needed to continue recruiting students. At that moment, he heard a scream. Could it be one of the teacher's uniforms? Suddenly, the fat guy who was about to kill himself grabbed his leg. The students, disappearing into thin air, shouted thanks to the teacher for distracting him. Zhang Huang told the guy to let him go. The guy shouted, "No, teacher. He has been refused patronage 10 times already. Today is the last day of selection. Let him take him as a student." He replied that if the guy wanted to become his student, he should show his abilities. What was the point of him hanging on his leg? Agreeing, the guy stood up, picked up some bricks, and told the teacher to watch him. A moment later, he began smashing the bricks against his head, arms, and legs. Teacher Zhang tried to understand why the boy was hitting himself. He decided to consult the library. He learned that this was an unusual form of Henlian Kung Fu. Yuan Dao was a random student of Hong Ting, a martial arts master in the early stages of his second breath. 18 shortcomings. The first was that the blood of the horned dragon had not been activated. The second was weakness of character and instability in training, a rich pedigree. But still, he was not talented enough. Zhang was surprised to see the power of imperial blood. In this world, the body and blood you are born with are of great importance. If a fighter has a legacy, he can improve much more actively than his opponents. There are several types of bodies. The first is the purest body. The second is the yin body. The third body is the yang body. And finally, the fourth body is the golden body. There are also several types of blood. The first is ancient blood. Then the second blood is new blood. The third blood is inherited blood. There is also changeable blood and dragon blood. The blood of the horned dragon is one of the ancient bloods. They say that when it is used to its full power, the fighter becomes invulnerable to weapons. Nothing can break him. It is one of the best bloods for protection. He did not expect such an ordinary child to have such potential, even if it was not yet revealed. Looking at the boy, Zhang Huang realized that he needed to take him as a student immediately. Holding out the token, Zhang Huang said he would become his teacher. The delighted boy shouted, "Is this really true?" The teacher was indeed very experienced if he could see his potential. Yuan Dao dropped a drop of his blood. He was very happy that he finally had a teacher. Zhang replied that there was no need to boast about it. At that moment, Shang Bin, the grandson of the elder of the Shang Academy and one of Shen Bi's admirers, saw them and said, "Is that really Zhang Huang?" Like teacher, like student. If the teacher is trash, then the student is trash. Shen Biju is one of the best teachers with a huge number of fans. Hearing this, Zhang Huang turned around and asked what he meant by trash. What was he talking about? Smiling, Shan Bin replied that he was, of course, talking about his teacher, Zhang. Holding his nose, Zhang asked about him, but why did it only start to smell when Shan appeared? What a stench. The girl giggled, and an enraged Shang Bin shouted furiously, "How dare he!" He thought that even Shen Bi was laughing at him. He needed to be more calm. He couldn't lose face in front of her. He asked if he had lied. Everyone in the academy knows Zhang's place in the rankings. He knows this fat guy too. His striking power is only 15. He's only good at defense, no attack. He must be last in the exam. What a coincidence that the teacher and student are at the bottom of the list. Hearing this, Yuan Dao was stunned that Zhang Huang was at the bottom of the list. What had he done? Looking at him indifferently, Zhang Huang replied that if he had finished talking, he could leave. Shang told teacher Shen that she shouldn't spend too much time with this trash. It would negatively affect her beauty. The girl smiled and told Zhang that even though he was at the bottom of the list last time, he shouldn't give up. Let him work hard and then he will succeed. Zhang Huang wondered if she really thought that by taking this guy on, he had doomed himself. He thanked her for her advice. She may think that this student is weak, but he can guarantee that he is a diamond in the rough and if taught correctly, he will shine. The girl replied, "Okay." She told teacher Shan that she was a little tired and wanted to rest for a while. He didn't have to follow her. Angered, Shan shouted that he would definitely make Zhang Huan pay for everything. The student was about to run away, and Zhang asked where he was going. His class was on the other side. He replied that he was bad and afraid of ruining his teacher's reputation. He would not object if Zhang let him go. Frowning, the teacher replied that it was pointless. He had already spilled blood on the token. He would live as his student and die as his student. They were bound together. And there was no point in arguing with him. He was touched by his concern for him. Now they were walking to class. Dao asked if he would be expelled if he didn't come tomorrow. Zhang replied no. He would throw him into the very reservoir he wanted to jump into. He would feed the fish. Let him not worry. He would have a beautiful tomb. Returning to his room, Zhang Huang thought that today was the last day of student recruitment. It seems his limit is 5 students. Classes would start tomorrow, so he had to get everything sorted out today. He used to train according to the 9 paths of Hongting. Each step corresponded to the essence of the 9 ranks. Many in Hongting train according to this system. It seemed that he was the last of the teachers to remain at the 3rd rank. Everyone else had already reached the 4th. He needed to catch up with them. Perhaps here he will be able to find a method to train more successfully than in the past. The essence of uniting true Qi consists in gathering the spiritual energy that surrounds us. This is a very slow process, as spiritual energy needs to be reconstructed. For reunion and true Qi of the body, some masters study day and night for 3 years to achieve acceptable results. Will he really have to do this for years? But his classes start tomorrow. If the students find out that their teacher is not capable, even to gather Qi properly, they will surely quit their studies. Although through the Heavenly Way library, he can try to find the flaws in the 9 paths. The problem is that there are more than 1,000 of them. He won't be able to eliminate them all, but he can use the strengths of one system to compensate for the weaknesses of another. The young man approached the venerable Elder Mo, one of the library's guardians. The elder said that it was already quite late. What was he doing in the library at this hour? He replied that he was about to cross the 3rd rank, but he had a couple of questions, so he came here. The elder replied that there was nothing wrong with his slow progress. The university needed fresh blood like him. Information about the 3rd rank was in the 4th row of the Kung Fu manual. He thought that this boy was good, but he lacked ability. He hoped that his results would not be so disappointing. Seeing the number of books, Zhang Huang thought that the university library seemed to be no poorer than a normal modern library. Finding the book he needed, he decided to learn how other teaching techniques worked. He found a book that described a technique with more than 3,000 flaws. In the 9 paths of Hongting, there are no more than 1,000 flaws. It was surprising that this system was so popular, fixing so many flaws. Was it even possible? But he decided that this was not the time to despair. Why should he correct all the flaws? He just had to fix the thing that was getting in the way at his stage. There were only 10 flaws here. It is a pity that the Heavenly Way library only talks about mistakes and not about methods of correction. But he can find the advantages of different techniques. By combining all the information and overcoming the shortcomings of others, he could achieve something new and more progressive. Since he is here, why not gather information about the 4th and 5th ranks? The elder asked what the noise was. Such a weakling, yet he wants to appear smart. He is pretending. I would never have thought he was like that. Teacher Zhang thought that now that the information about the 4th and 5th ranks had been found, it was time to return to practice. The elder asked why he had finished so quickly. Maybe he should take one of the copies of the books with him. But Zhang replied that his question was not that profound. After thanking the elder, Zhang said goodbye. Mo thought that the question was not so profound as to take copies. He would come back here again to reread it. How frivolous. It seems that the dean should be asked to keep a closer eye on the teachers. Returning home, Zhang Huang decided that he had gathered everything he needed with the help of the Heavenly Way library. How long would it take to put it all together? Suddenly, the bewildered young man realized that the library was calling him. He couldn't understand why. A few moments later, various books flew toward Zhang Huang, everything he had written down. He looked in amazement at the whirlwind created by the books, trying to understand what it was. Seeing a dazzling flash, the guy covered his face with his hand to protect his eyes. At that moment, a book with a shiny cover flew towards the bewildered Zhang Huan. He was amazed when he realized that it was a collection of all his notes. His information was structured. The content of this book could not belong to any of the known teachings. Its information was completely new to the world, and it still had no title. He wondered whether he should choose one or not. If it was created by the Heavenly Way Library, then let it be called the Heavenly Way Technique. He began to meditate to raise his level as quickly as possible. Zhang Huang was stunned that the breakthrough happened so quickly. Other people who have advanced to the rank of bone and skin purification fast for a long time. They meditate constantly. Their successes take a long time. It took him half the night to reach the 5th rank of the Qi vessel. It seemed that his training had improved the quality of his Qi. Doesn't that require holy or divine processing? When he used the 9 paths of Hongting, he made many mistakes. It seems he can gather the highest quality Qi. With the help of the Heavenly Way Library, will he be able to learn a holy or even divine processing method? There are 3 types of Qi energy: supreme, intermediate, and inferior. The higher its quality, the stronger the fighter. Processing techniques are also divided into 5 levels. These are divine, holy, spiritual, ghostly, and deadly. Within each level, there are 4 sub-levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. He realized that this was definitely Qi of the highest quality. This practice improves both his body and his energy. He needed to see what he was now capable of. He needed to test his strength. Approaching the slab, Zhang Huang thought that when Wang Yin and the other disciples struck this slab, they could measure their strength. Getting ready, he thought that this would be his first strike after meditation. Swinging his arm, he struck with all his might. His strike ignited a flame. Seeing the result of 8 ding, Zhang Huang doubted that they were working properly. This strength was comparable to that of the wisest 6th rank. And yet the new system has more of an effect on the body's energy than on its strength. In a sense, this is terrifying. After thinking about it, Zhang Huang decided it was better to keep secret the fact that he had reached the 5th rank in one night. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. He was surprised that someone had come here at such a time and decided to check it out. Whoever it was, this person was walking towards his room, and it seemed that they hadn't noticed him. The young man hoped that this unexpected visitor would not cause him any trouble. The stranger thought that it was his own fault. How dare he take his sister under his influence? Zhang Huang realized that he was sneaking up on his teacher in the middle of the night. To disguise himself, it would be better to take off his teacher's uniform. Suddenly, the man turned around and shouted, "Who's there?" Zhang Huang realized he had been spotted. The guy guessed that he was there to destroy him, so he would just say that he had the same plan. That would confuse him. Peeking from around the corner and hiding his face, Zhang Huang said he had come to destroy the failed teacher. And who was he? Frowning, the man replied that he would do it then, and he would give him orders. Frowning, Zhang asked if he really didn't mind. Didn't he want to destroy him himself? Taking out a knife, the man replied that he didn't want to destroy him. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. He would cut off his penis and make him a Jew, all because he was so unfair to his younger sister. Zhang Huang thought that if he had gone to bed instead of training, the consequences would have been dire. The man told him to go first. Zhang replied that he should go first. If he destroyed him, what was the point of castrating him? Deciding that it was a lucky coincidence that this guy also wanted to destroy Zhang, he said that they would go together. Frowning, Zhang Huang replied, "Fine, this guy is very suspicious." The man told him to focus his energy so he could feel his body better and prepare for the attack. Upon entering the library, Zhang Huang decided to check a familiar name he had heard somewhere. He read, Yao Han, servant of the Baiyun family, 6th rank fighter who has opened 8 chakra points. He is Zhao Yao's assistant. What has he done? So what if he's already 6th rank? So what if he can hit 12 ding? He wouldn't be Zhang Huang if he didn't teach him a lesson. But in a direct confrontation, he would lose to him. He needed to exploit his weaknesses. He chuckled quietly. Yao Han asked what was wrong with him. The guy replied that nothing was wrong. The guy pointed his finger forward and shouted, "Look, a UFO!" Stunned, Han asked what a UFO was. Zhang Huang rushed forward and shouted for him not to worry. He would see soon enough. He attacked Yao Han with a devastating kick. The man lost his balance. Flying far to the side, he crashed to the ground with a bang, leaving clouds of dust behind him. Looking at the defeated Yao, Zhang thought that surely a 6th rank fighter should be stronger. If you know your opponent's weaknesses, it makes a big difference and gives you an advantage. Stunned, Yao Han asked if he didn't want to take revenge on that guy. Frowning, Zhang Huang asked menacingly if he wanted revenge, with him. Looking at the guy in fear, Yao Han asked what he was going to do. A small dog with eyes wide with fear ran away when it heard the shouting. Exhaling, Zhang thought that it wasn't so difficult. This guy was the assistant to the Yao family and Uncle Zhao. That was probably enough. How does it feel to be defeated by a 5th rank? He was sure he had never had a battle like this before. Watching Yao get up, Zhang Huang thought about how he needed to divert suspicion away from himself. He could blame everything on Shang Bin. If he hadn't approached him that afternoon, he wouldn't have remembered him. He said that Zhang had angered him that afternoon, so he wanted to teach him a lesson, although he was here for the same reason. but if he really wanted to castrate him. Then Shenbi would think he did it, so he wouldn't take responsibility for it. As he left, Yao Han thought he remembered that guy. That man definitely talked to Zhang this afternoon and said something about Shenbi. When Yao left, Zhang Huang thought with relief how good it was that he had decided to train today. To survive in this world, you definitely need strength. He had to become stronger. The next day, Zhang Huang came to his students' classroom and noticed that Zhao was not there. The students replied that she would come later. Zhang said that they would start without her. His teaching method was different from others. Individuality was important to him. Therefore, he would work on each of their styles. He turned to Wang Yin and said that she was his first student, so he would start with her. She thought that yesterday when she returned home, she learned that teacher Zhang was indeed a fraud. So now she didn't want to study with him at all. But what could she do? The teacher told her to show him her strike again. He needed to look at it more closely. The girl asked if there wasn't too little space here. Zhang Huang replied that it didn't matter. He thought that when he first examined her strength, he did not yet possess the Heavenly Way library. The girl struck, and Zhang Huang understood all her shortcomings. He said that the strike was not bad. Embarrassed, Wang Yin tried to say what she wanted, but Zhang Huang interrupted her. He said that if he was not mistaken, her leg had been injured in battle about 2 years ago. Surprised, the girl wondered how he could understand the cause and time of the injury. He said that there were 3 points in the human leg that were responsible for strength, speed, and agility. Her opponent had struck the strength point. It closed, and blood began to flow in the opposite direction. That was why her blows were weaker than others. Stunned, Wang Yin thought that one of the best doctors had said the same thing but could not do anything about it. This required a master of at least the 8th rank. The girl asked doubtfully if the teacher could cure her. Zhang Huang replied that it was nothing. She was stunned because she thought her injury was impossible to cure now. Medicine was not capable of doing so, but the teacher said it was nothing. Could he really do it? Zhang Huang said he had called her here to cure her. She should sit down here and relax her whole body. Wang Yin thought that she didn't know why, but now she was confident in her teacher. The teacher directed the needle at her. She thought that this technique required strict control over the flight of the needle so that it would hit the target accurately. Could it be air acupuncture? But air acupuncture requires at least 5th rank. Could it be that the worst teacher in the entire university had reached the 5th rank? When throwing needles at Wang Yin, Zhang Huang used the introduction of true qi. Screaming in pain, the girl asked if it was teacher Zhang's qi. The purest qi was like spring water without a single impurity. Could a 3rd rank master have such energy? No one in the whole country had heard of such mastery of true qi. Teacher Zhang, is this true? The teacher smiled and replied, yes. The girl felt her legs more clearly than ever before. It was as if he had turned some kind of lever and she could feel them. She had waited so long for this and had almost lost hope. It was such a serious illness, but the teacher had cured it so easily. Kneeling down, Wang Yin sincerely thanked teacher Zhang for this. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that now that everything was fine, she should train harder. At that moment, Yang Li, who had remained in the office with the other students, said that he was going to leave the teacher. He asked if any of them would go with him. Yuan Dao raised his hand and said he would. He said that he also wanted to leave him, but that they needed to be careful. The teacher might get angry. Frowning, Yang Li replied that he didn't care. It was better than staying here. This is crazy. They don't even know what rank he is. He was sure that when Wang Yin came out, she would convince them of this. At that moment, the door swung open and Zhang Huang and a smiling Wang Yin came out. Seeing the girl, Yang Li was puzzled. She didn't look disappointed at all. He thought Wang Yin looked genuinely happy. Could he really have said something worthwhile to her? At that moment, the door swung open and Zhao Yao entered, accompanied by Yao Han. The teacher asked Zhao if he could ask her who the disabled person next to her was. Looking at teacher Zhang in bewilderment, Zhao Yao asked him again, "Disabled person?" An enraged Yao Han shouted that he himself was disabled. He, Yao Han, was a servant in the Baiyun household. He was there to check on him. He would be watching their lesson. Zhao tried to calm her uncle down. The teacher said he needed absolute silence in the classroom in order to teach. This isn't a public square where just anyone can come in. His eyes flashing with anger, he shouted that how dare he call him a rabble. Yes, he could slap him right now. Frowning, Zhang told Zhao Yao that he couldn't handle him. Let him deal with his relative. The girl shouted for Uncle Yao to leave. He was disrupting her classes. Yao Han was stunned. A moment later, he was pushed out of the classroom and the door slammed loudly behind him. Enraged, Yao Han yelled at Zhang Huang not to cross his path. Next, Zhang Huang called Yang Li. He said it was his turn to go with him now. Yang Li agreed and thought he would see what Zhang was capable of. If he was really as bad as people said, he would quit the class without hesitation. He asked if the teacher wanted him to practice kung fu, but Zhang Huang replied that it was useless. At the moment, his Fei Hoa strike was at the beginner level. However, his Kunlun strike was excellent. Surprised, Yang Li asked how he knew about Kunlun. No one knew about these training sessions, not even his family. The teacher replied that it was because yesterday he clearly saw the Kunlun style in his Fei Hoa. The young man was amazed that Zhang was able to see this. He thought that teacher Chao Xiong had not seen it. How could Zhang have guessed? The teacher said that despite the high level of development of the Kunlun strike, every time Yang Li used it, the pain in his armpits and itching in his shoulder intensified. Widening his eyes in surprise, Yang Li shouted, "How does Zhang Huang know this?" The body of a Kunlun technique master is perceived as the body of a dragon, and if a warrior has reached the rank of skin and bone purification, there will be no side effect. The chi energy will nourish the muscles and bones of its carrier, but Yang Li is only at the rank of second breath. His body is too weak. Kunlun wounds him, and over time the injury will become more and more serious. If he continues in the same vein, his arm will atrophy. It will be beyond saving. He is already at the stage where his sleep is disturbed. At night, he feels spasms throughout his arm. Falling to his knees, Yang Li asked his teacher to help him. He replied that his student should not worry. He should stop practicing Kunlun and focus on his rank. He will find a way to fix his condition. The excited young man thought he was wrong when he thought Zhang was a bad teacher. Now he realizes how lucky he is. The teacher is a great man. All this time, the other students were eagerly awaiting Yang Li's return. Approaching him, Yuan Dao asked if Yang Li was going to abandon his teacher. Frowning, the boy asked, "Quit? What are you talking about? Once a teacher, always a teacher. Now that he's here, there's no point in backing down." He doesn't understand them. All day long, thinking about the way back. How can they not be ashamed? When Zhao Yao went to teacher Zhang, he said that she had the yin body that all women dream of. She is not sick. Her body has a high concentration of yin energy, and with the right training, her progress will be many times faster. It's a pity that no one noticed this, and now she practices white jade kung fu. She adds yin energy to her own, and this is a direct path to illness. The only way to relieve her pain is to change her training method to one that suits her body. Tomorrow he will go to the library and try to find something suitable for her. Bowing, Zhao Yao sincerely thanked teacher Zhao for his help. When Zhang Huang handed Yuan Dao the book 9 Paths of Hong Ting for the first rank, he cried and shouted, "Thank you so much, Teacher Zhang, for your care." He rushed to hug him and shouted that the teacher was simply magnificent. He had corrected this technique so well. Zhang Huang thought that he had given Yuan Dao a corrected version of the 9 Paths of Hong Ting. It was still not the technique of the heavenly path, but it was already much better than the original. Looking at Zheng Yang, Zhang Huang thought that his strength had greatly increased after his recommendations. He said that he had analyzed almost all of their individual recommendations, but success cannot be achieved with simple words. Suddenly there was a loud bang. Someone kicked open the classroom door and shouted at Zhang Huang. The stunned students turned around in unison, not understanding what was happening. A shocked Wang Yin saw her brother Wang Tao, who was a 4th-rank skin and bone purifier. He shouted that Zhang Huang was deceiving his students for his own gain, but how dare he take his sister? He wanted Zhang to stop being Wang Yin and Zhao Yao's teacher and let them go immediately. Otherwise, he would not respect his title as a teacher. He would be to blame for his own injuries. Zhang replied that he was interrupting his lesson. The boy smiled and asked what he could teach with his skills. He was lucky that they were well-mannered and called him a teacher instead of a fool. At that moment, a stunned Wang Tao saw Zhang Huang shout and release a huge energy tiger. The shocked guy thought that only the elder had such an aura. A 3rd rank could not have such a look. It was disgusting to be afraid of a weakling. Clutching his sword tightly, he decided that if anyone found out that he had chickened out, what would become of his honor and reputation? Rushing into the attack, Wang Tao shouted for Zhang Huang to prepare for death. He tried to deliver a crushing blow, but Zhang Huang easily parried his attack. The shocked young man couldn't understand how this was possible. How could a 3rd-rank fighter stop his attack with 2 fingers? Even some chakra masters couldn't do that. How could such a loser stop him? This coincidence was just a coincidence. He shouted for Zhang to let go of his sword and fight him in a fair fight. But Zhang Huang continued to hold his sword, completely ignoring Wang Tao's words. Looking at Zhang, the guy thought it was impossible. Could his strength be a deception? That couldn't be. The last time he was tested, he was only at the 3rd rank. Besides, even if he had gotten stronger, he should only be at the 1st stage of the 4th rank now. At that moment, Zhang Huang shouted, "Get out!" and let go of Wang Tao's sword. The guy flew out of the classroom like a cork. Standing behind the door, Yao Han heard the noise and decided that Wang Tao was finally going to teach Zhang a lesson. Opening the door slightly, he hoped to finally see Zhang begging for mercy. Suddenly, Yao Han's eyes widened in surprise. He saw what was happening inside. He didn't have time to jump away from the door, and Wang Tao, flying out at full speed, knocked him off his feet. Together with the broken door, they both flew to the side and crashed to the ground with a bang. Pinned to the door, Wang Tao fell on Yao Han, crushing him with his weight. Frowning, Zhang Huang dusted off his hands and told the students that class would continue. The students who saw this were shocked that the highest power of the 4th rank had been easily defeated. Stunned, Yuan Dao couldn't believe that a teacher at the bottom of the rankings was capable of such a feat. At that moment, all the students thought that this could only mean one thing. Teacher Zhao had carefully concealed his true power, but they couldn't understand why. When Yao Han struggled out from under the door, he asked what had happened. Didn't Wang Tao want to teach Zhang a lesson? He replied that he had just used a new technique, but he was lucky because he hadn't fully mastered it yet. It was accidental. Frowning, Yao Han asked again about the new technique and clarified that he had exposed this guy. He replied that he was going to, but the university had a strict rule not to interrupt classes, so they just had to wait. Sighing, Yao Han said okay, but since they had free time, he wanted to ask something. There was a female teacher at this university whose name had a bai in it. Did she have any admirers? The guy replied that he was probably talking about Shen Bijou. She is the local ideal of beauty. Shang Bin is her most obvious fan, but Zhang Huang also chased after her. Frowning, Yao Han thought that now he just needed to find out if Zhang and Shan really had a conflict back then. He would be sure that it was him. At that moment, teacher Chao Xiong went to Shang Bin to complain that Zhang Huang had deceived his student. He said that he had turned to him as the grandson of the academy's elder. Wasn't he responsible for teaching? Banging his fist on the table, Shang Bin replied that he would decide this himself. He had always wanted to teach Zhang a lesson. He thought that if he attacked Zhang there, it would lower him in Shen Bijou's eyes, and now he had a good reason. Shan Bin told Chao Xun to follow him. He might need his help, and if Zhang Huang didn't wise up, they would cripple him. When the guys approached Zhang Huang's class, they were surprised to find Wang Tao there. Surprised, Shang Bin asked why Wang Tao was there instead of at practice. He replied that his sister had been tricked into going to a certain teacher, and he was there to sort it out. Frowning, Shang asked if Zhang dared to lie even to Mrs. Wang. It seemed that he really needed to get his head straight. Wang Tao introduced Yao Han, Mrs. Zhao's family assistant. His ward had also been deceived. Angered, Shang shouted, "Was the Yao family deceived too? In that case, we must go together and teach this scoundrel a lesson." At that moment, Zhang Huang was reading to his students that although the 9-path Hongting system is basic, it has many flaws. The students thought that the teacher's lecture was truly informative. He could point out the flaws in even the most effective methods. It was shocking. All his words needed to be pondered at length. Li thought that even his father could not compare to Zhang in teaching. It was impossible to describe. Frowning, Zhang Huang tried to understand what was wrong with his students. They looked at him with adoration, considering themselves very lucky to have him as their teacher. At that moment, the classroom door swung open and Shang Bin entered, accompanied by Yao Han, Wang Tao, and Chao Xiong. Frowning, Zhang Huang wondered what teachers Shang Bin and Chao Xiong were doing there. Smiling, Shang Bin said that he did not expect Zhang to stoop to cheating. He had deceived Ms. Wang Yin and Ms. Zhao Yao. Frowning, Zhang replied that if Shan had business with him, he would listen to him after class. But Shang Bin said that he wanted Zhang to release the students right now. Otherwise, he would have to force him to do so. He would regret it. Zhang Huang replied that surely the esteemed Shang Bin knew that fighting between teachers was prohibited at Hongting. He replied that the university rules were created for order within these walls, but Zhang was breaking them. Therefore, for his sake, an exception would have to be made. Teacher Zhang asked if he was doing this because he was offended by his words. He didn't think Shen Bijou would be angry when he found out about his behavior. Smiling, Shang asked if Zhang really wants to catch him doing this. He has already decided to teach him a lesson, so he doesn't care about such nonsense. At that moment, Yao Han realized that he was a fan of Shen Bijou, and that he had had a conflict with Zhang yesterday. This was the man who had hit him last night. In an instant, his fist flew towards Shang's face. Shocked, Shan shouted at Yao, asking what he was doing. He must be crazy. Why did he do that? Enraged, Han shouted, asking why, as if he didn't understand what he deserved. Angry, Shan shouted that he didn't care. If he hit him again, he would respond in kind. Let him not dare to be rude to him. But at that moment, Yao Han, not listening to him, rushed into the attack and began to strike. Surprised, Chao Xiong asked what was going on, but Wang Tao shrugged and said he didn't know. Looking at them, Zhang Huang smiled. His plan had worked. As he had expected, a fight had broken out. Grabbing Yao by the arm, Wang Tao shouted for him to calm down and tell him what had happened. Yao Han shouted for him to let him go. He wasn't finished yet. At that moment, Chao Xiong tried to calm Shan down. Shan Bin said that Yao was hurting him and was too strong, but he would get his revenge. At that moment, Zhang shouted, "Enough! If they have disagreements, let them resolve them outside of his class. Otherwise, he will report it to the Department of Education." Hearing about the Department of Education, Shan Bin decided that he was in too bad a state right now. No one should find out about this. He shouted, "Fine, but they will still get what they deserve for everything they have done." After class, Yuan Dao said that today's class was interesting. Zhang agreed, especially with that teacher and the Yao family servant. Upset, Zhao Yao approached her uncle and asked what had happened. Leaving the classroom, Wang Yin waved to teacher Zhang and shouted goodbye. Suddenly, Her brother Wang Tao grabbed her by the arm and shouted furiously that she was going home now. She replied that she now lived at school and did not need to go home. Wang Tao said that it was not up for discussion. She was going back, right now. The stunned girl looked at her brother in surprise. Walking down the hallway, Shang Bin shouted and cursed that he had been beaten for no reason. It was a disgrace for him. Yao Han should have been with them, but he was probably in cahoots with Zhang Huang. After all, he didn't do anything to Yao. He was sure that he attacked him because he wanted to teach Zhang a lesson. Turning around, Shang asked Chao Xiong if he was sure that Zhang was forcing Yang Li to study. Frowning, Chao replied that he was sure. The boy was being forced to stay there. Shang Bin said that if he was sure, he should write a request for a lie detector test right away. And let him not forget to raise the penalty to the maximum. This is the best way to put Zhang in his place. At that moment, at the Wang family mansion, the girl was forced to kneel. Her father yelled furiously, asking if she even understood who she had chosen as her teacher. Didn't she know that he was the worst teacher in the entire academy? The girl replied that Teacher Zhang was not what he seemed. He was very talented. But her father yelled that Zhang was only capable of raising children who were trash like himself. Why did she even consider him as a teacher? He couldn't even imagine that she might have any problems with him. Did Yin not know where Teacher Zhang ranked? The elders agreed. They said that Wang Yin was confused. She should listen to the head of the family. Let her look at Wang Yang, who is studying under Lu Xing. His strength increased by 40% in just one lesson. The girl replied that with Teacher Zhang, her strength had increased by more than 100%, and he had healed her legs. The elder asked if even the most famous doctor in their family couldn't cure her. How could some trash do it? They laughed. 100% increase in strength and a miraculous healing of her leg. Ridiculous. Even if she lied to cover for him, it wouldn't make things better. The girl cried out, how could they talk like that about a teacher they had never even met? She refuses to leave the class. Hearing these words, the elders laughed even louder. Angered, the head of the family replied that she was talking nonsense. She would drop out of class today. Otherwise, the doors to this house would be closed to her. The girl turned to leave. He shouted after her that if she left, she would never return. Approaching the column, she said that it was a column for changing power. If they did not believe her words, she would prove it to them with actions. A moment later, the girl delivered powerful blows with her fist and foot. The elders were shocked that her striking power was 120. Yesterday, her power was only 53, and her legs were working as they should. And her kick was 205. Wang Yin said that she would not have achieved this if it weren't for Teacher Zhang. The shocked head of the family shouted that Zhang had really been able to heal her legs. The girl replied that it was true. He asked what he had talked about in his lecture. She replied that she could tell him. However, she didn't understand everything because Teacher Zhang talked about things that were too profound. She remembered a little. The astonished head of the family thought about saturating the breath with internal qi. How was it possible to teach such subtle things to only first-rank students? A lecture by a true master of his craft. It was as if he was looking at everything he had already learned in a new light. If he had heard this in his time, who knows what he would have achieved. Looking at Wang Yin, the head of the family said in amazement that she should never leave this teacher. And let her ask him if he could accept their other fighters, and if possible, he himself would become his disciple. The surprised elders said that Wang Hong was the head of the clan. How could he become a disciple of a man with such a reputation? What would people say about their family? They told Wang Yin that they were not the face of the family, but just ordinary old people. Could she ask if Master Zhang would take them as disciples? The head of the family shouted that they had no shame. Stunned, Wang Yin looked at them in confusion. Zhang Huang went to the library again. Although his skills had improved significantly, he still knew little about martial arts. He needed to study now, otherwise he would not be able to teach his student. He turned to the venerable Mo, who frowned and asked if he had come again. The young man replied that he wanted to look at material on martial arts. Mo replied, "Not today." Surprised, Zhang Huang asked why he couldn't enter. At that moment, Teacher Shen approached and said she would take a few books. The elder let her pass. Zhang Huang said that it was unfair. He and Teacher Shen had the same goal of reading the book. Why then was he not allowed to enter? The venerable Mo replied that Teacher Shen was indeed seeking knowledge, but he? The young man replied that he also wanted to study. Shen looked at him and thought that he liked him. Why didn't he talk to her as usual? She said she was sure that Teacher Zhang had no evil intentions, so why shouldn't Mo let him in? He also had the right to do so, just like all teachers. Frowning, Elder Mo said that since Teacher Shen Bi insisted, he would let him in. But if he saw Zhang violating the rules again, it would be his own fault. Turning to Shen Bi, Zhu Zhanghuang thanked her. The girl replied, "You're welcome." Opening the door, the young man said that in that case, he would go in first. Surprised, Shen thought that Zhang would take the opportunity to talk to her. Walking past the bookshelves, Zhang thought that he had not expected it to be so difficult to get in. Next time, they definitely wouldn't let him in. This library wasn't that big. If he hurried, he could look through the books in a day. Then he wouldn't have to struggle to get in again. He needed to get started quickly. Hearing the noise, the elder was angry that Zhang was back again. He had said he wanted to study. At that moment, Zhang Huang was moving quickly between the shelves and leafing through books. Approaching, Elder Mo thought he would like to know what was on this guy's mind. Seeing a book on planting grapevines in his hands, Mo was stunned. He didn't understand why he was interested in grapes. What was he looking for? Seeing that Zhang was taking all the books in a row, Mo decided that, as he had expected, he was up to something again. When he came out, he would teach him a lesson. Watching Zhang Huang, Shen Biju wondered why the venerable Mo didn't want to let him in. Or maybe he had found out that she was coming to the library today and was trying to get her attention. She decided that she would not allow him to wreak havoc in the library and headed towards him. Approaching Zhang, the girl asked what he was doing. Without turning around, the boy replied that he was reading. Frowning, she told him not to think he looked smarter and more attractive. He should leave the library. She didn't like it at all. Sighing, he replied that he was imagining things. But Zhang Huang did not stop and continued to move between the shelves and flip through everything in a row. The girl shouted, asking if he didn't understand what she said. If he continued, he would definitely not attract her attention. Turning around, Zhang asked if she was okay. If she had nothing to do, she should go draw in the corner and leave him alone. The girl was shocked that Zhang Huang dared to talk to her like that. Frowning, she decided that since he had decided to play smart, she would see how far he would go. It was already evening. Shen Biju thought that she had been waiting for 6 or 7 hours, and this guy was still leafing through books. If he really wanted to get her attention, he would have stopped long ago. At that moment, Zhang Huang closed the book and thought that he had finally moved all the books to the Heavenly Path Library. He had found a good training method that would be perfect for Zhao Yao. Seeing Shen, Zhang thought that it was already 7 o'clock and she was still here, although he didn't care about her. He had done what he wanted to do, and it was time to go back. At that moment, Mo's staff blocked his path. He said that Teacher Zhang was no longer allowed to enter this library. Let him not return anymore. Looking at the venerable Mo in surprise, the young man asked why. The elder shouted, "Does he think I'm a fool? Zhang just stands there and leafs through books. He doesn't read carefully or make notes. It's clear to everyone that he's fooling around." The guy thought that Mo was angry because he read quickly, but he didn't need to go to the library anymore, so he didn't care. He told Mo he was right and that he needed to leave. At that moment, Zhang heard Shen call out to him and ask him to wait. He sighed, wondering what else she wanted. Smiling, she said that he had read so much, she thought he should remember something. Stunned, Zhang Huang asked in surprise what she meant. She said she saw him reading 8 Ways to Improve Medicines, so she wanted to ask him about the content of the book. She decided that the guy was just pretending to read. She would see how he would get out of it. He asked what exactly she was interested in, but she had to hurry because he needed to get ready for dinner. She asked if using all the herbs separately could cause difficulties in making the pills, so it would be better to mix the ingredients right away. She didn't understand this phrase. Zhang Huang replied that this was a mistake. Only the correct order of adding herbs would help to make good quality pills. The point is that the ingredients must be added separately and in a specific order. She had initially quoted it incorrectly. It was good that she clarified it. She was surprised because she had deliberately made a mistake in the phrase to test him. But how could he give the correct answer? It was impossible to do so. Without reading 8 Ways to Improve Medicines, did he really study it? Suddenly, Mo told Teacher Shenbi to wait. He said he also had a question. How did he understand the phrase, "Qi travels through the body, the mind travels through the world"? He replied that Mo understood that it was like 2 + 2 in mathematics. It means that just as qi travels and fills the body, so the mind perceives the world. It fills it with knowledge and subjugates it with skills. This phrase is from the treatise On Qi and Blood by Pak Min. The book is in the 27th row. Mo thought that an elder had recently asked him about this, but he could not answer. Even later, the old man could not find an explanation in the library. He said to wait. He needed to check. Shen said she would go too. Mo decided he didn't trust him and needed to double check. When they reached the right shelf, they found the treatise on the shelf that Zhang Huang had mentioned. They were stunned. How did he do it? He even remembered the location of the books and the page. The elder thought that the old man couldn't find the answer even after turning the entire library upside down. He couldn't find that book, but Zhang read it too. At that moment, Zhang Huang told the venerable Mo that he had nothing to do here. He left. Stunned, Mo wondered if Zhang was really the worst teacher. If he had such teaching abilities, why was he in last place? Teacher Shen called out to Zhang. He asked what was going on as he was late for dinner. She replied coquettishly that she hadn't eaten yet either. He thought, as long as she doesn't say she wants to have dinner together. He said that if she was hungry, she should go and eat. What was required of him? She was stunned. So many people invite her and she refuses, but she gives him a chance. She said they could do it together. She would treat him to dinner. Hearing about a free meal, Zhang Huan agreed. But he said he was going to eat a lot of regular buns and pancakes wouldn't be enough. The stunned girl frowned and replied with difficulty, "Fine, The Heavenly Way library could see the strengths and weaknesses of techniques, allowing one to read an opponent's weaknesses like a book. But it couldn't reveal a woman's heart to Zhang. He didn't understand that with just a few words, he had brought the university's most beautiful girl to her knees. The girl was stunned to think that this guy had spent half the day with her today but hadn't said a word. Looking at Zhang Huan, the girl suddenly felt something that struck her very deeply. She wondered in surprise, could it be the second rank of mental power, the calmness of water? Martial arts masters develop not only their bodies but also their minds. The higher the rank of mental power, the greater the ability to learn, perceive, and process information. But training the mind is much more difficult than training the body. Shenbai was shocked. Only the head of the academy had achieved such a rank of mind. The results of Zhang Huan's teacher testing were fake. He did it so that with the help of others' reproaches and ridicule, he could attain the second rank of mental strength, a tiger in sheep's clothing. But she would definitely expose him. At that moment, Zhang Huang realized that he had attained the second rank of mind. He just thought it was a beautiful place, but now, could it really be the second rank of mind? That's right, he was reborn into a new life. Moreover, with his new training method, his body was filled with the purest qi, so it was no surprise. Finally, Zhang Huang and Shen Biju arrived at the restaurant for dinner. The guy was surprised. He always ate at small restaurants and cafeterias, so he didn't expect Shen to bring him here. The girl thought she would see how long Zhang Huang would continue to pretend. At that moment, sitting at the table, Chao Xiong told Shan Bin not to be angry. He had already submitted a request for the will detector. Tomorrow the university would consider it, and Zhang would definitely be punished. Shang replied that next time, together with the Beast of the Elders, Zhang would definitely not get away with it. The Heavenly Lion was his grandfather's favorite, but he would hardly be able to control it. Chao said that wasn't necessary. If they gave it food and drink, it would be much easier. At that moment, the owner of the establishment brought them their order and said that if they needed anything else, they should let him know. Shang said he had a lion in the backyard. Let them make sure it was fed. Bowing, the owner promised that they would fulfill all of Shang Bin's requests. Surprised, Chao Xiong said that he had heard that the Hong Ting Pavilion was a very prestigious restaurant. Its owner was always cold to his customers. Why was he so friendly now? He replied that the pavilion was so famous because its creator, Hong Hao, was a powerful and influential man. He did not know why he had not become one of the elders of the academy. They were being welcomed so warmly because his grandfather had been a good friend of Hong Hao. At that moment, Chao Xiong's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the new arrivals. Pushing Shang Bin, he said, "Look, could it be Shen Bi and Zhang Huang?" Shang was shocked. What is Miss Shen doing with this loser? He had invited her here so many times, but she had refused. He couldn't believe it. Smiling, Chao Xiong said he knew how to open Miss Shen's eyes and show her what a piece of trash Zhang really was, and also raise his authority in her eyes. Surprised, Shang asked if he really had a plan. At that moment, Zhang Huang leaned back and said that it was very delicious. He hadn't eaten so much in a long time. Stunned, Shen Baiju thought that all he did was eat. He paid no attention to her. She asked for the bill. The owner said he hoped they enjoyed their meal. The bill came to 1,280 coins. The girl was shocked at why it was so much. They had ordered a maximum of 100 coins. Smiling, he replied that the wine on their table cost 1,200 coins. The surprised girl replied that they hadn't ordered it. They had simply been served the bottle. She thought it was free. Frowning, the owner replied logically that they had to pay for the wine. If they had wanted to, they could have asked about the price. They shouldn't blame him for their problems. She replied that she did not have that amount of money with her. If they put it on her tab, she would pay it back later. The owner said that if they couldn't afford it, why order it? They had to pay right away. No one was going to feed them for free. At that moment, Shan Bin approached and asked what was going on. What was all the noise about? It was not good to break discipline. The owner replied that there had been an incident. These people had eaten but couldn't pay for their order. He told Zhang that if he didn't have money, he shouldn't pretend that he did. He was embarrassing himself and Miss Shenbi. He didn't think that Teacher Zhang could stoop so low as to pretend to be such a generous person. He specifically asked that Zhang be served an overly expensive drink that he couldn't pay for. Then he would come and save the beautiful Shenbi. Then Shenbi would definitely be his. 2 birds with 1 stone. An excellent plan. At that moment, the girl stood up, clenched her fists, and turned to Teacher Shan. Satisfied with himself, Shan Bin was already anticipating his victory when he saw her stand up. But at that moment, an enraged Shan Bi, her eyes flashing furiously, shouted that he had said she was pretending to be generous. He tried to justify himself by saying that he was not talking about her but about Teacher Zhang. He has no money, but he treats her. It's a disgrace for a teacher. At that moment, Zhang Huang said that it wasn't him who was treating her. It was Teacher Shen Bi who was treating him. He was shocked and couldn't believe that Shen Bi was treating him. It was impossible. He invited her to dinner every day, and she invited him. The girl said menacingly that Shang was saying she was pretending to be generous. It was a disgrace to the teacher, wasn't it? He stammered that he didn't mean that. At that moment, Chao Xiong shouted that it was even better that way. Let him pay her bill. He told the owner of the restaurant to give him Teacher Bai's bill. He would pay it. Shang decided that this would definitely calm Teacher Shenbi down. It seemed that she already liked him, but the girl replied that she didn't need it. She would pay herself so as not to pretend to be generous. She handed the owner a pendant and said it was a jade pendant worth at least 5,000 gold coins. She would leave it with the owner of the establishment as collateral and then redeem it later. Turning to Chao Xun, Shang Bin said that everything was not going according to plan. What should he do now? At that moment, Zhang Huang told Shenbi that it was not worth pawning such a valuable item. This meal wasn't that expensive. She was giving him money for deceiving her so maliciously. The owner asked again if he was deceiving her. Their restaurant was a prestigious and honest place. What deception was he talking about? After such words, Teacher Zhang would certainly not go unpunished. Smiling, Shang Bin noticed that the owner was furious. Chao Xiong agreed that Zhang would not get away with this. Surprised, Shenbi wondered why Teacher Zhang had said such a thing. This restaurant is too influential. Why would he want trouble? Frowning, Zhang Huang replied that since the owner had said so, he would explain why he was so dissatisfied. For example, fragrant bear meat with violets. To prepare it, you need to marinate the bear meat in violet extract for 3 days, but they marinate it for half a day. Then they fry it so that the taste is at least somewhat similar. The extract did not soak into the meat at all, so ordering this dish is a waste of money. The Honghu guppy that they pass off as wild is actually farmed. You can tell by its small, thin fins and tail. The angry owner thought about replacing these products behind his boss's back, but even a gourmet would find this difficult to understand. How could he? He shouted that he was talking nonsense. These were just coincidences. He needed proof. He thought he couldn't admit it. It would be the end of his reputation. Frowning, Zhang asked for solid evidence. Taking the jug, he began to pour wine on the floor and said that if this wine was really so valuable. The shocked owner of the establishment thought in bewilderment that this guy wouldn't dare. Smiling, Zhang added that then it would be worth paying 1,200 coins for it, but that was not the case. He set fire to the spilled wine and it burst into bright flames. The smell spread throughout the restaurant. The stunned guests covered their noses because the smell was terrible. They couldn't understand how it could stink so much. Zhang said that it tasted like drunken immortality. If you drink it, it is beneficial. But this bottle is only harmful, and the smell is proof of that. The outraged guests yelled at the owner that he was a liar. They had been drinking this wine for a long time. He should give them their money back. The stunned host couldn't understand how this had happened. Hadn't they said that the guy was just a loser? How could he have understood all the tricks? Surprised, Shang Bin asked what had happened. Chao Xiong replied that he didn't understand either. The owner realized that if his superiors found out, he would be finished. It was all the fault of those two. Shang Bin asked the owner what was wrong with him. The enraged owner of the establishment shouted furiously, "Get out of here! Get out of here and don't let me see you again!" Shocked, Shang asked if he had lost his mind, but Chao Xiong replied that it was indeed better for them to leave. Laughing, Zhang Huang said that he didn't think they would be brought a bill, so they could leave. The girl was surprised that Zhang could so easily determine the quality of the food. Maybe he did so poorly on the test because he was developing his culinary skills. The guy thought it was good that the Heavenly Way library could determine the shortcomings of dishes when you tasted them. When Zhang Huang left the restaurant and headed home, Shenbi shouted for him to wait for her. Catching up with him, she thanked him for saving her today. She said that they hadn't been able to have a quiet dinner this time, so she would invite him again. He replied that it wasn't necessary. He had eaten enough for several days. Zhang thought that it was nice to eat with a beautiful girl, but he didn't have time to fend off all her suitors. The stunned girl thought this guy was strange. It was as if she were inviting an old man to dinner. Smiling, Zhang said it was good that they had just eaten together and nothing more. Now it was time for him to go. He still had things to do. At that moment, Zhang Huang heard someone yell at him to stay where he was. He wouldn't be leaving today. Shang Bin and Chao Xiong appeared in front of him. Shenbi asked what Teacher Shang was up to. He replied that she should step aside. This was between him and Teacher Zhang. He shouted that if Zhang considered himself a man, he should stop hiding behind a woman and fight him. Frowning, Zhang asked what was wrong with hiding behind a woman. He called it conflict resolution. What was wrong with keeping the insolent man calm? You have to hide behind a woman. Zhang Huang was stunned. Once again, everything had gone wrong. Zhang was even making excuses. Teacher Zhang told Shenbi to take care of these two. He has things to do. He leaves. He thought, are they serious? He is an immigrant. He has been through so much, and they wanted to provoke him. He doesn't care about words at all. But at that moment, Shang Bin shouted for Zhang to stay where he was. He would die today, or he was not Shang Bin. Clenching his fists fiercely, the guy shouted loudly, calling on the Heavenly Lion. In an instant, a huge lion with sharp claws and sparkling eyes emerged from the shadows. The lion growled menacingly. Chao Xiang turned around in fear at the lion's fierce roar. Smiling, Shan Bin ordered the lion to destroy Zhang Huan. He promised that if the lion did so, he would feed him delicious food every day. He would even give the lion the pill that his grandfather had promised him. The lion looked at Shang Bin. Trying to stop him, Shen Bi shouted, "What are you doing? Killing your teacher is the worst offense." He replied that Zhang had tried to destroy him. The lion was simply defending his master and had struck a particularly strong blow. It was only self-defense. Who could argue with that? He shouted, asking why the lion was hesitating. "Let him do it." Roaring fiercely and flashing its eyes, the heavenly lion rushed forward. Frightened, Shen Biju screamed in horror at teacher Zhang, trying to help. The enraged lion growled fiercely as it rapidly approached Zhang Huan. Falling to her knees, Shen Biju thought in horror that she would be to blame for Zhang's death. Watching from afar, Shang Bin noticed that it was very quiet. He assumed that Zhang had finally passed away. Delighted, Shang laughed and shouted that Zhang was finally destroyed and there was no turning back. At that moment, a stunned Chao Xiang cried out in surprise, "Zhang Huang, what is this?" Shang Bin shouted that this time everything had gone according to plan. Why was he panicking? But Chao Xiang shouted, "No, that's not true. Let him look over there." Frowning, Shang Bin replied angrily that it was nonsense. Zhang had gone to the other world. He couldn't. At that moment, he saw what Chao Xiang was pointing at. He shouted in shock, "What?" A huge celestial lion, like an affectionate kitten, rubbed against Zhang Huan's legs and purred. Shang Bin shouted that this couldn't be. What was going on? He thought that his grandfather's pet heavenly lion was very proud and stubborn. It got angry even when he just touched it, let alone petted it. Why was it lying down in front of Zhang like a faithful dog? He shouted furiously, asking what the heavenly lion was doing. He had to destroy it. Let him just destroy it, and then he would buy it anything it wanted. Frowning, Zhang Huang said how noisy he was. Let the heavenly lion shut him up. At that moment, the heavenly lion turned and glared fiercely at Shang Bin. With his eyes flashing furiously, the heavenly lion rushed towards the teacher and struck him with his paw. From the powerful blow, Shang Bin lost his balance and flew far to the side. Stunned, Chao Xiang saw Shang fly through the air and crash to the ground with a crash, raising clouds of dust. He rushed to him, shouting in fear, asking if Shan Bin was all right. Shocked by what was happening, the boy did not understand what was going on. After all, the lion was his grandfather's pet. At that moment, Zhang Huang was petting the heavenly lion on the head and telling him he was a good boy. He did everything right. With her eyes wide with surprise, Shen Biju asked how teacher Zhang had done it. He replied that this heavenly lion was very agreeable, although perhaps he just found it beautiful. Frowning, Shen Bi thought that it was a heavenly lion. If he were to respect anyone of his own free will, it would be another male lion. And Shang was more beautiful than Zhang. Waving his hand, Zhang Huang said that they would see each other again, and the heavenly lion should also go home. Smiling, he thought that he did not expect the library to even work on animals. The lion had many flaws, so it was easy to tame him. At that moment, Shen Bi shouted for him to stop. He still hadn't explained why the lion obeyed him. Frowning, Zhang Huang replied that he wanted to live a long life, but when he was with her, trouble followed him everywhere. She should just let him go. He called her his older sister, and the girl flew into a rage. She shouted that she was not his older sister. He and his whole family were her older siblings. Putting on an innocent look, Zhang Huang replied that okay, he was her older brother, but then she should let him go. Laughing, the girl replied, "Fine, let him go about his business. They'll meet tomorrow." At that moment, the restaurant management found out about Wu Zhou's misdeeds. The boss yelled that he dared to change the ingredients of the dishes for profit. Falling to his knees, Wu Zhou replied that he might be guilty, but that guy was much worse. He said this in front of everyone, making no secret of his disrespect for him. The enraged boss shouted nonsense. Wu Zhou thinks that no one would have noticed his theft and that he would not have disgraced his establishment. He has 5 days to restore the restaurant's good name. Then he will forgive him for his deception. Otherwise, Wu Zhou will die. Frowning, the owner asked who this guy was. Who gave him the right to publicly insult the Huntai restaurant? Frightened, Wu Zhou replied that it was the teacher who came last in the Zhang Huang ranking. Clenching his fist furiously, the owner wondered how this brat dared to tarnish the reputation of his restaurant. At that moment, Zhang Huang was thinking that he hadn't expected one dinner to cause so much trouble. He had more important things to do. For example, advancing to the 6th rank. No ordinary teacher could simply gain access to information about the rank of chakra opening. A copy of these documents can only be obtained with the permission of the elders. But in the last test, he only had the 3rd rank. If he made a request now, he would simply become a guinea pig for them. But if he remembered correctly, in the city of Tianshuan, many useful things are sold there, including reference books on growth technique. If he could leaf through them, it would solve his problems. So he will go and see if his guesses are correct. Soon, Zhang Huang arrived in the commercial district of Tianshuan. He thought it was very lively here, but he didn't remember anything about this place. But that guy was just an ordinary teacher with a low salary, so it was not surprising. There were many things for sale here, but he couldn't remember what they were for. He decided to try using the library. The salesman asked what he was looking for. His goods were of high quality, and he was sure Zhang Huang would like them. He guaranteed it. Zhang Huang asked if he could take a look. He picked up a bell, and the salesman explained that it was made by a true master. It had an unusual effect and cost only 50 coins. The Heavenly Way Library reported that it was a bell that caused dizziness when exposed to it for a long time. It is effective against first-rank fighters. It was made in the workshop of Qing Yun. Smiling, the seller said that if he wanted, he could sell the bell at a discount, for only 20 coins. Zhang thought that the bell was made by a true master. The Qing Yun workshop specializes in making high-quality fakes. With the Heavenly Way Library, he didn't have to worry about buying a fake. He asked if he had any ice sungrass. The seller replied that the young man was very lucky. He was the only one in the entire market who sold this herb. 2 boxes with 5 plants in each, 100 gold coins per plant. He asked how much he needed. Looking at the plants, Zhang Huang replied that he needed to examine them first. Taking it in his hands, he realized that it was indeed the real thing. The guy wasn't lying. It grows on mountaintops but loves sunlight, so it contains a lot of spiritual energy. The combination of hot and cold yin and yang is the perfect medicine for blocked Jiao Yao points. He asked why one of the stems was dry. The seller had stored it in the wrong conditions. The seller replied that this was nonsense. He had made his career on this herb and knew how to handle it. This stem was like that even when he picked it. If he wanted, he could sell it for half price, for only 50 coins. At that moment, Zhang Huang realized that this was the progenitor stem. Medicine made from it was twice as effective as that made from a regular stem. If the seller understood this, the price would be much higher. Zhang Huang said he would take it and asked for it to be packaged. With this herb, the problem would be solved much faster, and no other ingredients would be needed. After packing the stem, the seller smiled and said that it would be 50 coins. At that moment, Zhang realized that he had completely forgotten about the money. The guy who was in his body before him was the worst in the academy, and his salary had been reduced. He didn't even have 10 coins in his pocket, let alone 50. Taking out everything he had, Zhang Huang asked the seller if he could sell the stem for 8 coins. The seller replied that the stem was not of the highest quality, but he had risked his life to get it. Did he really want to value his life at 8 coins? He had no time for jokes. Sighing, Zhang replied that he was not joking. The seller was sure he would not sell it to him. The seller shouted that the absolute price of the stem was 30 or 40 coins at most. He was mocking him. He should leave before he called security. Smiling, Zhang said there was no need to call security. He was interested in buying it. He had no money, but he was not a thief. Maybe the seller would give it to him for free. Shocked, the seller thought, "Is this guy out of his mind? He came here without any money and now he expects a gift?" He asked if the guy really thought he would agree. He would give it to him for free if he could call him a sage. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that he shouldn't call him that, but he didn't believe him. Let him hit him. The salesman shouted that he was mocking him. He had seen crazy people before, but they had never wanted to kill him, and he would definitely kill him. Zhang asked if he was from Pinyi. The surprised vendor thought, Pinyi is a small settlement near the city of Tianshuan. How did he know that? He asked how the guy guessed. Smiling, Zhang replied that it didn't matter how he knew. What was more important was that 6 months ago in the Tianshui forest, he had been bitten by a cold bamboo snake. He managed to survive, but the bite damaged his kidneys. He became impotent. Shocked, the salesman thought about how he had indeed been bitten by a snake 6 months ago. But how did he know? He had only told the girl at the brothel. Zhang Huang asked if he was wrong. If he lied, he would just turn around and leave, but he would never be able to feel like a man again. And don't say later that he didn't warn him, the salesman shouted. Does he really know how to help him? If he knew the cure, then let him help him. In return, he could take everything on his shelves for free. Zhang Huang replied that the venom of this snake freezes the organs when it enters the body. Medicine is powerless here. For this reason, people often amputate their limbs. Even the most skilled alchemists can do nothing. But here's what's strange. Despite the freezing properties of this snake's body, its bile has a warming effect. He just needs to swallow it. This will completely cleanse the body of foreign cold, and he will become a man. The seller was amazed that it was so simple. Zhang said he could buy it and try it right away. He replied that he had 1 snake. He told the guy to wait. Taking out the snake, the seller decided to try it. After swallowing the bile, the seller was shocked by the effect. Falling to his knees, he thanked Zhang for his help and said he could take all the herbs. Smiling, Zhang Huang said that he had warned him that he would give it away for free. The seller replied embarrassedly that he was sorry he had not recognized him as a talented person. The guys passing by were in a hurry because Mo Yang was there. Zhang heard that they were rushing to get invaluable advice. They hoped that they would have a chance to make it big and didn't care about the price. Surprised, Zhang Huang asked the seller what was going on. The seller replied that Master Mo Yang had arrived. He was simply a magnificent appraiser. Surprised, Zhang thought that an appraiser was a specific profession, like a gourmet, and that they were valued in much the same way. But whether or not to follow the appraiser's advice was like gambling. You never knew if you would be lucky or not, betting on treasures with precious stones. In his world, someone would get a fake, while another would get a valuable artifact. With the Heavenly Path library, he didn't need luck at all. He just needed to touch it. This is definitely a way to get rich. Zhang said he would leave the grass with the seller for now and come back for it later, and hurried after the guys. People crowded around the master and asked for help, promising to do whatever he said in return. The master said that he would leave tonight, but he wanted to thank them for their hospitality and would give advice to 5 people today. Approaching the table with the items, Zhang Huang saw a decorative vase and realized that it looked impressive but was just junk. As he thought, with a single touch, he could learn detailed information about everything. The prices here are terribly overpriced. The disappointed people asked why the master wasn't staying for a few more days. Why was he leaving? He replied that he still had work to do. He would add 5 more. As they knew, searching for treasure among rubbish was a difficult task that required concentration. 10 was his limit. The guys shouted that they could pay the master to help them. Master Young replied that was nonsense. He had been practicing this craft for a very long time. And if he wanted to make money, it would be easier for him to buy the treasures himself and sell them at a higher price. The reason he helps them is for their gratitude and positive emotions. Money is like water to him. Emotions and friendship are what have value. If anyone mentions money again, he will not help them. The people replied that they were foolish. The master's aspirations are lofty. Master Yang said that an appraiser can only increase the chance that he will not come across a fake, but they cannot get a full guarantee of success. But while he is with them, he will help them. People started shouting for him to help them. He chose the old man first. Looking at the vase, he said he would use his technique to understand which items were worth their attention. He could buy a decorative vase from the late Kobun period. It was worth a lot of money. The old man was stunned that this vase was from the late Kobun period. People were amazed by the master's work. Surprised, Zhang Huang thought that he had just checked this vase. It was an ordinary vase from the Qingyun workshop. Watching the old man present the master with a gift as a token of gratitude, Zhang thought that he couldn't have been wrong. Surprised, Zhang suddenly found himself in the library. He didn't understand if he had used a combat technique. He read that Yang Mo was originally an apprentice appraiser who worked as an informant in the kingdom of Lichu. Eventually, he made his way into artifact appraisal. Combat techniques, a seductive voice clouding people's minds with words, convincing them of the greatness of the master of the technique. Zhang was stunned. He realized that if there were swindlers, there must also be their victims. It seemed that this was the majority of the crowd. Hearing the master call out the last lucky one, he thought it was good that he didn't need help. Suddenly, Master Yang Mo pointed at Zhang Huang and said that he would be that person. Surprised, Zhang Huang did not understand why he had chosen him. After all, the place was full of crazy fans. He replied that he didn't need any help. Surprised, the craftsman said he could see that the young man didn't know what to choose, but he wouldn't let him remain poor. Was he sure he didn't need help? Would his kindness go to waste? People were shocked, deciding that the guy was crazy for refusing. Thinking that if he listened to Yang Mo, he would be left without money, Zhang Huang repeated that he really didn't need it. The master told him not to rush into refusing. It's not easy for a young man to accumulate capital. He would give him this opportunity. He has a kind heart. He knew the guy wanted it and shouldn't refuse. He probably thought there was a chance to get the treasure, but he wouldn't be able to protect it if someone wanted to take it away. Angered, Zhang decided that this guy was terribly conceited. How could he think that he couldn't protect it? Why did he choose him? The master said he chose this guy, and whatever treasure he gets, he hopes no one will covet it. That would be an insult to him. Let the guy rejoice. It was his destiny. He was giving him these treasures completely free of charge, with only good intentions. Let him buy this. He guarantees that he will not regret it. Master Mo asked the seller to calculate how much it costs. The seller said 3,000 coins. People shouted, "Let him take it." Zhang shouted, "Let them earn it themselves. If Mo wants to deceive people, he chose the wrong person. He doesn't believe it. Why is he pretending to be a benefactor? He said he didn't need it." People were shocked to hear such words. How dare he say that? Frowning, the master said that he thought there was a misunderstanding between them. Zhang shouted that Mo was pretending not to understand. He was deceiving people, so let him stop acting like he was better than him. Enraged, Yang Mo shouted, "You insolent fool! He earned his qualification 30 years ago, and all this time he has been helping people." He had always honestly solved other people's problem. No one had ever called him a liar before. People shouted that Master Mo Yang honestly helped people, so how could he accuse him? This ungrateful, insolent man simply wanted to die. The master said that the young man was lucky that he was an extremely kind person. If he apologized, he would forget his offensive words. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that his words were easy to verify. Let them just reveal what the swindler had just sold them, and everyone would understand. Master Mo said that it would take half a day to clean the artifacts he had advised these people to buy, but he had things to do and couldn't wait that long. Did the guy really mean that he was using his busy schedule as an excuse to leave early because he was ashamed of his actions? At that moment, one guy shouted that if he claims that the master is a swindler, then he himself must have knowledge of this craft. Let him demonstrate it. Smiling, the master said, "That's right. He must have done a lot of research himself if he dares to insult him. Then he would give him a chance. Let him choose an artifact, and if it was valuable, he would not seem so presumptuous." Smiling, Zhang thought that with the library, if he named him as the second appraiser, there would be no one who would dare to name him as the first. But could he pay for the artifact after it had been polished, when its price would be clear? The seller replied no. Payment must be made in advance so that there are no liars who refuse to pay if the value of the goods does not cover their initial cost. The master said that he should pay as he saw fit. He would pay for the guy if he won. If not, he would apologize. Laughing, Zhang Huang replied that he would not refuse the master's help. Taking the bundle, he thought that he had already examined it. If only he had the money. But since he had offered it himself, he would not refuse. Zhang Huang threw the package to the seller. He said that it needed to be opened here in front of everyone so that no one could accuse him of lying. The seller was stunned. The master told him to just do as the guy said. He wouldn't understand anything anyway. As he was about to clean the item, the seller thought that they would see how it would speak after cleaning. He gave him small stones because they were all ordinary roadside stones. He was not yet mature enough to say anything to them. When the stone was cleaned, everyone was amazed that it was a Ling Lun stone. This is the main material for making armor. It is worth a fortune. It is extremely rare. The seller was shocked that this Ling Lun was lying by the roadside. People whispered that this stone was so large and apparently without impurities, it could be worth about 100,000 coins. Excited, Master Mo said that the guy was just lucky. It doesn't mean anything. But he still had important business to attend to, so he was leaving. Zhang Huang smiled and asked why he was in such a hurry. He had another question. Frowning, Master Yang Mo turned around and asked what it was. What else did he need? Zhang Huang pointed to the old man who bought the lamp. The frightened old man asked what was going on. He said that if he was not mistaken, the old man had paid 80,000 coins for it, but it was just an ordinary decorative vase, and it was full of cracks and could break. The stunned old man asked how it could break. The guy must be joking. The master recommended it to him. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that if he didn't believe him, he should just press lightly on the thinnest part. The old man shouldn't worry. If it was a valuable artifact, it wouldn't be damaged, but if it was junk, it would break immediately. The old man pressed lightly on the lamp, and in a moment it shattered into small pieces. People were amazed that it was really junk. How is that possible? It can't be, Master Mo Yang. How did this young man figure it out? The young man replied that to find out how this was possible, they would have to ask Master Mo Yan himself. If he was right, then he and the kiosk owner were in cahoots, and they were selling their goods with the help of false popularity. Under the guise of advice, they were being deceived and buying junk for a lot of money. At that moment, one guy remembered hearing about some swindler named Mo from Liuzhou. He was an informant in that family. People were shocked that Master Mo was a swindler. It turned out that all the things they bought were fake. That couldn't be true. The master shouted at them not to listen to this youngster. Even an experienced appraiser can make mistakes. This was just one slip-up. Throwing his purchase on the ground, the shocked young man said it was just a pile of stones, and he had spent 60,000 coins on it, on ordinary stones. This fake is just a waste of money. They had all been deceived. Master Mo Yang was indeed a swindler. They approached the master, who tried to say that he could explain everything, but he had a lot to do right now. They demanded an explanation, threatening that they would make him tell everything, by hook or by crook. Zhang Huang thought that the world was vast, and as long as there were deceivers in it, there would also be deceived people. It was a natural law. If the master had not chosen him, he would not have interfered. Soon he reached Huang Yu's bookstore. He hoped to find the 6th rank reference book he needed there. When Zhang Huang entered, he was greeted by a smiling girl who asked if he had come to buy or read. He asked if they had any materials on the 6th combat rank. The surprised girl asked if he was joking. Their store was very small, and such materials required a special expertise. They only had books on the 1st rank. He asked if she could tell him where he could find such books. The girl replied that special privileges were required for this. Some influential individuals can collect the materials he needs. She knows someone. However, he is a very unusual person. If he is in a good mood, he may even allow you to take a few books, to take them home for a couple of days. But if he is in a bad mood, you won't even be able to cross the threshold of his house. She promised to go and take him there herself. The girl said that this man is known as one of the smartest people in the kingdom. He even taught Shenju himself. This elder, Lu Shen, hates frivolity. The The young man had better try not to appear frivolous, otherwise he would definitely not be able to borrow the book. And when it came to borrowing the book, it would be their business alone. He should not involve her in this matter. Zhang Huang replied that he understood everything. She said that he prefers obedience in response to all his words, so let him just nod. He is conservative, but there is nothing critical about that. Soon they arrived at Lu Sheng's house. Zhang Huang was amazed that the emperor's teacher lived here. She replied that the emperor had insisted several times on richer accommodation for his teacher, but he always refused. At that moment, a horseman approached them and exclaimed what a coincidence that Yu was also there. The girl replied indignantly that her name was Huang Yu, and that they were not close enough for him to call her anything else. Laughing, the guy replied that given their relationship, the formality didn't matter. She asked if he had also decided to visit Lu Sheng today. The guy shouted at Zhang Huan not to even dare to court Yu. She is his. She replied that it wasn't certain yet. She was afraid he would be disappointed. The guy said that then they would wait and see. Pointing at Zhang Huan, the guy asked Huang Yu what kind of guy he was. Why did she bring just anyone here? The girl replied that it was none of his business. The guy shouted that he didn't care who he was, but he better not even dare to lay a finger on this girl. Frowning, Huang Yu told him to just leave her alone and get away from her. Sighing, Zhang Huang said that the guy was wrong about him. He had nothing to worry about. Stunned, Huang Yu asked if the guy knew who he was. How dare he talk to him in that tone? Zhang Huang replied that he didn't care. She said that he was the only son of King Bai Sen. King Zhengnan was one of the most influential people in Tianshuan. If anyone hurt his son, he would turn their life into hell. Angered, Zhang thought that the owner of this body was not even from this world. Why didn't he remember anything? Shocked, Huang Yu was amazed that this guy didn't know King Zhengnan. If this ignorant person said something wrong, she would be in trouble. At that moment, the door swung open and Bai Sen asked Chen Bo to take them to the master. Smiling, Chen Bo recognized Bai Sen and Huang Yu. He invited them to follow him into the living room. Upon entering, Zhang Huang was amazed. The courtyard was like a concise gouache painting. Surprised, Chen Bo asked if he was an artist. Zhang replied that no, it just felt that way. Chen Bo said that their master had used his soul as a pen and the courtyard as a canvas. Furnishing everything around like a painting was indeed a good decision. After leading them to the living room, Chen Bo told them to wait there for a moment. He would call their master. Surprised, Huang Yu asked Zhang if he knew anything about art. He replied that he didn't, but that this courtyard really was like a painting. Sitting down, Bai Sen told her not to judge him. He was just showing off to appear to be someone he was not. Frowning, Huang Yu asked again, "Showing off? Where did Bai Sen get that idea?" They continued to argue. Zhang Huang wondered why they were dragging him into their argument. He just wanted to take the book. What the hell was going on? At that moment, the master entered and said that he had heard someone compare his courtyard to an ink painting. It was so rare to meet a young man with such a refined sense of beauty. Bai Sen told the master not to trust this guy. He was probably just a fraud. Angered, Lu Shen sternly asked if he had given him his word. Since the guy knows about paintings, let him evaluate this canvas for him. The girl whispered to Zhang that the master liked to do such tests. If he didn't like his answer, he would definitely not see the books. He thought that if he had known what this would lead to, he would have kept quiet in the courtyard. He didn't know anything about this. Master Lu Shen asked what was wrong. Are there any difficulties? Zhang Huang replied, no, everything is fine. Touching the painting, he hoped that the Heavenly Way Library would help him as it had with the artifacts. Realizing that he had succeeded, Zhang Huang asked if the master really wanted his assessment. Lu Shen replied yes, and in as much detail as possible. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that he did indeed have a small comment. He said that it was simply a nightmare come true. Everyone was shocked to hear his words. Chen Bo shouted, "How dare he say that? This is the master's own painting." The frightened girl thought that this guy seemed smart and intelligent. How could he say such a thing? She was finished. Smiling, Bai Sen asked if this was the person she called smart and talented. Frowning, Master Lu Shen sternly said that he had not given him permission to speak. Bowing, Zhang Huang said that he did not know that it was the master's work. He asked him to forgive him for his rudeness. The master replied that it was no problem. It was just a painting. Let him evaluate it as he saw fit. Zhang Huang replied that he was glad to hear that. He said that any roadside artist could indeed paint such a picture, but if one felt it more deeply, it would reveal itself differently. Master Lu Shen asked what he meant by feeling it more deeply. The young man replied that it was very simple. If he didn't mind, he would like to reveal its secret. Seeing the knife, Bai Shen cried out, "What is this guy doing? The master's painting is priceless. Can he compensate for this?" But Zhang Huang did not listen to him. Smiling, he ran the knife across the canvas. Carefully removing the layer, Zhang Huang said that the painting on this paper was a fake. This is the real one. It had already been painted on sheepskin through rice paper. Those present were amazed. To paint a picture on sheepskin through rice paper, the image must be strikingly accurate. The master said it was not bad. He thought that few people knew about the technique of painting on sheepskin through ordinary paper, and this young man easily figured it out. Showing the painting with the animal, the master asked Zhang Huan to look at it and evaluate it. Reaching out his hand toward the painting, Zhang Huang replied that although the painting was skillful, it lacked precision. If he was right, the author of the painting had never seen the depicted animal in real life. Because of this, the painting was not very valuable. Master Li Shen was amazed. He thought that he had indeed never seen a Qiqiong before. He had only read about it in books and painted it based on his own imagination. The boy immediately understood this and said that the painting had lost its value. He asked Zhang Huan to explain in more detail what exactly was inaccurate. Stunned, Huang Yu thought that the emperor's teacher himself had asked the young man for advice. How did this guy achieve this? Zhang replied that it was very simple. Qiqiong is a beast with great defense, but he defeats his opponents with speed. Therefore, the body shape should be more streamlined. The torso should resemble a blade, but this condition has not been taken into account. The character of the animal has been conveyed incorrectly. Impressed, Li Shen thought that although this young man was still young, he had the mind of a true master. He asked Huang Yu why she didn't introduce him to her friend. The embarrassed girl asked Zhang Huang what his name was. Bai Shen was shocked. He thought she liked him, but she didn't even know his name. Frowning, Li Shen said, "Don't they know his name? No manners. This man is his equal, so they should call him master." They asked in surprise if they really had to address such a young man that way. Seeing Li Shen frown, they bowed and said they welcomed the master. Zhang replied that it was not necessary. His name was simply Zhang Huang. He just expressed his opinion about the painting. There is no need to call him master. Li Shen replied that pointing out flaws at first glance was a sign of true mastery. If he was not worthy of the title of master, then what could be said about him? Pointing to Bai Sheng and Huang Yu, the master said that he could teach these young men a lesson every time he met them. Now he wanted to know the reason why he had come to his house. He replied that he had heard that the master had a large library. He had come here to find material on the 6th combat rank. The master asked why he hadn't said so right away. He did indeed have a large collection of books, but there were few books on martial arts. He would show him everything he had. Surprised, Chen Bo said, "But this is Mr. Li Shen's study." Li Shen frowned and turned around. He said that this master of painting wanted to see him. Who was he to forbid it? Ignoring everyone, Li Shen told Zhang Huang to follow him. They needed to go to another wing. Soon they arrived at his office, and Li Shen said that the necessary books were there. As he had said, not much. Let him feel at home. Looking at the bookshelves, Zhang Huang thought that even though there weren't many books, it was better than nothing. He was leafing through the books when the master asked if these books were not suitable for him. Zhang Huang replied that he was just browsing through them for now. Seeing another stack of books, Zhang Huang asked what they were. Li Shen replied that they were his unfortunate son's books. He liked brute force, so he collected many books on physical perfection. There were even books from the royal library. The young man asked if he could look at them too. Li Shen did not mind. Looking at the young man, the master thought that he was flipping through the pages too quickly, even for browsing. Perhaps he did not like these books. At that moment, Zhang Huang found the right way to practice. He decided that it was very convenient. He read that if qi is water, then the body is the barrel in which it is stored. Moreover, a good barrel not only holds more water but also improves its quality. He used to think that improving the body was useless. The only important thing was to concentrate on qi energy. But now he understood that the power of qi greatly depended on the strength of the body. Only by improving them together could one achieve high results. The library chose the best knowledge, as expected. This technique will be called the golden body of heaven, and later, he will train thoroughly. Suddenly, he realized that his body had unconsciously begun to change. He had been practicing the golden body of heaven without even knowing it. It wasn't that important yet, as he hadn't found any information about the 6th rank, but with this technique, his strength should increase anyway. Watching the guy, Li Shen tried to understand what his dear friend Zhang was doing. He wouldn't overwork himself. Approaching the young man, Li Shen touched his shoulder and called out to him. Suddenly, a powerful wave of crushing force hit the master and he flew to the side. The young man was stunned, not expecting this. He rushed to help Master Li. The master got up and replied that everything was fine. He thought about what was happening. What kind of force was that? It didn't seem like the power of a 5th rank master. At that moment, Zhang Huang approached and asked if he was all right. He asked how the master had suddenly fallen. Li Shen replied that it might be old age. He simply couldn't stay on his feet. At that moment, he put his hand on Zhang Huang's shoulder, and again a huge wave pushed him aside. The guy couldn't understand what was going on. Could Li Shen be pretending on purpose? Approaching the fallen master, he asked how the teacher was feeling. Li Shen shouted for him not to touch him. He asked if Zhang Huang had just advanced to the 6th rank. Surprised, Zhang replied yes, it was him, but he didn't think it would happen so quickly. The master realized that the guy hadn't adapted to his increased strength yet. He had read that some people could advance in rank in a matter of minutes, but this guy just looked through a few books and moved up to another rank. Or maybe he had accumulated a lot of knowledge and read the phrase that was missing. He told Zhang Huang that they were going to the living room. At that moment, Bai Sen asked Yu if Zhang had really reached the 5th rank. She replied that she had seen him for the first time and knew nothing about him. However, if he was looking for books on the 6th rank, he was most likely at the peak level of the Qi vessel. Frowning, Bai Sen said, "Great progress at such a young age. He must be a good fighter. Soon he will know for sure." At that moment, the door flew open and the master entered. They stared at him in bewilderment, not understanding what was going on. The master reassured them, saying that everything was fine. They should not worry. He was fine. He asked Chen Bo to bring the strength measuring column. Bai Sen asked if Zhang's strength had really reached the peak level of the 5th rank. When Zhang Huang confirmed it, Bai Sen said that he was at the same level and asked him to spar. At that moment, Li Shun thought that this was just what he needed. He was at the same level. This was a great opportunity to see if Zhang's strength had increased. At that moment, Huang Yu shouted that Bai Sen was saying such things. Does he even understand where he is? The master replied that it didn't matter. He didn't mind if they knew their limits. Promising this, Bai Shen asked Master Zhang to demonstrate his strength. Smiling, Bai Sen warned Zhang Huang that he had a very strong punch. He should be careful. Clenching his fist, he rushed to attack Zhang. Clenching his fist, Zhang Huang decided that now he could test how much stronger he had become. Their fists met. Surprised, Zhang wondered why Bai Sen's punch was so weak. He was definitely at the peak of the 5th rank. A moment later, Bai Sen lost his balance and flew far to the side. Flying across the room, he crashed to the floor with a bang, raising clouds of dust. Watching them, Huang Yu thought in amazement, "Is this really the power of Master Zhang?" Zhang Huang asked Bai Xing anxiously if everything was okay. He replied that everything was fine. He thought to himself that Bai Sen's strength was tremendous. If he hadn't resisted with all his might, he would have lost his arm. Zhang Huang said that Bai Sen had probably not yet shown everything he was capable of. Now, once more, but at full power. The guy replied that it wasn't necessary. The master was stronger than him, and he didn't think the fight would be even. He thought that one more blow and it would be the end for him. Frowning, Zhang thought that he was just too lazy to fight. He hadn't even used his full strength, and he had hoped that this would be a chance to test his strength. At that moment, Chen Bo arrived and informed the master that the strength measurement column was ready. Seeing Bai Sen, he was shocked that the only son of King Zheng Nanyang was in such a state. The master told Zhang that Bai Sen was injured. He needed to treat his wounds, and he should test his strength with the column. He replied that he had measured his strength just yesterday. It was only 4 ding. If there was an increase today, it would be very small. The master said he understood him, but it was still worth checking. Zhang Huang agreed. He decided that even if he used the golden body of the heavens, his strength would not increase by many units. After all, he had not yet reached the 6th rank. And although the role of the body is important, without filling it with qi energy, it is of little use. This morning his strength was 8 ding. He would try to strike with half his strength. Seeing the 4 appear, Zhang Huang turned around and said that, as he had said, it was only 4 ding. At that moment, Master Li Shen and Huang Yu stood with their eyes wide with surprise. The girl told him to look at the column again. Zhang Huang replied that it was only 4 din. Why were they so surprised? Turning around, the guy was shocked. He realized that he had just hit 49 ding. He asked excitedly if it was working properly. The master replied that the column was fine, but hadn't he just advanced to the 6th rank in the library? The essence of his metamorphosis was that his body was not used to the new power. That was why he had defeated Bai Xing so quickly. The girl was shocked that he had advanced to another rank and increased his strength from 4 to 49. He had become 45 din stronger. Zhang Huang thought that advancing to the 6th rank meant opening the chakras, each of which added 1 din. There are a total of 108 points in the human body. Of these, 72 can be opened, but only by practicing the golden body of heaven did he increase his strength by about 90 din. Did he really open all the chakras? The master said, "Could Zhang have opened 45 points?" He replied that he was definitely still at the peak of the 5th rank. He did not raise his rank, but he definitely strengthened his body. Li Shen was stunned to hear about the strengthening of the body. He asked if Zhang Huang had eaten some kind of bright red fruit today. He replied that he had indeed eaten some fruit at the market, but after that he didn't feel anything special. However, he understood that a surge of strength could have occurred at that time. The master said that he had most likely eaten a huge pearl fruit. According to legend, a person who ate it could be compared to a 6th rank martial artist. Zhang thought to himself, do they really believe that something like that could exist? But that would be incredible luck. It was a great way to explain the sudden increase in strength so that no one would suspect anything. He shouted joyfully that it was luck. Li Shen asked if Zhang Huang was a local. The guy replied that he was a teacher in Hongting. The master said that it was no wonder he was so strong, even in his understanding of paintings and books. He told Bai Xing and Huang Yu to take lessons from Master Zhang, not only in martial arts but also in the mind. He would take their progress with him into account. Bai Sen thought that finally, they would be learning how to fight instead of reading books and looking at paintings. It would be much more interesting to study. Apologizing for keeping them so long, Zhang Huang took his leave and said he hoped to see them again soon. The master said that he had come here for books about the 6th rank. He could talk to the right person. With his help, he would be able to get into the royal library. Zhang Huang replied that that would be wonderful. Smiling, Li Shen replied that the young man was too polite. He should come more often. As he left, Zhang Huang thought that his visit to Master Lu Xing's house had not been in vain. Thanks to his physical strength, he surpassed the average strength for his rank. With such strength, he could even defeat a 6th rank fighter, and his punch was 90 ding. Were there other ways to strengthen his body even more? Suddenly, Zhang Huang felt that he was being followed. He shouted that he had already noticed them and told them to come out. Master Yang Mo came up to him and said that because of him, they had lost all of today's profits. This was the first time this had happened in his career. The time for revenge had come. He promised that they would not leave Zhang alone until he compensated them for everything they had lost. Looking at them indifferently, Zhang Huang said that it was just them, whether to give them back or not. Enraged, Yang Mo shouted how he dared to say such a thing. In his next life, he would definitely learn to keep his mouth shut. The guy replied that he had just been reborn, so he was definitely not going to keep quiet. With his eyes flashing furiously, Yang Mo shouted that he would definitely change his mind now. Dejan, go ahead. Clenching his huge fists, Dejan asked if the poor little boy had anything to say before he died. The vendor said that Dejan was not called Iron Palm for nothing. He could break a rock with one hand. If he destroyed the guy, he would not be able to pay. Yang Mo replied that a guy who didn't even have 200 coins certainly couldn't pay them back what they had lost, but they would take their revenge on him in full. Waving his arms, Dejan told Zhang Huang to just stand still and let himself be destroyed. Suddenly, Zhang Huang grabbed the guy by his outstretched arms and Dejan grimaced in pain. Shocked, the guy shouted loudly that he was in a lot of pain. He was amazed. Smiling, Zhang Huang thought this was a great chance to practice and get used to his new abilities. Twisting the attacker's arms, he delivered a powerful, crushing blow. Watching the fight, Yang Mo was stunned. He couldn't believe that this guy had such strength. They were amazed that Dejana had just been thrown out. Was he really that weak? Master Yang Mo asked the vendor why he was still standing there. Did he want him to deal with them himself? Let him hurry up and teach him a lesson. Approaching, the guy said he didn't want to do it, but he would have to show him what a 6th rank fighter was capable of. Frowning, Zhang Huang wondered if he really was 6th rank. In Hongting, he would be the most respected person. Frowning, Yang Mo shouted, "Come on, let's go." This time he wouldn't get off so easily. Smiling, the salesman replied, "Of course." He would simply destroy him, and that would be that. Using the falcon flight technique, he fiercely attacked Zhang Huang. The guy said it was a mid-level technique, but for many, it is deadly. But this guy is so young. Is it fair to use it on him? Frowning, Yang Mo thought about what they were saying. This guy defeated the Iron Arm, which means he's strong enough. Now the only way to finish him off quickly is to use this technique. Disappointed, Zhang Huang thought that he had expected a real battle to take place now. But he didn't even need the library to win. His opponent, grinning fiercely with flashing eyes, approached the young man, shouting that he should go to the other world. But suddenly, the shocked young man realized that a split had occurred and screamed. Shocked, Yang Mo and his comrades looked at them in bewilderment, not understanding what had happened. The guy split like an egg. Smiling, Zhang Huang said that his weakness was obvious. He delivered a powerful kick, and the salesman flew to the side and crashed to the ground with a crash. Waving his arms, Yang Mo shouted that they could only defeat him together. All together, the swindlers rushed to attack Zhang Huang to destroy him. Looking at them, Zhang Huang said that there were only 2 attackers, not counting him. The guys turned around in shock and realized they couldn't see Yang Mo. They wondered where he was. Waving his hand at the guys, Yang Mo shouted for them to do their best. He would be back soon. They shouted in disappointment, "What a jerk!" The guys were stunned that he had done this. At that moment, Zhang Huang asked what about the 2 of them. Let them stay here. Suddenly, Yang Mo heard someone shout that he wouldn't run away. He thought this guy was strange. Even if he had been exercising in his mother's womb, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Seeing the guy running alongside him and shouting, "What's the rush?" Yang Mo was shocked that the master wouldn't even wait for him. He shouted, "Who are you?" Saying that he had something urgent to tell him and that he'd better stop, Zhang Huang struck him. From the crushing blow, Yang Mo flipped in the air and flew to the side, crashing to the ground. Smiling, Zhang Huang said that they should have expected this when they attacked him. The master shouted, "No, don't let that guy destroy him. He can give him all the money he has saved over the years." Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that first he needed to see how much his life was worth. Holding out the ring, Yang Mo said that everyone here should accept it. Zhang Huang thought he would take a look at what kind of ring it was. He realized that it was a storage ring. Inside there was 3 square meters of space. The downside was the low quality of the craftsmanship. Blood was needed to activate it. After dripping blood on the ring, Zhang Huang decided to see what was inside the storage space. At that moment, he entered a magical space and realized that this guy had been deceiving people for too many years. There were many treasures inside. Frightened, Yang Mo said he hoped the guy would accept it and spare him. Frowning, Zhang Huang replied that maybe if he gave him all the money he had under his clothes, then he would not destroy him. Shocked, Yang Mo thought that this guy had easily figured him out. For the first time, he gave away absolutely everything. At that moment, Zhang Huang smiled and reached out his hand to the frightened Yang Mo. The shocked swindler shouted, "Don't!" And in an instant, pieces of clothing flew in all directions. Covering himself with the remains of his clothes, Yang Mo said that he could have just said what he wanted. Why such cruelty? Stunned, Zhang Huang looked at the book and couldn't believe he now had so much money. Frowning, Yang Mo said that the guy had taken everything he could. Now he would let him go. Smiling, Zhang said that Mo Yang was a professional con artist who often pretended to be a famous appraiser, a deceiver, a martial arts master who can control other people's minds with his voice. Shocked, Mo Yang asked how he knew that. He thought there was nothing unusual about him knowing his name. In the past, he was a famous informer in the kingdom, but the voice technique. He never told anyone about it. Zhang Huang replied that it didn't matter how he knew. What was much more important was that he had figured out his life point. He couldn't destroy him, but he could make him so that he would never cause harm to anyone again. He would make him stop. After sending Mo Yang flying with a kick to the wall, Zhang said that now he could go. At that moment, Shang Bin ran up to his grandfather and said that he had to do this for him. Didn't he say that this heavenly lion was very obedient? He asked him to teach Zhang Huan a lesson, but instead he attacked him. His grandfather thought he had barely tamed him, but they communicated as equals, not as master and pet. But he had to protect his grandson anyway. Why did he listen to a stranger? This lion. When he saw Zhang Huan, he became as obedient as a dog, and so proud. Was Zhang his master, or was he? He replied to his grandson that he would deal with it later. The boy shouted that his grandfather should teach Zhang a lesson. He should be expelled from the academy and banned from entering. His grandfather replied that he shouldn't worry. He would definitely take care of it. But Zhang was lucky in a way. He didn't think he would get even 1 student, let alone 5. Trying to fire a teacher for no apparent reason is a risky business. Shangbin replied that he had a reason for doing so. Teacher Chao Xiong had a student named Yang Li. Zhang Huang forced him to become his student. Teacher Chao Xiong applied for a will detector. All that was left for the grandfather to do was to intervene at the right moment and remove Teacher Zhang. Frowning, the grandfather asked again if he should remove him. Shang Bin was sure of it. So tomorrow he will invite the elder of the Teachers Guild to watch over the process, if the will detector really works. If Yang Li is under protection against his will, then they will have a chance to remove Zhang. Shang Bin thanked his grandfather. He thought that this bastard might be winning now, but he would see his face tomorrow. Upon returning, Zhang Huang thought that yesterday he had read about 10 books on physical perfection by Master Lu Sheng, but he did not find what he needed. From what he had read, it was impossible to develop a unified technique. Deciding that he would find the material later, Zhang Huang opened the door to his classroom. He was surprised to see smiling students who greeted him cheerfully. Zhang Huang wondered why they were so happy. They seemed like completely different people. He said that Zhao Yao would be the first and handed her a box of grass. Zhang told her to make a tincture out of it, and in 3 days she should be healed. Opening the box, the girl was surprised to see the stem of the ice sun herb. Taking out a stack of books, Zhang Huang said that these were techniques developed with their individual abilities in mind. Let them practice according to them. After looking through the manuals, the students were surprised. They had never heard of such techniques. Could the teacher have compiled it himself? That's amazing. The author is the teacher himself. Zhao Yao thought that her previous technique had been compiled by a member of the 8th rank family, but this technique was much better than the one she had been practicing. The teacher said that he wrote these techniques yesterday evening, so he didn't have time to give them names. They can do it themselves. The students were amazed that they could choose the name of each technique themselves. Surprised, Zhao Yao asked the teacher if he was really giving them the right to name them. He replied that they could name them whatever they liked. A stunned Zheng Yang thought that the teacher had done such a great job writing 5 manuals, and even allowed them to choose the names themselves. Wang Yin thought that the teacher had stayed up all night creating paths of development for them. In the entire history of Hongting, no student had ever been given such an honor. Frowning, Yang Li thought that these abilities and wisdom belonged to the teacher. Now he had no doubt about his patronage. Kneeling before Zhang Huang, they thanked the teacher together. Zhao Yao said that they swear that this knowledge will not go beyond them. Anyone who breaks the oath will suffer any punishment they choose. The teacher thought that these works had been created with the help of the library, and if no one knew about them, it would be very good. At that moment, Shen Bi was pacing from corner to corner trying to decide what to do. She would look foolish if she just went there. But what happened yesterday? She just wanted to ask him some questions, nothing more. Deciding that she didn't care, but that she needed to find out everything today, Shen Bi headed towards Zhang. As she approached, she saw a strange man standing in front of Zhang Huan's classroom. He didn't know what to do. If he went in now, the lady would get angry again. But if he didn't hurry, he might do something bad to her. At that moment, Shen Bi called out to him and said she wanted to know who he was. Frowning, the man replied that she should not worry about it and go on her way if she did not want to regret it. Frowning, Shen Bi wondered if this guy had been sent by Shang Bin to destroy Zhang Huan. She remembered how Shang Bin had shouted that Zhang was hiding behind a woman and promised to take revenge on him. The girl asked the man if he knew that killing a teacher on Hong Ting's territory was a crime. Stunned, Yao Han thought that the day before yesterday he had been beaten up precisely because of the feud between the two teachers over the girl. He asked if she was Shen Bi. She replied that since he knew who she was, he should get out of her way quickly. He told her to leave and not get herself into trouble. Thinking that it was because of her that teacher Zhang was in danger, Shen Bi rushed into the attack. Yao Han thought that even though he was injured, he could still restrain this girl. At that moment, Shen Bi delivered a powerful blow, and Yao Han put out his hand to block the attack. At that time, Chao Xiong asked Shen Bin what his grandfather had said. He replied that Chao should not worry. His student was indeed under involuntary guardianship. This time, Zhang would definitely get what he deserved. He thought that as soon as Zhang and his disciple reached the will detector tower, he would be kicked out of Hong Ting. Smiling, Chao Xiong said that if this trash got kicked out of the university, Shen Bi would definitely pay attention to him. She just couldn't resist. Smiling, Shang Bin thought that she must have just given in to his persuasion and gone to dinner with him, but now he would get him out of the way. Teacher Chao said he hoped that very soon it would be Shang Bin who would be having dinner with this beauty. Laughing, Shang replied that he shouldn't worry. If everything worked out well, he would also receive a reward. Suddenly, Chao Xiong noticed the fight and pulled Shan Bin, telling him to look over there. They didn't understand why Shen Bi was fighting with Yao Han. Could it be that she knew he had beaten Shang Bin and wanted revenge? Shocked, Shan Bin asked if he really thought so. Chao Xiong replied, "Of course. They simply had no reason to fight." Everyone knew that teacher Shen Bi was very calm and well-mannered. If she was willing to do this for him, then she definitely liked him. Stunned by his words, Shan Bin happily thought that Shen Bi liked him. He shouted that he couldn't let her fight for him and released his inner energy. Shouting that he would help teacher Shen Bi, the guy rushed to the girl's rescue. Seeing Shan Bin approaching, Yao Han thought, "It's that guy again." He knew they were in cahoots. Frowning, Shen Bi thought that Shan was here too. Did they really want to deceive her? At that moment, Shang Bin approached and shouted furiously, "Yao Han, hands off!" The girl thought that he had decided to kill two birds with one stone. If he had wanted to destroy Zhang then, he would have done so. They had another plan. They were acting out a scene in front of her where Shan Bin was her beautiful savior. The guy shouted that Han had hurt his beloved and he would destroy him. At that moment, an enraged Yao Han grabbed the guy and hit him hard. Chao Xiong ran up and told Shen Bi to help teacher Shan, otherwise he might die. She asked Chao if he wanted her to go and help him. He replied that if she didn't, he would die. After agreeing, the girl decided to see what they would do next. Frowning, Yao Han thought that he was wounded and had difficulty dealing with Shen Bi alone. These two had the advantage. Throwing Shan aside, he decided that it would be better for him to retreat now. He shouted that he would take revenge on both of them very soon. He would definitely repay them in full. A moment later, Yao Han disappeared, and teacher Chao rushed to help Shan Bin. Moaning, Shan Bin uttered the name of teacher Shen Bi. She thought the performance was dragging on. At that moment, the door flew open, and Zhang Huang asked what they were all doing at the door of his classroom. Barely moving his lips, Shang Bin said that Zhang Huang had arrived just in time. He was being called. Teacher Chao said that he believed Zhang was forcibly holding his student Yang Li. Therefore, he would soon have to come to the will detector. Zhang Huang read that the will detector determines whether a student is being held against their will by their teacher. During the detector, the student's true attitude towards his teacher is revealed, whether it is of his own free will or not. If it is justified by the result, the teacher will be punished. Otherwise, the person who filed the complaint will be punished. Chao shouted that he was speaking on behalf of the Hong Ting administration. If Zhang refuses, it will be a violation of school rules, for which punishment awaits. Shen Bi said that Zhang Huang had better refuse. She didn't know what Sheng Bin wanted to achieve with this, but she was sure that it would not end well. But Zhang Huang agreed. He thought that when Yang Li first came to him, he regretted it, but now he trusted him so much that he would jump off the roof if he asked him to. Teacher Chao told Shan not to worry. He was Yang Li's teacher. He was sure that the boy still wanted to be his student. Angry, Shen Bi shouted at Zhang for agreeing. He should have refused and found a way out. At that moment, Yang Li arrived and asked what was going on. Zhang Huang replied that they would go somewhere with him. Frowning, Shenbi thought that this guy, knowing the power of Shana's family, dared to fight back. He was probably looking for death. She is certain that it is all because of her. That is precisely why she cannot remain on the sideline. She will go and see what they have planned. Soon they arrived at the Hong Tin Academy, at the tower of the Director of Will. Grandfather Shan Binya apologized to Elder Mo for disturbing him. Mo replied that he should not worry. He was happy to help if a teacher was acting against the will of the students. This man would face consequences for his misdeeds. Head Shang said that this teacher had received the lowest score on the teacher's test, but he kept him. If he hadn't recruited any students, he would have had to leave. Perhaps this condition put too much pressure on him. If it weren't for Chao Xiong, who left a request on the will detector, no one would ever have known about it. Elder Mo said that the will detector harms peace and trust within the community. But it is worth it when it comes to the deserved punishment of a scoundrel. Shan will not be blamed. At that moment, the door flew open and Zhang Huang and Yang Li entered, accompanied by teachers Chao Shan and Shen Bi. Seeing his beaten grandson, Elder Shan furiously asked who had done this to him. But Shan Bin replied that it was nothing serious. It was just a misunderstanding. His grandfather told him to come to him. He had medicine with him, so he should take it. At that moment, Teacher Chao said that he hoped for a fair trial. Teacher Zhang had violated Hong Ting's rules of fair competition. Yang Li was his student and, under Zhang's threats, came under his guardianship. That is why he asked for the will detector to get his student back. Stunned, Yang Li listened to the will detector and Chao Xiong's request to return him, not understanding what was happening. With his eyes wide with surprise, Zhang Huang replied that he assured the elders that Yang Li had voluntarily become his student. He never threatened him. Frowning, Yang Li wondered why his teacher was so upset. Turning to Yang Li, Zhang Huang asked him to tell them that he was not forcing him. Yang Li realized that his teacher was going to deceive everyone. Shaking with excitement, he replied that Teacher Zhang had never forced him. He did it himself. The elder thought that this child looked frightened. He told Zhang that he would give him one chance to surrender now and return the student to his teacher. Let him return to Chao Shun and he would cancel the will detector. Chao Shun and Shang Bin simultaneously shouted no. Shang said that Chao Shun had submitted an application, and the administration had agreed. Wouldn't the sudden cancellation of the procedure mean that Mo did not respect the administration's decrees? Chao Shun confirmed that it would be fair and right. Let the boy's true will be made clear, so that there would be no more misunderstandings. The elder replied, "All right, since they have decided to proceed with the procedure, they must clearly define the conditions that he will specify further. The teacher who wins the favor of young Yang Li will be victorious, and the loser must carry out the punishment agreed upon between them." Elder Shang said that Chao Xiong insisted on the maximum punishment, which was expulsion from Hong Ting. The losing side would learn their lesson forever. Zhang Huang replied that they had no enmity with Chao Xiong. Dismissing him would be too cruel. He had another idea. They could simply revoke his license and add 100 lashes from the god. Everyone was stunned. Did Zhang Huang not understand that he was in danger? Elder Mo thought that if the teacher was expelled, he could teach at another educational institution, but revoking his license would be a lifelong stigma. Smiling, Chao Xiong wondered if Zhang wanted a quick death and 100 lashes from God. After 100 lashes, the sufferer would be half dead. Frowning, Shenbi decided that it was crystal clear that this was a trap. But Zhang was not even trying to get out of it and was digging himself deeper. Thinking that Zhang would not complain after all, Chao Xiong told the elders that he agreed to Zhang's teacher's conditions. Smiling, Yang Li thought that he first pretended to be a loser to provoke his opponents and then raise the stakes. Zhang was truly a villain. Elder Mo said that if everyone agreed, there was no need to delay. This ball is made of heartstone. Zhang Huang and Chao Xiong will take turns approaching it. Together with Yang Li, they will touch it. This ball will show the degree of the boys' trust in each of them. Elder Mo reminded them that the one with the higher degree of trust would win. Did they understand the rules? Zhang and Chao confirmed. Smiling, Chao wondered how Yang Li, who was among the top 100, could want the patronage of trash like Zhang Huang. As soon as the procedure was over, there would be nothing left of him, and he would continue to rack up achievements. Mo said that Chao would be first. He called Li Yang to follow him, and they touched the ball, which shone brightly. The Heartstone is capable of putting people into a trance to read their inner world. All information comes from the heart of sincere emotions. The elder said that if the boy is forced, he will not trust the teacher and may even hate him. That is why it is so important to listen to a person's opinion when taking them as a student. Shang said that the maximum level of trust is 100. Each 10 represents a certain level. The relationship between a student and a teacher is usually at 30. The most outstanding can reach 50. But this is difficult to achieve. The trust between a parent and a child is around 60. Shen thought that Zhang and Shan were from different worlds. If it weren't for her, they would never have met. She told Zhang that it would be better for him to leave now and leave the academy forever. Shan Bin asked if Zhang really wanted to run away. It was too late. The process was already underway. and Zhang Huang wanted to run away. He shouldn't even dream of it. He thought that when the results came out, he would regret ever being born. Frowning, Zhang Huang looked at him and asked if he was so sure of his victory. He replied that Chao Xiong had personally invited Yang Li to study at the academy. They had spent half a month together. The degree of trust between them must be around 20. Zhang wouldn't even reach 10. The news of a teacher whom his students do not trust will spread throughout the kingdoms. His reputation is already at rock bottom, so he has nothing to fear. Shen Bai was outraged by his words. She was very surprised that teacher Zhang was so unperturbed. Elder Shang asked Mo how much trust he thought the boy had in the two of them. He replied that Chao Xun would definitely get 18 points. As for Zhang, it could be negative. Shang said that such a teacher would bring shame to the academy. If Zhang had a negative number, he would immediately insist that he be removed from the academy. His license would have to be revoked. While waiting for the results, Chao thought that not only would he get his student back, but he would also get rid of Zhang. And when Shanbin achieved his goal, he would have a patron. He was absolutely certain that Yang Li's level of trust in him would exceed 20. At that moment, everyone present saw the result. The trust level was 10. Teacher Chao was shocked. How was this possible? He himself had given him a future in Hongting. They had gotten along perfectly for a long time. Why only 10? Laughing, Zhang Huang asked Shangbin about the source of his confidence. Shangbin did not understand how this could have happened. Looking at the result, the elders were also stunned that the result was so low. Angry, Shang thought that with such a high degree of confidence, he decided to check the wave detector. He thought it would be 20. 10 is a disgrace. Xiaoxiong shouted, asking why they only had 10 trust points. Even if Zhang hadn't scored more, he was still the winner. Smiling, Zhang Huang said, okay, so he's saying he hasn't scored more yet. He told Yang Li that the sooner he finished, the sooner they would return to class. Chao thought that he wouldn't even get 10 points. Then they would laugh. Approaching the ball, Zhang Huang and Yang Li touched it, and the ball flashed. The stunned elders were amazed that the results appeared so quickly. Everyone stared at the scoreboard in amazement, unable to believe that such a thing was possible. Chao Xiong said that he had only just managed to get down. The stone showed Yang Li's trust in Zhang Huang to be 64 points. Seeing this number, Chao Xiong was shocked. He stared at the result in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. He shouted that one should trust a teacher like a parent. How was this even possible? Shocked, Shangbin thought that Chao Xiong had only 10 points, while Zhang Huan had 64. The outcome was crystal clear. Elder Mo said that the will detector gave the result immediately without hesitation. This degree of trust is characteristic of great teachers. Stunned, Shenbin thought that even the most popular teachers who had been teaching their students for years did not have such a connection. How did Zhang do it? Turning to Elder Zhang Huang, he said that he had won, hadn't he? Teacher Chao shouted furiously that it was impossible. He was sure that these balls were faulty. Where could such a level of trust come from? He didn't believe it. Shangbin said that he also thought that Chao Xiong's words made sense. Where did the students get such trust in the most incompetent teacher? Even the students of such excellent experts as Lu Sen and Wang Tao did not have such trust in their teacher. The elder thought that this boy's eyes shone with respect and reverence for his teacher. Such sincere admiration cannot be faked. He said that only a stone heart can reveal a person's innermost thoughts. It cannot be faulty. There is no need to talk nonsense until you are expelled. Zhang Huang said that now that he had won, the loser must be punished. Chao Xiong's license should be revoked and he should receive 100 lashes from the god. Smiling, Elder Shang said that Zhang had already won. What more did he need? He should spare him. That would be fair. Frowning, Zhang asked why. He had won fairly. If he had lost, the elder would not have said that. The elder shouted that Zhang was insolent. He should not forget his place. He was the worst teacher in Hongting. He was just lucky to have won the trust of one student. What was he so proud of? What good was such trust when Zhang couldn't turn this boy into a worthy fighter? Zhang must have used some trick. He remembered that one of Zhang's former students had gone mad, and maybe the same thing was happening to this boy. Xiaoxiong shouted that Elder Mo probably doesn't know this. Because of this, all his students left him, and he was on the verge of being expelled. He doubts that Yang Li trusts him that much and is worried about the boy because he doesn't know what tricks the swindler might have used. How else could the worst teacher gain the trust of such a good student? Mo thought that in the past, there was a teacher who confused his students. Could teacher Zhang be using something similar? Shang said that a teacher must teach and earn the trust of his students. If he has no knowledge, where does trust come from? Teacher Zhang said that it didn't matter now whether his teaching methods were good or not. They reached an agreement. He agreed to participate, hoping for an honest outcome. Elder Shang shouted, "How dare he? Can a teacher's license really be revoked because of such nonsense as an argument?" Teacher Shang shouted that the old man was right. Chao Xiong was a very valuable teacher at Hongting. The academy should not lose talented people over such a trifle. Angered, Shen Bi shouted that this was unheard of. If Zhang had lost, would such concessions have been made for him? Smiling, Shangbin replied that it was ridiculous. How could he compare to Chao Xiong? Could he raise even one student to the second rank? At that moment, the door flew open, and the elders were informed that the head of the Wang Hong clan and the elders of the Wang family from the city of Tianshuan wished to see them. Stunned, Elder Shang said, "Of course, let them come in." He thought that one of the 4 great Wang clans had arrived at the academy. This was a great honor. When the rumors spread, the academy's reputation would rise. Surprised, Shangbin asked if the head of the Wang Hong clan was not among the top 10 on the list of potential masters. Why had he visited them? Laughing, Elder Shan replied that it was probably because of Wang Tao. Wang Tao is the eldest son of the head of the Wang clan, Wang Hong. In the future, he will definitely take his place in the family hierarchy. He personally raised him to the 4th rank. Wang Hong surely wants to learn about his successes and thank him. Surprised, Zhang Huang asked Wang Tao if he was his disciple. Shen Bi replied yes, but he shouldn't be thinking about that right now. Elder Shang is already influential, and with the support of the Wang family, he will be unrivaled. If Zhang stays in Hongting, he will have a lot of problems. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that he would deal with them as they arose. Angered, Shen Bi thought that she was trying to take care of him, but he didn't even notice. Wang Hong entered and said happily that they hadn't seen Elder Shan in a long time. The elder replied that Wang's arrival surprised him. If he needed anything, they could have just let him know, but he came. What an honor. Smiling, Wang Hong replied that, to be honest, he did indeed have business here. His daughter Yin, whom he was sure Elder Shang knew, said that she was studying under a certain Zhang Huan. Where could he find him? Elder Shang said that it was a coincidence, but Zhang Huang was right there. Smiling, Chao thought that Zhang deserved it for deceiving the daughter of a respected man. Shang happily decided that now Zhang was definitely finished. This man has too much power. He will not abide by the rules like their elders. Zhang Huang realized that this was about Wang Yin. Approaching Zhang Huang, Wang Hong knelt and said that he welcomed Teacher Zhang. Shocked, Elder Shang shouted, "What?" He didn't understand. Did he really have no complaints against Zhang? A stunned Qiao was amazed at how they had been so wrong. Shangbin realized that everything had gone wrong again. Wang Hong was supposed to destroy Zhang on the spot. Smiling, Zhang Huang told the respected Wang Huang to get up from his knees. Chief Wang said that Zhang had healed his little girl's leg and was giving her such profound knowledge. Of course, he was grateful to him. Embarrassed, Zhang replied that she was his student, and it was his duty to give her everything he could, so there was nothing to be proud of. Elder Mo thought that a teacher is someone who gives his all to his students. Zhang was filled with a sense of duty as a teacher. That's very good. No wonder this boy, Yang Li, trusts him so much. He asked the respected Wang not to take it as rudeness, but even his daughter's recovery could not be the reason for his visit to them. Laughing, Wang Hong said that his mind was still sharp. Indeed, he had business with Elder Shan. Elder Shan replied that if he needed anything, he should ask. He would try to do everything possible. Wang Hong said it was about his son. He was grateful to Shan for caring for him. He was very sorry that he had not come to thank him earlier. Shan replied that it was his job and he could not accept a gift. Smiling, he thought he would accept. Elder Mo from the Teachers Guild is here. You can't act dishonorably in front of him. Chief Wang replied that Elder Shan was admirable. He had come to discuss some changes, or more precisely problems, in his son's practice. He realized that he was not quite suitable as a student. Could he let him go? Shan was amazed at where such conclusions came from. Everything was fine after all. Head Wang asked him to grant his request. Shocked, Shan wondered if they couldn't discuss this in private so that he wouldn't look like a fool. He replied that since they had made this decision, he did not dare refuse. Angry, Shan thought that when a student leaves his teacher, it is like a slap in the face. The teacher's reputation in the eyes of others immediately falls. He thought Wang Hong had come to pay his respects. As a result, he lost one of his students. When the news spreads, he will be in trouble. Shang said aloud that he had released the son of the respected Wang. It was normal for young people to try to find teachers who suited them. Did they have a candidate? Head Wang said that teacher Zhang should know his son, Wang Tao. Could he take him into his class? Become his teacher? Everyone present was shocked to hear such words from Wang Hong. Coughing, Shan thought that Wang Hong was laughing at him. He had handed his student over to the trash at the bottom of the teacher ranking list. The shocked boys also couldn't understand what was going on. Respected Wang must be out of his mind. Why did he reject Shang as a teacher and trust a loser instead? Smiling, Zhang Huang replied, "Oh, Wang Tao, he doesn't think it's a good idea. He has to refuse." Hearing his words, everyone present fell to the floor. Shocked, Shanbin asked if it was a joke. A member of an influential family was asking him for patronage, and he dared to refuse. Shenbai, agitated, shouted, "Zhang Huang, this is serious." Even Yang Li shouted, "Teacher." Shocked, Elder Shang thought that he was the head of the education department. His class had been abandoned for the sake of a teacher with a 0 rating. and he was refusing. Elder Mo thought he just wanted to change his opinion of him, but he was doing this. Or maybe he was more capable than he thought. Equally stunned, Head Wang asked again, "Teacher Zhang refuses?" He confirmed it. Frowning, Zhang Huang thought that maybe Wang Tao didn't say that he had attacked him. Head Wang said that he knew that his son had acted rashly. He didn't know about his greatness and showed disrespect. He hoped that Zhang Huang didn't take his son's foolishness and rashness to heart. At that moment, Chao Xiong shouted that Teacher Zhang was refusing because of the incident. Zhang Huang only had 3 ranks in martial arts while his son had 4. How could he teach someone who was much more talented? He knew this, which is why he refused. Shang Bin shouted that he was right. Zhang is weaker than his son. If he agreed, it would be ridiculous. Elder Shang told Wang Hong to think again. It's okay that his son left his class, but in that case, he needs to find a teacher who is more powerful than the student himself. Such training will be a problem. Chief Wang Hong thought that although Wang Yin had gained excellent knowledge from Zhang Huang, she did not mention his ranking at all. Smiling, Chao Xiong said that Zhang did not have the power to pretend to be something he was not. The 3rd rank could surprise novices, but not real warriors. Elder Shang said that Chao Xiong's words were absolutely true. Zhang Huang himself had not even reached the 4th rank. How could he teach something he did not know? Chief Wang replied that Yin said that Teacher Zhang stopped his son's sword with 2 fingers. That is impossible at the 3rd rank. Smiling, Shang Bin said that perhaps his son said this to protect Zhang's reputation. The 4th rank gives a strength of more than 700 units. Xiao added that if you add the strength and weight of the sword at the 3rd rank, it is impossible to do this. A teacher at the bottom of the list cannot possess such strength. Frowning, Yang Li said that he had seen it too. It was true. Shen Bi was surprised that he reacted that way. Could it really be true? Elder Shang said that the respected Wang was the head of a powerful family. He himself did not find this story unbelievable. Even if he wants to raise Zhang's reputation so that he becomes his son's teacher, it is not worth using such methods. At that moment, a student arrived and said that there was a man who wanted to see Teacher Zhang, and he had come here. Surprised, Elder Shan asked again, "Who? What is going on today? Teacher Zhang is too busy." The excited young man replied that it was the son of King Zheng Nanyang, Bai Sen. Hearing this, Elder Shang shouted furiously, "Why isn't he here yet? Let him in immediately." Elder Mo knew that King Zhengnan was in their city these days to report on border defense. But what was his son doing in Hongting? Why was he looking for Zhang? Shenbi was stunned and surprised that he knew Bai Xian. He was a very influential person. When Bai Xian crossed the threshold, everyone present greeted the young prince. Seeing Zhang Huang, the young man waved to him and said he was glad that Master Zhang was there. Frowning, Zhang Huang asked what Bai Xing was doing here. He replied that he would soon be leaving the city, so he couldn't waste any time. Therefore, he must learn as much as possible from the master in order to pass the test. Shocked, Shang Bin couldn't believe that Zhang knew Bai Sen. His grandfather couldn't believe that he called the failed teacher a master. Enraged, Shang shouted at Zhang Huang for daring to speak to royalty in such a manner. He demanded that Zhang immediately pay his respect. It was shameful to be so ill-mannered. He told Mr. Bai Sen not to be angry with Teacher Zhang. He was a low-level teacher and didn't quite understand what he was doing. The young man shouted furiously, asking who he was. He should immediately get out of there and go to hell. Master Zhang is equal to his mentor Lu Sheng, and he dares to insult him. He wants to die. When those present heard Bai Xian's words, they were deeply shocked. Shocked, Shang thought, Mr. Bai Sen's father is the king of the south, and he was equal to his majesty King Shenzhou. He said that Zhang was equal to his mentor. The stunned young men stood with their eyes wide, not understanding what was going on. Frowning, Elder Mo wondered how it came to be that Teacher Zhang was considered the strongest. Bai Sen shouted that Master Zhang was a master of calligraphy and painting. His strength was 3 times greater than his. Zhang wondered how he could now hide his strength after that. The king's son shouted that Elder Shang had said that Master Zhang was stupid and insignificant. He was seeking his own destruction. Shang replied that he did not dare to disagree. Frowning, Bai Sen replied correctly that he did not dare. He was lucky that he was the one threatening, not Master Zhang. He had not yet mastered control of his new power. Everyone was amazed by his words about controlling his power. According to Master Zhang, he was stronger than Elder Shan, but how was that possible? Coughing, Zhang Huang thought that he just wanted to sit quietly and not show his new power. Now that was impossible. Chief Wang once again asked him to take his son Wang Tao as a disciple. Let him become his teacher. Angered, Bai Sen shouted, "Who is he? He is also seeking the teacher's patronage. Does he really want to take his place?" Frowning, Zhang Huang replied that Wang Tao could come to his classes as an auditor. Later, he would consider his official enrollment. At that moment, Elder Shan felt as if he had been struck when Zhang accepted Wang as an auditor. The king's son asked if there was anything else that needed to be settled. If so, he would help him. But a little later, He asked him for a painting lesson. Zhang replied that there was something else. He told Elder Shan that now that the will detector had passed, it was time to pay the bills. At that moment, Chao Xiong shouted that Zhang would not succeed. Even if he lost the detector, the most he would get was 100 lashes. They couldn't take away his license. They couldn't take it away without good reason. There was nothing wrong with his teaching. He didn't force his students to take risks. Although it wasn't easy, he passed the teaching test. Even the Teachers Guild couldn't revoke his license just like that. What would Zhang do? Zhang Huang asked Elder Mo if this was true. He replied that it was absolutely true. It is impossible to revoke a license without valid reasons. The young man asked why he hadn't warned him when he was placing his bet. Mo replied that he was sure he would lose. If he really wanted to revoke someone's teaching license, there was only one option. The Grandmaster or Assistant Grandmaster must confirm the decision to revoke the license and report it to the Teachers Guild. The guy wondered where to find them. Where could he get them? Even if he did find them, how could he persuade them to pay attention to their bet? At that moment, a student reported that a lady named Huang Yu said she wanted to find Teacher Zhang. Delighted, Bai Sen shouted that Huang Yu had also come here. Elder Mo told them to let her in, and the student opened the door for Huang Yu. When the girl entered, she greeted the elder and bowed to Master Zhang. Everyone present knew that she was the daughter of the head of the Teachers Union, Mr. Huang. Bai Sen said that Huang Yu was currently serving as the Grandmaster's assistant. Elder Shang thought that Zhang Huang had been sent by heaven to destroy him. The Wang family had given him his disciple. Bai Sen was protecting him. And when a Grandmaster was needed, she appeared. Shang Bin couldn't understand how Zhang knew these people. Shang Bin thought Zhang was trash. Teacher Zhang asked Huang Yu if she was really the Grandmaster's assistant. The girl replied that she was lucky to have met Teacher Liu, who asked for help at the right time. She was told that Teacher Chao Xiong had initiated the bet but was not fulfilling the conditions. Huang Yu asked why this dispute had arisen in the first place. The teacher harbored a petty grudge because of the unequal dispute and now wants to frame his colleague. If such a person continues to teach, sooner or later, he will completely tarnish Hong Ting's reputation. She does not think he is worthy of his license, so it is worth preparing the documents for his dismissal. Stunned, Chao Xiong thought that if you are a teacher, you are respected everywhere. But after dismissal, this man will become more useless than trash. No one will show mercy. He worked so hard to get his license. He never thought he would lose everything like this. And all because he picked on a failed teacher. He won't accept it. He won't give up. He shouted, "Not so fast. Zhang still has 0 points on his teaching exam." The Teachers Guild will also be interested to know that he drove his students crazy. After checking these facts, he will definitely be fired. Looking indifferently at Zhang, Huang replied that it didn't matter. Chao Xiong would still be the first to be expelled. Shocked by his words, Chao Xiong fell to the floor. Excited, Shang Bin shouted, "Teacher Chao!" Zhang Huang shouldn't relax. After he got Chao Xiong out of his way, he definitely wouldn't have a peaceful life. Elder Shang said that Zhang's teaching was indeed questionable. Mrs. Huang and Elder Mo had now heard the truth. He really drove his student crazy. He got 0 points on the exam. He hopes the Teachers Guild will be fair and remove him from Hong Ting. Elder Mo said that if this is true, then they need to review some facts. Zhang realized that he had underestimated them. They also know how to use rules for their own benefit. Despicable people go all the way. As long as you sit quietly, the administration doesn't care. If you cross the line, you won't get away with it. But if he gets fired, his situation will be no better than Chao Xiong's. It seems he will no longer be able to hide his power. He tried to say who he really was, but suddenly, Shen Bi interrupted him. She said that now everything was finally clear to her. He no longer needed to justify himself. The elder said that Zhang had received 0 points on the exam, but they had recently asked several questions. They were from the list of questions for the teacher's exam. Not only did he answer all of them, but he also gave several options for solving various problems. At that moment, Bai Sen and Huang Yu shouted that they had also seen Master Zhang's knowledge, and the force of his punch was 49 din. Frowning, Shen Bi said that in that case it was even stranger that Teacher Zhang failed the test. How could he not get a single point? Head Wang replied that the exams were held behind closed doors at the Education Bureau and announced by members of the Bureau. The conclusion was that the 3rd rank had been assigned incorrectly. Teacher Shen shouted that this meant the Education Bureau had falsified Teacher Zhang's results. Elder Mo thought it was not surprising that Zhang did not say this. They were all colleagues. If this came to light, the relationship between the teachers would be ruined. To prevent this, he took on the heavy burden of being a failure. He silently endured all the humiliation, but lost the wisdom of a teacher. Isn't that what it means to be a teacher? Isn't the one who, like a mountain, stands up to all the injustices of the world, right? Of course, yes. Head Wang said that Teacher Zhang suffered for the sake of friendship in the team. Shen Bi added that he bore the burden of humiliation for not revealing their ignorance. Shocked, Elder Shang couldn't believe he was being accused of falsifying results. What ignorance? How did this happen? Zhang Huang thought he just wanted to say that he had been assessed inaccurately. How did the situation take such a turn? Elder Shang shouted that he needed a reason to frame him. Why would the head of the Education Bureau and a successful teacher pay attention to a minor newcomer? Elder Mo asked if he really needed more evidence. He could have done it for his grandson so that he would become the best. Teacher Zhang had promising abilities and knowledge at such a young age. He would stand out, so he simply swept him out of the way. Shang thought that he had not paid attention to Zhang before. Only today did he turn against him. Would they believe him that he only knew the unsuccessful teacher? Turning to Zhang, he thought maliciously that it was all because of him. He was just pretending to be an innocent lamb. The elder shouted furiously at Zhang Huang, but suddenly lost his balance and fell to the floor. Looking at Shan Mo, he said that he was pretending to be sick, even though he would have broken his own skull if he had done something like that. He had no shame or conscience. Teacher Shen asked how such a person could lead the teaching staff. Wang Hu said that his license should also be revoked. Elder Shang did not understand what was happening. He became so angry that he began coughing up blood. But then he literally let go. It was as if he had gotten rid of a long-standing constipation. At that moment, it dawned on him, and he shouted to stop. To say that he failed him on the exam was a smart move. After all, there was no evidence of his innocence. But how would he explain the student who had gone mad? He was under his patronage. What could he say in response? Zhang Huang thought that the student who had gone mad was the fault of the former Zhang. That couldn't be changed now. Elder Shang shouted, asking why he didn't just admit his guilt. Let Bai Yu go and fetch Zhao Yanfeng from Mr. Lu Xing's class. Surprised, Wang Hong asked if Lu Xing was not the best teacher in Hongting. Shen Bi replied that he had the best chance of becoming a grand master. Thinking about it, Zhang Huang remembered that after that incident, he never showed up in class again. The old Zhang wasn't interested in his life. He was ashamed. Elder Shang said that Zhao Yanfeng was going to quit his studies, but Lu Sen took him as a student. After several months of training, he not only got rid of his mental problems and reached the peak of the first rank. Wang Hong thought that if he helped so quickly, Lu Sen was truly worthy of the title of the best. At that moment, Bai Yu announced to the elders that Zhao Yanfeng was here. Pointing to Zhang Huang, Elder Shang asked the young man if he knew this person. The young man said that it was his former teacher, Zhang Huang. Elder Shang said that he knew that Zhang Huang had driven him crazy during his training. He replied that it was true. Fortunately, teacher Lu Sen helped him recover. Otherwise, he would have said goodbye to his future as a fighter. Smiling, Shang said that Miss Huang and Elder Mo had heard everything themselves. It would be better to forget about the teacher's exam. Sooner or later, people would find out about it. And it couldn't be untrue. The student had confirmed everything in front of them. Elder Mo replied that he might as well not continue. Driving his student mad was sufficient grounds for dismissing the teacher. Elder Shan asked why Zhang was silent. If he was wrong about something, he could defend himself, but the final word still belonged to his former student. Sighing, Zhang Huang asked why. What could he say? It was true that his student had gone mad. Elder Shan was shocked that teacher Zhang admitted it so easily. He replied that of course he admitted it. He really did do it. Why make excuses? Frowning, Elder Shang shouted that the teacher had indeed driven his student mad. Such a person did not deserve to be a teacher. Teacher Zhang said, "Enough already. He's repeating himself. At his age, he shouldn't get so worked up or he might have a heart attack." Approaching the young man, Zhang asked if he was now studying under Lu Xing, which meant he must have made great progress. Let him show a couple of moves. The young man thought about it. Now everyone thinks that Zhang Huang has driven him mad. What's the point of a couple of moves? At that moment, Huang Yu told Zhang that they'd better discuss the details of his student's madness. Maybe it was caused by his teaching methods. Zhao Yanfeng said that he had asked Lu Xing about the practice that Zhang Huang had taught him. The teacher confirmed that it was wrong and could drive someone crazy. Interrupting him, Zhang Huang asked the young man to show what he had learned recently. Frowning, Huang Yu asked Zhao Yanfeng to do as teacher Zhang said. Let him show a couple of moves. He agreed to demonstrate his technique and perform a couple of strikes. Elder Mo said that despite his age, this guy had excellent control over his strength. Wang Hong agreed that he was quite skilled in martial arts. Frowning, Elder Shang thought that Lu Sen had eliminated the threat of the student going crazy. That was what Zhang wanted to see. Suddenly, he noticed that Zhang Huang was standing with his eyes closed. He didn't understand why he had asked to be shown and wasn't even watching. Stopping, Zhao Yanfeng asked if that was enough. Zhang Huang replied yes. Elder Shang said that since he had confessed himself, there was no need to waste time. They had proof and a confession. No problem. But Zhang Huang replied that they should not rush. Since everyone wanted to hear his explanation, he was ready to tell them. Smiling, teacher Zhang said that he had deliberately driven him mad. Everyone present was shocked by his words. Elder Shang said that Master Zhang had admitted that he deliberately put his students in danger by mocking them. Now everything was clear. Looking sadly at Master Zhang, Huang Yu thought that she really wanted to help him but couldn't. Clenching his fists, Zhao Yanfeng said he didn't understand what he had done to Master Zhang. Did he really want to hurt him that much? He was his student. And Zhang deliberately gave him the wrong technique and deprived him of his sanity. Why? Zhang Huang sighed and replied that he still didn't understand. The young man asked furiously what exactly he didn't understand. He wondered if teacher Zhang was trying to drive him crazy again. Turning to Huang Yu and Elder Zhang, he asked if they had also failed to see it. Huang Yu thought he had driven him mad, that they should have seen it. Zhang Huang said that since no one had seen it, he would explain. This student had congenital stiffness of the points. The girl thought that it was not even a body type but a disease. In such people, the passages near the acupuncture points are narrowed, which prevents the passage of qi. Even if such people train, they usually do not rise above the first rank. The second rank is extremely rare among such patients. The guy replied that this couldn't be true. He didn't feel any obstacles during training. He couldn't have congenital stiffness of the points. Turning around, Zhang asked him to answer whether he had encountered difficulties in gathering qi before he went mad. Every time he tried to gather energy, his body felt like it was splitting apart. Zhao asked in surprise how he knew that. Elder Shang shouted that it didn't make sense. Even if Zhao Yanfeng really had congenital stiffness of the points, why did he drive him mad? Frowning, Zhang asked again what that had to do with anything. Let him ask how they would describe a person who had gone mad. He replied that energy is released from the body. It is impossible to control, and the person falls into madness. Just don't say that he deliberately used this state to destroy the blockages around his acupuncture points, to make the passage free. Stunned, Huang Yu asked if this was even possible, to use the uncontrollable energy to destroy the restrictions itself. Elder Mo replied that if this were true, it would be too risky, but in theory, it was a good way to improve. Teacher Zhang asked the guy, now that he had achieved success, did he still feel as if his body was splitting when he gathered qi? The guy thought that every time he trained, his body hurt terribly, but when the state of madness passed, it stopped. He said it was gone. Zhang said that the power in the body of someone who has gone mad is so strong that it flows out of the body in a large stream, but it is still not capable of completely destroying the barriers. But it slows down the worsening of the situation, allowing the qi energy to flow more or less calmly, so he let him go mad to achieve this. He planned further steps that would smooth out the peculiarities of his body, but not only did he leave without saying goodbye, he also began to consider him an enemy. Elder Shang shouted that he was lying. It was impossible, and besides, if it were true, he should have told his student about it. He would not have left him. Teacher Zhang replied that if he had known about his uncontrollable state, it would have ceased to be so. He would have definitely refused. They didn't have to believe him. He knew it was shocking. Just now he had seen Zhao at the peak of the first rank, only one step away from the second. The student said that Teacher Lu had promised him that if he worked hard, he would reach the second rank in 6 months. Chief Wang said that Zhao had average talent, so such a short period of time was already an achievement. It was obvious that Lu was a true master. Smiling, Zhang Huang asked again, 6 months? That's too long. He would help Zhao Yanfeng advance to the next rank in just half an hour. Surprised, Shen Bi asked if that was possible. Elder Mo told him it would be difficult even in 6 months, but the teacher said half an hour. Elder Shang said that training is not a quick fix. The problem cannot be solved in one go. Time and consistency are important here. It is impossible to do it in half an hour. Smiling, Zhang Huang asked if they didn't believe him. Zhao Yanfeng thought that Zhang had driven him mad in order to cure him. Is it possible that he just wants to help him? He doesn't think that's possible. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Zhang said he didn't blame him for not believing him. But if he was cautious, it would take 6 months. Let him choose. The young man thought about it. Zhang had correctly diagnosed him, but reaching the second rank in half an hour seemed like a dream. But if he was telling the truth, having made up his mind, Zhao Yanfeng replied to Teacher Zhang that he was ready to try. Teacher Zhang promised that he would not regret it. He told Zhao to kneel down and clear his mind. He uses silver needles to expand the qi passages around his points. All that remained was for him to take a step to the new rank. A few minutes later, Zhao Yanfeng had a breakthrough. He reached the initial level of the second rank of Dantian. The shocked guy couldn't believe that in just a moment he was in the second rank. Those present couldn't believe that this was really the next rank. In just a moment, he had moved to another rank. Surely this wasn't a dream. With just a needle, Zhang Huang had helped his student advance to the next rank. Hitting his forehead on the floor, Zhao Yanfeng shouted his gratitude to Teacher Zhang. He had been so rude and ignorant. How could he have abandoned him for Teacher Lu Xian? He really hoped he would have the opportunity to return. Wang thought it took a lot of effort to cross the border of the first rank. This boy did it so easily. Why didn't this teacher meet him earlier? He shouted that he knew his son had average talent, but if Teacher Zhang accepted him, he would also become his student. At that moment, Bai Sen shouted, asking if he had any conscience. He wanted to get 2 for the price of 1. He told Master Zhang not to pay any attention to him. Let him pay attention to him instead. He was already at the peak of the 5th rank and really wanted to be his student. If his title bothered him, he would give it up. Frowning, Zhang Huang replied that they would talk about it later. Looking at Zhao Yanfeng, he asked if he still thought he had acted rashly when he drove him crazy. The young man replied that Teacher Zhang only wanted to help him. He had been so foolish and begged him to forgive him. Turning around, Zhang Huang asked Elder Shan if he had anything to say. The elder thought that he could not justify himself in the situation with the test, and he had also proven that he had led his student astray for his own good. At that moment, Elder Mo said that Shan no longer needed to say anything. He would deliver his verdict right away. Teacher Chao Xiong deliberately slandered his colleague and would be suspended from teaching. He was also sentenced to 100 strokes of the rod. As for Shan Bin, he tried to frame his colleague, so he will also be stripped of his license until the trial. As for Elder Shan, not only did he fail to help the young teacher, but he also hindered him and resorted to falsifying the exam results. He is removed from his position as director. Shocked, Elder Shan realized that he had been accused of falsifying the exam results. It was all because of his grandson's whim. Elder Mo apologized to Zhang for disturbing him today. The administration is to blame for having such scoundrels among them. He replied that everything was fine. He believes that such people exist in any team. Elder Mo promised that he would appeal to the guild to make an objective decision and would definitely let them know. When everyone left, Elder Shang and his grandson Shang Bin sat on the floor confused. Zhang Huang sighed that thanks to the arrival of clan leader Wang Bai Xing and Huang Yu, everything was over. He also made amends to Zhao Yanfeng. But why didn't Huang Yu and Bai Sen go home and still pursue him? Today he realized that the only way to always be in good standing, that was to become a famous teacher, that is, a grandmaster. But before that, he had to become a grandmaster's apprentice. Turning around, Zhang asked Miss Huang how he could become a grandmaster's disciple. She replied that it was all a matter of luck. If a grandmaster noticed and appreciated him, he might well be invited to become his assistant. Surprised, Zhang asked what about her bookstore. She replied that although she was lucky that Master Lu appreciated her, she lacked life experience. Therefore, she followed his instructions. He told her to choose a crowded place, open a small shop, and develop herself by observing the world and society. He asked what exactly Master Lu Sheng's test was. Why did he tell her to learn in this particular way? Bai Sheng said that Master Luo's collection included a painting called Ink-Tail Daylily. They both wanted it, so Master Luo had set up this competition. Frowning, Zhang Huang thought about the painting. It was painted by Master Mo Chenzi himself. They don't think in terms of painting. Why do they need it? The girl said they weren't such big connoisseurs, so it was just a gift. They both liked it. He said he would give it to whoever passed the test. Master Zhang knows a lot about painting and calligraphy. Bai Sen asked if he could teach them to critique as accurately as he does. They would be grateful. Zhang thought about it. He could point out flaws thanks to the Heavenly Way library, but he knew nothing about painting. How could he teach them? At that time, Elder Hong Han came to teacher Lu Xun's class at the Hong Ting Academy. He said that Lu Xun was a true teacher, and many students were proud of his patronage. Most students were willing to do anything to get into his class. Lu Xing replied that he was flattering him. He was just doing what he had to do for the new generation. The elder said that if he thought so, he should just look at the progress of his students. Of the top 100, more than 70 had joined him. He replied that it was an honor for him to impart knowledge to gifted students. But why did Hong Hao turn to him? He can help him with something. He will do what is necessary. The elder said that he actually did have business with him. They were friends with his father, and Sen had grown up before his eyes. He was honest and would help him. Sighing, Lu Sen asked him not to mention his father. He was such a bore. The guy asked what the matter was. Hong Hao replied, Zhang Huang. Surprised that a guy who didn't score a single point on the exam had crossed paths with the elder, Lu Sen asked if this was the same guy who had driven the student crazy. He confirmed it. Hong Hao thought that after what Zhang had done in his restaurant, the business was no longer profitable. If it weren't for his status, he would have taught him a lesson himself. Lu Xian replied that he was just a failed teacher. Sooner or later, he would be fired. What a problem. Smiling, Hong Hao said that he was indeed a small fry. He had heard that if Zhang did not find a single student, he would be fired. Therefore, he would like to ask Lu Xing to lure his students to his class. As the best teacher, Hong Ting, it would be easy for him to do so. It will be difficult to teach the teacher with his students, but if he has no students, everything will be much easier. There is no need to hesitate. He hasn't forgotten Zhao Yanfeng's experience. If they allow this Zhang to continue teaching students, they will surely repeat the same mistake. After thinking it over, Lu Sen replied that it was fine. He would announce today that he was interested in his students. Elder Hong Hao promised that he would not remain in debt and would definitely treat him at his restaurant. At that moment, the grandson of the clan leader, Wang Yan, came to the teacher. Lu Sen asked what was the matter. Embarrassed, the boy tried to say something. Lu Xian asked if he was having trouble with his studies. Elder Hong Hao said that teacher Lu was the best teacher in Hong Ting. he would answer any of his questions. Falling to his knees, Wang Yao said that he wanted to leave his class and hoped that Teacher Lu could help him. The teacher was stunned. People wanted to study with him more than anything else in the world, and he was just leaving. He asked what had happened. Maybe someone was threatening him. Wang Yao replied that it was his own decision. The head of his clan also agreed with this. Teacher Lu said that if he left his class, no other teacher would dare to take him. The young man replied that if he left, he would have the opportunity to attend Teacher Zhang's lectures. Let him fulfill his request. Shocked, Lu Sen thought about leaving him to become an auditor in Zhang's class. Wasn't he the worst teacher in the academy? If he left him, he would not be able to listen to his lectures either. He understood this perfectly well. Elder Hong Hao was also shocked. Teacher Lu asked if Wang Yao knew that Zhang's student had once gone mad because of him. He wants to study with such a teacher. At that moment, Zhao Yanfeng entered. Lu Sen said he was just in time. Wang Yao wants to leave his class and transfer to Teacher Zhang. He asked him to tell him about his time studying with Teacher Zhang, so that he would understand that this was a foolish decision. Falling to his knees, Zhao Yanfeng replied that he wanted the same thing Wang Yan was asking for. He also wants to go to Teacher Zhang as an auditor. Stunned, Lu Xian asked in amazement if he was going there too. Had he forgotten that Zhang had driven him crazy? He used to be angry with him. The young man replied that Mr. Zhang had been very kind to him, but last time he had left without saying goodbye. He hoped the teacher would grant his request. Shocked, Lu Xun couldn't understand since when madness had become a kind service. He had simply jumped ship, and that was the right thing to do. Sighing, he said that since it was their deliberate decision, he would release them both. The boys thanked the teacher. The boys smiled at each other. It was great that they would be able to attend lectures together. Teacher Lu shouted, "Stop!" But he didn't have time to finish. They ran away so quickly that he didn't even have time to say anything. Angry, Lu Sen cursed fiercely. He shouted that Zhang Huang didn't know what he was getting himself into. He had provoked him himself. Lu Sen shouted for Zhu Hu to come to him. He ordered him to go to Teacher Zhang and deliver a letter declaring enmity. Tell him that in half a month, at the freshman competition, he would challenge him to a teaching contest. Upon hearing about the declaration of hostility, Hong Hao was stunned. Could it really be at the freshman competition? An enraged Lu Xun shouted at the insolent man, how dare he poach his students? If he was so brave, he should answer for his actions. Elder Hong Hao asked if he really wanted to evaluate the teacher. Lu Sen replied that their students would be at stake. When Zhang lost, he would take them back. Lu Xian thought he was going to attract the Grandmaster's attention to become his assistant. Now that his students were leaving him just to attend Zhang's classes, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? He couldn't lose face. At that moment, in Zhang Hua's class, the students were worried if everything would be okay. Suddenly, the classroom door was kicked in and shattered into tiny pieces. The guy who appeared in the doorway shouted, "Where is Teacher Zhang Huang? I need him." The students shouted, "Who is he? How dare he come into someone else's classroom and destroy it?" Zhao Yao told Yuan Dao to control himself. This was Zhu Hong, who had ranked 4th in the entrance exams. Smiling, Zhu Hong said he was glad they recognized him. He had a letter from Teacher Lu summoning Zhang to a teacher evaluation in half a month. Surprised, Zhao Yao thought about it. Lu Sen was the most famous teacher in the academy, but how could he challenge Teacher Zhang? Throwing the letter at them, Zhu Hong said that their teacher had angered Teacher Lu, so this was a declaration of war. Let them give it to him later. If he doesn't dare to accept the challenge, let him admit defeat and apologize in Teacher Lu's class. Waving his hand, Zhu Hong said he hoped he would not be ashamed. At that moment, Zheng Yang shouted, "Stop!" He destroyed their classroom door, insulted the teacher, and spoke about him without the slightest respect. He would have to apologize. Smiling, Zhu Hu asked if he really wanted him to apologize. A moment later, Zhu Hu's leg flew swiftly toward the stunned boy. From the sudden crushing blow, Zheng Yang lost his balance and flew to the side. Smiling at the crushed guy, Zhu Hu said he wasn't going to do it in front of them. Angered, Zhao Yao shouted fiercely, her eyes flashing, that he had gone too far. She attacked Zhu Hu, trying to strike him, but the guy easily dodged her. A moment later, he retaliated with a kick, throwing her aside. Excited, Yuan Dao shouted in fear, "Zhao Yao!" At that moment, Zhu Hu shouted, "Where are you looking? He's here!" He rushed towards the guy and delivered a crushing blow. An agitated Wang Yin rushed to Zhao Yao's aid, asking if she was all right. At that moment, Zhu Hu appeared next to her and asked how her family could even recognize this scum as a teacher. Zheng Yang, who had gotten to his feet, shouted how dare he talk like that about their teacher. Deflecting the guy's attack, Zhu Hu shouted that he seemed to lack training. Now he would fill in the gaps. He fiercely attacked Zheng Yang and began to deliver powerful, crushing blows. In a couple of moments, he knocked Zheng Yang off his feet again and threw him aside. Looking at the defeated students, Zhu Hu shouted that they were a bunch of trash. This was just a small lesson. Tell the teacher to apologize immediately. Otherwise, at that moment he heard the question, otherwise what? Zhang Huang and Yang Li appeared in the doorway. Zhang Huang said that the boy had not finished. Otherwise what? Frowning, Zhu Hu continued, "Otherwise, wait for your teacher's defeat in this assessment." Teacher Zhang replied that it was not for him to judge victory or defeat. Let him go back and tell his teacher that the challenge was accepted. He thought it was difficult to get rid of Bai Sen and Huang Yu. He did not expect this from Lu Sen. He has hundreds of students, and because of one, such a commotion. Smiling, Zhu Hu headed for the exit and said as he walked away that he wished him luck. Yuan Dao said that he had spoken disrespectfully about him, destroyed the classroom, and beaten them up. If they let him go like that, they would be admitting that they were incapable of anything. Turning around, Zhu Hu asked if they wanted anything else. They were students of the worst teacher, and it didn't matter if they had a door or not. Did they really want to teach him a lesson? They shouldn't even dream of it. If they want to see how insignificant their position is once again, let them try. Looking at Yuan Dao, Zhang Huang asked if he wanted to teach him a lesson. The boy asked if he had a chance. He replied, "Of course." Although Yuan Dao was the weakest, he was the most talented. Therefore, he would show him a technique. With it, he would make this student regret his words. Just don't overdo it. Just make sure the fight is fair. Don't go too far. Laughing, Zhu Hu asked if he really wanted to send this pig-like guy out to collect money. If any of them learn how to defeat him, he will not only pay the expenses but also give that person 1,000 gold coins. Zhang asked the winner for 1,000. The guy replied, "Of course. These brats need to train for at least 10 years to have a chance of winning." Laughing, Zhang Huang said that they had an opportunity to earn money. Yuan Dao would be the first, and let him remember to hit carefully. Don't worry, he'll show him 3 simple steps that will help him win. Mocking him, Zhu Hu asked why he was teaching him how to fight right before the battle. 3 simple steps. He was afraid that the teacher was a little too late. Zhang Huang told the others to come over too. Perhaps in the future, it would bring them victory as well. The guy was skeptical, but Yang Li said he should trust the teacher. Since he said that Dao would win, then it would be so. Thinking that he had already been beaten, it didn't matter if he was beaten again. In any case, he was thick-skinned, so Yuan Dao agreed. Gathering his students around him, Zhang Huang told them to take note of this strike. He demonstrated the first step, left hand forward, fingers fully extended. The second step was to move the left foot to the right, and the third strike was with the right hand. The students asked in astonishment, "Is that all?" Doubtful, Yuan Dao wondered if the teacher was joking. This was the most ordinary strike, and a low-level one at that. Frowning, Zhu Hu thought about teaching such terrible strikes, especially against an opponent. Actually, he could see everything. Zhang patted the guy on the shoulder and said that these steps were simple. If he used them correctly, he would easily win. Let him show him. Yuan Dao thought that he knew he was weak, but this technique was even weaker than he was. But it didn't matter. He would just do it. Frowning angrily, Zhu Hu asked if he really wanted to fight him. The guy just doesn't understand what he's getting himself into. Zhu Hu gritted his teeth and rushed into the attack. At that moment, Yuan Dao heard his teacher's voice telling him to use the steps he had shown him, but to switch his hand and foot first. The guy realized that this was a chi connection with his teacher. Zhang told him that in the last movement he should strike with one finger, but exactly 3 inches lower. Seeing Yuan Dao's outstretched hand, Zhu Hu realized that he wanted to use the move he had learned. It was worse for him. At that moment, gritting his teeth, Yuan Dao decided that he had to trust his teacher. Suddenly shocked, Zhu Hu realized that the last step was not a strike. It was a place. How did he know about his vital point? At that moment, Yuan Dao struck with his fingers. Stunned, Zhu Hu fell to his knees, knocked down by the unexpected blow. Smiling at the young man, Yuan Dao asked what he was going to do now. Without giving his opponent time to recover, Yuan Dao delivered crushing blows. Surprised, Zheng Yang asked how he had suddenly become so strong. Yang Li smiled and replied that he had said their teacher was always right. Smiling, Zhang Huang told Yuan Tao that he was doing well, but he had said to be gentler. There was no need to destroy him. Sitting on his opponent and striking him, Yuan Tao turned around and replied, "Okay." The beaten Zhu Hu was amazed that the guy had crushed him with such a simple blow. Frowning, Yuan Tao asked what was wrong with simplicity. Maybe he wanted to try another blow on himself. Smiling, Zhang Huang told Yuan Tao that it was time for him to rest. Now it was the next person's turn. He said that now it was Zheng Yang's turn to try his hand. He had a good opportunity to practice. Stunned, Zhu Hu thought, didn't he want to let him go? Why send someone else at him? This guy couldn't block any of his blows, so he was sure to win. As the fat man had shown, if he followed these 3 steps, everything would be fine. He had to defeat him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain to his teacher how he had been beaten by weaklings. At that moment, Zheng Yang heard his teacher's voice. Yuan Tao's third strike was universal against this opponent. Everything else was up to him. Looking at the attacking Zheng Yang, Zhu Hu thought that this loser was really serious. Grabbing the guy by the arm, Zhu Hu shouted that he knew he would do it. He thought that you don't get caught twice on the same hook. At that moment, he was punched in the face. Stunned, Ju-hoo realized it was a trick. He was only pretending to use those 3 steps. Cursing furiously, he shouted, "Take that!" and tried to strike back. But after dodging the swift attack, Jung Yang struck him in a vital spot. Enraged, Ju-hoo fell to the ground and shouted that they were scoundrels. They were constantly aiming for his vital point. Frowning, Jung Yang replied that in battle, it didn't matter how you won, but if he wanted, he would no longer target his vital point. At that moment, Ju-hoo was hit in the face. The guy thought he said he wouldn't hit there, but a blow to the face was no better. Where was the justice? Wouldn't it be better to give him a little rest? He hits either the vital point or the face. There was no point in such a battle. Ju-hoo shouted, "Stop!" He admitted defeat. Frowning, Jung Yang asked so quickly. Ju-hoo thought he was cursed. He would simply die if he continued to try. Laughing, Zhang Huang sent Zhao Yao into battle. Ju-hoo was stunned. Master Zhang told Wang Yin and Yang Li to get ready. After Zhao Yao finished, after all the battles were over, the wounded Ju-hoo lay on the ground. Yuan Dao said that he owed each of them 1,000 gold pieces plus the cost of the door. Stunned, Ju-hoo asked where the 10,000 came from. He owed each of them 1,000. The guy replied that the rest was the door fee. Their door wasn't very expensive, so it was only 5,000. But if he didn't want to pay, he asked the teacher if he could use the student as a sparring partner in exchange for compensation for the door. Zhang Huang replied, "Of course." At that moment, Ju-hoo shouted that he would pay. Did he have a choice? At that time, in Lu Senya's classroom, the teacher and Elder Hong Hao were waiting for the student to return to find out if Zhang Huang would accept the challenge. Teacher Lu said that if he left this situation, how could he achieve success in Hong Ting? At that moment, Ju-hoo entered the classroom and fell to his knees before Teacher Lu. The stunned teacher could not recognize this boy with a battered face. He said that it was Ju-hoo. Shocked, Lu Sen said that he had only asked him to deliver a letter. What had happened to him? The boy replied that he had been beaten up. Angered, Lu Sen asked if Teacher Zhang had raised his hand against him despite his status. The boy replied that it was his students. Teacher Zhang hadn't touched him at all. Stunned, Lu Xian asked again, "Students? Do you mean Zhao Yao, Zheng Yang, and the others? How could they have beaten him? Even considering their good ranking, that couldn't be possible." He paid special attention to him. He was about to move up to a new rank. Even if they joined forces, they had no chance against him. Ju-hoo replied that it had been that way from the beginning, but then Teacher Zhang arrived. He showed them a 3-step technique. They gained the strength to defeat him. Lu Xing replied that it seemed they had learned about his vital point. 3 steps of cover. He thought that even knowing the vital point did not guarantee victory. Fighting is a much more difficult task, but at one level it could be decisive. Teacher Lu said that the students couldn't have come up with this themselves. This Zhang was not so simple. He thought that competing with him would require no effort, but now it seems he should pay attention to him. But that doesn't matter. He will help him advance to the next rank and he will become stronger. His life point would shift, and he would have a chance to take revenge. Ju-hoo thanked him. After thinking about it, Lu Xian said that Elder Hun should contact the Education Bureau to deal with this loser. The elder replied that it was not entirely within the power of the Education Bureau. They couldn't just expel a teacher like that. If they did, Zhang could complain to the Teachers Guild. And why would they want extra trouble? At that moment, Teacher Lu was called. Teacher Wang entered and greeted Teacher Lu and Elder Hong Hao. Excited, Lu Sen asked what had brought him there. Wang asked if they had heard the news from the Education Bureau. He said that Elder Shang had been dismissed and was now under investigation. This information came from the Teachers' Council. They were shocked that Elder Shan had been dismissed and could not understand how this had happened. Teacher Wang replied that he had heard that he was suspected of falsifying the test results of one teacher. This was revealed during the will detector test. Frowning, Lu Xing wondered if this was really related to the will detector initiated by Chao Xiong. He asked in surprise which of the teachers dared to accuse him of falsifying the results. Hong Han said that Shang had held this position for a very long time. How did this happen? He had a strong personality, good connections, and acquaintances even on the Teachers' Council. It must not be easy to remove him. Teacher Wang replied that he had heard that a teacher known for his poor academic performance, Zhang Huang, had greatly influenced this. Stunned, Ju-hoo thought that once again, Teacher Zhang was making his presence felt. Teacher Lu thought that because of him, his students had left the class, and his protégés beat up his best follower as if he were a failure. Elder Hong thought that Zhang had discredited the reputation of his restaurant, which he had built over decades, in one evening and quickly dealt with Director Hong Ting. They couldn't believe that all this was the work of the worst teacher in the academy. At that moment, Zhang Huang told his students to go home and practice. In half a month, they would take part in the teacher evaluation. He did not want to lose and really hoped that the students would help him. Let them go home early and rest before the intensive training. When the students went out into the courtyard, Yang Li told the others that Teacher Zhang was already at the 6th rank and had deliberately driven his student mad for the sake of healing. Even Bai Sen himself wants to become his student. What happened today in the tower allowed them to learn more. Zhang endured humiliation by keeping everything a secret. Therefore, he thinks that Lu Xian's challenge can be used to justify Teacher Zhang's name. He hopes that in these half a month, they will all try their best and perform well. Zhao Yao said that Teacher Zhang is an honest and noble man, and since he was unjustly humiliated, only his students can help him. They decided that everyone would train hard to perform well in the teacher evaluation and vindicate their mentor. Zhang Huang thought that he only had half a month. Zhao Yao and Wang Yin had proven themselves well. If they followed the advice, they would significantly increase their strength. Yang Li and Zheng Yang had good prospects. They were determined and capable young men. There was no need to worry about them either. But Yuan Dao became a fighter by accident. He had never trained professionally before. It was doubtful that he would be able to do it in half a month. The only way is to try to activate his horned dragon bloodline. But how to do that? Zhang Huang racked his brains trying to find a solution. Suddenly, he found himself back in the Heavenly Path Library and realized that the library had the answer to any question that concerned him. He came across a book called Methods for Activating Inherited Abilities. Zhang read that there were 3 ways. The first was training at a normal pace. The second was to take a special awakening medicine after accurately classifying the characteristics. The third was death or poisoning, fatal wounds, and bleeding. He thought, if it doesn't help, then what's the point of dying? Only the second method was suitable. Then he would have to go to the Pharmacists Guild. Perhaps in their library he would be able to find something about activating the ancient blood of Yuan Dao in the body of Zhao. Almost every profession has its own guild. For example, the Teachers Guild, the Blacksmiths Guild, the Builders Guild, or the Trainers Guild. Pharmacists are respected professionals and are no exception. Although they are not as revered as skilled teachers, they are also valued. After all, it is pharmacists who treat the wounded and speed up training. Without them, no fighter can exist. Because of this, the Alchemists Guild is very lively. Every day, many martial artists gather here to buy pills. The girl at the reception sat and hoped very much that there would be no annoying customers today. When she saw Zhang Huang, she smiled and asked how she could help. He replied that he wanted to ask if they sold books on drugs that help unlock hereditary abilities. She said that if he needed books, he should go to the Huang Yu bookstore. This is a guild of pharmacists. They don't sell books here. Waving his hands, Zhang said that the books he was looking for could not be found in a regular bookstore. Frowning, the girl replied that there were no books here. She thought he had come to the guild for a book. He also goes to restaurants for shoes. Seeing that the girl was no longer smiling, he wondered what her attitude was. He said that he believed their guild had a library. Could she show it to him? The girl replied that it was true. The guild did have a library. It consisted of 2 sections, basic and advanced. To enter the basic section, he had to be at least an apprentice pharmacist. Perhaps he was a pharmacist or his assistant. Zhang Huang asked in surprise, "An apprentice pharmacist?" After thinking for a moment, the young man inquired whether he could take an exam to become one. Frowning, the girl asked for more details about the exam. Could it be that he also wanted to join the Pharmacists Guild? The exam was held in another wing, and if he wanted, she would administer it. She thought he was ready to lie about his knowledge of medicine to attract the girl's attention. She would see how far he would go. Zhang asked what the exam tested, what books he needed to read. She thought she would put up with stupidity and even flattery, but if he really wanted to impress her, he could at least lie about his knowledge. She replied that the exam would test knowledge of the properties of more than 100,000 herbs, the history of alchemy, and the origins of the Pharmacists Guild. Smiling, Zhang asked if that was all. It was too simple. Where could he find books on these subjects? He would start right away. The surprised girl thought that it was not enough to simply memorize the names and properties of about 100,000 herbs, but to be able to trace the results of their combinations. She had a good memory, but even she sometimes got confused with this information. She understood perfectly well that he was just showing off in front of her. She told him to follow her. Books for preparation were sold near the exam hall. When they arrived, the girl greeted Uncle Lee. He asked if she wanted to buy a book for the exam. The girl replied that this time it was not her but this gentleman. He said he wanted to try to pass the exam. Uncle Lee said that the registration fee was 2,000 gold coins. If he passed, the money would be refunded. In case of failure, it would go to the guild. This was done so that anyone who failed would not waste the examiner's time. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied, "Okay." He thought that after the incident with the appraiser, he had a lot of money. The girl thought that he was also rich. It would take her and her uncle several months of work to pay that amount, but he simply took it out of his pocket. Uncle Lee said that the exam would take place in 2 hours, so let him go and not be late. Frowning, Zhang Huang thought that it was a 2-hour walk from Hongting to the guild, so going home was not an option. He asked if he had any books to prepare for the exam. Lee said that if he wanted to review, of course. Everything he needed was in that room. He could read the books or buy them, but he shouldn't get too carried away. He only had 2 hours. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that he would just look. He wouldn't buy anything. The girl thought he was playing well, but she would see what he would do when playing was no longer useful. She heard noises from the next room and realized that the guy was just flipping through the pages. She didn't understand what he was doing. At that moment, Li said that maybe he was just looking for the right book. She shouldn't worry about him. She needed to prepare herself too. There wasn't much time. She thought that to gain knowledge in any profession, one had to work hard and diligently. You couldn't get everything in 2 hours. Closing the book, Zhang Huang thought that in alchemy, you could achieve success by simply following the recipe and mixing everything according to the book, but now he didn't think so. No wonder there weren't many true master pharmacists. And that was just alchemy. Some people were masters of several professions. Looking at the book, the girl couldn't concentrate. She thought that this guy was pretending too well. 2 hours had already passed. Seeing the guy, Li asked if he was leaving already. You can't breathe before you die. Opening the door to the classroom, he heard one guy say that this time the examiner would be the most famous alchemist in Tianchuan. The only 1-star advanced alchemist from the Ouyang Guild. The second guy said he was counting on the pharmacist Du Man. He is very strict. At that moment, the examiner entered and said that he was sure that each of them was capable of passing this test. Anyone caught cheating would be expelled and deprived of the right to take the exam forever. This is the most important condition. There are 3 sections to the exam. The first is a written test. The second is identifying the properties of an ingredient against the clock, and the third stage is the easiest. They will simply check their combat rank. Now that they know everything they need to know, they will begin the first section. Their task is to write a test. They are given exactly 1 hour to do so. Seeing the stack of papers, Zhang Huang was amazed at how much there was to cover in an hour. In the past world, all tests were also based on tests and questions with detailed answers. The examiner said that the assignments had been handed out and they could begin. There wasn't much time. Smiling, Zhang Huang thought that the preparation books he had leafed through would help him now. Putting his hand on the sheets, he learned about their shortcomings. The exam sheet was made of the thinnest bamboo sticks. The flaw was its low quality. He was shocked. He didn't need to know the properties of the paper. He was interested in the answers to the questions. He realized that this was not the way to find the shortcomings of herbs. He needed to try to focus on the essence of the question and read the first question. Once in the Heavenly Way library, he saw books with the necessary information. Smiling, Zhang Huang thought that things were moving forward and began to mark the correct answers. The examiner was shocked to see Zhang Huang turning the pages so quickly. He thought that it seemed like another son of rich parents wanted to try his luck. Each exam is different from the previous one. It is useless to memorize questions from the previous test. He will not succeed. Seeing that Zhang Huang had put down his pen, Ouyang Cheng was amazed that this guy had written so quickly. It took him so little time. Yes, he just gave up. At that moment, Zhang Huang smiled and asked to be notified when the next stage began. The examiner replied that he should wait outside. They would tell him his results. But if there was no invitation, he would go home. The assistant asked if the teacher would check his work now. Ouyang Cheng replied that he didn't think he was worth his attention. It would only spoil his mood. Seeing Zhang come out, Uncle Li asked in surprise why he had left so early. Was it already over? He still had an hour left. Smiling, the girl said that the exam was probably too difficult. He just gave up. Looking at her, Zhang Huang wondered why this girl disliked him so much. An hour later, the teacher said that time was up. Everyone should put their papers on the tables and wait outside the door. Those who passed would be notified. At that moment, the pharmacist entered and asked how Ouyang's brother, who was checking the papers, was doing. How many had passed the first stage? He urgently needed a student. Ouyang replied that he should just look at the answers. They were meaningless. He was afraid that this time the guild would be left without a new apprentice. Pointing to the work, the pharmacist asked what about this work. Surely he hadn't noticed it. He replied that it was written by a cheater who wrote the answers without even looking at the questions. He just didn't want to get even more angry. Smiling, the pharmacist took the work and decided to see what was there. Even if he didn't look at the sheet, everything was clear without it. Teacher Ouyang said that people like him don't understand the value of their profession if they think that their parents' money and a little cunning will help them. But the astonished pharmacist replied that he would just take a look. The teacher asked if this guy's answers were really that absurd. But when he looked through Ouyang Cheng's work, he was amazed. He couldn't understand how it was possible. He was shocked that there was not a single mistake in this work. The pharmacist said that all the answers were correct, even though some of the questions were so difficult that even he couldn't answer them. Stunned, Ouyang Cheng thought that he himself had seen the boy finish the work in half the time. But how did that happen? Could he have misunderstood? While waiting for the results, Zhang thought that it turned out that the library could not only copy books, but also accelerate the assimilation of the knowledge he had acquired by his mind. This could be used to speed up the process of using the library. All the knowledge he had gained in that room was now his. At that moment, the assistant came out and asked for attention. The guys whispered that it was Hua Hua's student. He was Duman's assistant pharmacist. Smiling, the girl thought that his lie would finally be exposed. The results were about to be announced. It would be interesting to see how he would abruptly break character. The assistant announced that 3 people had passed the written test. One was Sun Tao from Luyuan City. He scored 91 out of 100. The delighted young man shouted that it was him. Could he really have passed? Next was Qian Wenman from Ziyun City, who scored 90 points out of 100. And finally, the third to pass was Zhang Huang from Tianchuan City. The assistant hesitated. He was stunned and couldn't believe that this guy had managed to score 100 out of 100. Hearing this, the other candidates were also amazed that this guy had scored 100 out of 100 and had not made a single mistake. The assistant told the 3 people he had named to go with him for the second stage. The girl thought, 3 names have been called, but this guy isn't there. That means he's leaving. At that moment, the assistant shouted that Zhang Huang should go to the auditorium. The girl was stunned when she realized that it was the same guy. She said that couldn't be. Smiling, Zhang Huang waved to her and said that it was him and it was time for him to go. The shocked girl was amazed that he had scored 100 on the test. Could it be that he really didn't know about the exam and just read the books? A stunned Uncle Lee asked if this guy had really gotten a perfect score on the written test. The girl thought she had behaved foolishly. The teacher announced that the second stage was beginning. There were 10 samples in front of them. Their task was to write down the name and use of each one while the stick was lit. This test had to be passed perfectly in order to advance to the third stage. Taking the plant, Zhang Huang realized that it was greenus. The information in the heavenly library was the same as in the real world. Watching Zhang, Ouyang Cheng thought that this young man looked confident in the second stage. Could this young man really be a genius of alchemy? What if he had to deal with not only theory but also real herb? At that moment, Ouyang Cheng realized that the guy had finished before everyone else again. This simply couldn't be. Could he really be that talented? At that moment, a pharmacist approached him and asked what was going on. Ouyang Cheng replied that he should come and see for himself. After a while, the examiner announced that only one person had passed the second stage. He announced that it was Sun Tao from Luyuan City. The guy was incredibly happy. Frowning, Zhang Huang thought that this couldn't be true. He checked everything using the Heavenly Way library. How could this have happened? Turning to the pharmacists, Zhang Huang asked where he had gone wrong. The students were shocked. This guy had lost his mind. He was disrespectful to the masters. The teacher replied that he had written dragon scale herb instead of fish scale herb. But he shouldn't be upset. He had received the highest written score. This meant that he had a chance to become a pharmacist. He needed more practice, and next time everything would work out. He is still so young. He should take his time. If he continues in the same vein, he will definitely become a pharmacist's assistant. Zhang Huang asked if they were talking about this sample. Are they sure it's fish scale herb? The teacher replied, of course. The roots are similar to the description in the book, and the branches and leaves are greenish-gray, so what else could it be if not fish-scale grass? Did the guy really think he was wrong? Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that he would argue with him. Initially, he did not know what herbs would be offered in the second stage. He did not think it was worth making hasty decisions in such a situation. If he didn't believe his words, he could look at the book in the preparation room. The book overview of special herbs is at the end of the 7th row. Frowning, Ouyang Cheng ordered Hua Hua to bring the book here. Zhang said that on page 17 there is a detailed description of fish-scale herb. The teacher was amazed that he could remember the page. Even they did not know which herb would be on the exam. The possibility that he was being deceitful was ruled out. He remembers which shelf the book is on, its title, and the contents of each page. He has an excellent memory. Smiling, Zhang said that it was very similar to fish-scale herb, but it was not the same. It looked most like dragon-scale herb. As proof of this, in the upper right corner of the library, there is a book called A Brief Description of Rare Medicines. If they don't believe him, there is a sure way to find out. When cut, the stem of fish-scale grass will release a milky white liquid, while dragon-scale grass will release a yellowish liquid, dispels dampness and cold. Reaching out his hand, the pharmacist asked Zhang Huang to let him take a closer look. Waving the sample and feeling the cold, he said that it was definitely not fish-scale grass. Hua Hua asked if he needed to find a book to prove it. The teacher replied that it was not necessary. At that moment, one of the boys realized that if it wasn't fish-scale grass, then he had failed the second exam. Smiling, the teacher said that it seemed he was right. They had indeed made a mistake. Since it was indeed dragon-scale grass, he alone would proceed to the third stage. Shocked, Sun Tao fell down from the unexpected information. Handing Zhang the alchemist's badge, the teacher said that with it, he could enter the basic section of the library and buy goods in the shop at a large discount. After thanking the pharmacist, Zhang Huang thought that he had passed the exam and would finally be able to find something useful. Smiling, the teachers began to offer to teach Zhang so that he could become a pharmacist and have expanded access to pills. Smiling, Zhang thought that he was working in Hongting and in another world. If he also became a pharmacist, he would be taking on too much. He said that he was not going to choose a teacher yet. The teacher replied that he was too hasty and that Zhang should think everything through carefully. The pharmacist said that he should weigh all the pros and cons, but only with a teacher would he be able to quickly become a pharmacist. Zhang Huang asked if there were any drugs that could help reveal hereditary traits. Looking at the young man in surprise, the teachers asked him again about revealing hereditary traits. They said that such medications are individual for each person. They must be selected very carefully. The wrong medication can even be harmful. Frowning, Zhang Huang asked if there were any books on the subject and if he could borrow them. The teacher replied that these books were in the advanced section of the library. Only pharmacists of a special class had access to it. Even he could not lend it to him. This is very important information and should only be in the hands of wise specialists. Not everyone has access to it. The pharmacist said that if he really wanted to read such complex books, he should follow him. With such talent, he would soon achieve success. Moreover, after Zhang became a real pharmacist, he would be respected everywhere and would have an advantage in finding medicines. The young man asked why he promised so much but couldn't give him a single book. He wondered if he had wasted so much time in vain. Frowning, Ouyang Cheng said that it was true. Access to the advanced section is not given to just anyone. This is an important rule. If he wanted to find the information he needed, he would have to become a pharmacist. Zhang Huang asked how he could become one, saying he was willing to try. Patting Zhang on the shoulder, Du Mantu said that he was right to choose him. He shouted what Zhang Huang said. Frowning, Ouyang Cheng asked in surprise if he would try to become one. To become a pharmacist, one must train and study for many years. He wondered if this guy was trying to make fun of experienced professionals. He said that knowing the tavas was not enough. One must correctly identify, extract, and classify the benefits that a plant can provide. One must handle fire correctly. Mistakes are fatal. After thinking about it, Zhang Huang said that the teachers would evaluate him in half a month, and that he had to solve the problem during that time. Otherwise, what was the point of his efforts? Hearing the words half a month, both teachers were simply shocked. Teacher Cheng replied that he should not be overconfident. He was not yet 20. But he had already reached great heights and even broken the kingdom's record. He definitely would not be able to do it in half a month. He needed patience and endurance. Zhang replied that this was a problem. He would try to find another way. Teacher Cheng replied that pharmacists were always held in high esteem, and he had talent. Surely the years spent studying herbs had not been wasted. Frowning, Zhang Huang thought that he had actually spent only 2 hours on it. What years? He said he had other things to do. Since the pharmacist exam was so difficult, he would never pass it. He would look for another way. Teacher Cheng shouted for him to stop and not rush. There is another way to become a pharmacist. He told Duman that given his memory, it suited him better. Duman asked if he was talking about. He thought about it and realized that the consequences would be terrible. Not only would the punishment be severe, but he would also lose the opportunity to take the test for several years. Of course. But this was the only way to become a pharmacist quickly. Otherwise, he would need many years of training. The teachers looked at each other, deciding what to do. They were obliged to give him the information, but the decision was up to him. Looking at them, Zhang Huang asked why they looked so serious. What did they want to say? Teacher Cheng replied that there were 2 ways to become a pharmacist. The first was traditional. It involved gaining experience and passing an exam. The second way is not to make pills, but to discuss them. Stunned, Zhang Huang looked at them in confusion and asked for clarification about the discussion of pills. The teacher replied that he knew that the most respected profession was that of Grandmaster. Everyone knew that. A Grandmaster is knowledgeable not only in raising ranks but also in the work of a blacksmith, pharmacist, and so on. But it takes a long time to become a Grandmaster. After all, it takes a long time to become a master in several fields at once. Moreover, he cannot teach others if he does not have the proper status. To solve these problems, there is a discussion about pills. To become a pharmacist, you need a lot of practice. The only way to achieve success is to make pills endlessly. But a Grandmaster does not have time for that. He demonstrates his knowledge through discussion. Zhang clarified that to become a pharmacist, one does not have to make pills, but simply demonstrate their knowledge. The teacher replied that it is not that simple. You have to defend your knowledge against attacks from 10 alchemy experts. You have to discuss several aspects without making any mistakes. If you fail, you will be punished. Although discussing pills seems easier than the usual method, most people prefer the latter. Frowning, Zhang Huang asked why. The teacher replied that, to be honest, in any profession you can't get anywhere without practice. No matter how much time he spends on theory, no one can prove its correctness without practice. He would argue with dozens of masters, being much lower in rank. The winner was obvious. Zhang thought that he would not know until he tried. The teacher said that with this method, more than 1,000 talented people became pharmacists, but only about 5 alchemists became successful. Stunned, Zhang Huang asked how few. Only 5 out of 1,000. That's a terrible statistic. Ouyang Cheng replied that this was because there was a big difference between theory and practice. Many generations had not used this method and had forgotten about it. The young man thought that just because these people couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. The Heavenly Way Library could analyze the theory and turn it into practice. He said he had decided to participate in the discussion about pills and become a pharmacist. The stunned teachers asked Zhang Huan if he was aware of the consequences. To hold a discussion, 10 highly qualified alchemists with enormous status must be gathered in one place. Of course, they would not come for free on a whim. Therefore, the student who failed the discussion would pay each of them 100,000 gold coins. The second punishment is 10 divine blows. The third is that he will not be able to take the exam for 10 years. Frowning, Zhang said that this was a cruel punishment. He thought that if he paid each of them 100,000, it would be a whole million. Teacher Man said that this was precisely why this method had been abandoned for many years. There had not been a single debate about pills in hundreds of years. Frowning, Ouyang Cheng said that with his talent, it would be safer to follow the traditional path. Discussions were too risky. Smiling, Zhang replied that he had already made his decision and would participate in the discussion. He asked them to help him with the organization. Surprised, the teachers asked him again if he wanted help with the organization. He didn't want to do it now. Still smiling, Zhang Huang nodded and replied that he wanted to do it right now. The teacher asked if he knew at least the approximate participants and questions. He had only become an assistant and had not been involved in the necessary program. He said he could go to the basic section of the library and work there. The stunned teachers thought that there were about 100,000 books in the basic section. It would be impossible to read them all in 3 years. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that they should not worry. He would definitely review the entire section soon. They looked at the guy in shock, not believing that he was confident he would be able to prepare in time. Zhang Huang tried to reassure them, saying that he understood the danger and knew what he was doing. He just needed to get organized. He would definitely master everything. The teachers shouted, realizing the danger. He understands what he is doing. Does he know what the elixir should look like? Does he know how to properly cleanse the herbs? Smiling, Ouyang Cheng promised that he would take care of the arrangements right away. It would take until tomorrow. Let him spend his time wisely. But there would be no turning back. Smiling, Zhang Huang thanked them for their help. Turning around, Zhang Huang asked where the library was. The teachers fell silent. When he left, Duman asked if he was being too reckless. Ouyang Cheng replied that he was right. It was very rash. But had Duman seen it? This guy Zhang Huang was very confident. Sighing, the teacher replied that he didn't know if this confidence was based on reality. Teacher Cheng said that it was actually understandable why he was so cocky. He went to the library. You could send someone to follow his actions or teaching methods to understand what his secret is. When the sent person returned, they asked if he had found out what Zhang Huang was doing, what his teaching method was. Puzzled, Hua Hua replied that he didn't quite know. The guy was just flipping through the pages. Stunned, Ouyang Cheng told him to clarify what exactly he was leafing through. He replied that when he was there, Zhang didn't take anything special. Standard books like Basic Alchemy and How to Cleanse Medicinal Herbs, How to Preserve the Properties of Herbs, All About Alchemy Cauldrons, and others. Hearing the titles, the surprised Ouyang Cheng asked if these weren't the usual books that every pharmacist's assistant should know. This is the basics. This guy wants to participate in the discussion, but he reads books like these. He asked Hua Hua if he was sure that the guy was reading these books. He replied that he wasn't sure if he was reading them. Rather, he was browsing through them. He just kept flipping through them, and when he finished one, he would flip through another. The teachers were amazed that Zhang Huang was flipping through them all the time, every book to the end. Maybe he's just looking for a certain book. Maybe it can only be identified by the material of the pages or the cover. Du-Man replied that it was possible. At that time, in the dormitory, Hong Ting Zhao Yao was delighted to think that a solution had finally been found. Yao Han stopped by to see her and said that he was leaving and hoped that she would not have any enemies. The girl asked again about enemies. Who would dare? What is he talking about? She had told Uncle Yao not to be paranoid. Teacher Zhang was very kind to her. He was a talented teacher. There was no need to worry. Sighing, Yao Han replied that Miss Zhao grew up in the city. She had never seen evil in people. Seeing the plant in a box in her hands, he asked where she got it. The girl replied that it was from Teacher Zhang. Her condition was not ideal, so he gave it to her to cure her illness. Shocked, Yao Han asked again about Teacher Zhang. How was that possible? With his status? Excited, Zhao Yao asked what was wrong. Was there something wrong with the herb? He replied that, on the contrary, it was very valuable. It was the progenitor of the Ice Sun herb. Its properties are 10 times more powerful than the usual variety. The usual herb is not very valuable, but the progenitor is very useful and revered among herbalists. He had only seen it once when he accompanied the city lord on a trip to another kingdom, where a single stalk was sold for 100,000 gold pieces. The girl asked if her uncle was sure he was not mistaken. He replied that she should have no doubt. It is the progenitor of the Ice Sun herb. It was the most expensive herb he had ever seen, so he couldn't have confused it even if he wanted to. He was amazed, and thought that Zhang must be the worst teacher at the academy. He must be on the minimum wage. How could he afford to give away such herbs? Zhao Yao thought that teacher Zhang had not only developed an individualized teaching method for her, but also given her valuable medicine without boasting about it. If it weren't for her uncle, she would never have known about it. She said that this thing was really too expensive and she couldn't accept something so valuable. She asked how much money Uncle Yao had with him while he was still here. He replied that he had just accompanied her to the school. Therefore, he had brought a little. Only 20,000. The girl replied that the teacher had left somewhere after class and asked if her uncle could find out where. Yao Han replied that he had followed him. He was in the Pharmacists' Guild. Excited, Zhao Yao thought that since the plant was so rare, he must have bought it there. Clenching her fists, she told her uncle to follow her. They needed to find teacher Zhang. Soon, Yao Zhao and Yao Han arrived at the Pharmacists' Guild. They were surprised to find that teacher Zhang was taking the pharmacist exam. The surprised girl wondered if he was also a teacher. She replied that yes, he was, but only an assistant pharmacist. Surprised, Yao Han said that an alchemist's apprentice must memorize the medicinal properties of drugs and their names. There are several thousand herbs alone. It is impossible to pass such an exam without many years of preparation. He did not think Zhang would succeed. This exam is indeed very difficult. The girl said that she thought so too. The exam consists of 3 parts. He had just passed the first test without a single mistake. Impressed, Yao Han thought that the first test checked knowledge of the properties of medicinal herbs. A huge number of people got stuck here. They simply cannot get a passing score. This man, who had always been considered a failure, passed the exam with flying colors and bought a stem for 100,000. He gave it to a student for free and now displays such phenomenal knowledge as a pharmacist. He is definitely the same loser. Zhang was considered a genius. He reached the 3rd rank at the age of 16. His success did not progress any further. The genius became a failure. The girl said that theory is useless without practice. The essence of the 2nd stage is to identify and describe about 10 specimens of medicinal herbs. Just one mistake means complete failure. When the students taking the exam left the office, the girl asked how it went. Lowering their eyes, they replied that they had failed. She asked about Zhang. The student replied that Zhang had passed. Now he is a pharmacist's apprentice. The girl was amazed that he had passed the 2nd stage. Excited, Zhao Yao asked when teacher Zhang would be leaving. They replied that he had gone to the library to prepare for a debate about pills tomorrow afternoon, to become a pharmacist. The stunned girl asked again if he was going to become a pharmacist. It would be tomorrow. The students said that they were outside the door and heard that this debate was being held with 10 masters of alchemy. This test is more difficult than the classic one, and failure will result in severe punishment. The girl said she had read about the discussion of pills in books. It was difficult, almost impossible. His knowledge and skills had to exceed those of 10 experienced pharmacists. The consequences of losing were terrifying to think about. Yao Han couldn't understand why Zhang insisted on an urgent discussion. The student replied that he needed information about activating hereditary traits. Such books are only available in a special library that is accessible only to pharmacists. He said he needed to find these books in half a month. Stunned, Yao Zhao thought that in half a month the teachers would be evaluated. Could it be that the teacher was going to activate her power? She wondered what kind of severe punishment awaited those who failed. The student said he heard there were 3 points, compensation of 100,000 blows from the god for each master, and they would not be allowed to take exams for 10 years. The girl was shocked to hear about the 1,000,000 gold strikes of God and the ban on taking the exam. She thought that in order to activate her power, Master Zhang was willing to make such sacrifices. It was so noble. She would grind his bones to powder, but she would repay him. Soon, Zhang Huang finished. He leafed through all the books on alchemy but found nothing about hereditary abilities. It seemed he would have to become an alchemist to gain access to the advanced section, but this knowledge should be enough for the exam. Seeing the teachers, he wondered what they were doing. They wrote down their guesses as to why he was flipping through the books. The first one was pretending. The second one was doing it out of boredom. The third one was really studying. He was amazed at why they were voting for him. Why was he pretending to be in first place with so many votes? He asked what was going on. Smiling, Zhang Huang said that he was flipping through the books to find the right one, but he couldn't find it. That's all. The teachers thought it was that simple, and they thought about it all day. Ouyang Cheng said he had informed the masters about the discussion. They would arrive tomorrow. He also had to be ready tomorrow. Zhang Huang waved his hand and told them not to worry. Du Man told Ouyang Cheng that he had lost and owed money. He replied that Du Man did too. Hearing their conversation, Zhang Huang smiled and thought that pharmacists with such status were arguing about such nonsense. At that moment, Zhao Yao saw her teacher, fell to her knees and shouted, "Thank you so much." He asked her in surprise what she was doing. He told her to get up and said he didn't understand why she was thanking him. He thought that this was not in her character. Perhaps her condition had improved. He asked if she had already drunk the tincture made from the ice sun herb. She felt better. Kneeling down, Yao Han asked teacher Zhang to forgive him for his rudeness. Until that moment, he had been blind and had misunderstood him. Surprised, Zhang thought that he had just passed the test to become an assistant pharmacist. Why were they behaving this way? Perhaps she knew that he had come here to activate her body. They learned about the risks and dangers of the discussion and were moved because he was sacrificing himself for his students. He used to think of his students as material from which he would make perfect warriors, but now he understands that they have feelings. What you do for others affects you. Attitude breeds relationships. The children's thirst for knowledge and kindness, he feels the responsibility of a teacher. He said that Zhao Yao is his student, so he will do everything for her development. He will make sure that she rises to the top of the world. Yao Han handed him the money and told him to buy medicine. He doesn't have the full amount with him. This is only part of it. The city of Baiyun bought this stem. They cannot allow him to go bankrupt teaching their heiress. He replied that it was not worth it. It was just medicine, nothing more. Uncle Yao said that the teacher had paid 100,000 gold coins for it. That was so noble. He was wrong when he thought he wanted to cheat Yao. Stunned, Zhang Huang thought that if he had known that this stem was worth 100,000, he would have returned it. Frowning, Yao Han wondered if teacher Zhang didn't know the real price. He thought that of course he didn't know about such a price, but he said aloud that of course not. He didn't care about the money. Zhao Yao was his student, and if he had to spend 100 or 200 or 300 gold coins, it didn't matter. Hearing their conversation, the girl thought excitedly that this teacher was undoubtedly a noble man, and she had spoken so badly of him. How embarrassing. Teacher Zhang said it was time for them to go back. He still needed to prepare for tomorrow's discussion. Yao Han asked why the teacher had given her this stem. She was not feeling well. She replied that at first she had doubts about it herself until she attended the classes. He was stunned to learn that she had a yin body. He didn't know, and all this time she had been training using a method that accumulates yin energy. He wondered why teacher Zhang, who was so talented, had such a reputation. The girl said that Yang Li had taken the will detector test today. Uncle Yao knew about it. He replied briefly. Did she mean to say that it was Shang Bin who was damaging teacher Zhang's reputation? He had never met Elder Shang, but he knew that Shang Bin was his grandson. He was a selfish, evil man. His grandfather must be no better. Frowning, Zhao Yao said that now Uncle Yao knew the truth about teacher Zhang. She hoped that he would respect him. Laughing, Yao Han replied that she should have no doubt. Her uncle is not so stupid. He knows what to do. However, this couple, the Shanos, had misled him and tarnished the teacher's reputation. He must discuss this with the mayor and teach them a lesson. She replied that such evil people must be punished. Zhao Yao asked him to spread this information throughout the city. Uncle Yao promised her that he would do everything. She had nothing to worry about. Sitting in his house, Zhang noticed that he did not expect the night to pass so quickly. With the quality of his qi and new technique, improvement came easily to him. It took time to find the right points in his body, but overnight he discovered about 20. When he left the house, his students greeted him. Zhang Huang asked in surprise what they were doing there. The boys greeted teacher Zhang with smiles. He was surprised to see Zhao Yanfeng there too. The young man said that he had taken the liberty of refusing to study with teacher Lu. He apologized if this had caused any problems. At that moment, Zhang Huang understood why Lu Sen was so angry. After all, he had no reason to pay attention to him. Anyone in his place would be angry. Sighing, he said that since they were already there, they could stay. The boys thanked him. Soon the lecture began. The boys thought that teacher Zhang was explaining completely new training methods and techniques. This knowledge overturned their understanding of combat ranks and how to achieve them. After finishing the lecture, Zhang Huang announced that that was all for today. They should not forget about practice. He thought it was time for him to leave too. The discussion about the pills was about to begin. The girl said that Master Wu Yang had sent her here to let him know that 10 masters were here and ready to talk. Of course, he had the right to refuse this test right now. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that no, he would not refuse. The girl replied that he should follow her. Zhang Huang followed her, thinking that the teacher's evaluation was in half a month. Wang Ying, Zhao Yao Yuantao, and Yang Li had physical problems. Today's test was very important. He had to pass it. When he met him, Wu Yangcheng greeted teacher Zhang and said they could begin. It was not too late for him to change his mind. With his talent, he would soon become a pharmacist. It would not be difficult for him to pass a regular exam. He replied that this was not suitable. He could not wait that long. Zhang Huang thought that if he had time, he would not have come here. Teacher Cheng replied that since Zhang insisted, he would not argue. He thought that since he wanted it so much, he should find out how difficult it was. Soon, Wu Yangcheng announced that the masters could enter the discussion. One of the masters asked Wu Yang where this brave man who had decided to participate in the discussion was. Pointing to Zhang, he said that it couldn't be this child. The masters were amazed that he wanted to take such a test at the age of 20. How much could he know at that age? Teacher Cheng replied that although Zhang Huang was young, he was well versed in herbs. He scored 100 points on the test part of the assistant pharmacist exam. The masters were amazed that this young man was able to score 100 points. They said that it didn't mean anything now. Alchemy is not only about knowledge of herbs, but also understanding how they work. One must realize on a sensory level what needs to be done. Isn't it strange to become a pharmacist with only a basic understanding? Zhang thought that if it was true that the older the pharmacist, the better, then they should dig up a few. He replied that Mr. Wu Yang had gathered them here not to discuss his age. Even though he was young, it did not make his knowledge any worse than theirs. Frowning, the master said that only an assistant pharmacist could speak of knowledge as if it were equal. Wasn't he too confident? Excited, Ouyang Cheng said that they had gathered here to discuss pills. It was time to get down to business. To begin with, he would clarify the rules. It was difficult to call this a real discussion. Participants simply answered questions from 10 masters. If the answer was incorrect or not given, it was declared a failure. If both sides are unsure of the answer, the truth can be determined by making a pill. The person with truly great knowledge will win. Of course, the questions can only be at the level of a one-star pharmacist. Questions requiring secret information are not allowed. He asked if anyone had any questions. The masters replied that everything was clear. Ouyang Cheng said that now that he had explained, but suddenly Zhang Huang asked to wait a minute. Laughing, one of the masters said that it was too late to be afraid. The second agreed that it was too late to turn back. Maybe he was scared and wanted to give up. Frowning, Zhang Huang asked again if he was scared. Did they really think he was scared of their questions? Shocked, Ouyang Cheng asked in bewilderment what Zhang Huang had said. The guy replied that he was apologizing. He didn't mean that they were all bad. He was just sure that they themselves would not have passed the discussion about pills. That was for sure. The master shouted for Ouyang to pull him back. This guy doesn't understand what he's doing at all. They'll tear him to pieces. Why is he mocking them? What is he doing? Smiling, Zhang Huang turned to Mr. Ouyang and said that there was so much controversy about him. How about increasing the difficulty of the exam? Shocked, Ouyang thought that the discussions were already difficult, but he wanted them to be even more difficult. It wasn't enough for the guy to fail as usual. He wanted to be remembered for a spectacular failure. Zhang Huang said that it was simple. They would only argue, and theory is useless without practice. How about each master creating a pill? In any technique, with any recipe. He would indicate the preparation method and shortcomings. If anyone present disagreed, they would admit defeat. The shocked master shouted that some assistant would point out the master's mistakes. Was he here for the title or for complete disgrace? Stunned, Ouyang couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Yesterday he was calmer. He thought he was skilled, so he agreed to the discussion. What was he doing? Smiling, Zhang Huang asked if they really didn't dare to take up the challenge. Were they afraid that he would point out their shortcomings and disgrace them? They were so unsure of their abilities that they did not want to entrust their title to experience. One master replied that if he wanted it so much, he would be the first. At his age, he had earned high praise from Master Ouyang. He also had the courage and pride that would lead to defeat. Commendable. Now Chengjiang will test his strength. This guy doesn't value their art at all. Let Ouyang prepare the furnace. They will show him what it means to be a pharmacist. One master said Cheng was the most promising among them. 3 years after becoming an alchemist, he perfected more than a dozen pills. Master Cheng said that he had recently created an alchemical technique and named it just a few days ago, but he hadn't shown it to anyone, even if he was a genius. It would be difficult for him to answer, so he didn't need to say the name of the method, but after he finished with the pill, he would name 3 techniques, based on which he created the new one. Then he will admit defeat. The masters said admiringly, "Wow, he created a new technique." Techniques in alchemy are the same as techniques in martial arts. If you can create something like that, you are definitely gifted and destined to go down in history. Master Ouyang realized that it was all over. Since it was a new method of alchemy, it had to be different from the original. This knowledge is much more difficult than the shortcomings. It is very difficult. Even a 3rd-star pharmacist cannot do it. Zhang Huang asked to see the new technique. Seeing the master's movements, Zhang Huang realized that he had a storage ring. After performing some manipulations, Master Chengjiang threw it into the burning furnace. He rapidly rotated the containers in front of the heat of the furnace. Zhang Huang thought in amazement that this was alchemy. He couldn't see anything at all. No wonder they looked at him like he was crazy. Even a skilled pharmacist sometimes cannot see the flaws. He did not think that even Mr. Ouyang could handle it. But what is invisible to the ordinary eye is like an open book to his library. Flaws. Soon the oven door opened and the pills appeared. Master Cheng said he was done. The master said that Cheng knew no mercy. With his 1st-star pharmacist skills, he managed to make the simplest pill completely unfamiliar to them, but with graceful movements. More importantly, the master prepared such a simple pill quickly. It is very difficult to analyze the technique in such a short time. At that moment, Zhang Huang clarified that he needed to name 3 techniques, and the master would admit defeat. That's right. Master Cheng replied that he was a full-fledged pharmacist with high status and a sense of honor. He was not going to break his word. Zhang Huang replied that since he said so, it was simple. He would start with his technique. It was called 10,000 river currents. Correct. The master made a pill for calm breathing using 12 techniques. These included 10,000 raindrops and merging of northern rivers. Using the chi connection, he said that the master had copied Bai Min's silk touch and secretly learned Lin Tumba's merging of silk threads. He copied the dance of golden clouds and stole the 100 connections. Smiling, Zhang Huang asked if he was right. Stunned, Master Chung could not say anything. Zhang continued that if he said it out loud, the masters present would recognize their techniques. He asked aloud if he should continue. Lowering his head, Master Chung replied that there was no need to continue. He admitted defeat. Hearing this, the stunned master asked in surprise if Chung Zhang had simply given up. Another asked why he had given up, since only 2 techniques had been named. Frowning, the master added that Chung thought he had created a new technique, but some boy had guessed its name. Smiling, Zhang Huang said that there was no point in wasting time. Let the next one come out. Thinking that this guy wanted to end the debate early, one of the masters shouted that he would do it. He didn't know what he had done to Chung Zhang, but he couldn't allow the masters to be humiliated any further. Stunned, Chung Zhang held his head and wondered how this could have happened. He would tell the others that he had stolen their techniques to create his own. How did he figure it out? Who is this guy anyway? Standing up, the master said he didn't know how Zhang Huang made his comrade give up. But these little tricks won't work on him, because he also changes the rules. As before, you need to observe his technique and the final result. But he wants Zhang Huang to point out the technical flaws in the process, such as fire control and herb combination. Rounding his eyes, Ouyang Cheng thought that this was the end. It would be a complete failure. Frowning, Zhang Huang replied that then they would not waste any time. It was time to begin. Frowning, the master thought that this guy didn't know what he was doing. He began to make passes with his hands using the technique. Using the heat from the huge furnace, the master waved his hands, producing pills. Watching the master, they said that only Bai Ming could make a pill to calm acupuncture even in such a situation. It is a very complex pill. Therefore, it is more difficult to determine the technique. Amazing. Even he did not notice any flaws, but he is curious to hear the examinee's response. Master Bai Ming announced that he was finished. Let Zhang Huang name the technique and flaws. Smiling, he thought that without talent, he would not succeed. He would definitely not be able to get his approval. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Huang replied that they would get straight to the point. The master could prepare himself mentally in the meantime. The technique he used was called Many Mountain Hands. The herbs were placed in a specific order, resembling layers of rock. The same principle is used to control the flame, sometimes reducing the flow and sometimes expanding it. This makes it much easier to mix the ingredients. But the disadvantage of the technique is obvious. It is 10 times more difficult to enhance the effect of the pill. Therefore, even if the pills are good, they will not be perfect. It is simply impossible to achieve this. This technique is only suitable for mass production by low-level pharmacists. Few alchemists learn this technique. It is tantamount to a dead end. No matter how much you practice, the quality of the medicine cannot be improved, unless the pharmacist feels that he has no potential, so he buries himself. Ouyang Cheng thought that Bai Ming was a first-class pharmacist and the head of an influential family. He has amazing skills and good potential, but Zhang says that he is burying himself. Bai Ming told the boy not to be insolent. His words are unfounded. He needs to hear about his technical shortcomings. Zhang Huang replied that they would start with something simple. Since Bai Ming is a pharmacist, he must be skilled in handling fire and cauldrons. How much does the master know about this equipment? Perhaps all furnaces are roughly the same, so he is not too concerned about it. But one technique, one cauldron, and one recipe can produce different results. It all depends on the hands of the pharmacist, and this dependence can significantly affect the quality of the medicine. This cauldron is 7 feet and 3 inches tall and 3 feet and 2 inches wide. It has 13 small scratches on the top. The cauldron was smelted under the guidance of a master in a stone workshop a little over 7 years ago. Under such conditions, the pill will lose its healing power. The masters wondered if this was true. Could the cauldrons really mean so much? Could they really have such an impact on the quality of the pills? Stunned, Ouyang Cheng thought that this cauldron had been brought specifically for the debate. How did he know so much about it? He even knew where it was made. Zhang Huang said that now it was about the flame. It was formed by heavenly coal, the best coal for alchemy. The flame was strong and penetrated well. In combination with qi, they completely control the power and direction of the fire. Ordinary coal gives off 37% of its heat. This one gives off 46%. Taking this factor into account, they can be sure of how high the concentration of herbs is inside, how long it will take to mix them, and to obtain the highest quality pill. Of course, this is the most basic knowledge of alchemy that he reminds them of, but he will ask if they have taken these facts into account. Angered, Bai Ming shouted that he was mocking them. He just made the pill. Did he have to fiddle with a ruler and a thermometer first? If he had taken this into account, he would have prepared the pill in 2 or 3 days. Zhang Huang said that next they would talk about the process itself. 47 herbs are required to make this pill. It is not surprising that many of them are incompatible. If the process is not controlled, the pill will lose its healing properties. First, he put in the heart herb. It is very heat resistant. This herb should be prepared over high heat. This allows its healing properties to be released more quickly. But then he makes a mistake by adding 7 entries of split palm herb. Since the heart grass stem is only 6 months old, its properties have not reached their peak and are concentrated in the leaves. The healing properties evaporate more quickly. Then they are put into pills. Therefore, it was necessary to add the split palm herb on the 4th breath. Added on the 7th, it lost its properties. The split palm grass should have been lowered along the left wall of the cauldron for about 30 seconds, but it was thrown in instantly, which did not allow it to warm up. The properties of these herbs conflict with each other, so it was necessary to add a collection of scattered flowers, but Berserk root was added, a terrible oversight. Continuing to list the master's mistakes with the herbs, Zhang Huang listed all the failures, mistakes, and omissions. The masters were amazed that the boy had memorized all 47 herbs and their order on the first try, and he could determine the age of the herbs just by looking at them. Shocked, Bai Ming thought that this boy knew exactly what was needed for the perfect pill. The astonished masters said that he had pointed out so many small details. No wonder they were unable to improve the quality of their pills. Frowning, Bai Ming thought, so this is what alchemy means. So what had he been doing all this time? Why hadn't anyone told him? Until now, it had been nothing but mistakes and failures. He simply did not respect alchemy. He only wasted precious herbs on his useless pills. He had spent so much money on these useful herbs. It was terrible for a pharmacist. Falling to his knees, Bai Ming asked what was the point of continuing his career. He was just a tumor on the body of alchemy. He gave up. And from that moment on, he swore that he would never make pills again. If he broke his word, he would die in the same place. The shocked masters shouted at Master Bai Ming, asking what he meant by no more alchemy. Zhang Huang wondered if he had gone too far. One of the masters thought that the pharmacist had simply been pointed out his shortcomings, and he was already ready to give up his life's work. The second, looking at Zhang, thought that it was not surprising that he did not want to speak directly about the mistakes at first. He acted nobly. He did not want to offend them. Inviting the next person to come forward, Zhang Huang thought that this time he needed to be calmer. His words could get him into trouble. At that moment, Masters Meng Yan and Chen Dan exchanged glances and stood up from the table. Shaking all over, Cheng Jiang thought, could it be that they wanted this guy to point out the shortcomings of both of them at once? Masters Meng Yan and Chen Dan said that they understood that his knowledge was not inferior to theirs. Therefore, they would not ask him about the shortcomings of the technique or medicine. Master Chen said that they had some meditation pills that had been made that morning. Let him help determine their quality. The stunned master shouted, "Quality? Have they already forgotten their honor as pharmacists?" But they turned around, flashed their eyes angrily, and shouted, "Be quiet, or do you also want to be humiliated like Master Bai Ming?" Embarrassed, Zhang Huang replied that he could take a look. After all, the debate was still ongoing. Handing him the pills, they smiled and asked him to take a look, thanking the young Zhang Huang. Holding them in his palm, Zhang Huang replied that these 2 pills could not be called meditation pills. The consequences of one were madness, the other death. The masters looked at the young man in astonishment and asked in shock what he had said. He replied that to make this pill, one must be extremely calm and balanced. Making medicine is not only a technique, but also an emotion. Putting emotional energy into the pill can affect its effect. One of them was made by a person with an overly passionate heart. Another's life was coming to an end. If they didn't believe him, the guild should have test animals. They could try it on them. Master Chen Dan replied that it was not necessary. Surprised, Men Yan asked what the master was saying. He replied that he just wanted to be sure. All of his meditation pills had recently only destroyed the test animals. Deep down he knew this and suggested that Chen Dan test his pill. Frowning, Meng Yan replied that it was his medicine. Zhang Huang said that he had been very irritable lately. It must be caused by his mental anguish. He thought it was good that he had used his powers to gather data before the discussion began. But he didn't even know that he would be able to find out the whole truth about the examiners themselves. He said that if Meng Yan wanted to solve this problem, he needed to calm his heart, face the problem head-on, and draw the appropriate conclusions. Master Men Yan frowned and thanked him for the explanation. Chen Dan said that they had lost. Surprised, Ouyang Cheng thought that he had a feeling that this was no longer an exam. Smiling, Zhang Huang said that there were 4 of them left. Let them ask any questions. Master Lin said that young Zhang was very talented, so he would like to ask a question. Another master shouted that it was his turn because of his age. They began to argue, trying to figure out whose turn it was, and shouted furiously at each other. Stunned, Zhang Huang thought that they could just ask questions in turn. One of the masters said that Zhang's task used to be to find flaws in the technique or ingredients. Those who wanted to participate had to be pulled out. But now he had not only answered questions but also solved some problems. They simply realized that they had an opportunity to improve. The master replied that it was a pity he had volunteered before. It was indeed a good opportunity. He could have asked several questions that he himself could not answer. Smiling, the master replied that he had simply missed his chance, but he still had another opportunity. He could ask a question after the debate. Suddenly, one of the masters banged on the table menacingly and said that they were discussing pills. They should ask questions, not embarrass themselves. If they had no more questions for Zhang Huan, then they should give way to him. Frowning, Zhang thought it was Master Liu. This man was head and shoulders above everyone else present in alchemy. The excited masters said that Master Liu was known for his ruthlessness. Frowning at Zhang Huan, Master Liu said that his question also concerned meditation pills. He said that one must be extremely calm and balanced when making them, and that emotions can greatly affect their effect. Then let him speak. His daughter is getting married soon. Her chosen one, Zhou Huan, is from another city. He had been trying to find out about him for a long time, but there was no information anywhere. Could Zhang help him find out if this guy was worthy of his daughter? If not, he will break off the engagement. That means he needs to make a meditation pill. The stunned masters shouted at Master Liu, asking how this related to the characteristics of the pill. He just wanted to find out about his daughter. They asked Ouyang if this was still a discussion about pills. Master Bai shouted at Master Liu, asking how his daughter's marriage was related to alchemy. Angered, Liu replied that he couldn't calmly prepare the meditation pill because he was worried about his daughter. How could he say that alchemy had nothing to do with it? They began to argue that they should talk about alchemy. Liu shouted that he had trouble sleeping, but the master replied that none of this had anything to do with the pills. Soon, Zhang Huan was congratulated on his victory. Ouyang Cheng announced that there was a new one-star specialist in the Pharmacists Guild. Handing the box to Zhang Huan, the master said that it was an alchemist's mark. With it, he would receive a discount at all places where ingredients for pills were sold. Hiding the badge in his pocket, Zhang asked where the advanced section of the library was. He wanted to take a look. The master said that there were about 10 pharmacists in Tianchuan. These people did not come here often, only to find the answer to a difficult question, so it was usually deserted. Zhang Huang could take any book without hesitation. Since it was his first time here, he should ask for help if he needed it. Zhang Huang thanked the master. He replied that it was not necessary. Now Zhang was a full-fledged pharmacist. He would ask him a couple of questions later. Zhang Huang thought that finding the right book would take time, but he would not waste it. They might be useful in the future if he needed to improve his qualifications. Soon he read about King Shenlin's daughter, Princess Shenchu, who possessed a yin body. It was successfully activated by the purity-revealing pill. Interested in the purity-revealing pill, Zhang Huang decided to find more information about the blood of the horned dragon. He read about a man with horned dragon blood who had been unable to reveal it for a long time. He used the blood of a giant rhinoceros, but the chances were slim. The guy decided to check if this was true and to check the disadvantages. He learned that the yin body could be activated with the purity pill, but only 10%. Horned dragon blood can be activated with giant rhinoceros blood, but only 10%. Frowning, Zhang Huang thought, only 10% of the total power. So all he had to do was find the purity revelation pill and the blood of a giant rhinoceros. Soon, he turned to Master Ouyang and said that he would like to purchase the purity revelation pill and the meridian rejuvenation pill from the guild. He also needed the blood of a giant rhinoceros and a healing solution to nourish the body. He asked how much it would cost. The master replied that he could help with finding the rejuvenation pill and the solution, but they did not have the purity pill or the blood of a giant rhinoceros. Most likely they had them at the main branch, but it was very far away. The ingredients would only arrive in 10 days. He thought that if he took a step back, he would surely fail without even trying. What kind of teacher was he? He simply could not stand aside. Zhang asked the master if he could come to his senses first and then pay the money. Ouyang Cheng replied that this was impossible. These were very valuable materials, so it was necessary to contact the center. Their guild could not afford to be in such large debt. The master said that Zhang could make meditation pills and sell them for 50,000 each. In 2 months, he would earn 20,000. Stunned, Zhang thought that the student's evaluation would pass. It would be too late. It would be better to focus on improving in other areas. All efforts were in vain. A little embarrassed, he asked the master if there was another way to earn money. After thinking for a moment, the master replied that the most lucrative profession was that of a grandmaster. He could charge a lot of money for his advice. Smiling, Zhang said that he would then order these items for him. He would pay for them in 10 days. He was counting on him. Now he had to go because he had things to do. In disguise, Zhang Huang came to the square where the young man offered to fulfill any dream of buying a house. Their homes are treasures of the city streets. The guy shouted for gentlemen not to pass by. Seeing Zhang Huang, he asked if the gentleman would like to buy a house. Surprised, Zhang Huang thought that even though he was disguised as a grandmaster, he did not expect to be called sir. He said he would like to rent a mansion. The guy replied that it was a wonderful and wise decision and that he could help him. He asked about his preferences, and Zhang replied that he wanted something clean and large with a convenient location, furnished and ready to move in. Thinking that this gentleman had a big wallet, the guy said he knew of something that would definitely suit him, but the price might be very high. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that the price was not important. The guy promised to take him to the house and that he would like it. They arrived and the guy explained that it was the mansion of a wealthy merchant who had died after a serious illness. His son was unable to preserve his father's legacy. He lost all his money because he was a gambling addict, so now the property is for sale. It has been renovated and is in a good location. The mansion is a 5-room complex with a gazebo and a pond. It is large and spacious. Zhang decided to check it out using the Heavenly Library so as not to be deceived. The guy said that the place was completely ready to move into. It should have everything. There was nothing to worry about. Zhang Huang asked about the price of the house. He replied that it was the most expensive and luxurious house in their agency. The price was not high for a gentleman. Only 150,000 gold coins per month. Zhang Huang was stunned to hear the price. The guy replied that the mansion had 5 floors and the price was reasonable. It was even cheap. Angered, Zhang Huang thought that he dared to overcharge 3 times the price. He needed to see how powerful he was. The frightened young man jumped aside and shouted, "What do you want to do, sir?" Zhang replied that he just wanted to make sure. He was absolutely sure that he wanted to ask for 150,000. He thought that this guy was only 3rd rank. The guy spread his arms and said that he was sure a luxurious 5-story house in such a good location for 150,000 a month was really inexpensive. Frowning, Zhang said that the original owner of the house was named Shahashi. He was a merchant who had been robbed. His business had collapsed. The plan was to sell the property, but they couldn't find a buyer quickly, so they rented it out. The rent is no more than 50,000. The guy was shocked. He really did sign a contract for 50,000, but how did he know? Zhang said he made the deal 3 months ago, at the Jade House, over a glass of red wine. Shocked, the guy thought he was talking as if he had been there and asked who this gentleman was. Smiling, Zhang replied that he was just a man who wanted to rent a house without being cheated. The guy decided it was better not to mess with him and agreed. Zhang gave the guy 100,000 gold coins for the month and for servants, and he could become the butler in this house. If he worked well, he could ask for as much as he wanted. He could pay more than he earned at that office. He felt sorry to spend so much money on luxurious clothes, makeup, and a wig, plus rent. All expenses amounted to 120,000. He thought he was willing to do a lot to get money quickly. This guy was a well-known real estate agent and should be able to make a lot of money for him. He asked the guy again if he would be his butler. The guy replied, "Of course, no problem." Zhang said he would stay in the city for a while. If he served him well, he could pay him a lot. He was making the right choice. Smiling, the guy replied that everything would be fine. Let the master rely on him. Smiling, Zhang Huang asked his name. The young man replied, Sun Qian. Laughing, Sun said that the gentleman could also call him Xiao Qian. Smiling, Zhang Huang said that he had a task for Xiao Qian. First, tonight he should find all the servants and maids in the courtyard. Second, he should spread the news that he was staying there by any means necessary. Yang Xuan was a famous grandmaster passing through the area. The more rumors spread, the better. Stunned, the young man thought that it was no surprise when he heard that he was a grandmaster. Frowning, Zhang said that he was a grandmaster and was looking for something, so it was important to spread this information as widely as possible. He could see that Xiao Qian was stuck at the 3rd rank. He would stay in Tianxuan, and if he worked hard, he would show him how to advance to the 4th rank. He thought that this gentleman was truly a master of his craft, so rich and so generous. Smiling, the guy told the gentleman not to worry. He would be satisfied. Running off to carry out the assignment, he thought that this time he was very lucky. When he left, Zhang Huang thought that he had not expected pretending to be someone else to be so difficult. It would be better to get a good rest today. When he returned to the academy, he saw students gathered near the gate. Excited, Yang Li handed him a list of participants from Lu Xian for the teacher's evaluation. Looking at it, Zhang Huang was surprised that Lu Xing had not sent his best students. They did not stand out much, but theoretically, if he had sent the strongest ones, it would not have been a violation. This Lu Xing is not like that. Mo Xiao is not that kind of guy. Frowning, Yang Li said that in the rankings, their opponents were roughly on the same level as them, but in a real fight, the forces were not equal. Frowning, Teacher Zhang asked why Yang Li thought so. He replied that Bai Chao was not far behind him in the rankings, but he was good at technique. In a one-on-one fight, he would definitely lose to him. Their rankings are similar because he was bad at theory. Du Lei is in 60th place, close to Wang Yin. His advantage is in the accuracy and sharpness of his strikes. Wang Yin definitely won't be able to stand up to him. Zheng Yang said that his friend is Mo Xiao. He has never defeated him. They tried to go to Master Wang together, but he failed. Mo Xiao was accepted. Frowning, Yang Li said that Bai Choa recognized Hong Shun as his teacher. Du Lei was one of the first to come under the patronage of teacher Zhu Hong. Crumpling the paper, Zhang Huang said that now they were all Lu Xing's disciples. What was he doing? He thought that Lu Xing had sent his disciples with rankings, similar to his disciples for the sake of fairness in battle. But in fact, he had cheated and studied his disciples in advance. Zhu Hong is in 4th place. Zhao Yao is in 7th place. They are almost identical, but he saw their real fight. If Zhao didn't know about the vital point, she wouldn't have won. Wang Yin's legs have not yet gained the necessary strength, and of course he chose a fighter with high speed against her so that she could not keep up with him. Zheng Yang is skilled with a spear, so he sent a more skilled fighter in the same field. Kun Ji will face Yuan Tao. He is ranked 300th. He won't be surprised if he is an aggressive fighter. He is the perfect opponent for Yuan Tao, who specializes in defense. From the outside, it seems that Lu Xing did the right and fair thing, but in reality, he carefully selected the participants so that his students would not have a chance. He took some students away from other teachers. Zhang shouted that he considered him a stepping stone on his way to the top, but he would not allow anyone to wipe their feet on him. He decided that he would earn 20 million in 10 days and buy medicine. Let Lu Sen laugh for now, but later, he won't even smile. At that moment, Lu Sen was in his classroom, sneezing incessantly, thinking that someone was thinking about him. At this time, Zhang was thinking that there were 14 days left until the teacher's evaluation. He had to hurry up and get the money. When he arrived at the rented house, he decided that it looked rich. Xiao Qian was able to find servants and prepare everything necessary. Apparently, he was a capable guy. When he entered the courtyard, he was greeted by maids, and Zhang decided that it was very good. Smiling, Xiao Qian reported that he had found staff. Zhang asked if he had spread the word about him. The guy replied that he had done everything. He was sure that word of mouth would soon do its job and the whole city would know that he served the great master. Frowning, Zhang Huang asked how he had done it. The guy replied that he had sold his shop and told everyone in the commercial district that he was now serving him. Soon, the news would spread throughout the city. Zhang asked if he had any money left. After all, hiring staff is expensive. Xiao Qian replied that it wasn't expensive. Upon learning that they would be working for the Grandmaster, they agreed. Some work for pennies or even for free. Zhang thought that the Grandmaster's fame really had enormous power. He sold an entire shop. He said he would serve the Grandmaster, and people happily agreed to work for him without even checking. No other profession commands such respect. All that remains is to wait. Cao asked if he could hang a sign saying that the Grandmaster lived here. Zhang thought it was the same as "Beware of the vicious dog." He said that it seemed no one would come today and suggested taking a short walk. Surprised, Xiao Tan asked what would happen if someone came during that time. Zhang replied that he should warn the guards not to let anyone in while he was away. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Huang asked Xiao Qian who he thought was the richest man in the city. He replied that it was most likely Lord Lin Tianyao, the owner of the Tianyao Trading Company. He is a real billionaire. You could say he is rich beyond compare in these parts. After thinking it over, Zhang Huang decided that the purpose of his pretense as a grandmaster was to make a lot of money. He was just what he needed. He asked where the Lord lived. Xiao Qian replied that he lived in the building of his trading company. Did Zhang really want to meet him? Zhang replied yes. Soon, Xiao Qian accompanied Zhang Huang to the building of the Tianan Trading Company. Looking at the magnificent house, Zhang Huang thought, so this is where the richest people in the city live. Xiao said he had heard that the Lord had specially invited 6th rank masters to make these lions. They are made of green jade. It is a valuable material. These statues are a real treasure. Frowning, Zhang thought that when he had 1 million in his hands, he thought he was incredibly rich, but compared to this, he was just a beggar. Xiao Qian asked him if he should go to the Lord and announce the arrival of the Grandmaster. Zhang Huang replied that it was not necessary. Feeling the lion sculptures, Zhang told the guy that he would like to look around. After a while, Zhang suggested that Xiao sit down in the tea room. The surprised young man said that he should go to Lord Lin. He had come to him. Of course, he did not even think of disputing his master's orders. Zhang Huang replied that he should say what he thought was right and not fuss. The young man replied that it was just strange. The master was a famous grandmaster. If he wanted to see the Lord, he was sure the Lord would not refuse. Frowning, Zhang Huang replied that of course he would not refuse, but whether he believed it or not, he would make him come to him himself. He thought that it would be humiliating for a famous teacher to come to a client himself. Surprised, Xiao asked if he would do so without even informing the Lord. That was impossible. Lord Lin was an influential businessman. He had built a huge trading network himself. That meant he was an experienced and wise man. Some princes and ministers couldn't meet with him even though they had declared themselves. Why would he come here himself? Zhang promised to demonstrate. But before that, Xiao would have to do everything he said, without any objections. When Xiao Qian agreed, Zhang Huang ordered him to cut off the head of the stone lion on the left. Shocked, Xiao Qian asked in horror what his master wanted. Each lion was worth millions. Lord Lin loved them very much, and if he did it, his head would be cut off. Falling to his knees, Xiao Qian cried out that he did not want to die. Zhang replied that he should not worry, he would not die. as long as he was with him, and surely the boy would listen to his master's words. Let him not worry and go and smash that lion, and he would help him with his rank. When he returns, Zhao will be safe with him, and Lord Lin will not be angry. On the contrary, he will give them precious gifts. Sighing, the boy replied, "All right, as long as my master is with him, he has nothing to fear." Lord Lin must refrain from anger. Clutching his huge hammer tightly, Xiao Qian delivered a crushing blow to the statue. Seeing this, the people cried out in shock, asking how he dared. Lord Lin considered the lions his treasure. Was this guy out of his mind? How could he break the lion's head? This guy broke Lord Lin's favorite statue. Don't let him get away. Catch him, and the Lord will reward you. Frightened, Xiao Qian shouted, "So fast, he can explain, really." A crowd of people attacked the guy, shouting, "Beat him up, don't let him live." Stunned, Zhang thought that these people should have gone to Lord Lin before attacking him. Did they just start beating him without finding out anything? Judging by the way they look at him, they will beat him too. Better not to get involved. Xiao shouted, "Mr. Liar!" At that moment, everyone heard a shout to make way. Lord Lin asked what was going on. The people replied that they were patrolling the area and saw this guy. He broke the lion's head and wanted to run away. They caught him. Frowning, the Lord asked Sun Qian why he did it. If he didn't answer, he would feed him to the fish. The beaten boy replied with difficulty that it was his master's order. Stunned, the Lord asked his master again. Sun Qian replied yes, his new master was there. Closing his eyes, Zhang Huang heard Lord Lin and Sun Qian approaching him. Frowning, Lord Lin asked why he had broken his stone lion. Sighing, Zhang Huang invited the Lord to sit down. Lord Lin replied that he did not know him. Sitting down at the table, the Lord asked his name and why he had broken his lion for no reason. Frowning, he said that the gentleman had better give him a reasonable explanation. At that moment, Xiao Qian told the gentleman that this was Lord Lin, a great man and businessman. Smiling, Zhang Huang asked Lin Tianyu how his family was doing. Angered, Lord Lin gripped the edge of the table with force, and in a moment the table creaked. Frightened, Sun Qian thought that the gentleman had ordered him to break Lord Lin's treasure and was now inquiring about his family. He likes to stir up intrigue. The gentleman deliberately sat with a bored expression to annoy the Lord. The enraged Lord shouted that he was talking nonsense. Zhang wondered why he reacted that way. He had touched a nerve. Zhang Huang apologized and said he wanted to ask how his family was doing. The angry Lord replied that his family was in good health and that it was none of his business. Frowning, Zhang Huang replied that he thought he had a duty to help him save the life of a loved one, but since it was none of his business. Lord Lin asked what all this meant. Zhang replied that he just wanted to tell him that green southern jade was truly luxurious. It has a beneficial effect on human health, strengthens the body, and increases vitality. But southern blood jade is completely different. It is capable of absorbing human vitality for its own evolution. For a 7th rank master who possesses pure qi, it is safe. But an ordinary person cannot handle it. The Lord touches this bloody jade every day, and its energy is transferred to his home. Someone must already be barely alive, but now it's time for them to leave. Lord Lin shouted for the gentleman to stay. How did he realize that it was southern bloody jade? Could it be because of him? Yuju is sick because of this stone. He replied that his wife was an ordinary person, not a fighter. Her strength did not exceed the 2nd rank. The stunned Lord asked how he could know his wife's rank, and how he knew about her occupation. Zhang replied that the blood jade absorbs energy. 2nd rank strength is not enough to resist it. When someone is sick, their condition deteriorates rapidly. Their hair turns gray, their skin becomes loose, and their speech becomes slurred. Life is greatly shortened. He was passing by and saw this stone. To prevent disaster, he ordered the statue to be broken. If the Lord considers his action wrong, he will send him compensation tomorrow. With his connections, it will not be difficult for him to find him. He will not run away. The excited young man told the Lord that they could stop them, but Lin replied that it was not worth it. After thinking for a moment, he ordered the young man to invite appraiser Cheng Yuan. Soon the appraiser arrived and asked why Lin's brother had called him in such a hurry. The Lord told him to look at the stone and tell him if it was green southern jade or bloody southern jade. Appraiser Cheng Yuan replied that he had already appraised it a long time ago. He remembered. Looking closer, the shocked appraiser asked in bewilderment how this was possible. Frowning, Lord Lin asked what was the matter. Excited, Cheng Yuan replied that it was indeed bloody southern jade. It was indeed bloody southern jade. The Lord said that the lines were hidden behind a layer of jade. No one would have seen it. Approaching, Lord Lin struck a powerful blow, destroying the remains of the statue. He said that probably even the master himself did not know about the origin of the stone. He wanted to know if blood jade was really capable of sucking the life force out of others. The appraiser replied that he had never seen bloody jade before, only read about it, but there are legends about such destructive property. The excited Lord asked if this was really true. He asked the young man if he knew who Mr. Sun Qian was. The young man replied that yesterday Sun Qian had loudly announced that he was going to serve the Grand Master. They all thought he was bragging and laughed for a long time. How could a famous grandmaster allow a guy like him to serve him? Frowning, the Lord thought it was no wonder he was so calm when he saw him. Not only did he see the bloody jade that the appraiser couldn't see, he had also accurately listed his wife's symptoms. He had missed an opportunity to befriend the Grandmaster and help his family. This would not happen again. The Lord ordered the young man to go and find out where the Grandmaster was staying and to prepare transportation immediately. He would visit him right away. At that moment, Zhang Huang and Sun Qian were walking down the street. The young man asked the gentleman where they were going. Zhang replied that they were going home. Not understanding, Sun thought that the gentleman had said he wanted to see the Lord. As a result, he broke his lion and they exchanged a few words. What was all this for? After a while, they returned to the rented mansion, and Zhang Huang was greeted by the guard. He told the guard that he was going to rest. He told him not to let anyone in the gate, no matter who it was. Sun Qian thought that they had waited all day and no one had come. Who could be coming now? Suddenly, someone shouted that someone wanted to see him. Puzzled, Sun Qian turned around and asked who it was. The guy replied that it was Lord Lin. The frightened boy thought that the master had just said that someone was coming. Perhaps the Lord could not wait any longer and had come to ask for compensation today. He shouted for him to hurry up and go meet him. He would go and find the master. But suddenly he remembered that the master had ordered no one to be let in. He stopped the guy. Obviously, the master knew about his arrival, so he gave such an order. It was unclear, but this was Lord Lin. Should he let him in? He told the guy that he would go and meet him. Sun Qian decided that even if he was cursed, he had to do what his master said. Opening the door, a stunned Sun Qian saw that, in addition to the Lord, Master Cheng Yuan had also come to see them. The Lord asked Sun's brother to tell his master that Lin Tian wanted to meet him. Shocked by this request, Sun could not understand what was going on. He had come here to avenge the lion. Wasn't that so? It seemed that Lord Lin had learned that his master was a grandmaster, so he changed his mind, and his reputation improved as well. Regardless, he was still a servant of a famous grandmaster, and even though Lin was powerful, he was just a businessman. He had nothing to fear. He replied that his master was resting and told him not to let anyone in. He was sorry. The Lord replied that he had started looking for him immediately and had been there in 5 minutes. But he had already gone to bed. The Lord thought that he had really angered him. The fact that he was able to tell him about his wife meant that he must not give up. He told Sun that his men had made a mistake and that because of this, Brother Sun was seriously injured. This is an excellent medicine that helps in such cases. He held out the vessel. He wanted more. Just please let him tell the master the news of his arrival. The shocked guy thought it was a whole bottle of restorative pills. It was a real panacea. Only true pharmacists could make them. And each pill is worth tens of thousands of gold coins. There are also about 20 or 35,000 gold coin bills, and all for a simple request. But he can only get all this thanks to the Lord. If he had disobeyed even once, none of this would have happened. Now he is the Grandmaster's butler. He cannot afford to be bribed with pills and money. He said he could not do anything. If the Lord wants, he can meet tomorrow. Stunned, Lord Lin asked again tomorrow. But how is that even possible? Would he really have to wait until tomorrow to see his master? Master Cheng Yuan said he would like to ask for his help. Brother Lin really needed to meet with the Grand Master urgently. Sighing, Sun Qian replied that he meant no offense, but he could not help them in any way. On his way back, he ordered the guards to close the gates and not let anyone in. The stunned lord sighed and said it was his fault. He himself had missed a wonderful opportunity. The excited Master Cheng Yuan asked what they should do now. The Lord replied that they should wait. If they had to endure one night, he would do so. He would not miss his chance a second time. When the gate closed, Sun Qian trembled with excitement from what had happened. He couldn't believe he had left the Lord behind the door, the richest man in the city of Tianshuan, even if he was an official or a high-ranking soldier. The guy decided he needed to tell his master about this. It seemed that quitting the office and becoming a butler was the best decision of his life. He ran to Zhang Huan and reported that Lord Lin Tianyu was here. Zhang replied, "Good." The guy said he wanted to see the master, but he followed his orders and let him in. He is waiting at the gate. Zhang Huang replied that it was a job well done. He thought that bloody jade should not have a serious effect on an ordinary person in such a short time. It was better for him to wait outside. Thanks to the rich man behind his gate, soon everyone would know about him, and he would earn 20 million in a short time. He told Sun Yu that if the Lord refused to wait, he might not return. Zhang decided that it was not too late to return to training and open a few points. Morning came, and Zhang Huang stretched and went out into the courtyard. Sun Qian asked if the master was awake yet. He informed Zhang Huang that Lord Lin had been waiting outside all night and had not left. Hearing that the Lord had waited all night, he grunted and said it was time to eat. Sun Qian was stunned. He thought that Lord Lin, who owned almost the entire market in the city and was a big shot, had been waiting all night, and he wanted to eat first. At that moment, young Mr. Du Yuan was passing by and was surprised to see Lord Lin, the owner of the Tianyu company. He asked whose house it was, who dared to make Lord Lin wait outside. The young man replied that he had heard that Lord Lin had been there all night. Du Yuan asked again if he was joking. Who was this madman who had made him wait all night? He replied that he didn't know. That's why he came here early in the morning to check if Lord Lin was still here, and as it turned out, he was. Stunned, Du thought that although the Lord was just a merchant, he was friends with all the heads of the 4 great families and other lords and ministers. He made annual donations to the treasury. Everyone considered him a man worthy of respect and attention. At that moment, the doors opened. Surprised, Du Yuan saw Sun Qian and asked what he was doing there. His companion suggested that he was a servant. Suet Qian came out and told Lord Lin that his master was ready to receive him. Thanking Sun's brother, he handed him a wad of bills and said that this was his gratitude. Let him accept it with a pure heart. Shocked, Du Yuan said that someone should tell him what the hell was going on. Entering Zhang Huan's room, Lord Lin said he wanted to apologize. After all, he had tried hard for him and his family. He deeply regretted his actions. Zhang replied that he did not hold a grudge against him. Sun thought that he had made the Lord wait all night and only let him in after breakfast. Wasn't that revenge? At that moment, Zhang Huang asked if the Lord knew why he had left him outside the gate all night. The Lord thought that it was because he had angered him and that he wanted to teach him a lesson. Sipping his tea, Zhang Huang said that in fact, the night had been good for the Lord. Smiling, Sun Qian wondered if anyone could benefit from a night in the cold. What nonsense. Frowning, Zhang Huang said that if he was not mistaken, the Lord's wife was on the verge of death, and he had come here so that he could save her life. To do this, he needed to bring her here. But yesterday, he had come into contact with the bloody jade. If he went home, he could worsen her condition. She could die, even without reaching him. So during the night, the aura of the bloody jade had faded from him, and he did not rush home to cause even more trouble. Of course, if he had returned home, there would have been no reason to visit him. After all, the dead cannot be resurrected. The Lord thought he was foolish and blind. He was so wrong. Stunned, Sun thought that there was so much meaning in every action of his master, and he thought that his master was simply offended. He was able to appreciate his intentions. Kneeling down, Lord Lin said thank you very much. He was very grateful for his kindness. Sighing, Zhang Huang told the Lord to bring his wife here. He needed to examine her, and to hurry before it was too late. Lord Lin replied that he would return very soon. When the Lord left, Zhang Huang told Songyu that he had promised to help him advance to the next rank. He suggested doing it right away. The young man replied that he had been injured yesterday and was afraid that now was not the best time. He did not seem to be in a position to train. Zhang replied that he should not worry. The reason he had been unable to advance for many years was simple. His qi was too dirty and could not circulate in his body. Such power could only strengthen his body, but his spiritual energy would remain the same. If he continued in the same vein, he would only worsen his skills. To advance to the next rank, he needed to fill every organ with pure qi, which was not possible at the moment. But now everything was different. Yesterday's fight shook his qi passages, and the settled energy began its journey again. Sun asked in amazement if yesterday's fight was intentional. He replied that it was good that Sun understood everything, and that there was no need to explain further. If he was not mistaken, Lord Lin was supposed to give him the medicine. Saddened, Sun thought that his master cared so much about him, yet he accepted gifts from others. Zhang said that as long as he did his job conscientiously, there was nothing wrong with accepting gifts from others. There was nothing wrong with accepting gifts from others. Let him just get the medicine and show him his punch. Surprised, Sun asked if he didn't need to find a quiet place to practice. Was he really going to strike right here? It would take a long time. Lord Lin would not wait any longer. Zhang waved him off and replied that there was no need. It would only take 3 to 5 minutes. What was the point of looking for a room? Sun was amazed. He asked again, 3 to 5 minutes to move to another rank? Zhang Huang wondered if he had already changed his mind. The guy replied that of course not and asked what he should do then. He replied that Sun should sit down and take the medicine. Then he should release his qi as much as possible. He shouldn't worry about the rest. Zhang thought that if the library was to be believed, Sun Qian had trained hard for many years, and if he cleansed his points with his purest qi, then he would make great progress. Soon, Zhang Huang's purest qi spread through Sun Qian's body, and he advanced to the next rank. The stunned guy realized that his strength was at a new level, and it took no more than 5 minutes. He felt the energy transition to another stage. The delighted young man exclaimed, "Is it really the 3rd rank?" Zhang Huang said that the rest was up to him. Falling to his knees, Sun Qian shouted, "Thank you very much, sir." Frowning, Zhang Huang replied that Lord Lin should be back soon. Let him go and meet him. At that moment, Du Yuan wondered who lived here, who was capable of turning Sun Tian into a person whom even Lord Lin would respect. At that moment, the Lord rushed out of the gate and started running. Cheng Yuan asked him to slow down. Stunned, Du Yuan said it couldn't be. Lin Tianyu himself was leaving the house in a hurry, even without an accompanying servant. He gave the cage to one of his companions and told him to hold it. He was going to find out what kind of monster lived here. At that moment, a satisfied Sun Can appeared on the last step of the 4th rank. He said that his master was simply a genius. He was like a new man. When Du Yuan saw him, he thought that the last time he had seen this guy, he was still at the Dantian rank. What had happened to him? Seeing the young master, Sun asked what brought him here. He replied that he was just passing by. Shouldn't he be at the market? Laughing, Sun Can replied that he was now the butler in this house, the butler of his glorious master. Surprised, Du Yuan asked who his master was. Sun Can replied that he didn't know such an influential guest. He proudly said that his master was Grandmaster Yang Xuan. Du thought that it was no wonder that Lin himself had spent the night in front of his doors. This man would be able to help restore his father's former abilities. He asked how long he had been staying with them. Why had he never heard of him before? The young man replied that his master did not like unnecessary attention. Now he knew, and it would be better to keep his mouth shut. He had business to attend to. And if Du Yuan wasn't here to talk to his master, he'd better not hang around his estate idly. Misunderstandings could arise. At that moment, Lord Lin's carriage arrived at the gate. Sun Can greeted him. Frowning, Du thought he had heard that Lin Tianyu's wife was ill. It seemed he understood that the Grandmaster lived here and had therefore waited all night. Even if the masters of their craft could not cure her, could he? But then why was Lord Lin so enthusiastic? When he came to Zhang Huan, Lin said that he had brought his wife and asked him to save his beloved Yu Zhou. Looking at her, Zhang thought that everything was much more serious than he had thought. Before that, he had only touched the bloody jade, knowing that it could cause harm. He thought it would be enough to destroy the jade and keep the patient away from its influence, and did not expect her to be in a deep coma. Was it too late? He thought he could ask her to strike a couple of blows, then the book and methods of treatment would immediately appear. But what to do with what he had? The Lord asked if his wife could still be saved. He replied that he was still examining her. He thought that under no circumstances could he lose face. His first client would bring him all the glory. His entire reputation as a grandmaster would go down the drain. Where were the flaws? He couldn't lose everything he had worked so hard to achieve. Suddenly, it dawned on him. There was a way for both the living and the dead. He asked the Lord to help him feel his wife. The stunned Lord asked again if he was really asking to touch his wife. Sun Can thought it sounded very authoritative, to tell her husband that he needed his wife. Then Zhang Huang said he would do it himself. Lord Lin asked if he wanted to touch her. He thought that the Grandmaster wanted to touch his wife even without his consent. Anyone who would do such a thing to an unconscious person was an animal. Seeing that he had taken her hand, the Lord thought he wanted to touch her in that sense. Why didn't he just say he wanted to check her pulse? Sun Can was worried that his master was being too direct. Who uses that word in that sense? Why speak so vaguely? At that moment, Zhang Huang smiled and said, "Of course." When he competed with Mo Yang, he was able to find out information about an object just by touching it. The library automatically prepared the necessary book. This woman cannot move. Perhaps it would work with her as well. He read that Yu Zhou had lived in Tianshuan for 43 years. She was the wife of Lin Tianyu, the head of a trading company. Weak meridians are a disadvantage. This makes it impossible to improve using more complex methods. It is practically impossible to create and control qi. She has no talent for cultivation, which affects her perception of spiritual energy. The protective shell was destroyed by bloody jade. This led to the meridians being blocked. Zhang thought that if it was a matter of the meridians, then everything would be simplified. The Lord asked what was wrong with her. Letting go of her hand and standing up, Zhang Huang replied that his wife's illness was easy to cure. Lin was amazed. Bowing low, Lord Lin asked the Grandmaster to save his wife. He replied that he was there to help him. If he wasn't going to do that, he wouldn't even have come to see him. But Lord Lin shouted that it didn't matter. Let him ask for whatever he wanted. For his wife's sake, he was willing to become poor. Sighing, Zhang Huang replied that his wife had suffered from the jade's influence for too long. It would be difficult to cure her in a short time. It would take about 10 days, and every day she would need to take medicine made from expensive herbs. Lin replied that he could buy them now. The Lord wondered if he would reveal the Grandmaster's secret recipe if he went to buy the herbs himself. He must have his own secret method. He said that he did not know much about herbs and would have to ask him for help in this matter. Zhang Huang replied that he would now perform the initial procedure. He pricked the woman with a needle. With a heavy sigh, she regained consciousness. Zhang Huang himself was stunned, not expecting such a result. The excited Lord rushed to his wife, who had regained consciousness. Zhang Huang wondered what he had done. How could he get money from him if the progress was so quick? The Lord decided that the Grandmaster was really good. It was a simple procedure, but his wife had woken up. Emotionally hugging his wife, Lord Lin joyfully said, "Yu Zhou, you're awake. This is Grandmaster Yang Xuan. He saved her." The woman asked Yang Xuan, "Grandmaster?" The Lord thanked him. Zhang replied that it was nothing. She woke up on the first day, but she would need herbal treatment in the following days. He would let them know when the preparation was complete. The Lord replied that they would not take up any more of his time. Zhang told Sun Can to show them out. The Lord told his wife that she was still weak and should not walk. She replied that her whole body was numb. She really wanted to take a walk. Disappointed, Zhang thought that he had wanted to solve the problem in 10 days, but he had almost ruined everything. She had woken up too quickly. He had missed his chance. At that moment, Sun Can arrived and reported that the Lord had already left. The whole city could not believe in the recovery of the Lord's wife. Not only did he make her wake up, but he even helped her walk. It was simply incredible. And Lord Lin left money before leaving. 100,000 yuan bills, 1 million in total. Frowning, Zhang thought that he wanted to take more money, but she got up and was even able to walk. He would have to act according to the situation. At that time, in the capital of the Tianshuan kingdom, at the residence of the Du clan, Du Miaoshuan went out into the courtyard. He thought that he still could not control the situation. If he died, his family would be exiled, if, of course, it came to that. For starters, the clan had to leave Yuan heir, otherwise there could be complications. He was once an influential and distinguished warrior, but now he was just an ordinary old man. However, despite his serious illness and loss of power, no one dared to disturb his hours of solitude. No one was allowed to enter. Suddenly, his son rushed in. Miaoshuan asked if he had not said not to disturb him. His son replied that he would come back later. But his father stopped him and said that since he was in such a hurry to see him, he should tell him what had happened. He replied that a grandmaster had appeared in the city who had cured Lord Lin's wife in 10 minutes. He thought that he could help his father too. Stunned, Du Miaoshuan asked him to repeat what he had just said. The grandmaster in their city. The young man confirmed that he had seen him with his own eyes. Stunned, Du didn't even notice his father jump up from his seat. As he ran away, he shouted at his son to hurry up. They needed to meet him. Soon, rumors spread throughout the city about the grandmaster who had cured the Lord's wife. But not everyone believed it, thinking it was all nonsense. No one had heard of him before. Maybe he was just a good healer and people were exaggerating. Was he capable of anything at all? The grandmaster appeared unnoticed. Frowning, Zhang Huang couldn't understand why this was happening. He told Sun Kang to lie down. The excited young man thought that when the master wanted to touch the Lord's wife, he was glad that his thoughts were wrong. But maybe he just wasn't attracted to women. Zhang Huang shouted, "Hurry up! He won't die. It's completely safe." Feeling the young man, Zhang said it was strange. Why was there no reaction? The guy asked what reaction the gentleman was expecting. He thought maybe he wanted him to take the initiative. At that moment, Zhang Huang told Sun Can not to move. He was going to knock him out. The frightened guy asked what he wanted to do. The master was not satisfied with him being conscious. Knocking him out, Zhang Huang asked irritably what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Touching the guy, Zhang realized that unconscious people are perceived. Only by touching them could information be obtained. Now he would know what to do. At that moment, he was informed that Du Miaoshuan wanted to meet with the master. Zhang told them to let him in. He slapped Sun Qian on the cheek and said it was time to wake up and get to work. At that time, Du Miaoyuan thought that his abilities had weakened due to his illness. He was happy to hear the news about the Grandmaster, but how could he arrive without making a fuss and settle in such a house? Moreover, the Grandmaster usually had many disciples. Why would he take on an ordinary merchant as a servant? He asked his son if he was sure that the Grandmaster lived here. He replied that Sun Qian had said so, and he himself had seen Lord Lin's healthy wife. After thinking about it, Miao Xuan decided that whether he was a Grandmaster or not, it was an opportunity for him in any case. If he was a liar, he could always just leave. Opening the gate, Sun Qian said that his master was ready to receive them. Let them pass. Looking around, Miao Xuan thought that the layout of the house looked good but nothing outstanding. This reinforced his suspicions. After seeing them in, Sun Qian introduced Mr. Du Miaoshuan and his son Du Yuan to Zhang Huan. Looking at him, the old man thought he looked about 40 years old, but judging by his skin, he was much younger than he was trying to appear. He realized that the guy was masking his appearance. If he was a real grandmaster, what was the point of changing his appearance? That meant he was a fraud. Frowning, Zhang Huang wondered if this man had come here because of the story about Lin Tianyu. Then why was he looking at him like that? The old man thought they were simply in cahoots with Lord Lin. They had simply deceived his young son. Zhang wondered why the old man showed no respect. Du Yuan said his father was seriously ill, and this illness greatly affected his fighting abilities. Upon learning of his arrival, they came in hopes of help. Frowning, Zhang asked if he looked like a healer. He thought that as a grandmaster, he could not lose his pride. He rushed to help his father, who looked at him as if he were a traitor. Smiling, Miao Xuan asked Master Yang to forgive them. He just had some questions about his fighting style. He couldn't resist and decided to ask for advice. After asking again about the fighting style, Zhang Huang wondered where he could have slipped up. The old man thought that if he was smart enough to deceive his inexperienced son, he couldn't outsmart a veteran like him. Smiling, Zhang asked if he wanted advice. He thought that with his library, he could figure out any technique and wipe the floor with him. The old man said that he had learned a new style but had not mastered it well enough and hoped for help. He thought that if the guy was pretending to be a grandmaster, then he should be ready to do his job. Now he would remove his mask. Suddenly, Zhang said that Miao Xuan didn't need to try so hard. Looking at his posture, it was clear that he had been familiar with the fast fist technique for a long time, and he could have reached the third rank with it. But it seems he cannot control his power. If he is not mistaken, he is not human. That's right. Hearing these words from Grandmaster Sun Qian, Du Yuan and Du Yuan were stunned. The old man's son said that perhaps his father had not been respectful, but to insult him by calling him not human. Smiling, Zhang Huang asked if it was an insult. Let him ask his father if he was offended. Turning around, the young man saw that his father had fallen to his knees and bowed, asking for help. Sun Qian was amazed. Just a moment ago, the old man had been confident and harsh, but as soon as the gentleman called him a non-human, he fell to his knees. Was he crazy? Frowning, Zhang told Sun to see the guests out. He wondered who he thought he was. At first he had his doubts, but now he had to accept him. The young man tried to show them out, but the old man shouted that he was terribly wrong and asked for a chance. Frowning, Zhang asked if his words meant nothing to them. Let him see the respected do-off. The servants led the old man away, and he shouted that he was wrong. He promised to wait outside for as long as necessary. The door slammed shut, and the old man fell to his knees. Du Yuan thought in amazement, would his father really wait here just because the master had called him a non-human? At that moment, Miao told his son to sit down too. This master is a true grandmaster. He treated him disrespectfully, and we can only hope for mercy. The boy cried out that he didn't understand. His father gave him a menacing look and said to kneel. All they could do was ask for his forgiveness, because only this man could cure him. The boy couldn't understand because the grandmaster hadn't said anything like that. He just called him not a human being. Could that word really cause such a reaction from his father? Sun Qian thought about touching your wife. Lie down. You are not human. Grandmasters all talk so strangely, or perhaps the influential have a fetish for humiliation. In the future, he would try it too. Maybe he would have more success in business. He told the teacher that the two gentlemen were kneeling at the entrance, but Zhang told him to forget about them. Sun asked the gentlemen what they would do now. Zhang thought it was useless to sit and wait for money. 1 million from the Lord was too little. His goal was 23 million, but asking for money directly was also not possible. It was not befitting his status. He told the young man that he was leaving. Sun Qian did not need to follow him. The young man replied, "Okay." Patting him on the shoulder, Zhang Huang said he had another task for him. He whispered in his ear. The guy was stunned, but Zhang said everything was fine. Go ahead. He trusts him. At that moment, Miao Xuan said that he wasn't doing this for show. He was truly sorry, and if he got up and left, he would lose his only chance. He heard the guards passing by discussing that Lord Lin had given their master 1 million gold coins. How generous. It was true. For them, it was an astronomical sum, but for their master, it was a small amount. Sun said that he had taken him to give the Lord peace of mind. Lord Lin was here all night, but His Excellency didn't even want to acknowledge him. He succeeded because he gave Sun Yu money and he put in a good word for him. The old man ordered his son to go home and collect all his savings from over the years. The guard heard that the master had reprimanded Sun Yu. He was offended. The Lord valued him at only 1 million. The Grandmaster's prestige is unshakable. The old man told his son to sell the precious pills and bring the money. The guard continued that Sunya had to take the money. Master Yang took pity and healed the woman because she was dying. He is noble in his actions. If a healthy man who was capable of throwing a couple of punches had come to him, the teacher would have done everything differently if he hadn't ignored him. The old man told his son to sell everything. Du Yuan asked what they would do in the future. The guard said that his second client turned out to be quite healthy. He probably wanted to show the gentleman's stupidity. This old man didn't even bring a few coins with him. Without offering anything in return, he simply asked for help. Frowning, Du Miaoshuan told his son to take all of his mother's savings and come here. At this time, Zhang Huang took off his mask and headed to the pharmacist's guild to pick up the first medicine. At the guild, Zhang was told that the Meridian Rejuvenation Pill and the healing solution for nourishing the body were ready. The other two medicines were in the process of being made. He replied that he would take them then. Zhang asked if they had any pure breath pills. He would be happy to purchase them. Master Ouyang replied that he had a few left. He could share them with Master Zhang. Zhang asked if there was any information in the library about spearmanship. The master replied that spears were not as popular as swords. Few people aspired to achieve greatness in this field, but he knew one person who had been doing it his whole life. He practices spear fighting. He develops secrets and passes them down from generation to generation. Zhang Huang asked to be introduced to him. Master Ouyang replied that he usually stays at home. It is difficult for strangers to get to him, and he is reluctant to teach his secrets, but they are close friends, so it might work out. Zhang Huang replied that he would be very grateful. Ouyang offered to go with him. He would take him to him. When they arrived, a servant informed Ouyang that his master was training and they would have to wait a while. The master said that his friend's name was Wang Chun. They had known each other for 20 years. He had been skilled with a spear since childhood. There was no other master like him in the city. The emperor himself had praised his skills. Zhang thought that the ability to stand out from tens of millions of other people was a sign of perseverance and talent. At that moment, Wang Chun appeared and asked if old man Ouyang was talking about how bad he was again. Smiling, the master said that it was wrong to speak ill of him. He was not that boring. Wang Chun replied that he must be boring if he had come to see him. Seeing Zhang, he asked if he was his younger brother. Ouyang thought, what younger brother? He wanted so much to please him, but with his words, he almost ruined everything. He said he was pleased to introduce him to the new member of the First Star Pharmacist Guild, Zhang Huang. Frowning, Wang Chun thought that he was so young but already an alchemist. That's amazing. Ouyang said that he had successfully passed the discussion about pills. All 10 masters recognized him. Most likely, no one knows more about herbs and alchemy than he does. Smiling, Zhang Huang said that Mr. Ouyang was too kind. He just had some knowledge. In fact, he was not very good at practical work. The master said that he had come to his old friend with a request. Wang Chun replied that he was listening. He said that Master Zhang was fond of spears. If he had time, could he give him a few lessons? Delighted, Wang Chun asked if Master Zhang was really interested in spears. That's wonderful. The young man replied that he had never actually held a spear in his hand. In fact, he had a student who was interested in spears, and he would like to give him some additional knowledge. Master Wang was stunned. How could he teach someone else when he himself did not practice it? He thought it was a joke. Many people spend their entire lives mastering this skill but never learn it to the required level. How could he possibly benefit his student with such knowledge? He replied that spearmanship was very difficult to learn. It was impossible to reach the heights in a short period of time. He didn't even know how to help him. He would only get confused. Smiling, Zhang Huang asked if he had any books on the subject that he could look at. Surprised, Wang Chun replied that the books contained good theory and were useful to look at. He had many of them. He could take him there. They went to a large library. Wang Chun said that there were books on various techniques and even tricks, information from all over the kingdom. He told Ouyang that it would be better not to disturb his friend while he was reading. They would go and have some tea. Smiling, Zhang Huang thought that was just fine. Now they could begin. Hearing the rustling of pages, Wang Chun asked what was going on. Ouyang reassured him, saying that he was probably looking for the right book. Leafing through the books, Zhang Huang thought that the spearmaster really did have a huge library. The masters sat down to drink tea. Wang Chun asked about the discussion of pills. Ouyang replied that his skill in alchemy was even higher than his. He was a true genius. Wang said that he had a talent for herbs, but the spear was definitely not his thing. Martial arts were not a game. You couldn't learn them just by reading. He had spent his whole life learning them. Master Ouyang replied that the spear was perhaps the most difficult weapon. He did not understand how anyone could achieve success in wielding it. There were no secrets in the library. Wang's replied that all the most important secrets were in his head. Only those to whom he told them would learn them. That was the only way. The library only contained the basics for beginners. After reading them, Master Zhang would abandon the idea of teaching his student how to use a spear. He thought it was ridiculous to teach someone when he was seeing it for the first time himself. He said that this boy was still young and simply did not realize the importance of it all. Soon he would give up and leave the library. He would demonstrate his skills to him. Smiling, Ouyang said he hoped he would focus on alchemy. He dreams of having a second-star pharmacist in the guild. Suddenly shocked, Wang Chun saw a spear flying towards them and shouted a warning. He struggled to resist the powerful energy flow as he tried to block the blow. Knocking over a teapot on its way, the devastating spear flew past them and crashed into the wall. Shocked, Ouyang sat on the floor and asked what it was. Wang Chun replied that it was a decisive spear. It is the same as a decisive sword. It is achieved by fencers with phenomenal sword control. A master with perfect mastery can comprehend this technique. Excited, Wang Chun said that it seemed this person was in the mansion. At that moment, the upset Zhang thought about what he had done again. He had simply tried a couple of strikes from the Heavenly Way library, but he did not expect them to be so powerful. But at least the job was done. Unfortunately, there were fewer books here than mistakes in them, but the library still created the Heavenly Spear technique. Seeing the hole in the wall, Wang Chun said that it seemed the blow had come from here. He shouted, asking who did it. Embarrassed, Zhang Huang apologized and said he could compensate for the damage. Shocked, Wang Chun asked if that was his decisive spear. The guy asked if he was talking about it. Was it really the decisive spear? Stunned, Wang Chun thought that the guy had said he hadn't picked up the spear. Equally astonished, Ouyang thought that his friend had been practicing this skill since he was 8 years old, but he still had not reached such a level of weapon mastery. Frowning, Wang asked if he had definitely not been trained in spear fighting before. How did he do it? Zhang replied that it was true he had not perfected his spear skills before. He figured it out from his books. He accidentally used a decisive spear. He didn't even know what it was. The master thought he had spent more than 10 years perfecting his skills. He had walked through barren lands, overcoming cold and heat, strengthening his will, but he had not achieved success. This guy, after a couple of hours in the library, could do whatever he wanted with the spear. He did it not with hard work, but with his mind. The other spear masters would die of shame. Master Ouyang said that Zhang probably had a predisposition for the spear. Zhang asked what exactly was this decisive spear that he was talking about. Master Wang replied that it was the result of understanding the spear. It becomes like an extension of the arm. This spear is more spiritual than material, and it has enormous power. Satisfied, Zhang said that he would pass this on to his student and he would win. Wang wondered if he really thought his student was that talented. Zhang said that he had learned one technique from books but did not know how powerful it was. Could Wang Chun give him a few tips? Frowning, Wang replied that he also wanted to see how such a genius as he could handle the spear in practice. This could only be tested in a real battle. Let Master Zhang show what he can do. The master threw Zhang a spear and asked if they could begin. Wang Chun replied yes. Releasing a powerful stream of crushing energy, Zhang Huang rushed into the attack. Shocked, Master Wang recoiled in horror from the deadly spear flying towards him. The master was relieved to see that the spear had stopped. Zhang Huang said that the master had withstood his full force strike. This was to be expected from a spear master. It seemed that his strength would not be enough to defeat him. Having said that, Wang Chun thought that his strike was not so good. If he had not trained for many years and reached the 7th rank, he could have died. Zhang Huang said that he wanted to teach this technique to his student, but he was sure that it had its drawbacks. It would be great if the master could give him some advice. Smiling, Wang Chun thought that Zhang had decided to finally trample him into the mud. What could he say? He said that Zhang could teach this technique. Smiling, Zhang Huang said that was great. Now Zheng Yang would definitely win. Master Wang thought that an hour ago he had refused to teach him, thinking that he was insulting the art of spear fighting itself. And now, was he himself insulting it? He had not been able to reach such heights in 40 years. Wang Chun, embarrassed, asked if Master Zhang could teach him. Smiling, Zhang Huang asked if the master really wanted to learn. Then he could tell him. He told the master. Seeing this, Ouyang thought, isn't it Zhang who came to learn? How they had switched places. Wang Chun thought that usually masters did not reveal their secrets to the first person they met. Even he did not reveal secrets except to his son. But Zhang acted nobly. His advice was invaluable. He said that Zhang's words were useful and he couldn't just accept them. He didn't have a daughter to marry off. At that moment, Ouyang said that Zhang was short of money to buy medicine. He thought it was a good payment for the training. Holding out the money, Wang Chun said he hoped Master Zhang would accept this modest payment. Otherwise, he apologized for his unpaid labor. Surprised, Zhang wondered what was going on. He had come to learn, but had become a teacher himself, and he had earned money. Master Wang bowed. Zhang Huang said that the payment was quite sufficient. He didn't deserve it. He asked Master Ouyang to look after his pills. He would come back for them later. Ouyang replied that it was no problem. Zhang Huang said that he needed to return to school, so there was no need to rush with the medicine. Ouyang replied that they would wait for his distant shipment. Satisfied, Zhang Huang thought that he had almost all the medicine he needed. It would greatly help his students. Entering the classroom, Zhang Huang asked in surprise why Wang Yin was there alone. Where were the others? Embarrassed, the girl tried to say that Zhang frowned and said that he had been thinking for a long time about how to help them with their training, and they hadn't even come. Let her tell him where all the other students were. At that moment, Yuan Tao ran past Zhang Huang and shouted for Wang Yin to come with him. The battle was about to begin. At that moment, the stunned boy saw Teacher Zhang. Zhang asked what battle. Why were they all there and not here? Hadn't he told them about the training battles? They were going into battle without having acquired any knowledge. Did his word no longer carry any weight? The embarrassed boy replied to Teacher Zhang that it was not what he thought. Today, the Education Bureau was distributing funds to help teachers. They said that the teacher was not worthy of funding and refused to give him money. They did not agree, and an uproar began. At that time, Zhang's students were arguing with the Education Bureau about funding. Clenching his fists, Zheng Yang shouted that the Teachers Guild had already proven that Teacher Zhang had been slandered. Why didn't they want to allocate resources to him? But the Bureau representative said there was no document. They hadn't seen it, since there was no accurate data except for the teacher's exam, where Zhang scored 0 points. There was no point in wasting valuable resources on him, and they shouldn't look at him that way. It was their own fault for choosing him as their teacher. Frowning, Zhao Yao said that even if the documents had not been sent to them, the teacher's innocence was a fact. He was a teacher as long as he had followers and students. That is more than enough to deserve respect. Surely they would not deny that. The representative said he did not disagree. The academy has such rules. But it also says that if a student is not worthy of the administration's expenses, then it is not worth helping him with resources. And they did not agree with the administration's decision and made a scene here. Doesn't she agree? If so, the lower arena is there. If his students win, Then he will give her not only breathing powder, but also a breathing pill. That's even more than they could have hoped for. Teachers receive such pills once a month. But he can give them 3 in case of victory, of course. Zhao Yao said that the lower arena is for resolving conflicts between students. It is similar to the upper arena. If a student who is in a dispute with a teacher can defeat all the students, the teacher will have to apologize to the student. Yang Li said they should do it. If they succeed, they will get 3 pills. Teacher Zhang has done a lot for them. It's time to repay him. The girl said that maybe the teacher needs these pills, but they will be given to everyone except him. To protect his dignity, they will fight. Since the teacher is not here, they will defend his honor themselves. It will be a worthy response. The students said they agreed to these terms. The teacher told them not to regret their choice. He said that everyone who agreed to the battle should come forward. It was time to show them their place. The winners would be well rewarded. He showed his 47 students and said that it didn't matter if they fought one by one or in groups, but they had to defeat everyone. Seeing so many opponents, Yang Li, Zhao Yao, and Zheng Yang were stunned. Zheng Yang told them not to lose their determination. He would go first. They still had injuries from the last battle. Seeing teacher Zhou Tian, Zhang Huang thought that he did not remember him crossing his path, so why was he asking for a beating? Yuan Tao said he had heard that he was formerly a disciple of Elder Chen and had become a teacher with his help. Zhang Huang replied that it was clear then. However, his reputation, it won't be easy. At that moment, Zheng Yang was fighting his opponent. Despite losing strength, the young man decided he had to hold on. He couldn't give up. The smirking student asked if he had really lost his nerve after only the 6th opponent. How dare they insult their teacher by challenging him? Now he would show them what they were worthy of. The guy thought he needed to dodge, but at that moment, their teacher Zhang stopped them. Their teacher shouted, "What is Zhang Huang doing there?" His students challenged him of their own free will, or was he going to beat up his students with his own hands? He replied that it was too much honor. He thought that Zheng Yang and the others were too traumatized. They just couldn't go on. Teacher Zhou then shouted, asking why he was on the battlefield. Maybe he wanted to give up. His students had agreed themselves and injured 5 people, so they had to continue. He couldn't stop it, unless Zhang Huang admitted that his students were weaker than him. Gritting his teeth in anger, Zheng Yang asked again, "Weaker? Don't even dream of it." Gripping his stick tightly, Zheng Yang shouted that he would never admit defeat. Their teacher deserved better. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, Zhang Huang told him not to worry. He would not admit defeat either. Teacher Zhou shouted that they should continue then. Zhang must leave the arena. The fight between students must be fair. Smiling, Zhang said that he would not admit defeat, but that did not mean he wanted his students to continue fighting. An angry Zhou Tian asked if he wanted them to stop. The fight had started without him. Nothing could be changed now. He should stop interfering. Smiling, Zhang Huang said that his students' decision was his decision. He did not regret their desire to fight in the slightest, but he thinks the lower arena is too boring. Will he dare to move to the upper arena? Shocked, the disciples asked Master Zhang if he had a problem with his head. In the upper arena, they would be fighting against their master. They couldn't even defeat him. Frowning, Zhou Tian asked again about the upper arena. Zhang Huang wants his students to challenge him. Laughing, Zhang Huang asked if teacher Zhou Tian was afraid. Laughing, Zhou Tian replied that Zhang Huang was digging his own grave. He agreed. If they win, he will give them 10 pills, but if they lose, Zhang will kneel before him. Teacher Zhang said that no one except Zheng Yang had entered the fight yet, so it would be fair if he were the one to fight. Let Zheng Yang continue. Enraged, Zhou Tian thought that Zhang could brag now. They would see what would happen in the end. Stunned, Zheng Yang tried to tell his teacher that he was, but Zhang interrupted him, telling him not to rejoice prematurely. Let him hold back his smile. After the victory, he could rejoice, but before the battle, he would teach him one technique. Zhou did not object. He replied that it was too late. Smiling, Zhang Huang said that it didn't matter if it was too late or not. This technique would defeat him. Taking the stick from the boy, teacher Zhang said he would show him something. Waving the stick, he told Zheng Yang to remember his movements. Zhou Tian grimaced and thought, so this is what he calls a technique. He had seen many students deceive their teachers, but this was the first time he had seen a deceitful teacher. Smiling, Zhang Huang handed the stick back to the boy and asked if he had learned the technique. Saying thank you, the boy thought that he had learned this technique in 5 years. Would it really help him win? Was the teacher sure? Patting him on the shoulder, Zhang Huang said that now that he was ready, he could only rely on himself. Suddenly stunned, Zheng Yang felt a powerful stream of qi energy flow into him. The teacher, using the qi connection, told him not to resist and to let his qi regulate his breathing. Let it calm him down. What he was about to teach him was the breathing method of the spear art. The boy thought that this method had been developed by the teacher and was far superior to others. Any movement becomes super powerful when combined with such breathing. Zhang told him to synthesize the new breathing with his movements. Now let him keep this energy inside but continue to pretend to be weak. When the battle begins, let him strike him with one blow. Smiling, Jotian said that the guy could barely hold his spear. Surely he wanted to fight him. Bowing, Zhang Yang told Master Zhou that he was ready to begin the battle. Angered, Zhou thought that Zhang was going to embarrass him with the help of his student. He taught him a trick that wouldn't even kill a bird. Waving his fists, Master Zhou promised that Zhang Huang would pay for this. Worried, Zhao Yao asked the teacher for permission to replace Zhang Yang. He replied, "No way, let him just watch." The boy asked the teacher to be lenient. He replied that he could not be merciful. This was a battle. It was his teacher's fault. Frowning, Zhang Yang said that he would not hold back then. Swinging his arm, Teacher Zhou rushed to attack the boy, shouting, "Take that!" Holding his spear in front of him, Zhang Yang concentrated his strength and released a stream of energy. Teacher Zhou was shocked to see an energy snake flying rapidly toward him. Flying to the side, Zhu Tian shouted, "What the hell kind of blow is that? Why is he so strong?" The shocked students screamed in horror. "Teacher Zhou!" They were amazed. Flying over their heads, Teacher Zhou crashed to the ground with a bang. Zhoutian's students couldn't believe that their teacher had been defeated. What had just happened? Teacher Zhou broke the rules and unleashed his power to stop the blow, but it didn't help. Smiling, Zhang thought that it wasn't bad for his student. He had adapted well in such a short time. 70 points for technique. His surprised comrades couldn't understand how Zhang Yang had suddenly become so strong. Bowing, Zhang Yang thanked Master Zhou. He reminded them that Teacher Zhou had promised them 10 breathing pills in case of victory. He had to give them right now. Struggling to get up, an enraged Zhou Tian asked his students to bring the pills. Leaning over, a disciple asked if the teacher was sure. He replied not to argue and quickly brought them. Satisfied, Zhang Yang showed Zhang Huan the spoils and told him to take a look. Smiling, Zhou thought that it didn't matter that he had given the pills to Zhang. His disciples had won them for themselves. He simply could not accept them. They were not his. Looking at the pills, Zhang Huang said that they were breathing pills. Was this what his disciples had fought so desperately for? He threw them on the ground. The stunned disciples watched as Zhang Huang trampled the pills in an instant. Shocked, Zhou thought that this was a box of precious pills worth 1,000 each. Why did he break them? Teacher Zhang told them not to be surprised. Although these pills help to gather energy, frequent use will only harm them. And that's bad for training. So he prepared something for them. He'll bring more when the bottle is empty. They realized that these were breath-freshening pills. The students asked Zhang Huan in amazement if these pills were really for them. He replied, "Of course." As his students, they were not obliged to participate in such squabbles over trivial matters. Wang Yin's legs had not yet recovered, and this would help in her treatment. Let her mix the medicine with water and soak her legs in it for 3 days. In 3 days, she will be back to normal. For Yang Li, he prepared medicine for his hands. Let him train according to his method and take the medicine, and he will get better. Zhou's disciples were shocked. Realizing that he had spent about 1 million on his students, they wanted to become his student. Zhou Tian realized that Zhang had planned this from the beginning. Teacher Zhang said it was time for them to go. Enough wasting time, it was time to practice. When they returned to class, Zhao Yao told Teacher Zhang that these pills were too expensive. He replied that they should just help him win the teacher's evaluation. That would be excellent payment. The students told the teacher not to worry. They would do everything in their power. They would not disappoint him. Smiling, Zhang Huang said, "Great, now I need to talk to Zhang Yang separately." The boy asked about the spear technique. Zhang Huang replied that he had created it recently, and now he would explain all its secrets to him. He implored him not to share this information with anyone. At that time, people in the city were discussing how Du Miaoshuan had spent the whole day kneeling in front of the mansion. He was a respected clan leader, even though his position was shaky. Had he really humbled himself before the Grandmaster? If this was true, then they had to go and see for themselves. If it was really the Grandmaster, then they had to hurry up and befriend him. When they saw Miao Xuan, people were amazed. He had always been cautious and never lost face. This Grandmaster must surely make him happy. At that moment, the gate swung open and Sun Qian said that the master was ready to receive them. Seeing that Du Miao had entered, people decided to see what condition he was in after he came out. The old man told Zhang Huan to forgive him for his previous disrespect. Falling to his knees, he said he was wrong and begged the Grandmaster to help him. Frowning, Zhang Huang replied that he had let him in, so he would help him. After all, he was right when he called him a beast. Sighing, the old man confirmed this. Zhang said that his problems began not 10 years ago, but earlier. Training no longer helped him progress, so he decided to take the blood of a white wolf in an attempt to change his nature. This led to the wolf's blood taking over his body every noon. He was covered with the skin of a beast, but he could not be called an animal or a human. He is a werewolf. The old man said sadly that the Grandmaster was absolutely right. The son understood that it was no surprise that his father secluded himself in the garden every noon. He thought it was just a harmless habit. Now it was clear why he didn't get angry. Zhang said that the snow wolf is equal in strength to the 7th human rank, with thick white fur and speed equal to the wind. Its blood is the main ingredient for Tunsuan pills, which have the effect of unblocking meridians and increasing the speed of development. The old man took the snow wolf's blood and thought that if his blood accepted someone else's, he would become many times stronger. He replied that he was young and foolish. He couldn't tell the truth from a lie. Du Miao asked to save him. Zhang said that his information was completely true. The shocked old man cried out, but if that was true, why had he suffered for so many years? Zhang said that although it was true, the main information had been destroyed. He just didn't finish his treatment, that's all. Let him take off his clothes and he would help him with acupuncture. Zhang Huang thought that the problems of Du Miaoshuan and Lord Lin's wife were quite similar. It was blocked meridians. Because of them, the wolf's blood could not circulate normally throughout his body. He will simply clear them and the problem will be solved. Zhang Huang threw down the needles. The old man was kneeling on the floor when a stream of needles flew at him. When Du Miaoshuan came out from Zhang Huang, Master Luo called out to him. Turning around, Miaoshuan asked what Master Luo was doing here. He asked about the mansion. Du Yuan told him that Grandmaster Yang lived there. The old man said that Grandmaster Yang was a very intelligent man. He had tremendous ability. If Elder Luo had a problem, he could turn to him. However, he did not like frequent visitors. He had come to rest. But there was no need to worry. Master Yang could solve anyone's problem. But first, 3 million had to be paid, regardless of the outcome. The money is non-refundable. The reason for this rule is simple. What kind of Grandmaster would help everyone he meets? This is how he reduces the number of visitors. Soon, Lu Chun came to see Zhang Huan. Zhang said he had heard that he was a skilled blacksmith. What problem had he encountered? The blacksmith said that lately he had been unable to make weapons as strong as before. He did not understand why and hoped for help. Zhang Huang asked Master Luo to show him the best weapon he was currently capable of making. Looking at the sword, Zhang thought it was an ordinary sword that did not even require the use of spiritual techniques to create. He needed to see what was wrong with it. Excited, Master Luo asked the Grandmaster to share his thoughts. Frowning, Zhang Huang said to let him say something, if he was not mistaken. Throwing his sword at his feet, Zhang Huang said that he just liked to eat. The blacksmith was shocked. He thought that even if he was a Grandmaster, what right did he have to humiliate him? He was a skilled blacksmith, the head of the guild. He had a noble status. Stunned, Sun Qian thought he had expected something like this, but this respected man had told him about his problems. Why speak so viciously about him? Frowning, Zhang said that he didn't need to be angry or deny it. He had been eating imperial shrimp every day lately, hadn't he? The surprised blacksmith replied that he did indeed eat imperial shrimp often, but how was that relevant? He replied that it was simple. Imperial shrimp usually reproduce in late summer and early autumn. The blacksmith wondered why he should care when they reproduce. He asked the Grandmaster how this affects his weapons. He replied that this was why the blacksmith could not improve the quality of his weapons. It had to do with the shrimp. Imperial shrimp are raised in cold waters. They are a product of yin energy, so they reduce the yang energy of the person who eats them. Of course, the effect is minimal, almost imperceptible. However, shrimp before and after reproduction are two different products. The shrimp becomes weak. This is because it transfers the entire essence of its body to the new generation, and for protection, they secrete a so-called poison that weakens the brain. After all, he could not enter the state of calm water of the second Dan's mind. He is also constantly irritated and cannot concentrate, hence the failures. Stunned, Master Lu thought that lately he really couldn't concentrate, and that the will of the mind was difficult for him. Could it be because of the shrimp? Zhang Huang said that everything in nature has its own defense. Shrimp weaken after giving birth but try to defend themselves in this way, although their taste does not change. Falling to his knees, Master Lo cried out that he understood and would never eat shrimp again. But let Master Yang tell him what to do now. Stunned, Zhang Huang thought, how could he know what to do? The library only talks about shortcomings, not how to fix them. His case was different from the previous ones. His body was fine, he had simply eaten too many shrimp. But something had to be done. He told him he would have to let go of the shrimp he had caught. It was up to him to decide what to do with them. He needed to stop eating them, and then he would quickly recover. Master Luo thanked him for his help. He just glanced at the weapon and immediately understood what was going on. He had not paid so much money for nothing. It was worth it. Falling to his knees, Master Lo asked if Master Yang could also help him with blacksmithing. Zhang looked at him grimly and asked again about blacksmithing. Master Luo replied that he should forgive his audacity. Waving his hand, Zhang Huang told Sun Qian to take their guest away. Smiling, Sun Qian said that his master wished to rest. Master Luo replied that he asked for forgiveness. When the visitor left, Zhang Huang fell onto the bed and thought that pretending to be a grandmaster was not easy. A grandmaster who knows the principles of all professions by heart and has such vision that he can see what is invisible to ordinary people. He is now on par with them only because of the library. Without it, he would quickly fall from grace. These grandmasters are amazing people. Human energy is limited. He was only familiar with the profession of a pharmacist, but even now he understands that each field requires in-depth study. He must constantly replenish the library and absorb its knowledge. After all, otherwise he will not be able to use it effectively. At that moment, a book flew into his hands. Zhang Huang wondered why he had not seen this book before. Leafing through the pages, Zhang Huang was surprised to find that it was golden and all the pages were blank. Closing the book, the guy decided that it didn't matter. Then he would study the other books. Suddenly, a stunned Zhang Huang saw that the book had opened and its pages were shining brightly. Flying into the air, the book began to absorb energy, and Zhang realized with surprise that it was concentrating the contents of the others. A few moments later, the golden book slammed shut and flew rapidly downward. It crashed down on Zhang Huang with a bang, illuminating everything around him with a bright flash. At that time, the servants were discussing that their master had participated in a discussion about pills and learned that he would soon pass away. He had not been feeling well lately. If the master left them, the mansion would be in danger. Rumors were circulating that all the influential members of the family were going to sell their property and move far away. After writing the letter, the master said that from now on, this rule must be followed by everyone. No objections would be accepted. Otherwise, they would face expulsion from the family. All the servants cried out in excitement, "Sir." He said, "Well, why are they grieving? It's not so bad." At that moment, his son called out to him. He said that a grandmaster had appeared in the city. The boy suggested that he could solve his father's problem. The master asked if this was really true. He replied that he was not sure, so he had sent a subordinate to investigate yesterday. This grandmaster named Yang Huang not only solved the problem of Lime Tianyu's wife, but Du Miaoxuan himself was waiting at his door. Moreover, Du Miaoxuan came out 10 minutes later, and his 5th rank had risen to 7th during that time. He was also visited by Luo Chun, the head of the Blacksmiths Guild, who was extremely pleased after the visit. He confirmed that a true grandmaster lived there. His father told him to take him there as soon as possible. The surprised guy asked if he could go right away, but he said to sell the property urgently, and the master shouted that he should sell his head. Visiting the grandmaster was the most important thing right now. Let him move faster. At that time, on the outskirts of the capital, Elder Kang was trying to understand why there was such a commotion. What important events had taken place over the past few days? He was informed that in 10 days there had been 17 one-star events, 12 two-star events, and 3 three-star events. After reading this, Elder Qian frowned and asked what was wrong with this incident. The servant replied that the event had happened very recently and they had not been able to assess it. He would now explain the essence of the matter to him. He said that 3 days ago, a man named Yang Xuan arrived in the capital. He called himself a grandmaster and cured Lord Lin's sick wife. The elder said he had heard about this and went to the Teachers Guild to check it out. There was no grandmaster with that name in the records. He was most likely a fraud. This case was given 1 star. The servant replied that last night, the head of the Du family and his heir had spent the night at his gate. He went in for 10 minutes, and after he came out, everyone saw his 7th rank, even though everyone knows he only had the 5th rank before. In addition, Luo Chun, the most skilled blacksmith in the kingdom, visited his mansion. After leaving, he praised the grandmaster and said that he was the real deal. After thinking about it, Qian decided that since that was his opinion, then maybe that man really was a grandmaster. He said that this question could be given 3 stars. The servant continued that this morning, the leader of the Pharmacists Guild, Wu Yangcheng, and the apothecary Chen Xiao decided to visit him, but they were not allowed in. They are waiting at the gate. Stunned, Qian said that this was a 5-star matter. Let them write it down immediately. The emperor must be notified. The servant asked if he was sure. The elder shouted, "Do I really need to repeat myself? Things like this must be recorded immediately. They are wasting time." Rumors spread throughout the city that even Luo Chun himself had praised that man. It seems that Yang Huang is indeed a grandmaster. We must meet him as soon as possible. It turns out that to meet Master Yang, one must pay 3 million. That's right. If everyone goes to see him, when will he have time to rest? At that moment, Zhang Huang came to his senses and realized that he had lost consciousness because of the book. He did not expect the library to be capable of such a thing. That was quite something. Suddenly, a stunned Zhang Huang realized that a lot of knowledge had appeared in his head. Looking around, he realized that the golden book had disappeared. Perhaps this book was turning the contents of all books into his knowledge. When Zhang Huang finally came to his senses, he realized that he had spent the whole night here. He decided that it was time to earn some money. Seeing him, Sun Qian asked if he was awake yet. He said that the leader of the Pharmacists Guild, Wu Yangcheng, and the pharmacist Chen Xiao had come to see him. In fact, they had been waiting for him for about 2 hours. Mr. Chen Xiao, the pharmacist, had paid 3 million. Here is the money. Zhang Huang replied that they should come in. Rumors spread throughout the city that the 2 pharmacists who had been waiting so long left after 5 minutes. It was urgent to find out what problems they had. Why did they need this grandmaster? Apparently Cheng Xiao had already arranged his own funeral, but when he returned, he canceled the mourning and continued to live as before. He had an illness and could die at any moment. Could he have been cured by the Grand Master? It seemed they were wrong. Maybe Master Yang had 2 stars. After a while, Zhang Huang returned to class. Wang Yin said that Huan Yu had come to see him. She was waiting for him. The boys in the class stared at the girl. She decided to wait outside. Zhao Yao thought that she and Wang Yin were also beautiful. Why weren't they staring at them like that? When she saw Teacher Zhang, the girl was delighted. He asked her why she was looking for him. The girl told him that Master Lu had invited him to his residence. He shouted with joy, asking if he wanted to show him the royal library. She replied that it wasn't quite like that. Master Lu wanted Master Zhang to judge her and Bai Xun. Master Lu knew that he had a deep knowledge of painting. Therefore, he can give a fair assessment. That is why she was urged to persuade him. He thought that he didn't even know how to hold a brush. The master wanted him to be the judge, but he couldn't miss the chance to get into the royal library. Besides, during the will detector test, Huan Yu helped him a lot. It seems impossible to refuse. He said he would not waste her time. When is the test? She replied that it was scheduled to start at noon, but he had arrived so late. However, if they left immediately, they should still make it in time. He agreed and told her to wait a minute. He would give instructions to the students. As they walked down the street, Zhang Huang said that he knew that painting and calligraphy were difficult to learn, and that competing was not easy either. The girl replied that the exam had been completely designed by Master Lu and Master Yuan Yu. She and Bai Xun knew nothing about the rules. Surprised, Zhang Huang asked Master Yuan Yu again. He thought, what does a famous doctor have to do with painting? Huan Yu replied that he was not only a master of medicine but also of painting. Even Master Lu praised him. He had recently painted a landscape. The birds mistook it for a real landscape, flew over, and began to sing. Zhang was surprised that he was such a skilled master. The girl said that this time the master had invited not only him, the 3 of them would be judging. The test would be fair. Zhang realized that there would be real masters there. When they arrived, the master asked why Master Zhang and Lady Huan had been gone for so long. Master Yuan Yu asked them to hurry because he had other plans for the day. Zhang apologized and said that Huan had been waiting for him for a long time. They went inside, and Master Lu said that Master Zhang had finally arrived. He wanted to introduce Master Yuan Yu, his close friend, to him, a master of painting and calligraphy. He told the master that this was the young man he had told him about. Although he was young, he was no worse than them at painting. Embarrassed, Zhang Huang replied that Master Lu was too kind to him. He was still just learning. The master replied that a master has no age. He was able to correctly interpret Master Lu's great paintings and point out their flaws. There should be more young people like him. Master Lu said that since everyone was gathered, it was time to begin. There was only one painting they were fighting over. He would give it to the one who passed the test. He did not want to give it to someone who knew nothing about painting. He also wanted to curb their complacency and pride. However, since they had only recently taken up painting and calligraphy, it was hardly worth asking them to write something. Therefore, he chose a method of evaluation. Master Yuan Yu said that Master Lu and Master Zhang would paint pictures. The one who evaluates their paintings more accurately will receive the prize. Shocked, Zhang Huang thought that he was here to judge, not to paint. Who was being tested? Them or him? He didn't even know how to hold a brush. He told the masters that he apologized, but it would be better for him not to paint. Master Lu replied that he should not reject the offer. Perhaps they would be able to instill a love for this art in their young followers. He wondered why they weren't listening to him. He was saying outright that he couldn't paint and didn't want to do it. He said there was no need for that. The paintings of the 2 of them would be enough. He hadn't even prepared himself. Lu replied that he shouldn't worry. He would prepare everything necessary. He should just paint. Huan Yu and Bai Xun should watch their movements carefully and pay attention to what they see. Frowning, Zhang thought that he couldn't even draw with a pencil, let alone a brush. If he had known, he would never have gone, even under threat of execution. Master Lu said it was time to begin. As a guest, Yuan Yu could start first. He replied that he would work at half strength. Closing his eyes, Master Yuan Yu concentrated and dipped his brush in the paint. When he opened his eyes, they sparkled with determination, and he waved his brush. Waving his hands with quick and precise movements, Master Yuan Yu applied paint to the canvas. The girl asked if this was a painting of intention. Master Lu replied that it was. The 3rd level of painting is painting of intention. There are 4 main levels of painting: image, inspiration, intention, and embodiment. The 1st level is awarded to paintings with the surrounding world. The 2nd level refers to unusual realism. The 3rd level adds the feeling of the painting. The 4th level refers to paintings with a special aura that blends with the real world. Frowning, Zhang Huang thought that if a painting was realistic, it was beautiful. It turns out that this is the lowest level. Putting down his brush, Master Yuan Yu said that he hadn't painted in so long. It didn't turn out the way he wanted it to. Surprised, Huang Yu asked Master Lu if this painting was of the 3rd level. He replied that it was, but it barely crossed that threshold. They would have to figure out why for themselves. Whoever was closest would win. Looking at Zhang Huang, he said that now it was Master Zhang's turn. Zhang Huang thought, does he really want him to paint? He doesn't know how to do anything. You can't just draw a little chick and put a halo on it. And call the painting Divine Phoenix. He swore he wouldn't get out of there alive. He asked if he could read a little before drawing. Surprised, Master Lu asked why he needed to do that. Was he really lacking the knowledge to do it? He replied that this was not the case. It was still difficult for him to achieve the right state of mind for painting. Every time before painting, he would read to improve the quality of the result. Master Yuanyu agreed that a good state of mind and productivity are closely related. At his age, it is difficult to find harmony instantly. Didn't Master Lu say that he had several books on painting in his office? Let the young man read them. Then he will show his skill. Master Lu replied that the last time he read his books, it caused him some difficulties, but he didn't mind at all. Master Zhang knew where his office was, so he could feel at home there. The young man thought that the golden book he found made all the knowledge in the books he had read his own, but martial arts and painting are completely different. The library can see all the flaws and copy all the books for its own use, but it cannot turn him into a master of painting. Surprised, Huan Yu wondered what she needed to read to get in the right frame of mind. She told Master Lu that she had never heard of such a thing before. He replied that it was an individual matter. It was difficult to learn. Yuan Yu said that it was something like a ritual. There was one expert who had done it before. Before becoming famous, he sold firewood. Bai Sen said he knew who the master was talking about. It was the elder Lu Chai. The master confirmed that it was Lu Chai. Few people know that before the battle, the man chopped wood to get into the right state of mind and defeat all his enemies. There are many similar examples. Perhaps Master Lu's friend needs to get in the right frame of mind with the help of books. However, something is bothering him. Smiling, Master Lu said to tell Brother Yuan Yu not to be shy and to speak up. He answered when he finished the painting and looked at Zhang. He looked at the painting as if he didn't understand what level it was or what brushstrokes were used. Master Lu replied that as a doctor he was much more observant than him, but he immediately guessed the secrets of the paintings. He looked for the second layer when no one else even suspected it. Smiling, Master Yuan Yu said that he could be wrong. They would only know for sure when he started painting. Master Lu asked Master Yuan's brother if he was going to visit someone's house that evening. He replied that he had heard about Grandmaster Yang Xuan. He wanted to visit him and perhaps get some advice. Why not visit the Grandmaster together? He knew that Lu had long dreamed of reaching the 4th level in painting. He was sure that the Grandmaster would help. Bai Sen told Huan Yu that Master Yuan Yu had said that there was a Grandmaster in their city. It seemed that the whole city was talking about him. After talking, the masters decided that they would do just that. They would go to the Grandmaster after the test. At that time, the students were training in class. Mo Xiao told Zheng Yan that he had learned a few techniques and wanted to show him. The others watched them. Yang Li asked who they thought would win. Frowning, Yuan Tao replied that he had heard that Master Wang had taught Mo Xiao secret techniques. Surprised, Zhao Yao asked about the secret techniques of the Wang clan. Yang Li asked if Wang was famous for his spear skills. Wang Yin replied that there were 2 Wang families in Tianchuan. One was one of the 4 great families. The other was a family of spearmen, the Wang Chun family. He is a master spearman. Even the emperor recognized his talent. Their family's secret techniques are unique and inimitable. Spearmen dream of learning them. Hearing that Yang Li was so strong, he said that Zheng Yang would definitely lose. Zhao Yao replied that it was not necessarily so. Zheng Yang used to be weaker. But after receiving help from Master Zhang, she is now inferior to him. So this fight is unpredictable. Yuan Tao agreed that Master Wang had passed on several family heirlooms to his student. That was truly generous. They were serious about winning. At that moment, Mo Xiao said that Teacher Wang had taught him the 3rd technique of the 7th and 18th, so he should be careful. Swinging his spear, the guy used the 3rd technique, Chilling Glare Attack. He swiftly attacked Chen Yang, who parried his blow with a smile and said it was magnificent. Watching the battle, Wang Yin said in surprise that Mo Xiao had achieved such success. Why was he showing it now? Wouldn't it be better to surprise the enemy at the teacher's evaluation? Smiling, Yang Li replied that it was their brotherly bond. They grew up together. Of course, they didn't want to fight each other. That's why he came to his friend and said he wanted to compete. But in reality, he wanted to tell him what he had learned so that his friend could prepare himself. Yuan Tao added that he even told him the names of his techniques. You wouldn't see that in a normal fight. Frowning, Zhao Yao said that now she understood. Wang Yin thought about how strong their friendship was. The battle continued. Mo Xiao attacked Zheng Yang, who parried his blows. Spinning his spear above his head, Mo Xiao said that this was the 18th technique. The technique was called Return of the Forest Canary. Mo Xiao delivered a crushing blow, knocking Zheng Yang off his feet. Struggling to keep his balance so as not to fall, Zheng Yang replied that it was an amazing technique. Smiling, he added that Mo Xiao had learned a lot, but he had not been idle either. Let Mo Xiao see what he had learned from Master Zhang during this time. He used a special technique and everything around him turned into a water surface. He said that although his technique was not yet as perfect as his teacher's. Amazed, Mo Xiao could not understand what these movements were. Even the atmosphere around him had changed. Frowning, Zheng Yang shouted that he could do it and delivered a crushing blow. It was a powerful move called Water Dragon Leap. In an instant, a huge stream of water flew towards the stunned Mo Xiao. Covering his head with his hands from the crushing power, Mo Xiao thought in surprise that it was a very strong blow. Unable to withstand the pressure of the water stream, Mo Xiao cursed, lost his balance, and flew to the side. Excited, Zheng Yang threw down his spear and shouted to ask if Mo Xiao was okay. The surprised disciples said that it seemed that the Wang clan's techniques were not so good. Yang Li was amazed to note that not long ago he could have defeated Zheng Yang. At that moment, Zheng Yang ran up to his friend and asked if he was all right. Mo Xiao replied that everything was fine and asked what that was. Laughing, the guy replied that it was what his teacher Zhang had taught him. Mo Xiao was amazed that it was teacher Zhang's technique. Was he really that good with a spear? He thought that this technique was at least twice as powerful as the Wang family's techniques. Could it be that they had simply passed on such knowledge to him? Smiling, Zheng Yang replied that Master Zhang spared no effort for them. He was a true teacher. Stunned, Mo Xiao said in surprise that this technique was incredible. What was it called? Thinking for a moment, Zheng Yang replied that he did not know the name. It had been created by the teacher recently, but he had not had time to name it. Mo Xiao asked in shock if Zhang had created it himself. He thought this technique was much better than the secrets of the Wang clan. It was the best in Tianchuan. Smiling, Zheng Yang asked Mo Xiao to help him name it. The guy asked in surprise what he was talking about. Creating a technique is a difficult and lengthy process. Its name would live on for centuries. Wouldn't naming it himself be disrespectful to his teacher? Zheng replied that he shouldn't worry, as his teacher had given his permission. In fact, all the techniques they were learning had been invented by Master Zhang, and they themselves gave them names. Mo Xiao was amazed that such a thing was possible. At that time, Zhang Huang, studying the books, thought that, as befits a master of painting, all the books in the kingdom about paintings were here. Looking around the library, Zhang Huang decided that he should be able to handle all these books. Master Lu thought about it. They had been waiting for Zhang Huang for 3 hours. Could he really want to do it again? Zhang thought that painting was divided into drawing and calligraphy. It could help overcome impatience and allow one to achieve a calm state of mind. Frowning, Master Lu looked at Zhang and tried to understand what he was doing. Could he have moved up to another rank again? At that moment, Zhang Huang opened his eyes and jumped aside in surprise. Looking at Master Lu Sheng in surprise, he asked what was wrong with him. The master frowned and asked if he had advanced to another rank. Zhang Huang replied that he had not. Master Lu said that he had simply spent a lot of time here and decided to see how he was doing. Laughing, Zhang asked who could advance to the next rank so easily. Frowning, the master thought, wasn't it easy for him last time? Well, at least he's not trying to destroy him. He asked Zhang Huang if he was ready for the test. The guy smiled and replied that they could go. The master said, go ahead. They were all waiting to see his skills. Smiling, Zhang Huang apologized for making them wait. Master Yuan Yu replied that it was nothing and asked if Zhang was now ready to begin writing. After confirming that he was ready, Zhang Huang headed to the brush set to choose a suitable one. Smiling, Huang Yu said that finally they would see the art of Master Zhang. Bai Sen said he couldn't wait. Taking several brushes at once, Zhang Huang concentrated intently as he moved them across the canvas. Looking at Zhang, Master Lu asked in surprise what he was doing. Huang Yu asked if it was the first time Master Zhang had held a brush. Frowning, Bai Sen said that when he first saw the brushes, he looked exactly the same. Master Yuan Yu asked if he had read books to learn how to paint. Throwing the brush up and catching it, Zhang Huang thoughtfully said, let's begin. Smiling, he waved the brush and applied the first stroke of paint to the canvas. Rapidly rotating the brushes, Zhang Huang dipped them in paint and applied the design. In a moment, he was already holding paintbrushes in both hands and applying paint. Watching him in amazement, Master Lu said, this is the flight of dragons. Bai Sen asked what it was. The master replied that it was a method created by some of the greatest calligraphers and artists to improve the quality of painting. The mind is divided into 2 parts with the help of 2 brushes that begin to write from the left and right edges of the painting. Instead of creating an outline, the artist paints the image directly from his imagination, draws the image directly from his imagination of the painting, and when the 2 brushes meet, the painting is complete. The difficulty also increases. You need to have a clear idea of the future painting and also divide your mind in 2 so that everything works out. You need to have a very subtle understanding of the colors in the painting. Only then will there be no problems with connecting the 2 sides. This is an extremely high-level technique. Even they and UNU are not capable of this. He thought that one must be absolutely confident in one's ability to complete the painting in order to use this technique without several decades of practice. It is impossible to perform this technique. However, Zhang suddenly mastered it. Master Yuan Yu said that this painting method requires a perfect connection in the center. Otherwise, it would be difficult to call it a success. If he made a mistake, the entire painting could be ruined. Both must be executed perfectly and skillfully connected. If it doesn't work, it's the end of the painting. He said that it is important to remember that painting is very closely connected with the artist's consciousness. Without a clear concept, the painting, no matter how beautiful, would be useless. This technique divides the painting into two parts, causing a split in the idea itself. Thus, even if both sides coincide perfectly in the middle of the canvas, such a painting will hardly reach the third level. He is a braggart. The dragon technique is spectacular and fast, making it suitable for street artists. If he continues in the same vein, he will achieve little. Yuan Yu said that he is still young and that we can expect more from him. Stunned, Bai Sen said, "Look, it's time to put the pieces together." Stunned, Master Lu asked in bewilderment how this was even possible. On one side are people, on the other is nature. On one side is silence and tranquility, on the other is eternal movement. This is the most natural synthesis. The former dissonance between the left and right sides of the wall instantly merged into a single whole. The painting was perfect. It was the work of a skilled master. Master Yuan Yu said it was amazing. Just one touch changed the entire composition. Smiling, Zhang Huang said it was ready and asked for an evaluation of his painting. Coming closer, Master Lu said he would like to take a look. Huang Yu exclaimed that it was very beautiful. Rubbing his beard, Master Yuan Yu said it was a pity. Master Lu replied that he agreed. Surprised, Bai Sen said that the painting was very beautiful. What happened? The master replied that the work was done perfectly, without a single mistake. The colors and technique were also excellent, but such a technique did not pay enough attention to the idea. They see a collection of details, but what is the concept? Without it, the painting will not be rated higher than the second level. There is a huge gap between it and third-level paintings. Yuan Yu said it was a pity. But Zhang is still young, and when he is their age, he will be able to paint a third or fourth level painting. He has talent, but he needs to be more modest. Smiling, Zhang Huang said he was very sorry for being late. He was very sorry. The master said that Zhang now has a good foundation. So if he develops it well and works hard, he will be able to paint third-level paintings in no time. He shouldn't waste his talent. Master Lu added that to create a meaningful painting, he needed to observe more. He needed to have a broader understanding of the world. Surprised, Bai Sen asked Master Zhang why his people and animals had no eyes. Had he forgotten about them? Astonished, Master Lu asked again, "No eyes?" At that moment, Zhang Huang replied that he would correct it now. Taking a brush, he carefully painted eyes on the people and animals in his painting. When he finished the last strokes, his painting suddenly shone. Everyone present widened their eyes in surprise and stared at the canvas in amazement. All the characters in the image on the canvas seemed to come to life and appear in the air. Stunned, Huang Yu asked the master if this was the fourth level. He replied that it was the fifth level of spiritualization. The levels he had mentioned before were the most popular one, but there was another one that was very rare. Few people knew about it. It was spiritualization. A painting that has reached this level possesses the soul and energy of the master who painted it. This means that the living beings depicted in it are almost real. The master thought these were just legends, but now he sees it with his own eyes. At that moment, Bai Sen asked Master Zhang if he could buy his painting and promised to do anything he wanted. Zhang asked in surprise if he would give it to him. The young man replied that he was begging him. After all, he had proven himself well. He treated him with respect and obeyed his orders without question. Frowning, Huang Yu shouted that Bai Sen had gone mad. This was a work of art that the master had painted with his own hands. How could he give it away? She reminded him that they were the first to meet him and that she had helped him, but she could buy the painting. She would give him any amount of money. When Bai Sen got upset, Huang Yu reminded him that he wanted the black daylily, so let him take it. He replied that he no longer needed that painting. Frowning, Master Lu thought that the two of them had previously fought over his black daylily, but then Zhang's brother's painting appeared, and they immediately forgot about it. He shouted that it was enough. Even for the most skilled master, a fifth-level painting is not easy to create. Not every generation can boast such a piece. Brother Zhang will decide for himself what to do with his work. It is priceless. Lowering their eyes, Bai Sen and Huang Yu bowed and said that they were at fault and asked for forgiveness. Master Lu asked if Brother Zhang would forgive their ignorance. Stunned, Zhang Huang asked the master if his painting could really be sold. Would anyone actually buy it? The master replied, of course. His painting would be worth at least 2 million gold coins. It was a very valuable work. Delighted, Zhang Huang told Bai Sen Yu that if he agreed, the painting would be his for 2 million. Huang Yu said she could do it too. Smiling, he replied that she shouldn't worry. Did she want one too? Then he could paint another one for her. It wasn't that important. Shocked, Master Lu thought about his words to paint another one. It's not that important. He paints pictures. He doesn't sell cabbage at the market. Even if he is a master painter, How can he paint another painting? There is not a single person in Tianshuan who has painted a 5th-level painting. The masters were amazed that Zhang Huang had painted another 5th-level painting. He offered to paint one for them for 2 million. They agreed. A satisfied Bai Sen promised to send him the money as soon as possible. Huang Yu said she would send it to the academy. A satisfied Zhang Huang was delighted to have received 8 million in such a short time. He had almost reached the required 20 million. Master Lu said that the emperor himself was returning to the capital that evening and that he had already sent a messenger to convey his wishes. He would have access to the royal book repository. Zhang Huang replied that the royal library was wonderful. He said goodbye to Master Lu. The master said he would send someone for him tomorrow. Master Lu told Yuan Yu that it was too late to visit the Grandmaster today. He replied that they could do it tomorrow. Thoughtfully, Lu said that he considered him to be just a talented boy with fire in his eyes and a passion for painting. He wanted to take him as a student. But who knew that Zhang Huang was a master of calligraphy and painting? Master Yuan asked what kind of family he came from. Turning to Huang Yu, Master Lu asked what she knew about Zhang's brother, his background or reputation. The girl replied that she knew something, but they would not believe her, and they might get angry. Laughing, Master Lu asked again, "Angry? But why? He has nothing to be angry about." The girl replied that she would tell him then. Master Zhang was famous in the academy as a failure and was constantly being mocked. She told him about his 0 score on the teacher's test and the students going crazy. The astonished master asked how this was possible. Master Yuan Yu said that he had just painted several 5th-level paintings. Huang Yu replied that he was most likely a victim of arbitrariness. He had met Shang Chen before and thought he seemed like a good person. Huang Yu, the daughter of the leader of the Teachers Guild, could she teach the scoundrel a lesson? The girl replied that the matter had already been settled. The master said that it was indeed infuriating. He needed to talk to the head of Hong so that he would keep a closer eye on the academy. Embarrassed, Huang Yu said that this was exactly what she meant by saying that he would be angry. He asked what other abuses were taking place at the academy. The girl replied that this was not quite the case. Someone was calling on Master Zhang to evaluate the teachers. Master Yuan Yu told Lu that this was a confrontation between teachers. Their students were fighting for the honor and dignity of their teachers, who had challenged Brother Zhang. She said that the teacher who issued the challenge is very famous. He is a real celebrity. A large number of students study under his guidance. Only the best students study with him. Stunned, Master Lu asked what this teacher's name was. Lowering her eyes, Huang Yu replied that it was Master Lu's son, Teacher Lu Sen. The enraged master shouted furiously, "Damn it! What an idiot! He just called Zhang his brother and tried to befriend him, and now he wants to fight him. He'll just destroy him." Yuan Yu tried to calm him down, saying it was a misunderstanding, but Lu shouted that his son was a walking misunderstanding. At that moment, a servant called out to the master. He asked if that blockhead had returned. The servant replied that not quite. He had a letter from the emperor. Master Lu was stunned and surprised. He thought he had agreed to visit the library tomorrow. What was this letter about? Opening the letter, he said this in surprise. Master Yuan Yu asked him what was wrong. He showed him the letter, and Yuan Yu, surprised, said that this couldn't be true. Master Lu said that it was a letter from the emperor and not just a piece of paper. Everything in it was true, and he ordered a carriage to be prepared for departure. After a while, the masters arrived at the emperor's house and asked if the emperor was there. They were told that he was still on his way. Then Master Lu decided that they would wait for him. He told Yuan Yu that he had recently seen the chief elder himself. His condition was deplorable. Even without being a doctor, it was clear that the end was near. Master Yuan Yu replied that if he did not receive a new rank, his days were numbered. He thought that his majesty had gone hunting. After a while, the sound of hooves could be heard, and the masters turned around to see the emperor's carriage. When the emperor stepped out of the carriage, the masters bowed and greeted him. Frowning, the emperor said that Master Yuan Yu was here. Master Lu asked if it was true about the Supreme Elder. The emperor replied that it was true. He invited them inside and said that there were other guests waiting there. The emperor greeted the Grand Masters and apologized for the wait. It was an honor for him to see them all together in his kingdom. Grandmaster Zheng replied that the emperor was too kind. However, they were not here only for the elder. First, they were celebrating Elder Tian's birthday. Second, they thought there was an interesting specimen at the Hongtian Academy. He would like to take him as a student. The emperor asked if he was referring to Master Lu Xun. He was an excellent mentor, a stellar teacher. Besides, he is the son of his wonderful mentor, Lu Chen. The Grandmaster said to Master Lu, "My respects. I have heard of his talent." Well, now it was time to get down to business. They were here for the Supreme Elder. Frowning, the emperor asked if the Grandmasters could cure him. Grandmaster Lu replied that, unfortunately, Elder Hun's condition was dire. If he had sought help 3 years ago, it might have been possible to save him. But now that he was surrounded by death, it was simply impossible. Grandmaster Zhuang confirmed that the elder's years were taking their toll. His death was near. Grandmaster Zheng said he agreed. The elder had done a lot for the kingdom for decades. Death would be a kind of rest for him. The emperor thought that by gathering the 3 grandmasters he would be able to solve this problem, but he heard nothing new. The grandmaster told him not to despair. If he managed to invite the 2-star grandmaster, he might succeed. The emperor thought that he had already spent a lot of money to summon them. Master Yuan Yu said that he had information that might interest him. He said that a few days ago a man had arrived in the city, and everyone was calling him a grandmaster. It seemed he was more than a 1-star grandmaster. The emperor thought that this might be the 5-star incident in the report. He hadn't had time to look at it yet. The master said that this grandmaster had been able to cure Lin Tianyu's wife and help Miao Xuan. Grandmaster Zheng asked if grandmasters only practiced medicine. Liu added that the main duty of grandmasters was to guide others to achieve breakthroughs. Grandmaster Zhuang asked what his name was. He knew all the 2-star grandmasters in the surrounding kingdoms. Master Yuan Yu replied that this grandmaster's name was Yang Xuan. He knew almost nothing about him. Frowning, Zheng said that there was no such 2-star grandmaster in the surrounding kingdoms. He could not remember anyone with that name. Zhuang replied that he might just be a fraud. He demanded 3 million to visit him. A real grandmaster does not concern himself with material things. Smiling, Liu said that it was easy to check whether he was a fraud or not. Elder Tian's birthday was in a few days. He would be free tomorrow. He could accompany him to see him in person. Zhuang confirmed that it was not so easy to impersonate a grandmaster. He would also like to see it. Zheng said that he was interested too. The master replied that he would take them there tomorrow. The next day, Zhang Huang warned that he had left. If anyone came, they should wait outside. Pleased with himself, he thought that today he should visit the royal library and finally move up to a new rank. When Zhang Huang came to Master Lu, he said he asked for his deepest apologies. Stunned, Zhang asked why. Was he really not going to the library today? The master replied that a strange situation had arisen. He had heard that his foolish son was causing him problems. He had summoned him for evaluation by the teachers. Today, he would tell Lu Sen to give up. Surprised, Zhang Huang asked again about the teacher's evaluation. Did Master Lu mean that Lu Sen was his son? The master confirmed this and said that they had quarreled 3 years ago and his son had left home. Zhang Huang replied that now that everything had been decided, there was no need to bother Master Lu. Otherwise, it would seem that he had asked him to persuade Senner. Master Lu replied that his child had never failed at anything and, as a result, had become complacent. It would be good for him to realize that he was not the best. After this conversation, Zhang Huang and Master Lu went to the royal library. The master handed him the Order of the Golden Dragon so that he could read all the books he liked. He couldn't take him any further. The boy thanked the master. He replied that it was time for him to go. He should feel free to read the books he needed. No one would distract him. Upon entering, Zhang Huang thought admiringly that this was truly a royal library. It would not be easy, but he had to read through them all. At that moment, Master Yuan Yu led the grandmasters to Master Yang's residence. After knocking, he told the servant to ask his master for a meeting. Sun Qian came out and said that in order to enter, they would have to pay 3 million. The master would invite them in when he was ready. The master replied that he was Yuan Yu and was there to pay his respects to Master Yang. The young man replied that it didn't matter who he was. Let him pay 3 million and wait here. Perhaps he would have the opportunity to see the master. Smiling, he thought that his master was a grandmaster, and whoever he was, he should treat him with respect. The master was furious. Grandmaster Zheng said that they were just passing by and would like to pay the old man for the visit. Let him report them. Grabbing Grandmaster Xiaoqian, he shouted that he was deaf. Hadn't he heard what he had just said? Either pay 3 million or leave. The stunned Grandmaster told him not to be so aggressive. Why resort to violence? He showed his Jade Grandmaster token. The guy shouted, asking if he was out of his mind. He thought he could fool him with rotten jade. Don't fool him. He needed the money. He hit the token, and it fell and broke. Master Yuan Yu handed him the money and told him to hurry up and tell his master about them. Sun Qian said they could come whenever they wanted. If they had money, what was the point of that pathetic jade? He had never seen such greedy people. Didn't they know that Sun Qian was a man of principle? They shouldn't even think about entering without paying. Let them wait. The master had some business to attend to and was not working at the moment. When he returned and found the time, he would invite them in. The master was furious that he hadn't mentioned it earlier. Only after receiving the money, he asked if he could inform the master of their arrival. It was important. The guy asked what the rush was. The master replied that these were rather personal matters. It was awkward to discuss them with him. He asked why. He had learned a lot from the master and had always been at his receptions. He could easily solve simple problems without him. Frowning, Grandmaster Zheng replied, "Fine," and asked what was wrong with him. The young man asked how his family was doing. Surprised, the Grandmaster wondered why he was asking about his family. Frowning, Sun Qian said he would ask differently. His family was still alive. The others were amazed that this guy was interested in his family, and so calm. Where did he get so much confidence? Seeing that the man was angry, Sun thought that it wasn't working. When the master repeated the question a second time, everyone immediately softened. Maybe he could try again. Sun Chao suddenly said to let him touch his wife, and less confidently he asked if he was really an animal. Master Liu was boiling with rage. The other Qi Connection masters asked him to calm down. This petty man doesn't know what he's talking about. It's not known who is behind him. Master Zhuang said that they still hoped he would convey their wishes. With them was the Honorable Grandmaster from Beivu, Grandmaster Lu Lin. Hearing this, Sun Chao was shocked. He asked again if he was really a Grandmaster. Grandmaster Lu said that when his master returned, he should simply say that Grandmasters Lu Zhuang and Zheng would like to see him personally. Sun Chao replied excitedly that his master had left early in the morning and he did not know when he would return. Enraged, Grandmaster Zheng shouted that he had just said so. How could he not know when he would return? The others tried to calm him down. They handed him a scroll and asked him to give it to his master. When his master returned, they would come again. He told Master Yuanyu that it was time for them to leave. The guy fell to his knees. He thought in horror that it seemed impossible to just look smart and speak his master's words. He would never do that again in his life. The guys ran up to him, trying to bring him to his senses. When the Grandmasters got into the carriage, one of them asked Zhen what he thought about it. He replied that the Grandmaster really did live on this estate and that he was certainly no weaker than them. Master Lu asked how he knew that. After all, he hadn't even seen him. How could he say such a thing about a person? Zhen replied that they hadn't seen him, but they had examined the butler. He may seem completely hopeless, but Master Zhuang added that it was precisely the structure of his body and his microflora that were mediocre. Under normal circumstances, his limit was 3rd rank, but they had seen his strength, hadn't they? Stunned, Master Yuanyu replied that he was at the last stage of the 4th rank. Grandmaster Lu said that the final stage of the 4th rank looks as if he is full of strength. He used to be an ordinary merchant. This can only be explained by the involvement of the estate owner. Zheng added that he had an unsuitable physique and an undeveloped technique for gathering qi, and a weak body. His meridians must be blocked by dirty qi, but he is already almost at the 5th rank. This is extremely difficult even for him. Zheng said that his master probably used his qi to cleanse the meridians. Lu added that for this, the qi must be the purest. Otherwise, it is impossible. Or the person must be of the 8th rank. Zheng said that this person is clearly powerful. It is better not to offend him. And if he is indeed a grandmaster, then his potential is much higher than theirs. If they beat up the butler, it would be difficult for them to deal with the consequences. The Grandmasters decided that just because he wasn't home didn't mean they couldn't check on him. They needed to gather all the people he had helped. After some time, Zhang Huang finished studying the royal library. He realized that he would finally be able to approach the 7th rank. He had to try. To his surprise, Zhang Huang realized that he had opened all 108 acupuncture points. According to legend, there are 108 points on the body, but only 72 can be opened. Moreover, each person has their own order of opening because each person is unique. If done incorrectly, only 30 to 40 points could be opened, and even then, it would be impossible to advance to the next rank. Now Zhang Huang's power was comparable to the middle level of the 7th rank. He regretted that there was no information about the 7th rank here. 7th rank holders are elite warriors. Such knowledge cannot be so easily accessible, but he has the opportunity to see new fighting techniques. Soon, he received 72 Master Vortex steps, 34 chain techniques, and the Smooth Dragon step. He thought that Wang Yin's legs were injured, and even with his medicine, she would still need time to recover. Special exercises would not hurt her. With these techniques, she would recover much faster. He needed to see the results. Upon entering the Heavenly Path Library, Zhang Huang received the Heavenly Movement Technique and the Heavenly Step Technique. He decided he should see what was here. What was written here was the most basic knowledge. As with the spear, one movement was formed. This technique allows one to move 20 meters in half a breath. To an untrained person, it looks more like teleportation. Not bad. At this time, the people Zhang Huang was helping were summoned to His Majesty. Rumors spread throughout the city that Masters Liu Zhuang and Zheng had arrived in the city and visited Master Yang together. The 3 of them waited at the gate. It is unknown what happened, but the 3 grandmasters still want to test him, and yet, to make masters of such caliber wait. Who is this Master Yang? They say he is a grandmaster, but he does not believe it. No one has heard his name. Grandmasters usually lead an open lifestyle. They live among the people and do not lock themselves away in castles. So who is he? Grandmasters belong to one country and develop together with it. It is prestigious to have such a name. Why does no one know about him? The Grandmasters reported to the Emperor that although the information about this man was unverified, it could be said with certainty that he was capable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to help so many people. Even if he is not a Grandmaster, he can help the Elder. The Emperor ordered him to be brought to the palace. At that moment, Lu Xing said that such an opportunity comes once in a lifetime. If they could please Master Yan, they would secure an excellent future for themselves. The teacher asked Lu Xing about Zhang Huan. He replied that he was just a stepping stone on his way to mastery. There was no need to worry about him. His disciples were undergoing secret training and would easily defeat his mediocre students. He was confident of victory. And in this way, he will be able to attract the attention of many important people. At that time, Zhang Huang had already been in the library for 5 days. He had barely crawled to the last shelf. He sighed heavily that it was finally over and reached out to check what was there. They were books about poisons. He decided that even though he didn't want to be a master of poisons, it was still worth a look. You never know what might happen. Finally leaving the library, Zhang thought that he had spent 5 days and 5 nights there. It was time to sleep. But he couldn't rest. After all, the medicine he had ordered should arrive soon. He needed to return to the mansion and hope that someone would come to him, but he wanted so badly to sleep. At that moment, 2 famous robbers of the kingdom, Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo, arrived at Du Chao's residence. They robbed the rich to help the poor. Zhang Le said that Du Chao was a despicable tycoon who had committed many immoral acts. Although he had been plundered by others, there was still something to gain. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. However, they needed to check the guards before attacking. His house was just around the corner. Suddenly, the robbers discovered a huge line of warriors in front of the house. Among the people, they spotted the 8-armed warrior Lu Kaiyuan, although they thought he had been wounded while hunting a beast and had disappeared. Besides him, there were Stone Dragon Feng Jun and Iron Fist. He is the #1 expert in the city of Hongshui. His iron fists are capable of breaking boulders. He is so powerful that even Emperor Nengjui considers him his enemy. Why is he here standing in line? The robbers spotted the pale surgeon Hu Xiaobai, long-armed Li Longshuanhai, and divine-eyed Duan Zhuqiang. They realized that each of them was a famous weapon master. Even the weakest of this crowd could defeat them. They must not appear here. All these masters sometimes even disregarded the emperor's invitation. Why were they all standing in front of this door? Frowning, Zhang Lao said he didn't know. But if they went in there, it would be the end of them. They hadn't been here for a long time and hoped to find an excellent victim. How did this happen? This man is truly powerful. Zhang Mo asked his brother if they really wanted to rob this mansion. He replied that they wouldn't steal anything there. They wouldn't even be able to get in. They wouldn't even make it to the door before they were killed. Frowning, Zhang Mo asked if it mattered who the man was. Shouldn't the emperor take care of it? Suddenly, they saw that the emperor himself had arrived at the house. Apparently, he was really at a dead end since he came here personally. The masters shouted that they welcomed the emperor. The one standing in front told him to stand in front. He had arrived early and taken his place. The shocked robbers couldn't understand what was going on. Was the emperor also going to wait patiently in line? Then their faces stretched even more when they saw 3 grandmasters at once. They thought that even 3 grandmasters had joined forces to come here. No wonder the emperor himself was here. How fortunate that they had looked around before entering. At that moment, they saw the doors swing open and the merchant Sun Qian appear in the doorway. The emperor asked his butler if his master had returned yet. He replied that unfortunately he had not yet returned. He would send people to him as soon as he returned. Closing the door, he fell to his knees and prayed to heaven that his master would return soon. He would not last long here. Hearing that Master Yang had not yet returned, the grandmasters decided to wait a little longer. He replied that he thought it would be better. Suddenly he stumbled and his eyes widened. Seeing Master Sun Qian return, he rushed to him with tears in his eyes and hugged him. Frowning, Zhang Huang wondered what was going on. Why was there such a long line? The stunned robbers were surprised to see the gentleman. Could this be the one everyone had been waiting for so long? All these great masters had been waiting for him. The young man rushed to Zhang Huang and shouted that he was very glad he had returned. Zhang asked what was going on. Why were there so many people here? Sun Qian replied that these people were waiting for him. The emperor said Grandmaster Yang. But Zhang Huang frowned and replied that he had asked his butler. Had he asked him? The robbers were shocked by what was happening here. So much had changed while they were away. A stunned Sun Qian thought that, as expected of a master, he was not even afraid of the emperor. Frowning, Zhang Huang looked at the butler and told him to continue. He replied that the master had been away for several days. During that time, a queue had formed to see him, even the emperor himself and the grandmasters. Stunned, Zhang Huang asked who these important people were. The emperor waved his hand and said it was him. Stunned, Zhang Huang thought that if he was the emperor, why didn't he answer him? He had just returned from his library and was already talking to him. The emperor said that he was Shen Jui and that he would like to introduce 3 people to him, Lu Shi, Zheng Shi, and Zhuang Shi. He asked in surprise if they were all grandmasters. Zhang thought, could there really be grandmasters in Tianshuan? How did that happen? He had only been away for a week. Stepping forward, the grandmaster said that Lu Shizheng and Zhuang Shi greeted him. He replied that then the 4 of them should go with him first. Frowning, Lu asked via Qi connection if Zheng could see it. He replied that the master was wearing a disguise. This was not his true appearance. Based on his skin and movements, he must be an extremely young man under the age of 30. He is not even 25. Shizhuang said that he was disguised and extremely young. He looked tired. He was on the verge of collapse. How could a grandmaster get himself into such a state? Most likely he is a fraud. They just have to find a way to expose him. Sitting down in a chair, Zhang Huang asked how he could help the three grandmasters. Shizhen said that he had heard that Yang Shi was an experienced doctor and could help others advance to a new rank. He came hoping that he would help him. Frowning, Zhang Huang told them to get straight to the point. He thought he was very tired and wanted to sleep. He needed to hurry up and earn money. Angered, Zheng thought that he was as insolent as his butler. They would teach him a lesson just like they did his servant. Frowning, he replied to Zhang Huang that he had problems with cultivation. Zhuang asked for advice. He had reached the peak of the 7th rank. He was one step away from a breakthrough. However, no matter how much he practiced, the speed of gathering true qi slowed down and he couldn't take the last step. He had tried all kinds of methods to achieve a breakthrough, but it was useless. He hoped for his help. Excited, Zhang Huang thought that he was still far from the 7th rank and had no idea what opportunities he was giving up. And this man was almost at the 8th rank. It would be difficult, but it was worth a try. He asked him to show him his strike. Grandmaster Zhuang waved his arms and released a devastating stream of energy. The deadly stream flew out into the street, punching a hole in the wall of the house and splitting the gate. Looking for information in the library, Zhang Huang thought that his qi was rushing through his body like a soaring dragon, which was to be expected from a grandmaster. He asked if that was really what the grandmaster wanted. In fact, the problem was so simple that he couldn't believe it. But he could help him if he really wanted to move up to a new rank. The grandmaster asked in astonishment if he could help. He thought that he had been trying to overcome this rank for so long but had been stuck in one place for many years. Pouring tea, Zhang Huang said he could do it in 10 minutes, but there was just one thing. Shocked by such audacity, Zhuang asked again if he was serious about 10 minutes. Master Zheng thought that they had examined him and concluded that it was impossible, but this liar wanted to do it in 10 minutes. Sipping from his cup, Zhang Huang replied that, in the end, the choice was his. Thinking that if his words were true, it would be incredible, and if not, he would expose him. Zhuang agreed. Zhang Huang ordered the butler to call several guards to bring a bag and sticks. Everyone was stunned by such equipment for advancing to the next rank, rather than for catching pigs. Soon, Sun Qian returned with everything necessary and reported that everything was ready. Master Zhang told the guards that this great man wanted to advance to the next rank and hoped for their help. They replied that it was an honor for them. He said he needed Zheng to seal the acupuncture points in his body so that the qi could not move. Zheng asked again to block the points. Frowning, Zhuang asked if he should block the points in order to advance to the next rank. But then how would his breakthrough happen? He replied that if he wanted to advance to the next rank, he should listen to him. If not, he didn't care. Thinking that he would not make him back down, Zhuang replied that he would do whatever he said. Smiling, Zhang Huang asked Master Zhen to do it. Zhuang thought he would see how he would help him. Revenge for deception awaited him. Turning to Zhen, he said that he should do what the master said. Soon, the points were sealed. Zhang Huang said that he now asked everyone present not to interfere, regardless of what happened next. Opening the bag, Zhang Huang smiled and said it was time to begin. He pulled the bag over Zhuang, who shouted that he was a respected grandmaster. How dare he do such a thing? The emperor wanted to intervene, but the master stopped him, saying that they needed to see what he would do next. Turning to the guards, Zhang said that now it was their turn to help the master. They should start beating him. They said fearfully that they couldn't beat the grandmaster. Some cried that they didn't want to die. Zhang Huang replied that they shouldn't worry. He had a bag over his head and would not be able to see who beat him. They were safe. He could not see them. Sighing, they thought that he had seen them as soon as they arrived. He could also hear their voices. The grandmasters decided that he was not helping him, but had decided to take revenge for their distrust. They had never heard that a sack and sticks were needed for the transition. Frowning, Zhang Huang said that they were delaying the master's breakthrough. Was that what they wanted? After thinking about it, the guards decided that they would just listen to the master. After all, he was also a grandmaster, and dying for him wasn't so bad. A moment later, they rushed at Zhang from all sides and began beating him with sticks. Enraged, Zhang thought that this damn bastard was deliberately beating him. It didn't help. At this time, Zhang Huang was commanding who to beat harder and who had the wrong posture. The guards asked how long they should beat the grandmaster. He replied that they should continue until he died. Enraged, Master Zhuang heard these words and furiously climbed out of the sack, scattering the guards. Enraged, he promised to destroy Yang Huang today. How dare he? Yawning, Zhang Huang replied that he should first look at his rank and then destroy him. Shocked, Zhuang could not believe that such a thing was possible, but he was in the 8th rank. Those present were shocked that Zhuang had been beaten and that it had worked. What a crazy way to break through. Stunned, Zhang asked Master Yang what had happened. Smiling, Zhang Huang asked if he no longer wanted to destroy him. Please forgive his insolence. Zhang replied that he was not at fault. the blow he had just struck was not effective. But it wasn't a failure either. This means that they had studied diligently since childhood. He had an excellent teacher. The Grandmaster replied that he was right. He was taught by his father. He is a one-star Grandmaster. Master Zhang replied that he had trained a lot. His body and energy had long been ready for a breakthrough, but he was indecisive and unsure of himself. And if he was right, his father had not reached the 8th rank because it required confidence and the ability to control his own powers. Surprised, Zhang thought that his father had not even come close to the 8th rank, which made him very sad. But this was a secret, no one knew about it. Zhang Huang replied that he was asking for advice. If he wanted to succeed, he had to overcome his fear first. Otherwise, everything would remain the same. The only way was to get angry and use that to drown out the panic in his heart. He thought he had been insulted and hated him with all his soul. The fear of being imperfect and going beyond the teachings dictated since childhood, plus the anger at the lack of progress, all hindered him. Falling to his knees, Shuzhuang thanked him and said he would never forget his kindness. Smiling, Zhang Huang turned around and asked if they still did not believe him. Stunned, Zhuang realized that he had known from the beginning that they doubted him, but he had helped him anyway. It was a kindness worthy of a grandmaster. Through the Qi connection, Lu told Zheng that although this man was young, he was incredibly intelligent and capable. Zheng replied that he was indeed a genius. He recognized the problem so quickly and was even able to help, albeit in such an unusual way. This man is more powerful than they are. The other grandmasters eagerly said that they also had a question for Master Yang. Soon, he escorted the grandmasters away and asked the emperor if he wanted him to help his elder advance. The emperor confirmed this. But Zhang Huang suddenly replied that he had come to the kingdom of Tianshuang to rest and did not want to get involved in such matters. He thought he would not be able to help a master who was higher than him in cultivation. That grandmaster was just lucky. He himself had not even reached the 7th rank. Bowing, the emperor said that he was asking him. The kingdom of Tianshuang was ready for anything. Frowning, Zhang Huang replied, "Does he really think he needs something? He would agree if the emperor helped him collect books on the 7th rank of martial arts. It didn't matter if they were valuable or not, as long as there were many. For 1,000 books he would consider helping the elder." The stunned emperor thought that he didn't need anything. Why would he need books on the 7th rank? Even the royal library didn't have that many books. Sighing, Zhang Huang replied that if it was difficult, they would simply forget about it. The emperor shouted, "Wait!" He agreed. The emperor promised to do it in 5 days. When the emperor left satisfied, Zhang Huang thought that he did not expect the problem with the books to be solved so easily. Suddenly, Zhang Huang heard Sun Qiao call out to him and turned around. The butler handed him a ring and said that it was a gift from the grandmasters. Zhang decided to see what was inside. The storage space for this ring was 10 times better than his. There were treasures, pills, and herbs. In total, about 10 million. The butler said that while he was away, Lin Tianyu had come and brought another 5 million. More clients showed up and paid their contributions. He made a list. Zhang Huang was amazed by the number of people. Sun Qiao replied that 27 people had paid their dues. The total was 71 million. Shocked, Zhang Huang thought that even 20 million was impossible to earn, but he underestimated the Grandmaster's reputation. He couldn't just take the money and not help. Zhang Huang ordered Sun Qiao to tell everyone who had paid to come back tomorrow. The rest should be sent away. And let no one else be accepted. Handing Sun Qian the bill, Zhang Huang told him that it was his reward. He had worked hard. Seeing the million, Sun Qian replied that he would never earn that much in his entire life. Thanking his master, he said he would try even harder. He replied that he should deal with the people outside the gate and that he was leaving. At that moment, Lu Xian's teacher was informed that Grandmaster Yang had arrived. Today, the Grandmasters visited his mansion together with the Emperor. After they left, the Grandmasters spoke very highly of him. It seems that Yang Shi is definitely a Grandmaster and his level is significantly higher than others. Teacher Lu decided that they must meet him. He must make a good impression on him, and then he will finally spread his wings. But his comrades shouted for Lu Sen not to rush. The news of his return had become too loud. Many people want to meet him. He wasn't sure they would be able to get through, especially since they had to pay 3 million first. Otherwise, they would simply be turned away. Even his old man couldn't raise that amount quickly. Lu Xing thought that even though they were famous teachers, they only earned 2,000 or 3,000. They didn't have that kind of money. Smiling, he replied that he shouldn't worry. Although they said they had to pay 3 million, it wasn't necessary. He was sure that everyone cared about their reputation. That's why they don't pay in advance. If you keep quiet, you can get in. His friend replied that going with others was a bad idea. He wasn't stupid. Lu replied that he wasn't talking about that, but about their status as prestigious teachers. Given their fame, who would dare not respect them? They want to find a worthy grandmaster. After all, grandmasters are also interested in accepting students. They are the 2 most famous teachers in the capital and suitable candidates. If they demonstrate their abilities to him, he will definitely accept them as students, and even without 3 million, they will be able to get in by showing their abilities. Combat skills are not the only factor in becoming a grandmaster. You need to be able to pass on your knowledge to your students. They have excellent students. And if that doesn't work, they can invite them to be evaluated by the teacher. When he witnesses Zhang Huan's defeat, he will realize that he is remarkable. He may even accept them as students right away. His friend said that his words made sense. It could work even if they didn't pay the fee. He thought that the teacher's evaluation was a good opportunity. If Yang Xuan saw this duel, he would definitely accept Lu Xian as a student, and then maybe him too. At that time in the Alchemist's Guild, the pharmacists were awaiting the arrival of a guest. A huge bird flew over them and a man jumped out of it. Ouyang Cheng said he was coming. The alchemists bowed and greeted the arriving Mr. Hong Yun. Looking around, Hong Yun asked where the young man Zhang Huang was. They replied that Mr. Zhang was probably not in town, which is why he had not come. Hong Yun shouted, "Insolent!" This time he had not come just for that, to deliver the medicine he had ordered. The discussion about pills is an ancient tradition with certain rules. He also wants to assess his knowledge. If he did not impress him, he would immediately expel him from the guild. Let him bring him the recording crystal from that day. If he found any bias, everyone involved would be punished. Let them remember his words. If there is even one violation, Hong Yun activated the crystal. When he saw Zhang Huan's picture, Hong Yun was shocked. He asked if it was really him. The head of the guild was an experienced member, so why did he allow this? Someone so young in the discussion. Ouyang Cheng replied that at first, they thought so too. Hearing Zhang Huang offer to make pills for them, Hong Yun said, "Fool, even he is not capable of identifying all the flaws. This is nonsense." But soon he was stunned. Only a high-level alchemist who knows the intricacies of his craft could have such knowledge. Spreading his arms, Ouyang Cheng replied that they had checked all his words. They all turned out to be true. The apothecary Zhang was right about the cauldron. Even the words about the number of breaths needed for heating. It really took exactly 34 breaths. Stunned, Hong Yun listened as Zhang Huang repeated the failure over and over again. He said in amazement that this could not be. The alchemists replied that they had checked his words, and the percentages he mentioned were extremely accurate. There was no difference in either direction. He could look at the records. He asked in surprise if this was their research. Hong Yun thought that if every step was written down, then maybe. It was simply by observing the process that he was able to analyze the properties of each herb, the time of their addition, and the reaction between them. Even he was not capable of such a thing. At that moment, an assistant came and informed Hong Yun that Mr. Zhang Huang had arrived. He asked the confident guy in surprise. The alchemist shouted crystal, but it was too late. He dropped it from his hands and it crashed to the ground, shattering into small pieces. Upset, Ouyang Cheng said it was their only crystal. At that moment, Zhang Huang entered and greeted the alchemists. He asked about his purchases. Excited, Ouyang Cheng replied that they had arrived. Hong Yun had brought them. But what was wrong with Zhang? At that moment, Hong Yun asked Mr. Zhang if he was busy. The completely exhausted guy turned to the alchemist and asked who he was. Frowning, Hong Yun replied that he had doubts about his becoming an alchemist. He hoped that Zhang would answer his questions. But Zhang Huang replied that he didn't have time. He wasn't his teacher. If he had questions, he should go to the library, and it was time for him to go. Stunned, Ouyang Cheng told him that he was a 2-star alchemist, Hong Yun, sent here by headquarters. Frowning, Zhang replied that if he was a 2-star alchemist, he would answer, but he was still in a hurry. Excited, Ouyang Cheng thought that this man was here to examine Zhang. If he hurried, he might lose his title of alchemist. The alchemist said that when he creates a breath restoration pill, it looks yellowish. He is interested in how to solve this problem. Zhang asked how he could not know this. This pill allows you to restore depleted energy. The main ingredient is white grass. When it comes into contact with qi, it can turn yellow. The problem lies in the person's own qi. If it is pure, this will not happen. To fix this, a flower must be added. It can absorb impurities in the true qi, and the pill will be white. Hong Yun asked how to solve the problem with bitter lotus. Adding licorice makes it unstable. Zhang replied that the bitter taste comes from the golden color of the seed. It should not be added to the pill at all. Adding licorice is excessive. Therefore, this will cause the cauldron to explode. Surely a 2-star alchemist knows this. How did he get his qualification then? He can find the guild's collection of books. If he can, let him read more, and it's time for him to go. The alchemist thought that he was evaluating him and knew all the answers. He said that he had one last question to answer, and he could give him his order for free. Zhang Huang thought that he would keep the entire 23 million. He asked Hong Yun again if he was sure about this. He was a 2-star alchemist and had to keep his word. If so, they needed to hurry. The alchemist thought that this guy didn't even want to look at him until money came up. He asked about the vitality restoration pill. Every time it was created, the cauldron exploded. The alchemist thought it was a 2-star pill. Even a second-star alchemist would hardly be able to handle it. Frowning, Zhang thought that he had not seen any information about this pill. Perhaps it was a rare pill not described in the books of the Tianquan Alchemists Guild. He replied that he needed to see the process of its manufacture. Hong Yun agreed. Approaching the cauldron, he said that he would begin and asked them to step back. The alchemist took out the necessary ingredients and began the process. Zhang Huang thought about the vitality restoration pill. Even at the stage of production, its aroma helped people feel better. He felt his fatigue melt away. Soon, the cauldron sparkled, and 2 coals appeared at the outlet instead of pills. The alchemist said that was all he could do. Could Zhang Huang advise him? Touching the ashes and rubbing them in his hands, Zhang Huang asked Hong Yun if he was sure he was a second-star alchemist. Stunned, Hong Yun asked him what Zhang Huang meant. The guy asked about the properties of blue flower grass and golden flowers. The alchemist replied that the blue grass was purple in color and was a warm herb. The golden flower consisted of 2 colors, gold and silver. Zhang replied that although both herbs have mild properties, their combined use produces an extremely strong reaction. He replied that he knew, but the recipe for the pill had been developed over a long period of time. If the reaction led to an explosion of the cauldron, it would have happened earlier. Also, there is no mistake in the sequence of placing the herbs. Zhang replied that he did not say that his sequence was wrong. When mixed, purple grass and golden flowers can create a powerful explosion. There was no mistake in his technique, but his path was not like that of others. Stunned, Hong Yun asked in surprise why he couldn't do it like others. What was wrong with him? Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that he was simply special. He had never eaten purple flower grass. The alchemist replied that he was allergic to it, so he couldn't eat it. Zhang Huang replied that it wasn't actually an allergy. Since he was improving himself using the quick flame formula, his qi essentially carried the property of fire. Purple grass grew in water. It has different properties. His qi overloads the water property, causing the purple grass to lose its effectiveness. He cannot use it. Therefore, when the 2 herbs come into contact, a strong reaction occurs and the cauldron explodes. The alchemist was amazed that he learned about the quick flame formula. This is a method of cultivating family heredity passed down in his clan. It is a personal secret. He asked if there was a way out of this situation. He replied that Hong Yun, a second-star alchemist, surely could find a solution. Zhang thought that the library could tell him about the shortcomings but not about their solution. To solve the problem, he needed more knowledge. He needed to read more books. The alchemist replied that he understood. He thought that he needed to find another herb that would not clash with his qi. The problem must be solved. Watching this, the alchemists were amazed that a 1-star alchemist was teaching a 2-star alchemist. Smiling, Zhang Huang told Mr. Ouyang that he had heard about Mr. Hong Yun's promise. Let him return his money. He replied that Master Zhang was a good alchemist. It would cost him nothing to earn millions from the pills. Why did he need the money? Hong Yun replied that he should take it. Soon, a satisfied Zhang Huang received genetic testing kits and 23 million. He was practically falling asleep on the way when he met Teacher Lu and his friend. Teacher Lu said that this was to be expected. No respect for the teacher's reputation. How could he have been accepted here? His companion said that he thought Zhang was terrified when he received the challenge from Lu, which is why he was so eager to find a way to defeat him. Laughing, Lu Xian asked again if he could defeat him in the teacher's assessment, only in his dreams. The teacher laughed and said that Zhang seemed drunk. With his help, Lu Sen would easily attract the attention of the Grandmaster. He wouldn't be able to do anything. Lu Xian noted that they needed to go, otherwise they wouldn't be able to get to Master Yan. Zhang was just a stepping stone. Staggering, Zhang Huang thought that he had no strength left. The main thing was not to do anything stupid, get to class, and sleep. After a while, Zhang Huang reached his classroom. The students greeted him. Looking at them, he thought that he hadn't seen them for 5 days. It was time to evaluate their diligence. Despite this, Zhao Yao remained at the top for a long time. Her first-rank strength was much higher than that of the others. It seemed that she would soon break through to the second rank. As for Yuan Tao, who was the weakest, he had moved from the initial stage of the first rank to the intermediate stage. The teacher told the students that they had done a great job. He called Zhao Yao and Yuan Tao to come with him. Teacher Zhang gave Zhao Yao a pill that destroys yin, which will help awaken the special qualities of her body. Zhang asked Yuan Tao if he knew why he had been accepted as his student. The boy was embarrassed, and Zhang Huang patted him on the shoulder and told him that he didn't need to feel inferior. As long as he continued to improve, he would be able to achieve greater heights than Zheng Yang and the others. Stunned, Yuan Tao asked in surprise if the teacher really thought so. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that he could be sure of it. He was not mistaken. But he had no talent, so he would have to work hard. It would be painful and difficult. Was he ready? Bowing, Yuan Tao replied that he would try his best for as long as he could. No matter how painful it was, he would work on himself. Handing him a vessel, Zhang Huang told him to apply it to his body. The process could be very painful. If he endured it, he would gain strength. The use would not be limited to one time. He would need to apply it to his body constantly. Was he ready? Yuan Tao replied that he would work hard. Zhang Huang said that then he should do as he was told and not forget that one session was not enough. He had 5 days to show his progress. Taking the potion, Yuan Tao promised that he would not let his teacher down. Zhang told the girl that her medicine would help her release her yin body power. After taking it, there might be a dissonance between yin and yang energy. However, under the pressure of yang, her yin body should be activated. That's how it works. Zhao Yao promised not to let him down. Teacher Zhang told them to go and carry out the recommendations and call Wang Yin and Liu Yang. When the students entered and asked if the teacher had called them, they found Zhang Huang asleep. Startled, he asked about their past injuries. Had the medicine worked? Smiling, Wang Yin replied that thanks to him, her legs were safe and sound. Yang Li said that his arms were fine too. Everything was fine with them. The teacher said that on the table were new techniques for strengthening the arms and legs that he had created for them. Let them train hard for 5 days. Surprised, Wang Yin thought that the Wang family's leg techniques were considered among the best in all of Tianshuan, but compared to the teachers, they were like heaven and earth. Impressed, Yang Li thought that this strike was short and powerful. Incredible. They thanked the teacher and promised not to disappoint him. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that they should train hard, and now let them call Zheng Yang. Approaching Zhang, Wang Yin handed him the money and said that her father had given it to her as a token of gratitude for her training. He spends so much on them. Taking the money from Wang Yin, Teacher Zhang replied that he would not refuse. Soon, Zheng Yang came to Zhang Huang and asked if his teacher had called him. He handed him a bottle and said that Zheng Yang practiced excellent technique, but his cultivation was still at a low level. With this, he should try to advance to the 2nd rank within 5 days. Zheng Yang thanked the teacher. Unable to hold back a yawn, Zhang Huan said that now he should go and practice. When the students left, they discussed what incredible techniques they had received from the teacher. Wang Yin asked Zhao Yao if she had seen the teacher leave. Returning to the classroom, Zhao Yao decided to check, since the teacher had been in his office all day today. Opening the door to Zhang Huang's office, she wanted to say something to him but was shocked to see what was happening there. Running out into the street, Zhao Yao ran into the other teachers. Wang Yin asked if he was there. With tears in her eyes, Zhao Yao replied excitedly that the teacher had fallen asleep there. Sighing, Yuan Tao replied that it was not surprising, as he looked very tired. Frowning, Yang Li said that the teacher had developed such wonderful techniques for them. Wang Yin confirmed that he had even obtained rare medicines. Wiping away her tears, Zhao Yao said that they must not let him down. They needed to try their best and win the teacher's evaluation so as not to disappoint him. Closing their fists together, they said that the teacher had done a lot for them and they must not lose. Standing near the dormitory, Yao Han thought about Teacher Zhang. This guy is not bad. He found out about Teacher Shangbin's actions on the day he was beaten up, and he didn't leave his office all day. So it was definitely Teacher Zhang. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He's a teacher and shouldn't beat up other people. He deceives and misleads people. That's not right, although he gave Zhao Yao expensive herbs without hesitation. At that moment, a servant came and told the steward Yao that news had arrived from the master. The steward read that the master had received news from Zhao Yao and would arrive in the capital in a few days to visit Teacher Zhang. There was already a person with a yin body in their family. It was Zhao Yao's mother, but to activate it, a special 3rd-level yin destruction pill was needed. It costs tens of millions. He intends to beg His Majesty to buy this pill from the Alchemist's Guild. He will also give Zhang 100,000. He cannot force his teacher to spend his money to save his daughter. The servant handed the envelope to the butler. Soon, Zhao Yao came to them. She asked if he knew anything about the yin destruction pill and how much it cost. The butler said that destroying yin helps activate the yin body. He told her not to worry, as his master was already taking care of the purchase. He thought that even the master needed time to find out about it. He did not expect the mistress to find out so quickly. Zhao Yao replied that there was no need. Teacher Zhang had already given her one. Shocked, Yao Han thought it was worth tens of millions. It was extremely difficult to buy, even with the necessary amount of money. How did Teacher Zhang manage to find it? He asked Zhao Yao to let him see the pill. Looking at it, Yao Han recognized this aura. It was definitely a 3rd-level pill. But how did he get it? He thought Zhang was the worst teacher, who mocks his students. In fact, he is a 6th-rank master and gives his students expensive gifts without wanting anything in return. Smiling, Zhao Yao told her to accept it. Let her guard the door so that no one could enter. Even her father couldn't buy it so easily. He knows that the master does not want to remain in debt. Yao Han did not know if the master would be able to pay for the teacher's help. Taking the pill, Zhao Yao went to the bathroom and sat surrounded by clouds of steam. Immersed in the water, the girl thought about how she needed to follow the teacher's instructions and technique. At the same time, Yuan Tao went into the forest with the elixir that Zhang Huang had given him. He remembered that the teacher had warned him that it would be a long process. First, he decided to drip the remedy onto his hand. A few moments later, the guy felt a terrible pain and barely managed to keep from screaming. The burning pain made him roll around on the grass, trying to overcome it. He banged his head against the ground. At one point, he even thought about leaving everything as it was. Things were fine now. He could train slowly and get better. But if he gave up, wouldn't he disappoint his teacher? If he disappointed him, he would never forgive himself. He had already had 10 teachers, but none of them took him seriously. Only Teacher Zhang didn't laugh at him, even though he was the worst student. He even created techniques and methods for him, bringing himself to this state. All this so that he could achieve success. Clenching his fists, Yuan Tao decided that he could not disappoint his teacher if he could not endure this pain. Then he would not be worthy of his teacher's kindness. He promised himself that he would not give up, and all this thanks to Teacher Zhang. Pouring the entire bottle over himself, the young man decided that it was better to endure now than to regret it for the rest of his life. It would hurt, but it would be for the best. In an instant, his whole body was enveloped in unbearable pain. Yuan Tao's entire body was on fire. Unable to hold back any longer, he screamed, and the forest shook with his wild cry. Exhausted, the boy fell to the ground, trying to catch his breath and come to his senses. When he moved away a little and looked at his body, he saw dragon scales. Stunned, Yuan Tao couldn't understand why he needed them. Deciding that he should test his strength first, he approached a tree that looked sturdy and decided to try it out. After thinking for a moment, Yuan Tao decided that he should start with a simple punch, so he swung his arm and struck the tree. A moment later, the stunned young man saw that his blow had cracked the powerful tree trunk, and the tree had collapsed. It was a strange feeling. He felt no pain, but felt that his defense had increased. Delighted, the guy shouted to the whole forest that he had succeeded. At that moment, in this dormitory, Yao Han was guarding Zhao Yao's door. Suddenly, he heard the sound of blows. The excited butler rushed over, shouting to ask if she was all right. The girl replied that everything was fine, but he should not come in. Through the door, she told him that she had risen to the second rank and her yin body had been activated. She thought that, as her teacher had said, her body had weakened at first due to the yang energy, but everything worked out, and it was all thanks to her teacher. The next morning, Zhang Huang finally woke up in his room. He couldn't even remember how he got there. Could it be that yesterday seeing clean clothes and food on the table, Zhang Huang realized that his friends had taken care of him. He had been too tired yesterday and fell asleep in class. Embarrassed, Zhang Huang guessed that his students didn't want to wake him up and moved him here. He was really tired. He fell asleep and didn't notice it. Looking out the window, he realized it was already noon. The Grandmaster had taken about 80 million. He couldn't leave people with nothing. Disguised, Zhang Huang went back to the Grandmaster's house, where he was met by an excited Sun Chao. A long line had formed in front of the Grandmaster's residence. Zhang's assistant told everyone to line up, and the first one could come in. People began to enter one by one and came out very satisfied. Sun Chao saw them off, thanking them for their visit. Soon, teachers from the Hongtian Academy appeared before the butler's son. He shouted at them to get in line. What did he care where they were from? Couldn't they see the line? Didn't teachers have to follow the rules? Did they think they could just ask and he would let them in just like that? Lu Sen smiled and told the steward not to be angry. They were star teachers from the academy and wanted to meet Master Yang. Sun Xiao recognized Teacher Lu Xing. He knew that he was Master Lu's only son. Everyone predicted that he would become a Grandmaster, and he told him to wait his turn. Yesterday he insulted 3 Grandmasters, and today the future Grandmaster. Why does it always turn out this way? Why is it so easy for the gentleman to insult everyone and get away with it? Lu Xing asked him to give the gentleman the scrolls with his name on them. He said they would be grateful if he allowed them to enter. Sun Chao replied, "Fine." Smiling, the teacher said that this butler was a cockroach. That's how power makes pathetic people even more pathetic. Lu Xun replied that it was a minor obstacle in their path. Turning to the queue, Teacher Lu apologized for delaying them. The warrior standing in front replied that he recognized Teachers Lu and Wang. He immediately stopped being angry. They were the most famous teachers, and he wanted to go to them but did not expect to meet them here. It was a great honor to let them pass. At that moment, the door swung open and Sun Xiao said that Mr. Yang was extremely busy at the moment and they could come back tomorrow. Surprised, Master Wang asked what about them. Grandmaster Yang would not let them in. Frowning, the butler replied that they had 2 options, either pay or get out. Angered, Wang asked if those were really Grandmaster Yang's words. The butler was surely twisting his master's words. He replied that the master said it didn't matter who was at the door. They were all in the same situation, so if they didn't have money they could leave. If everyone came with a personalized scroll, the master would not be able to work, and a star teacher who wanted to jump the queue without paying would bring shame to the profession. Hearing this, the queue whispered that they wanted to enter without paying. Grandmaster Yang is fair. They should all be equal. Smiling, Sun Chao asked the teachers if he really needed to call security. Bowing, Lu Xun apologized to the butler's son and said that they had behaved improperly. They left, and Wang asked what they should do now. Lu Xun replied that they needed to find 3 million to do everything by the rules. Frowning, Wang asked where they would get such a sum. His father had spent a huge amount on spear technology, and they were almost bankrupt. Teacher Lu said that he also knew about his relationship with his father. Even if he asked for money, his father would not give it to him, and he would not be able to ask. Master Wang suggested that Lu Sen borrow the money from the emperor. He grew up in the palace. Borrowing a small amount would not be difficult, and as soon as he became the Grandmaster's disciple, he would return the money. A few minutes ago, a man in a cloak entered the Grandmaster's house. Sun Chao asked fearfully who it was. Zhang Huang thought he was curious himself. If he had entered without waiting in line at the main entrance, he would have been noticed for sure, but he sneaked in. The man took off his hood and they recognized the emperor. The emperor said he had come here secretly to ask the Grandmaster to save the elder. Surprised, Zhang Huang asked if he hadn't said he would help him, and why he was dressed like that. The emperor replied that he knew he was doing the wrong thing, and he was rushing him. According to their agreement, he was supposed to prepare the books, but who knew? The elder's condition had worsened. No one knew if he would live to see tomorrow. So he took a risk and came here hoping for his help. Besides, the elder's illness was secret information. Frowning, Zhang Huang thought that he seemed to be the elder's last hope. In this situation, he simply could not refuse. Agreeing to examine the elder, Zhang Huang warned Sun Qian that he should go out and tell the people that there would be no more appointments today. The emperor warned that there were many prying eyes outside and they could interfere. Zhang Huang replied that he understood. To leave unnoticed, the emperor and Zhang Huang ran across the rooftops. The emperor thought that he had used more than 12 methods of movement along the way. But Master Yang seemed as if he had not run at all. He was not even out of breath. His qi was much more energetic. With such powerful qi and amazing technique, it was impossible to be weak. No wonder the Grandmasters were impressed by him. Perhaps he was even at the 8th rank. Zhang Huang thought that the emperor had started very quickly. Perhaps the elder was really unwell. But why did the usual journey turn into a race? To maintain his image, he couldn't show that he was struggling. Fortunately, he had learned the technique of heavenly movement. But if he got distracted for even a second, everything would fall apart. He had to do everything possible, even though it was difficult. He solved his students' problems, and after receiving the books on the 7th rank, Yang Huang must leave. Pretending to be a grandmaster is quite profitable, but it is also dangerous. He could be destroyed if he is exposed. Pretending to be a grandmaster is very difficult. Soon, the emperor and Zhang Huang landed in the palace courtyard. The emperor invited Grandmaster Yang to come inside, where Grandmasters Zhuangjing and Lu were already waiting for him. Chief Elder Shen Hong was lying in bed and looked very ill. The emperor begged Zhang Huang to help him. He promised to do everything he could. He thought it was no surprise that Emperor Shen had rushed to find him. Given his current condition, it was difficult to say whether Shen Hong would live to see tomorrow. Touching the elder's hand, Zhang Huang realized that the library had not been activated. Could it be because Shen Hong was not in a coma now? He needed to see his blows, but in his condition, that was not an option. Perhaps if he forced him to move, he would die immediately. The agitated emperor asked Zhang Huang if it was possible to help the elder. Zhang thought for a moment, unsure of what to do. The library activated when he watched a normal person strike or touched an unconscious person. But what to do with a half-dead person? Zhang told the emperor that he needed something that could put the elder into an unconscious state. The emperor wondered why the Grandmaster needed this. The Grandmaster was told via Qi communication that Master Yang had unusual methods. How would he save him by putting him into a coma? After thinking about it, Shen Jui replied that he had a special powder. If inhaled, a person would lose consciousness. Zhang Huang asked why he carried it with him. The emperor replied so that the Grandmaster would not misunderstand him. Various situations happened to the emperor. Taking the powder, Zhang Huang sprinkled it in front of the elder's face, inviting him to inhale it. Seeing this, the Grandmasters fell down. He gives the powder that puts a person who is about to die into a coma. Grandmaster Yang is inimitable. The emperor shouted that the elder was weak and the powder was extremely strong. He was afraid that the elder would not be able to withstand it. Zhang Huang asked again if he could not bear it. He thought that this man was holding on by sheer willpower. If he did not fall into a coma, he would die immediately. He asked if there was anything that could increase his vitality for a short time, even if he fell into a coma. Frowning, Grandmaster Zhuang asked Grandmaster Lu if he knew anything about such methods. Frowning, Grandmaster Zhen said that patients are usually examined while conscious. The emperor replied that the elder had taken all possible measures that could prolong his life. They no longer worked. After thinking about it, Zhang Huang decided that the elder had already taken such medicines. Perhaps he had become addicted to them. Zheng said that he knew of something that could strengthen a person for a short period of time. It could increase strength, but it wasn't exactly a pill. It was poison. Both the Emperor and Zhang Huang looked at him questioningly. Poison, really? Grandmaster Lu said that everyone knows that poison makers are a lowly profession, preparing poisons for despicable and dirty deeds. But the fact that the profession has remained intact and preserved for centuries suggests that it must have value. Zhuang replied that it was poison. It is made from a dozen poisons in a special ratio, similar to alchemy, and is extremely complex. The result should be a solution with a poison ratio. Not only is it harmless to life, but it activates the potential to restore vitality and energy in a short period of time. The profession of poison maker is rare, but even in first-class kingdoms, you can find something similar. Zhang said he dislikes poison makers. He knows very little about this profession. Some of them have poison. The Grandmaster replied that this drug must be prepared by the poisoner on the spot and cannot be stored. Otherwise, it will become very toxic. Smiling, Zhang Huang said that then they just needed a poison master. He needed this poison to cure the elder. The Emperor had doubts. He said that there was not a single poison master in their kingdom. Surely Master Yang knew about this. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huang was stunned. He never thought he would be wrong about such obvious things. He replied that he had completely forgotten. He thought he had stopped in another kingdom. Zhang thought that if he had known, he would not have even mentioned it. Although there are many books about poisons in the library, how could he have known that there were no poison masters in the kingdom? Zhang said that he was probably from the kingdom, where there are poison masters. It is likely that this place is one of the most developed, but they were in all the suitable places nearby. There was no one with that name there. Zhang Huang asked if they knew what the poison was made of. Were there any ingredients? They needed to be brought in. Zhang replied that the recipe was very simple, only 10 ingredients. But even knowing the ingredients, it was difficult to achieve the right balance of poisons, even for a poison master. Zhang asked if they knew the recipe but couldn't prepare it. He asked them to tell him the recipe, and then he would get the necessary ingredients. Zhang said that if he insisted, he would get everything he needed. Zhang Huang thought that these were all very poisonous things. An ordinary person would die as soon as they tried it, not to mention a half-dead person. But their correct synthesis could work wonders. Poison masters are amazing. Lu asked what was the point of all this without a poison master. Grandmaster Zhuang said that the elder's situation was complicated. They had to find a solution together. A poisoner's potion was a good solution if you knew how to prepare it. Smiling, Zhang replied that if they needed it, they would make it. It didn't matter if there was a poison master. They could save the elder without him. The Grandmasters replied that none of them knew how to prepare it. If a mistake was made, the person would be poisoned on the spot with no chance of survival. Smiling, Zhang replied that if they didn't know, they could learn. They could try. There was no need to rush. The Grandmaster and the Emperor were shocked. How could one learn this now? The elder believed that any profession required skill. It would take years of training. Who had Shenjui brought? He wanted to live a little longer for the sake of the country. Opening the book, Zhang Huang decided that although poisons were dangerous, they could also help people. Master Lu said that although the profession of a poison master is lowly, it cannot be mastered overnight. Closing the book, Zhang Huang thought that even though he was not a master of poisons, he knew exactly what to do now. At that moment, the Emperor cried out that the elder could no longer hold on. If they did not save him now, it would be too late. If there was any way to save him, let Master Yang do it. The kingdom would be indebted to him. He replied that he would do it now. When the poison was ready, let them give it to him. Carefully mixing the necessary ingredients, Zhang Huang prepared the poison and poured it into a vessel. Frowning, Zhang said that this was nonsense. If he made even the slightest mistake, the outcome would be fatal. Precise equipment was needed. The others agreed that to find the right proportions, the ingredients had to be mixed in the correct order. You couldn't just do everything at random. There was a specific order, otherwise death would ensue. Zhang Huang ignored them and said that the poison was ready. He succeeded. The Grandmasters were shocked that it was done so quickly and without instructions. The Emperor doubtfully thought that he was not even 1/100% sure about this poison, but he could not think of another way. The elder was dying anyway. Opening the flask, he approached Shen Hong and told him to drink it. Swallowing the poison, Shen Hong thought with tears in his eyes that he was an extremely influential person in the kingdom. How could he allow poison to be poured into him? His life was so miserable. After swallowing the contents of the flask, the elder coughed and convulsed. The Emperor cried out in fear. Grandmaster Lu asked if it was a failure. Zheng said that it was impossible to accidentally find the perfect proportion. The Emperor turned to Zhang Huan and looked at him questioningly. Zhang asked if the Emperor thought the elder was dead. He approached Shen Hun and patted him on the cheek so that he would swallow all the poison. Suddenly, the shocked Emperor saw that the elder was coughing and sitting up on the bed. He shouted angrily that Shen Juyi wanted to destroy him. The Emperor replied that this was not the case. The elder thanked Master Yang for his help. He replied that everything was fine and asked him to show him a few moves. The elder replied that, being on the brink of death, he realized that death is a stage of life. There is no point in postponing it. He was so weak that he could not even think about advancing in rank. It was useless, but he was happy. Zhang thought that he had written an entire book to save him. What nonsense he was talking. Maybe it was time to stop playing the philosopher. Zhang said that he had truly understood life. That was good. The main thing was his understanding of the world. Life is good, but it limits his development. Otherwise, he would have become a master long ago. Shen Hong replied that it was a pity he realized this so late. Angered, Zhang Huang hit the elder and shouted that he had simply asked him to show him a couple of moves. What nonsense he was talking. There is a time limit during which poison can bring a person back to life, so stop wasting time talking about life and death. If he did nothing, he would die, and then he would definitely not be able to help. The Grandmasters were shocked by Master Yang's behavior. Touching his hand, Zhang Huang learned that he was the grandfather of the Emperor of the Kingdom, half a step away from the rank. Excited, Shen Jui asked if he could help. He replied yes. It's not too late, he needs to wake up. The elder opened his eyes and said that he had seen a dream and seemed to have understood life. Zhang Huang told him not to waste time. There were two options. The first was that he would live and make a breakthrough. The second was that he would simply die and not waste his time. Surprised, the elder asked if he could really live. Could the master really help him advance? He asked the Grandmaster to help him. He replied that for this to happen, Shen Hong must follow his instructions and not resist. Otherwise, he would not be able to help him. Excited, the elder replied that as long as Grandmaster Yang would help him, he would not object. The Grandmasters thought that this Master Yang had not yet begun treatment and was already frightening them. Zhang Huang told the Emperor to bring in dancers with good figures. The Emperor wondered why he needed dancers. They were mostly of low rank. Was this really treatment? He just had to follow his orders. After bringing the girls, Shen Jui asked if these dancers would be suitable. He told the Emperor that he needed something else. Leaning toward him, Zhang whispered in his ear. The stunned Emperor replied that if he needed it, he could send him as many girls as he wanted, but this was not the right place. Angered, Shen Hong shouted that Master Yang was doing everything he could to help him. Why was he delaying? Let him fulfill his request quickly. The Grandmasters were interested in what he had said to the Emperor. Why was he so surprised? Sighing, Zheng replied that Grandmaster Yang had asked him to find an aphrodisiac. Soon, the Emperor brought what he had asked for. Zhang Huang took the bottle and ordered the elder to be tied to the bed. Apologizing, the Emperor approached the elder. He replied that everything was fine. Let him do as the master said. When the elder was tied up and the Emperor said everything was ready, Zhang Huang ordered that he be given a pill. The Grandmaster said the situation was becoming increasingly strange, but it was not worth watching yet. Zhuang said he had been beaten, but at least he had not lost his honor. Smiling, Zhang Huang told the girls to dance now. The beautiful girls began to dance in front of the tied-up elder. Looking at them, Shen Hong thought that at his age, he was no longer capable of feeling attraction. Suddenly, the elder realized that he was overcome with a feeling that couldn't be real. He asked Shen Zhu what kind of pill he had given him. The Emperor replied that it was an aphrodisiac. The enraged elder shouted that he was his grandfather. How could he treat him like this? What kind of grandson was he? He replied that he should not be blamed. He had done everything the Grandmaster had told him to do. He would not have done it himself. The elder shouted furiously that he had allowed it to happen. How could he disgrace his honor as an elder with such actions? He was simply an unworthy grandson, and he had loved him so much. Now there was nothing he could do about it. The agitated Emperor asked Zhang Huan to check if everything was in order. He replied that they should continue. Grandmaster Lu asked if Zhang knew of such a method of breakthrough. He replied that he was seeing this for the first time. Lu asked if he could stop this farce. Zhuang said that the Grandmaster had helped him rise in an equally unusual way. Maybe he had everything under control, although it looked terrible. The elder currently resembles a madman. As soon as this becomes known, the elder's reputation will be ruined. Advancing to the 8th rank is difficult in itself. Many great masters stop at the 7th rank, and the difference between them is enormous. Even masters in their prime give up hope of advancing to the 8th rank. The elder groaned that he could no longer continue. Suddenly, he shouted furiously and tore the ropes that were holding him. Everyone present was shocked to realize that Shen Hong had become an 8th rank warrior, a sage. The elder shouted furiously for everyone to leave immediately. Kneeling, he thanked Grandmaster Yang for his help. Zhang Huang replied that it was not necessary. The Emperor asked how he did it. Zhang Huang thought that even though everything worked out, it was difficult to explain. He said that Shen Hong's vital functions had reached their limit. His desire had vanished. That is why he was able to understand life and death, and he stopped being afraid. In such circumstances, he was in the worst position for a breakthrough. Even pills would not help him. It was necessary to make him want to live. And he couldn't resist. No one can resist young, beautiful ladies after an aphrodisiac, so he returned to his youth. His cultivation technique played an important role. It is the formula of the blazing sun. After the pill, everything spilled out, like a spark to a barrel of oil. There are many different methods to cause a breakthrough, but as a grandmaster, he strives to experiment and try new methods. He thought he could pour his true chi into the pill and open the blocked meridian so that it was completely cleansed, but it's better to keep this a secret. The emperor said it was incredible. He too had been half a step away from the 8th rank for many years. Maybe the aphrodisiac would help him too. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and a servant said that Lu Xing and Wang Chao from the academy had come to see His Majesty and wanted to see him. The emperor wondered why they had come at such a time and told him to show them into his office. Frowning, Zhang Huang thought that these two wanted to visit Grandmaster Yang. But why were they here? Maybe they were following him. The elder told Shen Jui to take care of the matter. He couldn't appear in such a state. They promised not to disturb the Grandmaster either. Zhang Huang asked the emperor if he could go with him to see the 2-star teachers. When he saw them, Zhang Huang wondered if they were the 2 idiots with contemptuous faces he had met yesterday at the entrance to the academy. The teachers were let in and they bowed to greet Emperor Shen. He asked why they had come to him. Lu Xun replied that they had a request. They wanted to borrow 3 million. They wanted to visit Grandmaster Yang. The emperor had heard about the rule of entry after payment. He would return the money to him, because he was sure that he would become Grandmaster Yang's disciple. Then he would return the 3 million. Shen Jui asked again about visiting Grandmaster Yang. At that moment, Zhang Huang asked why they were sure that the Grandmaster would accept them, and if he didn't, how were they going to give him the money? Frowning, Shen replied that he had made a modest reputation for himself in the kingdom. He was sure of that. Whether the Grandmaster would accept him or return the money was not his concern. He was talking to the emperor, so he had nothing to worry about. Zhang Huang replied that he was not worried about them. He thought they would not be accepted, and they would not be able to return the money to the emperor. Wang Chao asked him to watch his words. Lu Sen was a star teacher at the academy. He is the one who will one day become a Grandmaster. Surely he will earn it. Lu Xing said that if Master Yang refuses, he will still find a way to give it back. At that moment, Zhang Huang said that he had heard that Grandmaster Yang no longer accepts outsiders, even if they have money. Teacher Lu replied that it was his problem. He didn't think he was interfering too much in his affairs. He wanted to borrow from the emperor, not from him. The emperor replied, "All right, it's only 3 million. Considering that Master Lu Chen is his father, he can easily give him the money." He thanked the emperor for his help and promised to repay all the money himself. The emperor ordered the eunuchs Li to collect 3 million for Master Lu. Bowing, Lu Sen said he would repay the debt soon. He made his promise and left them. Turning to Zhang Huan, he said that he did not know who he was, but since he was sitting with the emperor, he was clearly not a simple man. However, he still wanted to give him some advice. When other people are talking, rudely interrupting their conversation is annoying, you know. Going outside, he asked the eunuch Li who this man was. He replied that he did not know who he was. The emperor tried to apologize to Master Lu in front of Zhang Huan. After all, he didn't know who he was. Smiling, he replied that it was no big deal. It was inevitable that they would be a little hot-headed at such a young age. Now that the elder had risen, it was time for him to leave. He hoped that Shen Jui would send all the books of the kingdom to the 7th rank as soon as possible. Lu Sun told Wang Chao that when they met with Yang, he should not talk nonsense but get straight to the point. Let him declare that they want to become his disciples. Suddenly, Wang Chao said that this was a man from the palace. Lu Sen replied that he was definitely not an ordinary man, and that it was not worth joking with him. He should get down to business. He said he understood, but why was he following them? Lu Xian replied that perhaps he was also going to see the Grandmaster. Now they would give the money to Sun Qian and go in. Handing the money to the butler, they said it was payment for a visit to Master Yang, so he should let them in this time. Frowning, Sun Qian asked if he hadn't said that. From now on, Master Yang would not accept any new visitors, no matter how many there were. If they hadn't taken their place in line, they should leave and not cause any trouble. Wang Chao shouted, asking Sun Qian if he knew who he was talking to. Teacher Lu tried to calm Wang down and said that it was their fault for not paying earlier. This time, they brought the money. Let him report them to the master, and if he doesn't want to meet them, they will give up on the idea. Seeing Zhang, he asked why he had walked in just like that. Teacher Lu shouted that they had paid the money and handed over the scroll with the name, but he still refused to let them in, and this man entered without asking. The people in line whispered that this guy must be an idiot. This teacher is so nasty. Seeing their reaction, Lu Sen was stunned and asked Sun Qian if the person who had just entered was really him. Frowning, the butler replied that it was his master, Grandmaster Yang. The teachers were stunned when they learned that it was Grandmaster Yang. Upon returning, Zhang Huang tried to determine what kind of poison it was. Why hadn't he seen it before? There were many books on poisons in the royal library, but the aura of the black poison did not match any of those in the books. He needed to check if he could remove it. It seemed that the source was hidden between the meridians. There was no record of this poison in the royal library. That meant it was of a higher level. What kind of poison was it? And how did it get to him? According to the Grand Masters and the Emperor, there are no poison masters in the kingdom. Perhaps his predecessor died because of this poison, but he was an orphan and a failure. He never hurt anyone. Who could have destroyed him with a poison that does not exist in the kingdom? Besides, why poison? It seems he is in trouble. As long as his chi is holding back this poison, we need to find out what it is and get rid of it. Later, he will ask the Grandmasters. Master Zhuang asked why they had changed their clothes. Zheng replied that the Emperor had mentioned Zhang and Lu Sen. They had come to see them. In his Grandmaster's robes, Teacher Zhang will be polite to them. They will not be able to recognize his true qualities, but in his ordinary clothes, they will see what kind of person he really is. When they saw his classroom, they thought it was too small. It seems that Teacher Zhang is not well regarded here. Zheng said that he is a teacher who puts his professional ethics above humiliation and his own pride. This is admirable. The student asked Wang Tao to help him. He didn't quite understand what Teacher Zhang was saying. He replied that even he didn't understand about a tenth of what he said. But while the teacher was explaining, he took notes, so they could try to figure it out together. He read that in the first rank, one must look at one's body. As part of the natural flow of spiritual energy, bring them together rather than forcibly absorbing them. This way, spiritual energy can be better preserved. The absorption rate will increase. The teacher came up with 10 methods. He remembered only 3. The Grandmasters were amazed that Zhang had such profound thoughts. After listening, they came to the conclusion that Zhang really did have an understanding of cultivation. It seems he has attained enlightenment. He understands the laws of the world. Enlightenment is a state of self-sufficiency of power and understanding of the ways of improvement through reason. Perhaps Zhang has reached the rank of a sage. Lu said that it is not only 8th rank experts who can attain enlightenment. Some incredible teachers create their own schools by combining their knowledge. They can enlighten their students to the truth, thereby benefiting them. Such teachers are extremely rare and difficult to find. Could Zhang be one of them? What a beautiful uncut diamond. It is difficult to describe the subject of cultivation in simple terms. Amazing. Sighing, Wang Tao said that it was a pity that they were just listening to his students and only had the right to attend Grandmaster Zhang's basic classes. If he taught them personally, they would raise their rank. The Grandmasters were shocked that these two were only in general classes and only listening. The student sighed that when Wang Yin recognized Zhang as her teacher, she was at the middle level of the 1st rank, and in 10 days she reached the 2nd rank. The Grandmasters couldn't believe that she had reached the 2nd rank in 10 days. At the 1st rank, everyone gathers spiritual energy and spreads it around their body to nourish and open the meridians. Without careful practice, it is impossible to advance. Master Lu replied that it took him 2 years to reach the 2nd rank. Even if they taught the students themselves, it would take them about 6 months. Frowning, Zheng said that if this was true, then Teacher Zhang's level of teaching was higher than theirs. Seeing the bursts of energy, they decided that it was Yuan Tao hitting the walls again. But he was the worst student. Could it be? They decided to go in and take a look. Peeking from behind the roof visor, they saw a student hitting the stove. The masters were surprised that he had such strong defense. Even if a 6th rank master tried to break through it, it would be difficult. Even they couldn't do it easily. Suddenly, Master Lu shouted for them to look over there and pointed at Wang Yin. With powerful kicks, the girl smashed the wooden pillars to pieces. The masters were amazed by such powerful footwork. Her kick was no less than 400 ding in strength. All her movements were coordinated as one. She had been training for at least 7 or 8 years. They asked about Zhang's students, but no one told them about the expert in footwork. The girls passing by did not understand what these old men were doing here. Suddenly, Zhang realized that this was Wang Yin, the student with the leg injury. Her legs were even better than before. But considering her injury, how could she have gained such strength? Could he have healed her? It's impossible to be so strong right after healing. Then Zhuang shouted for the Grandmasters to look at the spearmen. Stunned, Master Zheng shouted that it was the determination of the spear. The Grandmasters hid so they wouldn't be noticed. Yuan Tao said he thought he heard someone. Master Zhuang asked if Zheng was sure. He replied that he was sure. It was the resolve of the spear. And he uses it at such a young age. He is just a teenager, but he has easily achieved the state of spear decisiveness. It's incredible. Master Lu said that Teacher Wang Chao rejected this student. He only knew the basic. In 10 days, Teacher Zhang turned him into a spear master. The Grandmasters came to the unanimous conclusion that he was not just a good teacher, he was a miracle. The Grandmasters sat pensively. They tried to understand who this Teacher Zhang was. At that time, Zhang Huang was thinking that he had finally settled all matters with the people who had paid Grandmaster Yan. Freedom at last. But he had not been at the academy for 2 days, so he had no idea if his students had been successful. At that moment, Huang Yu and Bai Sen approached him. The girl shouted that it was good that he was here. They wouldn't have to look for him. Perhaps he had his own business to attend to, but she would have to bother him. Teacher Zhang asked what was going on. If he could, he would help her. She reminded him about the visit to Master Lu Sheng, They wanted to give his painting to someone for their birthday. Zhang's paintings were more suitable, but if the birthday boy saw the painting, he would want to see the artist. Therefore, he needed to be at the banquet. He replied that he was not interested in this, so let them forgive him. Zhang Huang thought that whoever the birthday boy was, it was none of his business. Bai Sen said that Master Zhang should be there. Elder Tian was a good man, and Emperor Shen Jui would come to see him. The girl said that not only the emperor, but also their teacher would be there. To tell the truth, it was not they who invited him to the banquet, but their teacher, Grandmaster Zheng. He was shocked to hear this. Could it be that the Grandmaster knew about him? He thought that he was not a Grandmaster now, but he had been invited. Could it be that he had invited him on purpose, guessing who he was? That was a serious crime. And it was impossible to explain how someone under the age of 20 could possess such extensive knowledge. Bai Sen replied that Du and Zhuang also knew about him. They were amazed to learn that he was capable of creating a 5th-level painting. Huang said it was a great opportunity. He could become the Grandmaster's assistant. With the title of Assistant Grandmaster, he would be able to take the Grandmaster exam. Zhang Huang asked what she meant. The girl explained that a Grandmaster must not only guide the cultivation of others, but also be knowledgeable in other professions. Extensive knowledge is required. One must be qualified in another profession to be eligible for the title of 1-star Grandmaster. 2 professions, 2 stars. Of course, the requirements for auxiliary professions will increase each time. The more stars, the stronger he is in other professions. He understood why there were so few Grandmasters, and why the exam was so difficult. Zhang Huang said that he had the title of alchemist. Could he take the exam? Smiling, Zhang Huang thought that the personality of a Grandmaster was a formidable weapon. He needed to get this title as soon as possible. But Huang Yu replied that first he had to be a Grandmaster's apprentice, so he needed a mentor. He could choose one of 3 Grandmasters. Stunned, Zhang Huang asked again if he could choose one of them. Over the past 3 days, the trio had frequently visited his mansion, saying that they wanted to recognize Grandmaster Yang as their teacher. But he did not agree because he planned to destroy his personality in the near future, and now he could recognize one of them as his teacher. He could have accepted them all as disciples, like Grandmaster Yang. The situation is frankly strange. We cannot allow his personalities to meet. Nonsense. It wouldn't take long to go mad. However, meeting the Grandmasters is a good opportunity. He will be able to approach them and ask about the aura of poison. He asked when the banquet would begin and who Elder Tian was if the Emperor and the 3 Grandmasters were coming to see him. Bai Sen replied that the banquet was today and they needed to hurry. Huang Yu promised to tell him about Elder Tian while they were on their way. She said that the elder was a teacher at the Beibu Academy. All these Grandmasters studied under him. Today he is celebrating his 90th birthday, and since they were here, they could go see him. Zhang Huang asked if the elder taught others how to improve their cultivation. Could he be considered a teacher? She replied that he taught the art of tea ceremony. They did not study with him for long. He was only half a teacher. After a while, they arrived at Elder Tian's mansion. The girl warned Zhang Huang that they had arrived. Now he should follow her. The Grandmasters probably hadn't arrived yet, and they had to wait for them in the side hall. Suddenly, the guy asked if Yu was here. Angered, Bai Sen shouted at him, asking why he was calling her that. He should stay away from her, or else he shouldn't blame him for being rude. Smiling, the guy asked if he had ever defeated him. Besides, this was his house. As the host, he was welcoming a guest. Wasn't Bai Sen being too arrogant? They started arguing. Huang Yu told the guys that they were here to congratulate the elder. If they wanted to, they could fight afterwards. The guy replied that dear Yu should get some rest. He didn't care about rude people. He had just learned a new way of making tea and was visiting her. The girl replied that she needed to wait for Grandmaster Zhen. He replied that he also wanted to greet the Grandmaster. He would wait with her. At that moment, Huang Yu said she wanted to introduce him to teacher Zhang Huan from the Hongting Academy. She told the teacher that this was Tian Long, the only grandson of Elder Tian. Frowning, Tian Long said that his name sounded familiar. He would probably compete with Teacher Lu in the teacher evaluation. Teacher Lu was the most incredible star teacher at the Hongting Academy. Zhang Huang was undoubtedly a courageous man. He was impressed. An enraged Bai Sen asked what he meant. He replied that people are valued for knowing their place. If you overestimate yourself, life will become more complicated. But Bai Sen said that Master Zhang simply wants to keep a low profile and refuses to show off his abilities. Tianlong was surprised that he called him a master. This title is given to those who have achieved an amazing level of mastery in their profession. A simple teacher cannot call himself a master. At that moment, Master Yuan entered, and they greeted him. Seeing Zhang Huang, Master Yuan said that Master Zhang was also there. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. Tianlong was amazed that Yuan called Zhang a master. Master Yuan is a true master of medicine, not Zhang. How could he run up to a guy younger than him and call him a master? Master Yuan said that he had placed Zhang's painting in his room and admired it every day. Zhang Huang replied that it was just a painting. Shocked, Tianlun couldn't understand why Yuan wasn't a master. Why did he now look like a student? Smiling, Bai Sen said that Master Zhang was a true genius of calligraphy and painting who even impressed Master Lu Chen. His words stunned Tianlun even more. How could a man who was not yet 20 and had a reputation as the worst achieve such a thing? At that moment, Master Yuan said he would go to the meeting place. When he had time, he would find Zhang to learn how to paint from him. Frowning, Tianlun thought that this Zhang was an unusual person. These guys were here too. He remembered someone telling him about it. It would be interesting. Seeing the teachers, Tianlun shouted for Brother Lu and Brother Wang to come to them. He told Lu Senyu that he was sorry he hadn't been able to greet him earlier. The teacher replied that it was better late than never. Teacher Wang asked if Brother Tian had not checked the invitations to the banquet. Why could anyone come in here? He replied that he had personally invited Huang Yu and Bai Senya. Teacher Zhang was their guest, and he couldn't refuse him. He was amazed that teachers with a low level of education could be invited as guests to Elder Tian's birthday celebration. Teacher Lu apologized to Zhang for Wang Chao's rudeness and said that it would indeed be better for him to leave so as not to tarnish the academy's reputation. Angered, Huang Yu shouted, "What do you mean?" Lu Sen replied that people should not be in places where their personality does not allow them to be. He knows that she is the Grandmaster's assistant. Nevertheless, she should not act so stubbornly. Here, she must pay attention to her actions. If she brought in such a low-level teacher with a terrible reputation, it could anger the Grandmaster. Zhang smiled and said that was the point of his words. That he is just a low-level teacher. Then why did Teacher Lu challenge him? He is simply destroying his impressive reputation. Smiling, he replied that Zhang was just a stepping stone for him. He could only blame his luck. Wang Chao agreed that he was just a front for the show. Tomorrow's evaluation would surely attract Grandmaster Yang and others. Brother Lu would be able to reach great heights by becoming the Grandmaster's true assistant. Tianlun said that the Grandmaster had come here to take Lu Sen as his disciple. It was a secret, but he had written about it to his grandfather, who had accidentally found out. At that moment, the boys saw the Grandmasters walking towards them. Master Zheng said that they happened to be in the right place at the right time. The young men bowed to greet all three Grandmasters. Master Zheng asked Huang Yu if she had invited him. She replied that the man next to her had. At that moment, Teacher Lu tried to speak to the master, but he interrupted him and asked Tian if he must be Teacher Zhang. It had been very difficult to find him. Standing aside, Zhang Huang thought that he had not seen them for only a few days. Why had they suddenly become so foolish? Huang Yu told the Grandmaster that it was not Teacher Zhang. He was the grandson of Elder Tianlun. The master shouted angrily that if it wasn't him, why didn't he say so right away? And where was Master Zhang then? Zhang Huang waved his hands and said that it was him. They approached him and said that he looked as energetic and capable as they had thought. With such a valiant attitude, he stood out among everyone else. As expected of the ideal teacher of the Tianshun kingdom, Zhang Huang asked why the three Grandmasters were looking for him. Master Zheng replied that there were too many people here. They needed to find a suitable place to talk. Zhang Huang thought he should ask about the poison. Teacher Lu tried to say something, but Zheng stopped him, saying that he needed to talk to Teacher Zhang. Let him step aside and not block the way. An angry Wang Chao asked Lu what was going on. Wasn't it he who said that the Grandmaster was fond of Master Lu? Why didn't he even look at him? At that moment, the Grandmaster told Zhang Huan that Elder Tian had once been his teacher and was a kind man. Let him follow him. The servant led them to the place and said that their master was waiting for them there. When they entered, they saw Elder Tian brewing tea for them. The Grandmaster said that Master Tian was in his prime. They hadn't tried the tea yet, but the aroma was already enchanting. Smiling, the elder replied that Master Jing should not speak nonsense. He then asked who had come with them. The Grandmaster introduced him to Zhang Huan, a young outstanding teacher at the Hongting Academy. Surprised, the elder asked if Lu Xian was not an outstanding teacher. He replied that Master Zhang was in no way inferior to him. There were certain aspects in which he surpassed him. The elder was amazed that he even surpassed him. In his letter, Zheng wrote that he wanted to take Lu Xian as a student. So why did he bring Zhang? He said that Zhang must be truly capable and qualified. Let him take the test first and drink his tea. Teacher Zhang was surprised. The Grandmaster said that this was an excellent opportunity and he should take full advantage of it. Teacher Tian's tea is special. Many cultivators dream of it. If a cultivator drinks it, it will allow them to briefly reach the level of calm water. Zhang Huang thought that only when a person reaches the state of calm water can they fully concentrate on what they are doing without emotion. Right now, he is at the basic level. If he drinks this tea, he will be able to better experience the following areas of cultivation. Smiling, he asked what kind of test this was. The elder replied that Lu Sen should come in. After a while, Teacher Lu came to them and greeted the elder. He said that Lu and Zhang were outstanding teachers at the academy. But he only had 1 cup of tea and would have to test them both. Whoever answered his question correctly would get the cup of tea. The elder asked the Grandmaster what he thought of this. He replied that it would be interesting. Smiling, Zhang thought that the old man was not very interested in testing him. He wanted to give Lu Senyu an opportunity to show his skills. The elder said that since they had gathered here for tea, their topic would be the art of the tea ceremony. The Grandmaster said that Teacher Zhang had never studied the way of tea. He was a master of painting. It would be unfair to him. The elder replied that he was also fond of painting and that Lu Sen had been familiar with it since childhood. It would be even better than a tea ceremony. They would evaluate the proposed painting. Whoever was the best would win a cup of tea. They agreed. Smiling, Zhang Huang thought that while he would have to dig through the library for the tea ceremony, evaluating a painting would be a piece of cake. The elder said that since they had no objections, Master Zheng gave him one painting. It was perfect. He looked at it and couldn't take his eyes off it. Today, they had a wonderful opportunity to see the work of an incredible master. After showing it to them, he said that Zhuangxian and Lu Fei knew how to paint. They should also express their opinions. Impressed, Lu asked Zheng the same question via Qi connection. He replied that yes, it was her. They would simply watch how events unfolded. Teacher Lu asked if it was a 5th level painting. Tian replied yes. It was a pity that the author had not left his signature or the title of the painting. They are starting the evaluation now. Let them look at the painting and then give their comments. Whoever is more accurate will win. He and the Grand Master will be the judges. Smiling, Zhang Huang said he wanted to be second and hear Lu Xing's evaluation. Teacher Lu agreed to be first. However, he hoped that Zhang Huang would run out of excuses when he lost. He thought that calling himself a master of painting was nonsense. Standing up, Lu Xing said that the painting was painted by a true master. If there were any mistakes in his assessment, he would like to be corrected. Although the artist did not leave his name on the painting, it contains a profound artistic concept. He believes that the master stood in a meadow and enjoyed such a sight. He was inspired and created this masterpiece. It is obvious that this painting was painted using the double hook technique. Smiling, Zhang Huang asked again about the double hook. He did not think that the double dragon technique was used. He replied that Zhang didn't even know what that meant. It is used by craftsmen when painting on time. It is impossible to paint a picture above the 2nd level. Let him look closely at the details. They are so distinct that you cannot paint them with the double dragon technique. You can clearly see the veins on the flowers and the fur on the deer. Thus, it took the master painter 2 days to complete this painting. This painting is perfect. The master's patience is outstanding. The most important thing is that the painting shows deep skill, and based on his many years of experience, he can tell who it is. Zhang asked if he could guess. Teacher Lu replied that there were no more than 7 masters in the surrounding kingdoms capable of depicting such grandiose and dynamic painting. It is Yun Shaoqin. Clapping his hands, Elder Tian said that this was an excellent analysis. How insightful and thoughtful. Now it was Zhang Huang's turn. He asked if it was his turn. Was the elder sure he wanted him to speak? Smiling, Lu Xun asked why not. Let him say what he wants, or if he has nothing to say. He replied that he didn't know what to say. After much thought, he had only 4 words. But should he say them? He asked Grandmaster Zhang if it was his student who had given it to him. He replied that yes, she had given it to him. Teacher Zhang said that everything was clear then. He had painted this picture. Laughing, Lu Xian asked if he had painted it. Zhang said that he had painted a 5th level painting. He was Yun Shaoqin. Let him just admit defeat. The elder asked Zhang if he wanted to take such a person as his student. Was such a boastful youngster worthy of being his student? The Grandmaster replied that he had indeed painted the picture. The elder was shocked by his words. Teacher Lu shouted that he didn't believe it. Even if he had started practicing in his mother's womb, it would be impossible to achieve such a level of skill. Approaching the painting, Zhang Huang touched the image, and his deer seemed to come to life. Shocked, Lu Sen asked if it was a spiritual connection. Only the creators of the painting have a spiritual connection with it. The elder said that a painting usually contains the blood, tears, and sweat of its creator. It is undeniably connected to him. 5th level paintings respond to their creator. Teacher Zhang said that this painting was painted a few days ago in Master Lu's house. He did not stand in the meadow, but used the double dragon technique. The painting took about 10 breaths to complete, not 2 or 3 days. Teacher Lu was amazed that this guy painted it so quickly. Even worse, he used such a lowly street technique for a 5th level painting. Smiling, Zhang Huang asked if it meant he had won. The elder replied that he had won. How could the author of the painting lose in its discussion? Smiling, Zhang Huang said, "Thank you very much. But this tea is a mistake. The tea leaves of spiritual calming tea grow on the top of an icy mountain. This gives them calming and restorative properties. Usually, when such tea is brewed, it allows one to maintain a state of calm for 100 breaths. Maintain a state of calm for 100 breaths, but the cup could only allow 12 breaths. Is wasting such tea a mistake?" The elder asked in surprise where he got his knowledge. This cup of tea can indeed maintain a state of only 12 breaths. He replied that the tea set, consisting of a cup and teapot, was a set of emerald radiance created personally by the master Wu Qingzi. Tian used 7 hearts in his nimble hands. To prepare this tea, Tian purified himself by adhering to a vegetarian diet for 7 days and calmed his spirit. However, the tea was not yet at its peak. The elder was amazed that this boy was not only a master of painting but also of tea. The grandmasters were also shocked that Zhang was a master of the tea ceremony. Kneeling down, the elder said he hoped Master Zhang would point out his mistakes and help him stop wasting fine tea. He replied that he did not want to help him, but since he was sincerely asking, he would give him some advice. Even wine requires its own set, let alone tea. The Emerald Glow Service set is a treasure, but by its very nature, it has the attribute of warmth. Warmth causes irritation and prevents one from maintaining calm. The way of tea is the art of calmness. Its purification is a form of respect for art, but it is the art of calmness. A banquet will not allow one to calm down. He must remember these 2 points. Perhaps it will be useful for his progress. The elder replied that his 2 pieces of advice were extremely important to him. Let him accept this as a sign of his gratitude. The grandmasters were shocked that he was giving him some of the tea leaves of the calming spirit of tea. After all, there were only enough of these leaves for 3 teapots in the entire kingdom. Grandmaster Lu said that Zhang did not drink the tea but simply looked at it and pointed out important mistakes. How many more surprises would he bring? After accepting the gift from Master Tian, Zhang Huang sincerely thanked him. At that moment, Huang Yu asked excitedly if it was okay for Zhang to enter like that. Bai Sen replied that she should not worry, Master Tian would be delighted. Teacher Wang said that they had allowed this brat and brother Lu to enter for inspection. Tianlun replied that they had probably made a mistake about Zhang. After a while, they saw Zhang Huang come out and asked where Lu Sen was. The elder said that Zhang's teachings had helped him a lot, and he would like to take a break to think about what he had heard and then continue with the tea ceremony. After leaving the elder, Lu Sen was furious. He shouted that he thought the elder's birthday was a great opportunity to meet the Grandmaster. But Zhang ruined everything. Why was this scumbag so successful? Wang replied that he had probably devoted his energy to studying painting, and Lu would definitely win the teacher's evaluation. Frowning, Lu Xing asked if Wang Chao knew any alchemists. He needed some pills. Wang replied that it was not possible. Although the pills temporarily make a person stronger, they eventually damage their health. Lu replied that he had no time to think about it. He had to win. There was no turning back. He had to win and become the Grandmaster's disciple. He would quickly restore their health after everything. There was talk at the academy about who would win the assessment. Some believed that Zhang would never defeat Lu, but others had heard that he had already achieved a lot. Rumors said that his student suffered from a congenital sealed meridian and that he deliberately drove him mad in order to increase his strength. At that moment, Zhang Huang thought about the fact that the teacher's evaluation was tomorrow. He needed to go back and see what they had achieved. When Yuan Tao saw him, he said he was glad that Teacher Zhang had returned. Seeing that his students were carrying large barrels, he asked what they were doing. The boy replied that it was ink. Zhang Huang asked how they could help with training. The boys explained, somewhat confused, that after Zhao's body had been infused with yin energy, she had become even more beautiful, and many students wanted to date her. Frowning, Zhang asked what ink had to do with it. Couldn't they just chase the suitors away? They replied that they had driven them away. But every day for 2 days, 3 strange old men had been wandering around. They looked as if they couldn't defeat them, so they prepared a lot of ink and planned to pour it on them. They say ink defeats lust. Thinking about it, Zhang Huang asked again if they were strange old men, and they were sure that they were not teachers. Yang Lai replied that he knew most of the teachers, but definitely not these ones. They also looked at Zhao Yao and Wang Yin with disgust, nodding and smiling. Teacher Zhang said that they should do it then. They should be careful, and if they meet them again, they can use the ink wave. Laughing, the boys replied that Teacher Zhang was an understanding man. He wouldn't scold them. He said that when they were done with that, they should come to him and receive individual training. Slamming the door, Zhang Huang thought irritably, why can anyone who wants to come in here? Suddenly, he heard shouts of what was going on here and wondered excitedly what was happening there. Running out into the street, Zhang Huang saw that his students had splashed ink on the old men. They said that it was those 3 old men who were spying on them. How could they not be ashamed to spy on female students at their age? He was stunned to see 3 grandmasters in front of him. They said that because they were dressed in ordinary clothes, they were mistaken for perverts. He excitedly asked the 3 strange old men if it was them. He couldn't understand why grandmasters would hide, spy, and change clothes. Surprised, Yuan Tao said that the teacher was mistaken. Where could one find grandmasters who were so shameless as to watch them from around the corner? Yang Li supported him. These 3 had been loitering around for the last 2 days and were definitely spying on them, plotting something. Zhang shouted for them both to shut up. When the boys told the others that they were grandmasters, everyone was shocked. Teacher Zhang apologized to them and said he was sorry that they were in trouble because of him. He promised that he would teach them a lesson later. Smiling, they said that everything was fine. Teacher Zhang was not to blame. In part, they were to blame themselves. Frowning, Zhang Huang asked if they had been spying on them all this time. Embarrassed, Zhuang said that he had a friend at the Hongting Academy and they had decided to visit him. That's why they had come here. And the atmosphere here was not bad. Zhang thought that his classroom was in the farthest corner, in the worst part of the building. It was strange that the Grandmasters could think this was a good place. Grandmaster Lu said that they had come to see Zhang, so they were sure that he understood what they meant. Frowning, Zhang Huang asked if they really wanted to take him as a student. They replied that all three of them were considering it, so Zhang Huang could choose anyone he wanted. Embarrassed, he laughed and asked if he could refuse. Shocked, the Grandmasters asked if he really wanted to refuse. The Grandmaster said that it seemed they had come too unexpectedly. They would give him time to think. It would not be too late to answer them tomorrow. Let him answer them tomorrow. Without the status of an assistant and the recommendation of a Grandmaster, it is impossible to become a Grandmaster. He replied that he would think about it. Zhang thought that he had decided to take the Grandmaster exam, but did not want to recognize any of them as his teacher. The three of them had tried to become Master Yang's disciples themselves. The Grandmasters replied that they would come tomorrow and talk about it. Teacher Zhang said he had a request for them. Where could he find books on poisons? The more, the better. After thinking about it, they replied that nothing could surpass the Poison Hall in the field of poisons. Surprised, Zhang Huang thought that there were many books on poisons in the library of the Kingdom of Tianshuang, but this place was never mentioned. Jin said that the Poison Hall belonged to the Guild of Poison Masters. Poisoners possess the art of using poison to weaken people, and that is why they are considered one of the 9 lowest professions. But they were expelled. When the guild was destroyed, many poison masters perished. After that, even if they managed to pass on their legacy, fearing a repeat, they did not dare to appear in the world and secretly form the Poison Hall. For this reason, this profession is rare, although it exists in the kingdom, and they are difficult to find. If he needs a lot of books on poisons, he should go there. Sighing, Zhang Huang thought that of course he wanted to find books on poisons, but what was the point of the Poison Hall if he couldn't find it? Grandmaster Lu said that poison is a dangerous thing, and that poisoners often test potent drugs on themselves. Few of them live long. Few people want to come into contact with poison without a good reason. What did Master Zhang want to do? He replied that he was curious. One of the masters said he didn't know the exact location of the Poison Hall, but he had heard that its edge was in the Red Lotus Ridge. The Grandmaster's library also has books, but their number cannot be compared to the Poison Hall. The size of his collection exceeds that of some countries. If he wants to visit the Grandmaster's library and learn about poisons, he must first pass the Grandmaster exam. The Grandmaster's library is like any other guild. Treasures and secret manuals are only accessible to the Grandmaster. There is also information about poisons there. Given his talent, if he studies constantly, he will soon become a Grandmaster. Zhang thought about taking the exam for the title. He needed to become a Grandmaster's apprentice, but he did not want to recognize Grandmaster Zhang or anyone else as his teacher. Suddenly, Zhang Huang happily decided that instead, he could become his own disciple. The Grandmasters decided that there was no need to rush. To achieve such an impressive level of skill at such a young age, it was natural to be complacent. Tomorrow is the teacher's evaluation between Zhang and Lu. Perhaps he is thinking about achieving a flawless victory before coming to them. They should go to watch tomorrow's match. But first, they need to take care of their personal affairs. Grandmaster Zheng asked if he meant they should become Master Yang's disciples. Zhuang replied that a person cannot have the same teacher for their entire life. It is clear that Master Yang's methods are more advanced than theirs. If they recognize him as their teacher, they will be able to rise and become 2-star Grandmasters. Soon, after changing into his Grandmaster's robes, Zhang Huang went to his residence. The butler told him that 3 Grandmasters wanted to visit him. He was surprised that they were there. When Zhang saw them, he thought that he had even considered who to send for them, but that was no longer necessary. Frowning, he asked why the 3 of them had come to see him. The Grandmaster said that the 3 of them wished to recognize him as their teacher and hoped that he would accept them. Although they were not particularly talented, they could help him and share all the news. Master Yang replied that if he was not mistaken, the reason was that their cultivation had not improved for a long time. By becoming his disciples, they would be able to advance. Bowing, Grandmaster Zheng replied that this was true. They hoped for his help. He replied that he had traveled a lot. Now he prefers to rest. Therefore, he does not reveal his identity. They had not even heard of him in other countries, because he did not want anyone to know about him. Even in the most impressive library, there would not be a single word about him. Nevertheless, in the kingdom of Tianshuan, he revealed his identity while helping others. Did they know why? Apologizing for his ignorance, Grandmaster Zheng asked Master Yang to tell him. He said that during his travels, he met a talented boy and took him as his direct disciple and heir. He would soon be leaving and was afraid that others would oppress him, so he revealed his status to give him a title. Zheng asked if it was Zhang Huang. Frowning, Grandmaster Yang confirmed that Zhang Huang was his best disciple. And if they became his disciples, it would mean that he was their older brother. They looked questioningly at Master Yang and asked if he meant that he was going to take them as disciples. At that moment, a stunned Zheng saw that Zhuang and Lu had knelt down and said thank you. He stood next to them. Zheng said that since they had all become his disciples, he would help them develop, but he often traveled and did not stay in one place for long. Although Zhang Huang was his disciple, he was still very young and had not developed properly. He might need their support. They replied that their mentor should rest assured. Now that they were under his supervision, they would accept his rules. They would make every effort and support Zhang. He replied, "Good. Then let them show him a few moves so he can understand their mistakes. He will help them with training to improve their rank." When they left, Zhang Huang asked the butler if anyone else wanted to meet with him. He replied that no one did. But 2 days ago, when the master was away, the emperor left several books for him. He moved them to another room. Smiling, Zhang Huang thought that was great. He didn't expect the emperor to get it done so quickly. He warned Xiao Qian that he was leaving for 2 days, and if anyone was looking for him, they should leave a letter. At that moment, Wang Chao came to Lu Xian's classroom and reported that he had bought the pills. Did he really want to do it? Clenching his fists fiercely, Lu Xing replied that he was sure. "Don't worry, he knows what he's doing." At that moment, Zhang Huang decided to use all his knowledge of the 7th rank to make one perfect book. He decided to see if he could raise his rank. Zhang read that he needed to open the acupuncture points, connect the meridians, and allow the qi to flow continuously. Finally, he succeeded. He thought that his development had slowed down by a whole 10 minutes. The more you develop, the harder it is to move forward. But now he was at the 7th rank, and if he combined the golden body of the heavenly path with his other knowledge, he would finally be able to defend himself. The teacher's evaluation, which he had been waiting for so long, would take place tomorrow. Therefore, he needed to get a good night's sleep. The next day, the head of the academy himself visited the academy. His son was surprised that he did not send someone else but came in person. He is one of the few people whom His Majesty holds in high esteem. He did not even attend the duel between the Count of the North and the Swift General. Why would he need a duel between students? It is a 3-star event only because Lu Xing's mentor is participating in it. Otherwise, it would be a 1-star event. His father replied that this time it was not so simple. This was not a normal teacher evaluation. This morning he received news that the heads of 2 of the 4 great clans, Wang Hong, would be visiting the academy. He can be seen over there. He pointed with his hand. They also saw the head of the Ouyang Guild. He was surprised to see the head of the Alchemist Guild here, as well as the alchemists Ming Yan, Liu Mu, and Jin Cheng. The young man was astonished. All these people were considered nobility. They had found the time to watch a regular competition. His father replied that it wasn't just alchemists. He told him to just look over there and pointed. The kingdom's chief physician, Master Yuan Yu, and Master Lu had come to the spectator seats. Elder Tian, who had not even attended the emperor's celebration, was also there. His father told him to look at the people in the main seats. The boy asked in surprise, "The main seats?" He was astonished to see that 3 grandmasters and the head of the city of Baiyu, Lord Zhao Feng, had arrived. He thought that he did not expect the emperor himself and the head of the city to arrive here. Was this really just a normal battle between teachers? His father said that, in fact, the most important person present was not His Majesty, but Master Yang's butler. He represented the interests of his master. They thought that considering all those present, this was no longer a 3-star event, but a 5-star event. The boy asked excitedly if it was all because of Lu Xian. His father replied that he had thought so at first, but despite his reputation, he didn't think so. Right now, his thoughts were fixed on teacher Zhang Huan. What did this guy do to gather such influential people in one place? Zhang Huan also didn't understand what they were all doing here. At that moment, Shen Bi thought angrily that she had been forced to leave Tianshuan City for a while. This teacher Zhang was crazy. How did he even think of competing with teacher Lu? Her companion asked what she was thinking. She replied that she didn't understand what was going on in his head. He had only recently gotten rid of his shame, but now he was meddling again where he wasn't wanted. As soon as he lost, his success would collapse. Smiling, the girl said that it seemed Shen Bi was worried about him. She replied fiercely, "Who needs him?" The girl said she thought the beautiful Shen had fallen in love. Who did she think would win? Frowning, Shen Bi said that Zhang's students were not bad, but teacher Lu had chosen enemies to exploit his opponent's weaknesses. Teacher Lu organized his fight so correctly, as if from a textbook, but that's good for a teacher. They were surprised to see that Zhang's students were in second place. How was that possible in half a month? They were quite capable of fighting. At that moment, they saw Lu Sen arrive with his students. Could they all have reached the 3rd rank? At the 3rd rank, a warrior is capable of passing qi through his body. How could Zhang's students defeat warriors with a strike of 300 din? Frowning, Ouyang said that 2nd rank against 3rd rank was a bad bet. Another alchemist supported him, saying that the difference between them was huge. He had no chance. Elder Tian said that it looked like Master Zhang was going to lose. His grandson thought it would be interesting to see how he would get out of this one. Angered, Master Lu fiercely asked if this kid had really bothered Master Zhang. The teacher came out and announced that at today's novice tournament, they would hold a competition between mentors, the evaluation of teachers between Lu and Zhang. The evaluation of the teachers was a battle between the students. Teachers were not allowed to participate. Zhang asked the students who would go first. Smiling, Yuan Tao asked for permission to go first. He had been waiting for this for several days. Teacher Zhang replied, "Go ahead." Seeing Yuan Tao enter the arena, Teacher Lu told Kunji to come out. Let him knock the spirit out of the worst student in the academy. Now he will learn what it is like to face a third-rank student. Warming up his hands, Kunji said that it seemed Teacher Zhang was really as dumb as a stump. The strongest are sent out first to raise the fighting spirit of the team. Smiling, Wang Chao said that Zhang had chosen the most useless of his students from the very beginning. Had he really admitted defeat? The master agreed that a first-rank warrior against a third-rank warrior was no match. 90 din against 300 din. It made no sense. The difference is more than 3 times. He would be very surprised if Zhang's student could last 3 breaths against such an opponent. He would knock him out in seconds. Smiling, Yuan Tao told Kunze that he could see he was a weak warrior and couldn't stand up to him, so he should go easy on him. Smiling, Kunji asked him to go easy on him. He never gives up in battle. Let them admit defeat, or he will throw him out of the ring by force. Sighing, Yuan Tao asked again if he would throw him out, but he could not give up, and since he would not give in, neither should Yuan Tao. Kunjai shouted, "What nonsense!" and rushed into the attack. He knew from Master Lu that this student was useless and knew nothing about martial arts. He had been banging his head against a pole all day, and now his iron fist would knock Yuan Tao's head off. Kungji rushed forward and delivered a powerful, crushing blow. Shaking off the guy, Yuan Tao asked in bewilderment what he was doing. Was he really trying to swat a mosquito? The shocked opponent couldn't believe it. This guy didn't even try to block. Although he was at the initial stage of the 3rd rank, his fist had 300 ding. Angered, he shouted that since he had endured that, let him try 18 market blows. He shouted, "Iron palm with the smell of fish, iron palm in oil, iron palm of frying pans," and delivered powerful blows. Swinging again, Kunji shouted, "Iron palm celery." At that moment, Yuan Tao grabbed his arm. Frowning, the guy asked why he had become a vegetarian. He didn't like that kind of food. The stunned opponent asked what he was talking about. He suddenly realized that he couldn't free his hand. Frowning, Kunji shouted furiously for him to let him go. Holding his opponent's arm, Yuan Tao replied that he really didn't like celery. Holding Kunze's arms, Yuan Tao said that he really didn't like it. The guy yelled for him to let him go. At that moment, the stunned Kunze saw that Yuan Tao swung his head and shouted, "Firehead severing strike." Holding his opponent's hands tightly, Yuan Tao said that he didn't understand why he mentioned vegetarian food. Exhausted, Kunji couldn't understand what this guy was talking about. What had happened to his body? He wasn't like his former self. As he struck, Yuan Tao muttered, "Celery stewed with tomatoes, pickled celery, ripe celery, I don't like any of this." Teacher Zhang thought that although Yuan Tao had just activated his abilities, it would be easy for him to deal with the initial stage of the 3rd rank. Scratching his head, Yuan Tao asked to give up. If he gave up, Teacher Zhang would destroy him. Kunji replied that he should fight then. Smiling, Yuan Tao said that since he couldn't win, he could hit him a few times before giving up. Then the teacher wouldn't blame him. If Kunji helped him, he was willing to pay 500 gold coins. Surprised, the guy asked if he was serious and if he had that much money. He replied, "Of course, let him wait." Kunze asked him in surprise if he had the money. Clenching his fist, Yuan Tao asked with a smirk, "Are there pockets in their uniforms?" Laughing, he swung his arm and hit his opponent with all his might. Kunze flew to the side. Watching, Zhang Huang thought about this. Yuan Tao had thought about it for so long. He had spent so much money on activating his blood, so that he would become stronger. At that moment, Kunji flipped in the air and crashed to the ground with a bang. Enraged, Lucian thought that this idiot, possessing the power of the 3rd rank, could have defeated him immediately. If he had known, he would not have given him the pill. Before the competition, Lu Sen gathered his students and showed them pills that could help them reach the 3rd rank in one night. This way, they would definitely win the teacher's evaluation. But there is no such thing as a free lunch, and this power comes at a price. After reaching the 3rd rank, their cultivation speed would decrease by 70%. He would eliminate this effect afterwards. He will become a Grandmaster's disciple. He will also accept them as direct disciples. The choice is theirs. He will not force them, but he needs a victory. Lucian's disciples shouted that it was unfair. It was a cowardly attack. Just when he said he was going to give up, he immediately struck. Smiling, Yuan Tao replied that the fight had already begun, so everyone had to be on their guard. How could this be called a sneak attack? He wouldn't mind if Kunze hit him. Let them blame their comrade for being weak. Zhu Hong shouted that he was a coward and couldn't land a precise blow. A sneak attack was despicable and should not count. Yuan Tao asked if he had won. The judge replied that it was a victory. He was right. One had to be more careful in competition. Frowning, Lu Sen said that others would take care of Kunze. Let Mo Xiao get ready. His fight was next. Teacher Zhang warned that Zheng Yang was next. It was his turn. His classmates wished him luck. Looking at Yuan Tao, Zhang thought that his cultivation was lower than that of the others, but he was smart and aware of his shortcomings. He deliberately showed weakness and struck a blow. At that moment, a satisfied Wang Chao shouted that Mo Xiao would definitely win. He specializes in the art of spear handling. He is not only a third-rank warrior, but also an excellent spearman. Most importantly, he taught him the 7th form of the Wang clan's spear art. These moves may not be the strongest in the Wang clan's spear-wielding art, but they possess impressive power. The judge said that they could attack as soon as they were ready, but that they should not repeat the mistakes of the previous battle. Raising his spear, Zheng Yang shouted, "Let's begin!" But Mo Xiao replied that he should not rush. The young man stopped in surprise. At that moment, Yuan Tao shouted for Zheng Yang to be careful. Zhu Hong shouted that Mo Xiao should not dare to attack from behind. Let him not tarnish the honor of their team. He replied that he was not going to make any dirty blows. In fact, after comparing them last time, he had been thinking all this time about how to defeat him. Smiling, Wang Chao said that the Wang family's techniques were impossible to defeat and copy. This fact had been proven by many generations of fighters. Mo Xiao prepared himself. Throwing down his spear, Mo Xiao suddenly said that with his spear skills, he was no match for him. He admits defeat. Hearing this, Lu Sen and Wang Chao were shocked. Zhang Huang said disappointedly, "Another victory." Watching, Shen Bi said 2 fights. One of Lu Sen's students flew away, the other surrendered. His companion smiled, saying that it seemed that luck was on teacher Zhang's side. An enraged Lu Xing shouted that Kunji had lost his vigilance and fallen for the trick. He could accept that, but what about Mo Xiao? He had stayed up all night to prepare for this, and he just gave up. Wang Chao shouted, "How could he give up?" The young man replied that the technique Zheng Yang had learned revealed the very essence of the spear. Even if he studied his whole life, he would not be able to understand it and resist it. Smiling, Mo Xiao told Zheng Yang that he should cherish his teacher. Frowning, Wang Chao thought that Mo Xiao had said he couldn't resist. Could this technique really be stronger than the techniques of the Wang clan? Turning to his students, Lu Sen said that Dulei was next. The teacher warned Dulei not to talk nonsense. He replied that the teacher knew what he was capable of. There was no need to worry. Teacher Zhang tried to understand what had happened between Mo Xiao and Zheng Yang. He hadn't even shown his strength. Yuan Tao and Zheng Yang hadn't shown what they were capable of. He was distracted by Wang Yin asking if it was time for her to enter the ring. He said go ahead, and after thinking about it, decided that Wang Yin would win. The alchemist asked Wang's father if her leg had healed yet. Why was she paired with Du? He was the best student studying body techniques. Zhang knew about the injury. Wang Hong replied that Wang Yin had been injured as a child. He had invited many masters, but it was all useless. The judge thought that he had been accepting the teacher's assessments for a very long time, but this was the first time. He announced the start of the 3rd fight. Standing in a fighting stance, Wang Yin said she hoped they would work well together. Moving swiftly, Dulei rushed to attack the girl. He delivered a powerful blow to Wang Yin, and she fell. The stands cheered in support of Dulei. Turning to his teacher, the boy shouted joyfully that he had won for him. Suddenly, Zhu Hu shouted for Du to get up quickly. Let him get up. The stunned boy asked again, "Get up?" But he was already standing. Suddenly, Dulei felt that the images of his teacher and Zhu Hu blurred before his eyes. Opening his eyes slightly, he realized that Wang Yin was standing over him, asking if he was okay. She didn't do it on purpose. He couldn't understand why she was standing and what she was talking about, and why he was lying on the ground. The girl said sorry. She had recently learned this technique, so she didn't quite control her strike yet. The guy couldn't understand why he had suddenly fallen. He asked Wang Yin what she was talking about. Surprised, Ouyang noticed that her speed was faster than Dulei's 9 shadow steps. Laughing, Wang Hong said exactly that. Master Zhang had healed her, and she had learned many techniques for her legs and body as a whole. That was exactly what he had come to see today. Ouyang was shocked that Master Zhang was capable of healing. Angry, Zhu Hu shouted at Du to think faster. She just accidentally kicked him. Stop thinking about nonsense. Teacher Lu thought that the 9 shadow steps were performed flawlessly. When everything is done perfectly, it can be considered a model. But at the same time, he was stopped by just one kick from her leg. That move. The guy thought that the 9 shadow steps were a special technique that Master Lu had taught him. He must not let him down, otherwise he would not be able to look him in the eye. Angered, he shouted furiously that he would not make another mistake. With a cry of, "Take this!" he rushed into the attack. Suddenly, the shocked guy realized that Wang Yin had deftly dodged the attack. He couldn't believe that she had jumped so far in a few seconds. How did she do it? What kind of speed was that? Frowning, Lu Sen watched the battle. He thought that this was definitely not the Wang family's style. But who taught her this? Could it be? It was Teacher Zhang, but that was impossible. How could such trash teach such a technique? Watching her, Zhang Huang thought that Wang Yin's character was still weak. He would have to work on that. In this situation, whether it was Zheng Yang or Yang Li, and Zhao Yao would have struck long ago. This is a fight. You can't pity your opponent. Du Lei shouted why she was running away and not approaching. She replied that she didn't want to. Zhang Huang understood that Wang Yin's technique was very dangerous. It could be used once or twice, but no more. She was using too much strength. If she continued, that would definitely be the case. At that moment, Wang Yin realized that she could no longer run and didn't know what to do. Du Lei shouted that they were playing cat and mouse. She replied that he had just suddenly rushed at her. The guy replied that he had to get close to fight. The guy was also breathing heavily. He thought that if he kept running, he would use up all his strength and would no longer be able to fight. Blocking her path, Du Lei shouted that if he didn't win, he wouldn't let her win either. Waving her leg, Wang Yin shouted at him not to attack her so suddenly. In an instant, her leg crashed down on Du Lei's head, delivering a powerful, crushing blow. The knockdown guy flipped in the air and flew out of the arena. He was stunned, thinking that he couldn't lose like this. How could he? Suddenly, he grabbed Wang Yin's hand and pulled her down with him, knocking her off her feet. The guy decided that if he couldn't win, at least it would be a draw. Losing her balance, Wang Yin fell next to him. Seeing this, the students shouted that it was dirty. It was unfair. It was clear that Wang Yin should win. How could he be so shameless? At that moment, Yuan Tao shouted, "Who's shameless here? He won because of his strength. They are the shameless ones." The judge thought this was a very unusual assessment by the teachers. He said that the students had fallen outside the ring at the same time. It was a draw. Wang's father was furious. He told them to write down this kid's name. He would find him later. This brat didn't lose himself, but he took the girl away. Zhao Yao approached Wang Yin and asked if she was okay. She replied that everything was fine. She looked guiltily at Zhang Huan. He said it was his fault. He didn't notice that she lacked confidence rather than skill. Let him not make such mistakes next time. The girl thanked her teacher. Master Zheng said that Master Zhang had won 2 battles and tied 1. He couldn't lose. Even if Lu won twice, it would be a draw. Enraged, Lu Sen thought he couldn't lose anymore. He had no room for error. He had to calm down. One more loss and he would be eliminated. Zhu had already lost to Zhao once. His cultivation had improved, but he might still be traumatized by it. Bai Chao asked to send him. Teacher Lu said that as soon as Bai Chao stepped into the ring, he should not hesitate. He should use his strongest strike and not give his opponent a chance. Seeing that Bai Chao had come out, Yang Li said that it seemed to be his turn. Zhang Huang said that it seemed to be his classmate, so let him not hold back. Excited, Wang Chao said that Bai Chao had studied fist-fighting techniques. Yang Li shouldn't be able to stand up to him. A couple of minutes later, the referee announced the start of the 4th fight. It was about to begin. Using the steel skin technique, Bai Chao said that he knew that Yang Li's right-hand meridians were damaged, but perhaps his teacher had healed him. Since his arm had healed, he had a proposal to fight him directly in hand-to-hand combat. Let him show what Zhang Huang had taught him. Maybe he also wants to see what he has learned. Does he agree to hand-to-hand combat? Agreeing to the proposal, Yang Li shouted that enough talk was enough. Let's go. Smiling, Bai Chao replied that he should begin and rushed into the attack. In an instant, the opponent's fists met, and they clashed in a devastating confrontation. Smiling, Yang Li said that it seemed his steel wasn't so tough after all, but still, he had to try. Frowning, Bai Chao replied that he could match his steel fist. His punch was not bad. Let him attack. Attacking each other, the opponents furiously struck each other. Neither was going to give in. Stunned, Bai Chao couldn't understand what was going on with this guy's fists. They were too strong. Swinging his fist, Yang Li said that he was a good opponent, but it was time to end the fight. Let the audience see who was stronger. He would show him what he had learned from Master Zhang. In an instant, he delivered a crushing blow. Watching, Zhang Huang thought he had said something strange. Seeing that Bai Chao was weak, he had simply struck him lightly compared to his usual strength. From the powerful blow, the guy screamed and crashed to the ground, unable to stand. The students were shocked that he had broken the steel armor. This technique had been practiced by the master of steel armor 7 or 8 years ago. It took more than 30 people to break the armor, but he did it with just 1 blow. Yang Li asked if he had studied steel armor. Why was his blow so weak? The guy asked angrily. Weak? That's not the point. It's just that Yang Li is too strong. Smiling, Yang Li suggested fighting again when he had recovered a little. Bai Chao replied that he should beat himself up and not come near him. He raised his hand and shouted to the referee that he admitted defeat and surrendered. The referee said that he had already lost 2 fights and the third had ended in a draw. If he lost, the teacher's evaluation would be over. Frowning, Bai Chao confirmed that he agreed to the defeat. He thought it was better to be defeated than to die. The referee replied, "Okay." Bai Chao admits defeat. The teacher's evaluation ends with Zhang Huan's victory. There was discussion that Teacher Zhang had won. It was no surprise that his students were incredible. With the exception of Yuan Tao, the rest were so strong. They were also beginners not so long ago. This growth is most likely all thanks to Teacher Zhang. I should go to him as a student. Surprised, Shenbi asked if Zhang had really won. Her companion smiled and said that she was not stupid. She was also interested in him. Blushing, the girl asked why she was interested in him. She replied that Shenbi should think about it if she asked him a couple of questions about teaching practice at night. He would let her into the room. Shenbi replied that she thought Teacher Zhang would beat her to death. Frowning, Grandmaster Zhang said that Lu Xian's students treated this competition as a normal assignment. It didn't matter to them whether they won or lost. They only cared about not getting hurt. Zhuang said that Lu Xian's relationship with his students was like a business deal. He helped them develop their skills, and they treated it as a trade. Lu agreed that his intentions were not pure, and that he did not exert the proper influence. But Zhang's students are completely different. They truly love him. They are willing to make sacrifices for him. They developed for the higher purpose that is in their hearts. Smiling, Zheng said that there was no doubt why he was able to attract the attention of Master Yang. Zhang Huang was destined to become a grandmaster. What do they think Lu Sen will do? He should at least apologize. Defeats are inevitable. No one can win all the time. Defeat is not so scary. If he decides to leave the academy, no matter how wonderful a star mentor he is, Lu Sen will sink into oblivion. Teacher Lu told Teacher Zhang that he lost in the teacher evaluation. He admits that he is capable of teaching his students. But in their world, strength matters. It doesn't matter how good he is at teaching if his own abilities don't match up. He is not worthy of this position. Therefore, he wants to fight him. Lu thought that he had spent a lot of energy and money, but in the end, he had been humiliated. Zhang Huang asked Lu Sen again if he wanted to fight him. Suddenly, Zhao Yao rushed to Teacher Lu. She told him that she was proud of the place where she studied, but she could not forgive him for humiliating her teacher. Teacher Zhang did not want to show his strength. He wanted them to develop in a normal environment, but now, knowing who the winner and loser were, they were trying to challenge him. Looking at her, the emperor was amazed. Her father said in shock that she was revealing her yin body and making breakthroughs. The girl shouted furiously that she was Teacher Zhang's student and swore an oath. At that moment, she had already risen to the peak of the 4th rank. The stunned disciples looked at Zhao Yao and couldn't believe how this was possible. How could she rise so high in just a few breaths? The girl furiously said that she would fight anyone who dared to insult her teacher. Would Teacher Lu dare to accept her challenge? Teacher Lu thought that because she had been suppressing her cultivation, she had not shown her true strength all this time. He asked in shock if she had just risen to the 5th rank. The rest of Zhang's disciples shouted that they had too. They shouted that Lu Sen had humiliated their teacher and they would challenge him. No one dared to insult Teacher Zhang. Frowning, Zhao Yao looked at Teacher Lu and asked if he dared. The grandmasters were shocked that they were willing to risk their lives to protect their mentor's honor. This is the highest level of relationship between a student and a mentor, the level of defending honor, an honest and fair mind, actions consistent with morality. A teacher must have this kind of character before he can earn the respect and admiration of his students, so that they are ready for anything. They say that only 4th-level grandmasters can reach this level, but Zhang Huang taught them for only half a month and was absent for 10 days. That means Zhang Huang spent 4 or 5 days with his students, but the students are ready to defend his honor. They must have a high level of trust. It seems that they really underestimated Zhang. Zhang said that when he found out that Master Yang had accepted him as a student, he was disappointed. But now he understands that even if they had become his teachers, they would not have been able to give him anything. Enraged, Lu Xun shouted at his students that they were petty. He thought that if he backed down, people would think he was afraid, and if he pushed, they would think he was bullying the weak. Zhao Yao said exactly that. Even if they couldn't beat him for the sake of their teacher's honor, they would have no regrets. Zhang thought that he had accepted them so that he wouldn't be expelled from the academy. The seed he had sown had grown into a forest. It was no surprise that they practiced an offensive formation. They were preparing. They would have challenged Lu Xing anyway. These children are not afraid, even though they know they cannot win. But they still go into battle without hesitation. He cannot allow them to take such a risk. Suddenly, a stunned Zhang Huang realized that he was in the Heavenly Way library, even though he hadn't asked for it to appear. At that moment, the golden book appeared before him again. He didn't know how this book was created the first time, but now it had appeared when his students risked their lives for him. He thought that the golden book was connected to his students. Zhao Yao appeared before Teacher Zhang and said that they had made a decision and hoped that he would not interfere. He had given them so much. They simply had to protect him. Besides, they wanted to show what they were capable of. They couldn't allow his honor to be disgraced. The teacher replied that they should be careful. If they couldn't compete with him, they should just admit defeat. They shouldn't worry, their teacher was there. Stunned, Shenbi said that it seemed Zhang was simply hiding his strength and did not want to show it. Her companion agreed with her. Suddenly, Wang Chao shouted, "Stop! Wasn't Zhang in the 3rd rank? Why is he at the peak of the 7th? Even the head of the academy has not reached such a level of strength." Shocked, Lu Xing couldn't believe that he was at the peak of the 7th rank. This guy was essentially the strongest warrior in the entire kingdom. The Grandmaster said that students stand up for their teacher's honor, and he serves as their support in everything. This is a true example of such a relationship. At that moment, Yuan Tao stepped forward and told Teacher Lu that it was time to begin. Frowning, Lu Sen said that he accepted their challenge but had no intention of holding back against him and his students. He invited the mentors to the arena. Yuan Tao replied that there was no need to go to the mentors' arena. They would fight here, and Teacher Lu was not obliged to hold back. Rushing towards Lu Sen, Yuan Tao tried to knock him off his feet. After parrying the blow, Master Lu wondered if this guy had also been holding back his power. That's impossible. In the entrance exams, he barely reached the initial stage of the 1st rank, but now his strength is incredible. He underestimated it. Laughing, Yuan Tao asked Teacher Lu if he still thought he should hold back or not. Shocked, Wang asked the elder what this technique was. He replied that it was ancient dragon blood, but how could this happen in their kingdom? He thought he needed to urgently inform him about the appearance of the ancient blood of the horned dragon. Teacher Wang asked where Elder Hong was going. He replied that he had to hurry. Tell Lu Senyu not to say that he asked him for help. Satisfied, Yuan Tao said that Teacher Lu had seen his power, and he was considered the weakest. To avoid tears and injuries, he could stop. It would be a draw. Frowning, Lu Sen thought about what kind of monsters Zhang had raised. Kunze and the others had lost before they even entered the fight. He told his students that they were indeed worthy opponents for the fight, and if they had already started, he didn't think there was any turning back. All of Zhang Huang's disciples rushed to attack their teacher Lu Xing. Hovering above the arena, Zheng Yang threw his spear. Stunned, Lu Xing recognized the spear's determination. Gritting his teeth, he barely managed to dodge the deadly spear flying towards him. He jumped to the side, and at that moment, Wang Yin attacked him, trying to kick him. To repel the devastating attack, Lu Xing used the butterfly flight technique. At that moment, he realized that he couldn't blame Du for not being able to keep up with her with his shadow technique. Suddenly, he noticed that Yang Li was attacking him. Lu Sen jumped aside to avoid the blow. But as soon as he dodged the attack, Wang Yin attacked him with a kick. Master Lu managed to grab her leg and stop the devastating attack. He managed to knock Yang Li and Wang Yin off their feet and jump aside, leaving them on the ground. Fog gathered around Lu Xing. He sensed Zhao Yao's aura. She was narrowing his field of vision so that her comrades could attack from a distance. At that moment, Yuan Tao attacked him, shouting that Master Lu should not forget about him. Using the flying dragon palm technique, Lu Xing unleashed a devastating stream of energy at him. Angry, Master Lu said that he had used this technique against his students. Tianlun asked in surprise if this was not a secret technique of the Lu family. Shenbi said that when a person masters this skill, they can create a sphere of qi outside their body that protects them from any attack. Lu uses it. At that moment, spinning his spear, Zheng Yang shouted for Yuan Tao to step aside and let him attack. Seeing the guy use water dragon flight, Lu Sen thought things were looking bad. Two devastating techniques collided, showering everything around them with sparks of energy. Barely holding back Zheng Yang's attack, Lu Sen couldn't understand how a second-rank fighter could have such power. Suddenly, everyone saw that Master Lu's defense could not withstand the devastating attack. Wan Chao's eyes widened in surprise and he shouted, "What kind of strike is that?" It destroyed the dragon palm shield. The elder said that even though he was still young and his spear skills were at a basic level, if he continued to practice, he would achieve a lot. Turning around, he saw his father. Master Wang said that he was here to meet his brother Zheng Yang to compete. Teacher Zhang is half his teacher, as he helped him master spear skills. Therefore, he must call him master or uncle. Stunned, Wang Chao asked how he could call him that. Was he really equal to Zheng Yan? Teacher Lu understood that Mo Xiao had conceded defeat not for his friend's sake, but because the match was truly not for him. It was an incredible technique. Teacher Zhang is a master of hand-to-hand combat and movement techniques. Could it be that he is also skilled with spears? He said fiercely that he had underestimated them all. At that moment, Zhao Yao shouted and used the ice fern technique. With his eyes flashing, Lu Sen fiercely grabbed the girl's arm and swung to strike. But at that moment, Yang Li stood between them and shielded Zhao Yao with his body. Suddenly, Wang Yin attacked him from the other side, delivering a powerful blow to his leg. Using her free hand, Zhao used the ice fern technique to try to attack. Teacher Lu was struck by Zhao Yao's fearlessness. She was not ready to give up no matter what. His face contorted with rage. He shouted viciously at his students, calling them brats. Releasing a powerful stream of energy, scattering the students to the sides, he shouted at them to let him attack. The girls were shocked. This was not like Teacher Lu. No matter how greedy for fame he had never treated his students this way before. He had gone too far. They yelled at Teacher Zhang to tell Zhao Yao and the others to stop. It was dangerous. Enraged, Lu Sen told them not to think they were so good just because they had studied under him. He would show them their place. Lu Sen shouted furiously that he was the academy's star teacher. Suddenly approaching Teacher Lu Yuantao, he grabbed him and held him tightly. The delighted students shouted in unison, "It worked! Finally!" 2 days ago, the students had come up with a plan to attack Teacher Lu and avenge Zhang Huan. They knew that Lu Sen would not hold back. Therefore, they needed someone to restrain him from taking unnecessary actions. Zhao Yao knew that he was skilled in the Flying Dragon Palm. It was difficult to break through his defense. Zheng Yang asked to give it a try. His spear's sharpness would be able to pierce the defense. Yang Li promised to help so that Lu wouldn't dodge the attack. Smiling, Yuan Tao promised that he would deal with the first problem. His defense would hold. During the battle with Master Lu, Yang Li shouted to Yuan Tao, "Now, hurry up!" Laughing, the guy grabbed Lu Sen and said that Master Lu would lose. Holding him tightly, he said that the teacher would stand with him for a long time, but he couldn't understand why he was so heavy. Teacher Zhang thought that rooting was a technique that could drive a warrior's chi into the ground. The fighter stood as firmly as a mountain. Angered, Lu Xing said that with Yuan Tao's poor skills, he would not succeed. He knew what Tao was planning after Zhao Yao's attack. Releasing his internal energy, Master Lu shouted furiously for him to let go. But suddenly Lu Sen realized that despite everything, Yuan Tao was still holding him. He shouted furiously for the guy to take his hands off him. Lu Sen demanded to be released. Finally enraged, Master Lu headbutted the guy holding him. Despite the blows to his face, Yuan Tao shouted that he was holding on and would not let go. Watching this, Zheng Yang said that no matter how strong his defense was, he would not last long. He had to be stopped. Gripping his spear tightly, he rushed towards Teacher Lu Sen. Putting the spear to the teacher's throat, Zheng Yang said that Teacher Lu had lost and had to stop. Enraged, Lu Sen asked again if he had lost. Did they really want him to admit defeat? Shouting that they would never get what they wanted, he dodged sharply to the side, and the spear flew toward Yuan Tao. Fortunately, Zheng Yang managed to stop the spear in time, and Yuan Tao was unharmed. The disciples were shocked that the star teacher could stoop so low. Seeing that Zheng Yang had flown towards Yuan Tao, he called out to him excitedly. Lu Xun asked if he was still thinking about others. Twisting the guy's arms, he shouted that he should let him go and go to the other world. At that moment, Master Lu was stunned to see Wang Yin rushing towards them. Frowning, the girl said that Master Lu was too persistent. She was disappointed. A moment later, Wang Yin kicked Master Lu. Yang Li shouted to Yuan Tao that he was attacking. The guy replied that he should not worry about him and hit with all his might. Approaching, Yang Li clenched his fist and delivered a powerful, crushing blow. Concentrating her energy, Zhao Yao said that Master Lu had used his student as a shield for the spear attack. This was unforgivable. Everyone present watched in shock, unable to believe their eyes. But Zhang Huang did not allow Zhao Yao to strike. He stood between them and shouted, "Stop!" The girl stopped, and Teacher Zhang ordered Yuan Tao to release Lu Sen. He told his students that they had trained long and hard to defeat Master Lu Sen. But who would answer him now? What kind of games they were playing here? Lu's students did not understand what Teacher Zhang was talking about. How could they fight these monsters? The Emperor told the Grandmaster that 4 second-rank students and 1 first-rank student had practically knocked out the star teacher. Zhang was dissatisfied. He replied that Master Zhang was very strict with his students. Lu said they attacked well. Zhuang replied that he was too strict. They were still students. Gritting his teeth, Lu Sen thought furiously, what kind of games are these? Their joint attack defeated him, but Zhang was dissatisfied with something. Frowning, Zhang Huang asked again if they really hadn't heard him. Then he would explain what the problem was. When Yuan Tao ran towards Master Lu, if Zheng Yang had been in the right position and used the spear as he had taught them, the attacks would have merged into one and become more dangerous. If Yang Li had attacked from here, slightly deflecting, it would have been impossible to dodge his attack, and Zhao Yao and Wang Yin were asleep at that moment. When Yuan Tao grabbed the teacher, it was a perfect opportunity. If Yang Li had attacked from here, and after 7 breaths, Zhao Yao and Wang Yin had attacked, they would not have let him escape their attacks and would have forced him to admit defeat without suffering any losses. Lu was stunned. Was Zhang really a master strategist? The Grandmasters were amazed that he had said only a few words but pointed out the very essence of the incorrect structure. Zhang Huang understood well. Glaring at his students, Zhang Huang asked if they all understood. They guiltily replied yes. He said that now that they understood their mistakes, they should attack again. The battle would continue until Master Lu admitted defeat. The students couldn't believe that Master Zhang was asking them to attack again. Master Lu was amazed that Zhang had stopped the battle only to point out their mistakes. Did he really want him to die? Suddenly, Master Lu appeared in the arena and asked Zhang Huang to spare this fool. He told Senyu to call Zhang uncle. Shocked, Lu Xing wondered if he had not been humiliated enough. Why should he call him uncle? How could this have happened? The elder asked the emperor if he had heard him correctly. Why did Master Lu tell his son to call Teacher Zhang uncle? The emperor thought that Master Lu was his mentor, and if Lu Sen called him uncle, shouldn't he do the same? Slapping his son in the face, Master Lu said that Master Zhang was his equal and he treated him like a brother. How else should he treat him? At that moment, Zhang Huang stopped him, saying, "Enough. It is normal for children to have periods of foolishness. There is nothing unusual about that." Getting up, Lu Sen shouted that Uncle Zhang had won the teacher evaluation, but he still couldn't become a Grandmaster's disciple. If he wanted that, he would first have to become a star teacher, but he was still a low-level teacher and would not be able to do it. Frowning, Zhang Huang wondered if all this had been in vain. Grabbing Sen by the ear, Master Lu said that he was still his uncle. He asked Zhang to forgive him. He had spoiled this child. Smiling, Zhang Huang replied that everything was fine. He just wanted to become a Grandmaster's disciple. Determination is a good thing. Turning around, he said that since the topic of Grandmasters had come up, he was glad that they were here too. He said that even though Master Lu had not behaved in the best way, his ability as a teacher was outstanding. Let them consider his candidacy as a disciple. Lu Sen was stunned. The reason for his competition with Zhang was the opportunity to become a Grandmaster's disciple. Why was Zhang doing this? He had won. Bowing, the three Grandmasters replied that they would do as their elder brother said. Those present could not believe that the Grandmasters had called him their elder brother. He was not even 20, while the Grandmasters were at least 70. The shocked emperor couldn't believe that Zhang Huang was the older brother of the Grandmasters. Teacher Lu thought that Zhang Huang was Yang Huang's disciple, the eldest of the three Grandmasters. The reason for his rivalry with him was the opportunity to become their disciple. Not only did he not know about this, but he was also a master painter, tea expert, official alchemist, and his father's brother. What else did he not know about him? The Grandmaster said he had heard that Master Lu was a rare talent. He had heard of his reputation and had come to invite him to be his disciple. Falling to his knees before the Grandmaster, Master Lu said he was ready. May Uncle Zhang forgive him. He was deaf and blind. Master Lu told Sen to learn generosity from Master Zhang. Master Lu turned to Grandmaster Zhang and asked if he could beg him for one thing. He said that his disciples had swallowed the pill of the mad demonic breakthrough to help him win. This could have disastrous consequences. His disciples were worried that if they told anyone about it, his reputation would definitely be ruined. The Grandmaster replied that it was one of the forbidden substances that greatly increased the level of cultivation. The drug caused rapid growth. But the residual toxins sink into the meridians, and in the future, this will lead to a significant slowdown in the speed of development and affect achievements. Taking this pill was tantamount to destroying the future of these children. Lu Xing was truly a fool. The pill forcibly raises potential by taking away a person's vitality in return. If the consequences were easily removed, it would not have been banned. Lu was shocked. It turns out that if the Grandmaster cannot fix this, then he has ruined the lives of his students. Teacher Zhang thought that when Sen's students performed the techniques, he was able to identify their problems. He could wash away the toxins by infusing his qi. After thinking about it, Zhang Huang said he could cure them. The Grandmaster asked again in astonishment. He replied that he would prepare pills and that the remaining poison should be eliminated with the help of the necessary medicines. Bowing his head to the ground, Lu Sen shouted his thanks to Uncle Zhang for his help. He asked Lu Sen if he had any more of these pills, or he would tell him where he bought them. If you eat more of these pills, it will help raise your cultivation by several levels. The Grandmaster and Lu Xing were shocked that Zhang Huang was interested in the pills. The disciples were pleased. Teacher Zhang was finally recognized. From the moment Lu Xing called Teacher Zhang, they were filled with anger and indignation. These emotions motivated them to try hard so that their mentor would gain respect, and now they had achieved their goal. At that moment, the judge announced that he would now announce the results of the teacher evaluations. Smiling, he said, "A happy ending." He thought to himself that he had almost said the wrong thing. All the students at the academy seemed to go crazy and could no longer contain their desire to become Zhang's students. A wave of adoration for him swept through the entire academy. All doubts were dispelled, and countless students rushed to be the first to get there, afraid that they might miss this opportunity. He asked to tell Zhao Yao that there was no student intake, but if they were interested, they could come to a basic lecture on cultivation. The Grandmaster said that the senior had become famous throughout the academy. He replied that he had not expected it to cause so much trouble and that he had a request. Grandmaster Zhuang replied that Zhang, as the senior among them, could give them any instructions. Nothing would be difficult for them. Smiling, Zhang said that Yang Xuan traveled a lot. He gave instructions on teaching but did not take notes. Let them prepare an exam for him to become a Grandmaster. The Grandmaster replied that it would not be difficult. The approval of one of the Grandmasters was needed. They would gladly approve him. To pass the exam, there are several requirements for the person himself and one condition. The condition is a recommendation to pass the exam from a grandmaster. Two things are required of the person himself. The first is to reach the 7th rank. The second is to master the state of serene water surface insight. The guy thought about it. He knew that the second stage of mind cultivation was called serene water surface, but he had never heard of the state of insight. The Grandmaster said that mind cultivation is something that every warrior or creator must master in order to become the best at what they do. Serene water surface is the state when a person is able to concentrate and cannot be distracted by any external factors. Interrupting his explanation, Zhang Huang asked how one could develop the state of insight. The master was surprised. He said it was impossible to develop. It was a gift from above. A grandmaster who had applied serene water surface was capable of it. It is so good at seeing into the essence of things that it distinguishes truth from falsehood. It will automatically analyze techniques and strikes. A natural disposition is needed. Stunned, Zhang Huang thought that he had already achieved the serene water surface, so why didn't he have this ability? Master Zheng said that he had a stone of insight. Let him take it and enter the state of serene water surface to find out his level. If the value on the stone was 3, he could become a first-star grandmaster. He was sure that the depth of Zhang's soul had reached a higher value. He can use it. Although, considering his age, he is unlikely to have reached the state of serene water. Zhang Huang asked where he could take the Grandmaster exam. Zheng replied that it was in the Grandmaster's pavilion. The nearest one is in the first-rank kingdom of Tianwu. It has a special place for conducting the exam. You can take the test there. He could go there and try, as he already met all the requirements. He could register to participate. If he has any further instructions, he can assign them to carry them out, but now it's time for them to leave. When they left, Zhang decided to try to see if he could achieve a state of serene water surface after all. If the number on the stone reached 3, he would be able to pass the Grandmaster exam. Considering his talent, it could even be more than 3. When he saw the result, he couldn't believe it. Was this some kind of joke? The result was 0-1. After listening to the Grandmaster, he believed that he could score more than 4, but he only got 0-1. What nonsense. He couldn't believe it and decided that the stone was in a bad mood. He tried again, and the result was even lower. He tried again and again, but each time the result got lower and lower. With such a score, there was no point in even trying to take the exam. Next time, he would have to ask the Grandmaster about cultivating the mind. For now, Zhang Huang decided to study the Golden Book. He saw that the title of the book had changed to The Book of the Heavenly Way. After thinking about it, Zhang decided that it had appeared because his students were grateful to him. He had to study it carefully to see what it could offer him. Last time, with the help of this book, he transformed all the books he had studied into his own knowledge, if this book has such functions. Could he create a technique for cultivating the mind himself? Was it possible that this book was meant for cultivating the mind? Suddenly stunned, Zhang Huang saw that all the pages were blank. He had wasted the appearance of this book. Who came up with this joke? Why are there no instructions or anything like that? He would figure out the state of enlightenment, but he had wasted the appearance of the Golden Book. At that moment, Zhao Yao came to him and asked if the teacher really wanted to leave the academy. He replied that he had plans to visit the kingdom of Tianwu. Why did she ask? The students shouted that since he was going to Tianwu, he should take them with him. The teacher shouldn't leave them. They want to be with him. The teacher was surprised that they wanted to go with him. They should understand that this was a higher-level kingdom. There were many dangers there, and they needed to be on their guard. Falling to their knees, they replied that they would follow him anywhere. They asked him not to reject them, and to allow them to continue being his disciples. After thinking about it, Zhang said he would take them, but they would go different ways. Grandmaster Zheng would take them to Tianwu, and he would come to them later. The disciples joyfully shouted their thanks to Zhang Huan. They would go with him. Master Yang's butler also asked to go with him. Zhang told him to find Master Zhang and follow his orders. His development was still low. He had created a development technique that was perfect for him. By the next meeting, his strength should increase. Touched, Sun Qian promised to work hard and thanked the Grandmaster. Returning to class, Zhang Huang thought that time flies. He doesn't know where the Golden Book has gone, but he needs to prepare for tomorrow's lecture. The next day, many students came to the lecture. They said admiringly that he was the senior of the 3 Grandmasters, and he was very young. After thanking the students for coming, Zhang Huang said that today he would talk about the basics of cultivation in the initial stage. The reason he chose this topic was that if they had incorrect knowledge of the basics, they would not get very far. They would hold themselves back. In ordinary techniques, there is an excess of yang energy. Each of them has a deficiency of yin, and these energies must be in harmony. Listening to him, the students suddenly realized that they were rising to the next level. The Grandmaster understood that this was the transmission of the will of heaven, a skill that allows you to transform the power of words into energy, and the listeners begin their training. 2 criteria are necessary for mastery. The first is that the content of the lecture is immersed in the essence of cultivation. The second is that the teacher is in a state of serene insight. Although Zhang explained only the basics of the first two ranks, his words were extremely profound. The listeners instinctively followed his instructions. After the lecture, the Grandmasters approached Zhang Huan and told him that his lecture was incredible. Smiling, Zhang asked if the elder would allow him to measure the depth of his soul. He replied that they should forget about it. The depth of his soul was too low. He would not want to put himself in an awkward position. The Grandmaster replied that in order to initiate the transmission of the will of heaven, the level of his soul must be at least 3. Surprised, Zhang asked what the transmission of the will of heaven was. Was his soul depth really at least 3? Master Lu said that it was true. Hadn't he checked the depth of his soul after reaching the serene water surface? Zhang Huang wondered if it was thanks to the book The Way of Heaven. Could he have raised his soul depth without even realizing it? Taking out the stone, he decided to try again and see the result. The Grandmaster was asked what was going on. What was the significance of his soul depth? He replied, 5. Zhang Huang was surprised that he could improve so much in such a short time. The Golden Book had accelerated his cultivation. Master Zheng said that he could apply for the title of Second Star Grandmaster. All he had to do was train in this state. Soon he would be able to become a 2-star Grandmaster. At that moment, Zhang Huang was called out. Teacher Lu said that the teacher had given him valuable advice to moderate his character and let go of his desire to escape his father's shadow. Only by fulfilling these conditions did he manage to achieve a serene water surface. He made a breakthrough. Zheng asked if he had checked the depth. He replied that his depth was 1 in 8. Now there was a chance to become a Grandmaster. The stunned Grandmasters replied that it was incredible and that he was doing well. Surprised, Lu Xing asked if they shouldn't praise him more. Why were they all around Zhang? At that moment, Zhang Huang showed his stone with a result of 5 and 0.5. Disappointed, Lu Xing thought that his result was nowhere near comparable. He had failed again. After finishing his lecture and dealing with Lu Xing's students who had received the poison, Zhang asked the Grandmasters to accompany his students. He himself went to the Hall of Poisons. Seeing him off, Shen Bi said that she had only walked this path once. It is well hidden. If you miss a turn, you could stay here forever. 3 days earlier, Zhang Huang was getting ready to leave when Shen Bi came to him and asked where he was going. Turning around, he replied to Master Shen that he was going to the kingdom of Tianwu. She said that although they were neighboring kingdoms, tens of thousands of kilometers separated them. How did he plan to get there? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Huang replied that he planned to travel by animal. Teacher Shen said that she could help him then. There is a beast breeder's hall in the mountain range. Frowning, Zhang Huang asked Shen Bi what the beast breeder's hall was. She replied that it was the same as a guild center. Like alchemists or blacksmiths, these people had tamed many beasts that now served humans. They can travel miles in a very short time. Zhang thought it was like airplane. He asked if the villages seemed to be hidden too deep in the mountains. They had been walking for 3 days. How did people manage to survive here? The girl replied that the beast hall was known for its flying creatures. These creatures could cover in an hour the distance that they had traveled in 3 days. Suddenly, warriors blocked their path and told them to stop. They could not go any further. Frowning, Zhang Huang wondered if they were robbers. He was no longer used to such trifles, but in places like this, it often happened. Teacher Shen replied that they were from the Tianshuan kingdom and were going to the animal hall. The man asked again if the two of them were going to the animal hall. They could go to the beast hall, but this was their road. They had taken it. Suddenly, the 2 men were struck by the stranger, who shouted at them to be quiet. Who asked them to set up a roadblock here? What kind of impression are they making? Smiling, he told Shen Bi and Zhang Huan to forgive them. They are empty-headed. He is the 7th prince of the kingdom of Hanyu, Yun Tao. They were also heading to the beast hall, but they had business here. If they didn't interfere, they could accompany them. Shen asked why they had blocked the road. Yun Tao replied that they should not worry. There was no malicious intent. He was taking the beast tamer exam. He has already passed the first test, and if he tames a 6th rank beast, he will pass the exam. They stopped them because there is a golden panther here. He was going to tame it. This wild beast was very fast, therefore they wanted to lure it into a trap. If they took this road, they would scare it away. They decided they could wait. Yun Tao asked why such an attractive lady was going to the beast hall. He will pass the exam and have influence there. The girl replied that they were going to hire a flying beast and might need his help. Yun Tao said that fate had brought them together. She said she didn't want to take up his time. The prince replied that it would not inconvenience him. He had been studying for 12 years. Watching them, Zhang Huang thought they were building a primitive trap. They dug a hole and covered it with branches. Maybe this was the structure. He asked if those few flags were really capable of catching the golden panther they had been talking about. The prince replied that this trap was magnificent and perfect. Did he understand anything about formations? Zhang replied that he was not a professional. The prince said that he was not only training to be a trapper, but also studying formations, and was now an assistant to the master builder. He knew a lot about them. This formation is called the Green Forest Imprisonment Formation. Its core consists of 36 heavenly spirits. The flags are placed at 72 points of earthly spirits. Gathering the wood element, these flags radiate the spiritual energy of the 8 elements. Because of this, after the formation is activated, it demonstrates incredible power. When they are set up, it will begin to work. If successful, the Golden Panther will step into the circle and its life will be safe, but it will not be able to escape. Seeing the flow of released energy, Zhang Huang thought it was simply incredible. Entering the library, he thought that Yun Tao was a builder. The process of their work could cause a book in the Heavenly Path Library to appear. He read that the flags for the construction must be made of laurel wood. The construction must stop the movement of the target. When he finished, the prince said that all that remained was to wait for the beast. Zhang Huang told him that he had activated the formation slightly incorrectly. Perhaps it would not work at full power. Yun Tao asked if he doubted the power of his formation. The guy shouted that, knowing nothing about formations, he dared to insult the prince's formation. How dare this boor be so insolent and start evaluating it? The prince said that he had bought this diagram from the Guild of Masters at a high price. Even a 7th rank master would not be able to escape from it, let alone the beast. Teacher Zhang replied that this was not what he meant. Shenbi said that they should not interfere. Yun Tao said that his teachings on formations were as deep and vast as the ocean. The effect of this formation is enhanced when it is near trees. There are plenty of trees and bushes here, so it is most suitable. Later they will see for themselves how good it is and easily catch the Golden Panther. At that moment, the prince heard the panther's stealthy footsteps and ordered the fire to be lit. Zhang Huang asked what it was. Shenbi replied that it was most likely the pheromones of a female golden panther. When set on fire, an incredibly strong smell appears. Although it is unpleasant for humans, it is very attractive to male golden panthers. Hiding behind a tree, Yun Tao ordered everyone to prepare to activate the formation. Watching the golden panther, Yun Tao realized that something was wrong. He noticed that something was amiss. He ordered them to attack and provoke it. The archers prepared to shoot. In an instant, a multitude of devastating arrows flew rapidly toward the Golden Panther. The Golden Panther rushed at them in a rage. The prince shouted for them to keep shooting. Smiling, Yun Tao said that everything was going according to plan. Now let him feel the power of the formation. A few moments later, the Golden Panther entered the area of the formation. Watching, Zhang Huang thought, could this really be a formation? Incredible. Now he would be more careful with formation masters. Approaching the captured beast, the prince smiled and said that now he would see how it would escape. The formation of the Green Forest's imprisonment was set. In such a wooded area, it absorbs wood energy. Its protection is strengthened. The Golden Panther will not have enough strength to break it. Seeing that the beast was attacking the walls of the formation, the assistant told the prince that something seemed wrong. Your Highness, you must be more careful. Suddenly, the formation was destroyed, and the beast approached the prince. Not noticing this, Yun Tao replied that this formation was from the guild itself. Before he could finish speaking, the prince turned around and saw the Golden Panther's snarling mouth near him. Shocked, the prince fell to the ground. The warriors shouted that the formation had been destroyed. They had to save the prince. With a powerful swing of its deadly tail, the Golden Panther scattered the people running towards it. At that moment, the beast turned its attention to Zhang Huang and Shenbi. Shen screamed in horror that it had seen them. The Golden Panther approached. Zhang Huang said that they were the ones who wanted to catch it. They had nothing to do with it. The enraged beast bared its fangs and raised its powerful paw. At that moment, Zhang Huang swung and dealt a crushing blow to the Golden Panther. Seeing this, Yun Tao and Shenbi stretched their faces and rounded their eyes in surprise. From the powerful blow, the Golden Panther lost its balance and flew to the side, crashing into a tree with a loud bang. Brushing his hands, Zhang Huang said that he had warned them that they wanted to catch him. Why attack him? The prince said that it was a 6th rank Golden Panther with strength comparable to the initial stage of the 7th rank, but he was shaking it like a rag. Getting to its feet, the Golden Panther lunged at Zhang Huang again. He asked if it would never give up. Grabbing the beast by the tail, he said that in the end, a Golden Panther was just a wild animal. It was useless to talk to it. Shocked, Yun Tao wondered what kind of power this was. He was at the top of the 7th rank and half a step away from the 8th, and he had been bragging in front of such a master. Hitting the Golden Panther to the ground once again, Zhang Huang said he hoped it would stop now. Throwing the beast aside, he told Master Shen that they could now leave. The girl screamed in horror that the beast had risen. Turning around, Zhang asked, "Not again?" He wasn't finished yet. At that moment, Yun Tao shouted, "No!" He thought it was voluntary submission. Was the Golden Panther really going to do it? He had been following this beast for several days to complete his Beast Tamer exam. Now it had submitted to someone else. The prince shouted that the Golden Panther had decided to submit to Zhang. If he was ready to accept her, he should stroke her head and give her a drop of his blood. After that, she would obey him for the rest of her life. Zhang Huang asked why it had submitted after being beaten. Taming beasts was an easy task. He asked the Golden Panther if she could fly. Shenbi said she didn't think so. Zhang decided that she was of no use to him then. He set off for Tianwu, which was tens of thousands of kilometers away. No matter how fast it ran, the beast would not get there in less than a month. However, since it wanted to obey him, he did not mind. Let it take him to the Hall of Beasts. The prince said that the Golden Panther had suffered severe injuries. She must recover before she can move freely. Zhang thought he was going to the Beast Hall to rent a flying beast because he didn't know when the poison would take effect. His life was in danger. If he stayed here for a beast he didn't need, it would be a great loss. He asked if Yun Tao knew a quick way to heal wounds. The prince replied that the physical structure of a beast is different from that of a human, but the methods for accelerating recovery are similar. The fastest way to help the panther was to raise its rank, then its body would be like new, but this was only for grandmasters. Zhang thought that he had not tried to find out more about the panther, so he had not been to the library. If he wanted to help her, he needed to learn more about her. He had to get started. Raising his hand, Zhang Huang told him to look here. The Golden Panther meowed questioningly. At that moment, he struck it with a powerful blow, and the beast collapsed to the ground unconscious. The stunned prince couldn't understand what Zhang was doing. Wasn't he going to heal it? Patting the Golden Panther on the cheek, Zhang told it to wake up. The awakened beast hid behind a tree. He said not to look at him like that and asked if the beast wanted to recover from its injuries immediately and rise to the 7th rank. If it wanted to, they would continue. Otherwise, he would leave right now, and the panther could remain king of the mountain. The Golden Panther purred, and Zhang told it to come closer. Yun Tao asked what he was up to. He wasn't supposed to help him with the treatment. Ordering the beast to stand still, Zhang Huang said that he would now help him rise in rank. He touched the Golden Panther's head and released a powerful stream of internal energy. The prince was stunned that Zhang was infusing the panther with his energy to help raise its rank. Teacher Shen thought that she had almost forgotten about his strange methods. He had done worse things before. Things like this no longer surprised her. After a while, the Golden Panther made a breakthrough and its power increased. The prince was shocked that Zhang had succeeded. Was it really that easy to elevate a beast? Even a beastmaster would have spent several years on this. Sighing heavily, Zhang thought that because of the panther's enormous size, it required more qi than cultivating a human. It seemed that such tricks would not work in the future. Petting the beast, he said that now they could move on. He told the prince that they were going to the Beast Hall and would not interfere with him taming wild beasts. The prince replied that he should wait a little. Could Master Zhang explain one thing to him? He asked Zhang Huang how he realized that there was a mistake in his construction. Zhang replied that it was simple. The green forest formation was built from flags made of spotted laurel, but he had not taken into account the mountain range on which they stood. The prince replied that when he bought this structure and tried to install it, there were no problems. Even a 7th rank master would find it difficult to overcome the formation. The teacher explained that the mountain range looks impressive and sturdy. The airflow descends on it and does not move. Plants grow there. The soil is poor in nutrients, and the hills along the ridge have a reddish tint. There is a metal deposit under the mountain. It is metal that opposes wood. The limiting space opposed the metal element beneath it and could not use its full power. Thinking that he would definitely not catch anyone else, the prince said that they would also return and asked to go with them. Zhang said he could, but what about his companions? Laughing, Yun Tao replied that Master Zhang should not worry about them. They would be able to get there on their own. Smiling, Zhang Huang said that he could then climb in. There was room for a 3rd person. A moment later, the Golden Panther was racing at tremendous speed toward the Beast Hall with the men on its back. Seeing that the beast was tired, Zhang decided that 3 people were quite heavy and that it needed to rest. While the beast was resting, he thought that with this beast, they would get there in less than an hour. However, they needed to take breaks. He asked Yun Tao if taming the Golden Panther meant that the prince had failed the beast tamer exam. The prince replied that if the master had not tamed the beast, they could all have died on the spot. Compared to life, the exam meant nothing. Teacher Zhang asked what a tamer needed to pass the exam. The prince replied that he needed to become a tamer's apprentice. The exam has 2 stages. A theoretical book and the identification of wild animals. The exam has 2 stages. The first is to gain the recognition of a wild animal. The second is to tame it. The examinee is placed in an enclosure with 5 wild animals and has 2 hours to gain their approval and prevent them from attacking him. Teacher Zhang said, "Let's do it. If he wants to tame a wild animal, I can help him." The prince was surprised that he wanted to help him. Zhang said that if he needed it, he didn't mind. Delighted, Yun Tao shouted, "Great! If the master wants to help him, he will surely succeed." Smiling, Zhang replied that it was too early to rejoice. Did he have any beast in mind? The prince replied that there was such a beast with which he could help him. It was a bird. Zhang Huang asked if it was a flying beast. Yuntao replied that it was small, slightly larger than the palm of his hand. Disappointed, Zhang thought that Shen had said that flying beasts were several meters long and wide, and they could lift a person into the sky. Teacher Shen said that a bird of that size could not be considered a carrier. It was just a bird. Yuntao replied that it was strong. Its strength had reached the initial level of the 6th rank, so its cultivation level was higher than his. It was not a fighting bird, but it was very fast. Frowning, Zhang Huang said that if it was small and fast, it would not be easy to catch. The prince said that was true, but for several days in a row, it had been chasing their team and causing trouble. He destroyed its nest and it got angry. Laughing, Zhang Huang replied that it seemed like she was stubborn. But what kind of trouble? Lowering his head, Yuntao admitted that it was targeting him. It did so while in flight, and it always hit him. After that, it flew away several meters, to provoke them. As soon as they catch up with her, she flies away again. That's why he didn't even consider her as a beast to be tamed. She was too fast, even faster than arrows. He didn't even know if it was possible to catch her. Zhang said he didn't know the type of beast or its speed. How could he come up with a plan? Shen replied that she flies in to cause mischief and flies away to laugh. At that moment, she would be close to the ground. Let him use his movement technique and rush forward to grab her. The prince replied that it would be difficult to do. Even the supersonic speed of the heavenly turtle could not compare to this strange bird. This bird was faster than human reaction and arrows themselves. He did not think it was possible to catch it with his bare hands. At that moment, the bird circled above their heads and Yuntao shouted, "It's here!" The bird flew up rapidly, marked the prince, and flew away just as quickly. Frowning, Zhang thought that its trajectory was clear and understandable. It could be calculated. It seemed that beasts of this rank were not to be trifled with. The prince shouted that if she was angry with him, she could just come down and settle everything normally. While the bird was looking at Yuntao, Zhang Huang quickly approached her from behind. Stunned, Yuntao couldn't understand what kind of movement technique this was. He had just been here. Shen thought that he was faster than Wang Yin. The prince wondered if he had underestimated Master Zhang. There were legends that 9th rank warriors possessed strong skills and great power. Holding the bird tightly in his hand, Zhang Huang said that it wasn't that fast. Teacher Shen replied that she didn't think it was the bird's fault. Zhang was just too fast. The bird didn't have time to react. Responding that it didn't matter, Zhang Huang told Yuntao to come to him. He handed the bird to the prince, who began to caw like it. Zhang asked if it was really the language of birds. Shen replied that it probably was. Usually, it takes 3 or 4 days to tame an animal and sign a contract. The animal must become attached to the person and agree to live with them. Stunned, Zhang Huang asked the prince how long it would take to tame the bird. He replied that it would take about 2 days. Clutched in the prince's hand, it cawed fiercely, piercing him with a hateful gaze. Teacher Zhang said that it was very loud. Couldn't it be done faster? The prince said that the bird said that the elder had been very rude to it when they caught it, and that it was still angry. 2 days was quite fast. If they tried to bargain, it would increase the time to 10 days or a month. Zhang replied that this would not work. It would be tamed in 10 minutes. Sighing, Yuntao said that was impossible. A 6th rank beast couldn't be tamed in 10 minutes. Even an incredible tamer couldn't do it. Smiling, Zhang said that if he didn't believe it, he should just let him try. The prince handed him the bird. Surprised, the prince asked if Master Zhang was also a tamer. Shenbi replied that he was not. There were no tamers in their kingdom. Holding the bird, Zhang told it that he was in a hurry and did not speak the bird's language. So there were 2 possible scenarios. The first was to obey. The second was to feed the bird to the golden panther. The frightened bird cawed and shook its head furiously. Smiling, Zhang said it was a good choice. It was good that she didn't think too long. He shouted to the prince that the bird had agreed. Let him sign the contract. Let him hurry. They needed to go quickly. After a while, all 3 reached the Hall of Beasts. Flying beasts soared in the sky. Teacher Shen said, "What a powerful aura." The Hall of Beasts created a spiritual energy structure in the valley so that spiritual flowers and herbs could grow there. It also improved the physique of wild animals, increasing the likelihood that they would achieve a breakthrough. The prince said that initially it was just a hall. However, over time it turned into a real city. Merchants and descendants of beast tamers began to live here, and eventually the city became what it is today. Baby animals were sold everywhere. Teacher Zhang asked if the animals could escape from here. The prince replied that there was a special guard that would return them to their place. The Xuanluo mountain range borders 10 kingdoms, and everyone travels here for trade. Every day, many people visit the animal hall. The number of animals in the animal hall is limited, so it is impossible to satisfy everyone's demands. Therefore, traveling on animals through the air is restricted. They will have to wait several weeks for their turn. But don't worry, once he becomes a tamer, he will be able to reserve a place and won't have to wait. Exhaling, Zhang Huang thought that he had scared him. He doesn't know when the poison will take effect. You can't joke about things like that. Let him hurry up and take the exam. Zhu Jinhuang, the sixth prince of the Bachin kingdom, saw them. He said, "Isn't that Yun Tao? Why did he come back so quickly? Did he realize that he would not be able to pass the exam and decided to return in disgrace?" Frowning, Yun Tao said that it was the sixth prince of the kingdom of Bachin, Zhu Jinhuang. They were rivals. Zhang said that, like the kingdom of Hanwu, the kingdom of Bachin was a second-rank kingdom. They were located close to each other. The prince replied that they were rivals because of the kingdom. The ninth prince, Zhou Xuan of the Chanbuan kingdom, asked how he could say that. Hadn't he seen the golden panther at the door? With such a huge beast, he would definitely pass the exam. But it didn't seem like the panther belonged to him. Maybe he hadn't tamed the beast himself. Jinhuang asked if Yuan Tao couldn't subdue the beast and therefore asked someone to lend him theirs for the exam. When he fails the exam, it will be interesting to see how he will take care of Mo Yu. Yuan Tao shouted that, in their opinion, he was talentless. None of them were better than him. Why didn't they take the exam themselves first and then talk? Let them worry about themselves. Frowning, Zhang Huang thought that the princes were competing for kingdoms and territories, but these guys were competing for a girl. At that moment, the princes shouted, "Here comes Mo Yu!" A girl was approaching them on a flying beast. The princes stared at her spellbound. She was as beautiful as a love poem. Poets sing the praises of nature and the moon, but they pale in comparison to her. Frowning, Zhang Huang thought that this beast was of the 7th rank. This eagle had reached the last stage of the 7th rank and was stronger than his golden panther. In addition, he sensed traces of a storm in the eagle's aura. Most likely, this eagle would surpass that bird in speed. The boys approached Mo Yu. Seeing Shen Bi, Mo Yu asked if they had come to take the tamer exam. "And what about Han Qiong?" Shen replied that she was here with another friend. Surprised, Zhang asked if they knew each other. Shen replied that she had met her when she was here with Han Qiong last time. Of course, she is not only a tamer's apprentice, she is also the 3rd princess of the kingdom of Tianyu, and she is also a 1-star alchemist. They say she came here to develop moral fortitude. When all the preparations are complete, she will take the Grandmaster exam. Zhang Huang thought that this girl had become an alchemist on her own at such a young age, and a Grandmaster's student. No wonder she is considered a genius. At that moment, a man came out and shouted for silence. Today, he intends to evaluate them. The other elders must be present elsewhere today. Therefore, he would be administering the exam. He would follow the instructions carefully and would not accept any bribes or cheating. The elders said that the tamers who had passed the first part of the exam were present. For the second part, they had to tame a beast stronger than themselves. They would receive ranks based on their results. The better the result, the higher the rank. If no one objected, he would begin the exam. First up was Zhou Xuan. The guy said he had tamed a fanged wolf. This beast was a 6th rank beginner. Their result in the crystal was 20. Impressed, Zhang Huang realized that this scanning crystal for assessing willpower is also used for beasts. The elder replied that this was a good result. He assigned him the 2nd rank. At that moment, Zhu said that the 2nd rank was not bad, but he would not lose to him. His result on the crystal was also 20. The elder said that now it was Mo Yu's turn. She had tamed a heavenly beast. The girl showed the result of her connection with the golden eagle. The elder gave her the 1st rank. There had not been such a result in about 30 years. The boys were amazed. They did not expect her to get the 1st rank. The elder said that now it was Yun Tao's turn. Hearing this, the boys laughed. Zhu said that they had received the 2nd rank and Mo Yu the 1st. If he had received the 3rd rank in his place, he would have sunk through the ground. Laughing, Zhou said that he was overestimating him. He wouldn't even be able to pass the exam. The golden panther was not his beast. The elder asked who he had tamed. Embarrassed, Yun Tao said that he had actually tamed a bird. When the princes heard his answer, they were stunned. They couldn't believe that Yun Tao had tamed a bird. The boys laughed. Why didn't he say he had tamed a hammer? To say such a thing to the tamer Hun. How insolent he was. Smiling, Zhu said that all this time he thought Yun Tao was incredible, and he did not disappoint him. To tame no one and declare it with such pride, he was impressed. The elder shouted for silence. Frowning, Yun Tao said that he had indeed tamed a strange bird, but he didn't have time to check the connection on the crystal. Getting ready to whistle, Yun Tao said he would show it to them now. A few moments later, the bird spun rapidly above the heads of those gathered. Responding to Yun Tao's call, the bird landed on the prince's hand. Surprised, Zhu said he thought Yun Tao was joking, but he had really tamed the bird. But what kind of bird was it? Could this also be considered taming? He certainly hadn't released it from some cage at the market. The elder said that according to the rules, the candidate must tame a beast stronger than himself. This bird could be destroyed with a snap of the fingers, and yet he came to show it. Did he decide to make everyone laugh? Yun Tao replied that he didn't want to make anyone laugh. The bird may be small, but it was not weak and flew at incredible speed. Even 6th rank warriors could not catch it. It was definitely a beast. The elder became angry. He shouted, asking if Yun Tao really thought he could fool anyone. The others had brought normal animals that were suitable for passing. Excited, Yuntao replied that this strange bird was indeed a beast with a development exceeding the 6th rank. He was no match for it. Frowning, Zhu asked if he was finished. Tamer Hong told him to get lost. Let him stop embarrassing himself. The elder shouted that he had misunderstood him. He was allowing him to leave on his own. At least let him retain a shred of pride. Suddenly, Zhang Huang asked if all the tamers in the beast hall were fools. He shouldn't worry about the exam. Hearing these words, the princes were shocked. To dare to insult the beast tamers, he must be thinking of dying. The prince thought that despite his failure, he would still have a chance to try again next year. The elder became angry. Zhang said that he was ignoring the rules and was unable to identify a wild beast. If he wasn't a useless fool, then who was? The princes were shocked that this guy was lecturing the animal tamer. Who was this guy? Even the master of the hall didn't dare to speak like that. Master Hong shouted furiously that he had been a tamer for 37 years. He had tamed 24 beasts and taught 118 students. Teacher Zhang asked if Hong refused to admit his mistakes and wanted to attack him. Teacher Shen warned that the hall was surrounded by many animals. If he caused trouble, they would not be able to get out. At that moment, other elders arrived and asked what had happened. Excited, Yuntao recognized Master Feng and the tamers Liu and Wang. They were all second-star tamers. Were they no longer busy? Zhu shouted that this guy had challenged the prestige of the Beast Hall. He was finished. The elder asked if he had any doubts about Hun's professionalism. Frowning, Zhang replied that when they make a mistake, they must answer for it. As for reputation, that was not his concern. He wanted to ask what kind of bird it was. Master Zamafeng asked again, "Bird?" He thought to himself, "Isn't it just a bone bird?" Elder Hong said that although it was rare, he had seen a description of this bird in a book. It had an extra bone on its back to support its body. And although it is wild, its appearance is used for decorative purposes as it is not combative. Tamer Liu said that it has a black back and a red beak. There are 3 feathers on its back that make a sound when it flies. Its song comes not from its throat but from its back. Zhang asked if it was a bone bird. The master replied that it must be her. She has a clearly visible protruding bone on her back. Zhang said that a melody should be heard in flight, but when it flew by, none of them heard it. Stunned, Hong thought that the strange bird flew by several times but no sound was heard. Teacher Zhang explained that it had a red dot on its claws and a crown on its head. It also had 3 bones and no sound feathers. Master Zamafeng asked if it was not a bone bird, then what was it? Holding the bird in his hand, Zhang Huang replied that it was an ancient beast, a lightning sparrow. The tamers thought that there were many different beasts, but it was the ancient beasts that had the strongest pedigree of all. But there were none left. They traveled through forests and mountains, exploring countless legends and folklore of the world, but found no trace of ancient beasts. Elder Hong shouted that this was impossible. Even if this beast was not a bone bird, it could not be an ancient beast. Tamer Liu said that the ancient lineage had ceased to exist. Even if the ancient beasts remained, they had reached the level of spiritual beasts. Prince Zhou smiled and said that if he didn't want to embarrass himself further, he'd better keep quiet. Zhu agreed that his tiger beast must be the original one. Deciding that arguing was useless, Zhang said that the Beast Hall must have a way to find out the lineage. Let them check, and they will find out the truth. The master thought that in ancient times the spiritual energy in the air was fierce and harsh. It was far from what it is now, to restrain destructive forces. The blood in the bodies of wild beasts began to boil like boiling water. If the strange bird was an ancient beast, then other beasts would not be able to withstand a drop of blood. He ordered the test subject to be brought in. If it really was an ancient beast, it would be a sensation. In any case, that was the rule. Soon, a test rat was brought in. The master said that now they just needed to give it a taste of the bird's blood. Taking a drop of blood from the bird, Zhang Huang said it was time to prove himself. He threw the drop of blood at the rat, and it immediately began to choke. Its eyes turned red and began to roll back. After a few moments, the rat lost consciousness and collapsed on the floor of the cage. The master thought that this rat was of low level, but it was immune to the normal blood of high-level beasts. The tamers were amazed. They couldn't understand how it could have died like that. The master of the hall replied that it was because it was an ancient beast. Yuntao himself was amazed. He asked Master Zhang if it was really an ancient beast. The excited Elder Hong wondered if he had made a mistake. Stunned, Zhu asked if he had just mocked the ancient beast. Zhou replied that they had both said it was worthless. Surprised, Mo Yu thought that the master of the hall did not understand that it was an ancient beast. But this man understood everything at once. Who was he? The hall master said that the blood of ancient beasts is full of the spiritual energy of ancient times. It is like boiling water. Ordinary beasts are unable to hold it. Master Zhang said that the ancient lightning sparrow has the ability to absorb lightning to awaken its lineage. The sparrow's claws are hard and sharp, allowing it to easily destroy medium-sized weapons, not to mention human flesh. At the 7th rank, it is invincible. The elder not only refused to acknowledge his mistake, but was also prepared to teach him a lesson. This gave him the confidence to admit Yuntao's failure. On the way here, Zhang Huang stunned the bird and created a book about it. If Hong had listened to him from the beginning, he would not have put so much pressure on him, but he did not admit his mistake. The hallmaster replied that since it was the hall's fault, they would not shirk their responsibility and would give Yuntao another chance to take the exam. And the tamer Hong would be sent to the beast forest to raise wild animals for 3 years. Zhu shouted that it was too harsh. Zhang asked what kind of place it was. It was a harsh punishment. Yuntao replied that the beast forest was like a pigsty. Only students went there. Tamer Wang told Hong that it was difficult for him to pass the exam. How could he make mistakes? He replied that Tao said he had tamed a bird, and he just didn't know what to do with it. Master Feng announced that it was the second exam for Yuntao. Zhang said that now he would definitely pass. The prince thought that such a valuable beast and Master Zhang had helped him tame it. After the exam, he would definitely return the bird to Zhang. Mo Yu approached Zhang and said that since he was able to recognize the ancient beast, he must also be a tamer. He replied that this was not the case. Surprised, the girl asked how he had recognized it and made it obey him. Smiling, Zhang replied that perhaps she liked him. She thought that if it were just a matter of liking the animal, why bother studying it? She said she couldn't force it, but she would give him the jade brooch from Grandmaster Zhang Shu if he told her. Teacher Shen was amazed. He was the most incredible mentor, and his brooch was priceless, even though it only lasted for 2 hours. He replied that he was not interested. Astonished, Mo Yu asked again if he was not interested. Let him think about it some more. 2 stars. Master Feng was amazed when he saw the obedience level of 40. That's advanced obedience. At this level, the tamer enters into a contract with the beast. How did he do it? Reaching the level of advanced taming with an ancient beast is already a great achievement, and the obedience level of 40 indicates a contract has been signed. Master Feng asked in surprise how he managed to do it. The guy hesitated, and Feng said that if he felt uncomfortable, he didn't have to say anything. Prince Yun replied that it was all thanks to Master Zhang. He threatened her, and she gave in. The tamers were shocked. They did not understand how it was possible to tame an ancient beast in this way. There was no precedent for an ancient beast being tamed in this beast hall. Everyone thought that the same method used with the others was necessary, to befriend and care for it. Could the key to taming them be simple violence? He asked where Master Zhang was and how to visit him. Surprised, Yuntao replied that there was no need, as the master was here. Master Wang was surprised that it was him. The prince said that the master may be young, but his taming abilities are incredible. He tamed a golden panther in 10 minutes. Shocked, Master Feng asked again if he had really tamed it in such a short time. What method did he use? Maybe a female? Or did he satisfy its deity? Lu said that it was definitely an unconventional method. The prince replied that he had not used those methods. He had beaten the golden panther, and then it had obeyed him. The tamers couldn't believe it. They even wondered if he had found a masochistic male. The prince said that he had actually intended to tame it, the golden panther, for the exam, but he underestimated its strength and nearly died. Master Zhang saved them. After the elder beat the beast, it completely surrendered. It obeyed him and initiated a contract of its own free will. The master did not want to accept it until he convinced him. The tamers were amazed when it became so easy to tame the beast. In such a short time, he was able to subdue even an ancient beast. He has talent. Master asked Zhang if he was a tamer. Yuntao replied no. He had not yet passed the exam. He was just an amateur who was gradually learning how to tame beasts. Smiling, Feng asked if Yun could ask Zhang if he was ready to become an animal tamer. He was ready to give him a personal exam. The master thought that with his talents, he would definitely shine like a star when he became a tamer. Perhaps this beast hall would become famous. Prince Yun approached Zhang and said that the master of the hall had said that if he wanted to take the beast tamer exam, he would conduct an exam for him. Zhang thought there was no problem, but the second phase of the exam would take half a month. The poison issue had to be resolved as soon as possible. He refused. The prince said that as an official tamer, he would be able to choose freely among the flying beasts and would not have to pay. Delighted, Zhang asked again if it was free. Yuntao replied that all tamers had that right. If he didn't have to pay, then everything changed. Zhang asked how to pass the exam, and he would try to do so. Frowning, Mo Yu asked if he thought becoming a tamer was a joke. Having tamed only 2 animals, it seemed easy to him. Shenbai told her not to worry. Most of what this guy wants comes true. Let him just watch and keep quiet. The master of the hall said he had heard that Zhang had not taken the exam before, but he had proven his deep knowledge, and he would skip the exam for tamer students. However, it would be difficult to assess how deep his understanding of beasts was without conducting a student exam. He would add theory to his exam. Master Zhang asked if they had books on taming and if he could look at them. Master Feng replied that the library was full of books. Usually they are used by tamers and apprentices, but he would give him special permission. The library was behind the door, and Master Liu showed him in. Zhang said that reading helped him get in the right frame of mind. The princes did not understand why he needed to read books now. He was abnormal, otherwise why would he need to do that? Teacher Shen thought that last time he was also flipping through book. They say that those who have attained enlightenment have photographic memory. Seeing the shelves, Zhang realized that even if he spent 3 days, he would not have enough time. If he did not go mad, the people waiting for him outside would. But if he doesn't look through the library, he won't create a unifying scroll. He will fail the exam and lose his pleasant free trips. He wondered if touching the cabinet would help him transfer the contents of the books. He had to try. When he saw the book, Zhang thought he was clever and decided to see what was inside. Opening the book, he read all about the creation of the cabinet itself. Angered, Zhang shouted that he didn't need it. Who created this library anyway? There must be another way. He wondered if he could get information by touching the book, just as he had done with the object. Realizing that it worked, Zhang Huang decided that this way he could read 100 times faster. Master Liu said that during the exam, he would have to describe the characteristics of hundreds of animals, and he would not give this guy any breaks. If he answered all the questions correctly, it would mean that his knowledge of animal taming was incredible. Feng replied that since he had managed to identify the ancient lightning sparrow, he must be well versed in animals. The animal hall had lost its position due to a lack of talent. If a genius appeared among them who would win the competition between the halls, he might be promoted to the rank of 3 stars. Liu said that Zhang was running around the library. Master Feng was stunned and surprised that he was running around the library. Was this really his training? Master Feng decided that he should tell him that there were too many ancient books in the library. He could damage them. At that moment, he saw that Zhang Huang had returned and asked if everything was okay. The boy replied yes, and asked if everything was ready for the exam. Smiling, Zhu said that he was skipping the student exam and moving on to the Beast Tamer exam. This was a privilege for outstanding geniuses. Even Mo Yu had not been granted such an honor. Would this guy dare to stay after his failure? Excited, Yuntao asked if Zhang was okay. Maybe he wasn't feeling well. Zhang replied that he had simply overestimated his strength. Master Feng said that if everything was fine, they could begin. These were written assignments. Zhang Huang thought he was mentally and physically exhausted. He doubted he could even hold a pen. He suggested they choose a discussion topic. The masters were surprised. Although it was faster, it was much more difficult. The prince said that Zhang would not have time to think about his answers. One mistake could be fatal. He had to answer as soon as he heard the question. He must answer correctly. Feng added that his thoughts must be clear and understandable. There would be no chance to correct an incorrect answer. Sighing, Zhang Huang replied that he understood. But right now, discussion suited him best. The masters of the hall responded well. Since he insisted, so be it. The first question was to describe the characteristics of a golden-skinned beast with steel fangs. He replied that this beast was a 7th-level creature whose body was covered with golden scales that provided it with powerful protection. The master said that it was not surprising that this guy had identified the ancient beast. His knowledge surpassed even that of 2-star tamers. After a while, Zhang Huang asked if all the questions were over. It turned out that he had passed the first stage. Master Feng said that his answers were absolutely correct. The second stage was taming the beast. He had half a month for the initial taming. Smiling, Zhang replied that it was a very long time. Did they have any untamed beasts so that he could tame one of them? Ping's Zhou and Zhu were shocked that he was asking to be allowed to tame one. Did he even understand what he was saying? Master Lu replied that every beast was precious and they couldn't give him one to tame. Only tamed beasts were allowed in the beast hall. At that moment, Zhang spoke up. He asked Mo Yu if he could borrow her eagle to tame. She asked in surprise how he could even think of borrowing her animal. Tamer treat their animals like spouses. It's like borrowing a wife. He should borrow some brains. It's rude. You can't ask for something like that. Prince Zhu told Mo Yu that borrowing her golden eagle to tame was a great idea. She had already tamed the eagle, and their trust level was 30. This guy would never be able to tame such a beast. He was too cocky. Prince Zhou agreed. Even Master Feng, a 2-star tamer, is unable to tame a beast that has already been tamed. Zhang should be taught a lesson. The girl thought that taming a tamed beast was practically impossible, and this was a good opportunity to see his methods. She replied that the eagle was his. If he could tame it, she would let him take it. But if he couldn't, anxious, Zhang asked if he would pass the exam if he tamed the eagle. Master Feng replied that yes, it would count. The girl shouted that if he failed, she would report him, but Zhang did not listen. Going to the eagle, he said it was time to begin. He told the eagle that its owner had lent it to him, so it had better obey him quickly. Smiling, Zhang Huang promised that if the eagle obeyed him, he would help him raise his rank. In a rage, the golden eagle tried to strike with its powerful beak, but Zhang managed to jump out of the way in time. The princes watched Zhang's attempts with a smirk. Mo Yu said that he deserved it. Let him fail. Swinging his arm, Zhang Huang shouted that the eagle had disobeyed him, so it should get what it deserved. In an instant, he delivered a crushing blow to the eagle, and it lost its balance and fell to the ground. Master Feng asked if he had really just hit it. Lu asked if the guy had wanted to destroy it after the first attack. The girl screamed furiously for him to stop. Yoon told her not to panic. It must be a method of taming. She asked if it was taming by beating. Yoon replied that every time the elder tamed a beast, he would beat it first. She furiously asked if Jang really thought that would help. It would only anger the eagle. It would be offended and fly away. What would she do then? Prince Ju asked what was going on. Didn't this species have phenomenal defenses? But they had simply slapped it. The girl thought that in order to tame the eagle, she would have to climb to the top of the mountain, melt the snow, and heat the water so that the eagle could take a bath. She would personally destroy a 6th-rank snake and serve it to the golden eagle for dinner. And even after that, he reluctantly followed her. And now someone had slapped him. The princess told her not to panic. After the beating, the eagle was simply experiencing a moment of weakness. In a second, he would return to his usual state of mind. Prince Yoon said that, as he had said, this was a method of taming the elder. If a wild beast was beaten by him, it would obey. Master Lu said that it seemed like the eagle had given up. Feng replied that they had also tried to tame the beasts with brute force, but all attempts had failed. A few minutes later, Zhang told the tamer hall that he had completed the exam. Master Feng replied that they had to check the beast's level of obedience to determine whether its taming had been successful or not. Zhang thought that while they were fighting, he had created a book about him and purified his qi. He did not think that this feature was so suitable for taming. Now he knows how to deal with other beasts. Approaching Mo Yuzhou, he told her not to worry. Considering that the golden eagle had been tamed by force, its level of obedience would be low, and her level was 30, so she could easily tame it again. Could Zhang really gain the beast's recognition by beating it up? Angered, the girl hit the boys and shouted for them both to shut up. Let them see the result first before speaking. Rubbing their bruises, they asked what the result was. When they saw the result, the guys were shocked. 45. Complete obedience. The highest possible. Master Feng said that in the first stage, he had not made a single mistake. In the second stage, he tamed the eagle, bringing it to obedience 45. He declared Zhang Huan to have passed the exam and awarded him the title of 1-star tamer. Mo Yu shouted, "Wait!" She believes that he did not fulfill the conditions of the exam, therefore he cannot be considered a tamer. The exam requires taming a beast of a higher level. Zhang Huang did not show his level of development, but since the fight came easily to him, his level is higher than that of an eagle. This meant that he had tamed a beast of a lower level. Such taming did not meet the requirements of the exam and could not be considered successful. The master answered correctly. The condition for passing is to tame a beast whose level is higher than that of the examinee. He thought, could it be that he failed? Disappointed, Zhang asked if he couldn't become a tamer because the level of the tamed beast was lower than his. It turns out that if the beast he tamed is weaker than him, he will not be able to pass the exam. The girl shouted, "That's right, the eagle must be of a higher rank than its master, then he can consider it her gift to him." Smiling, Zhang Huang turned to the bird and said that now it was her turn. Suddenly, everyone saw that the golden eagle was making a breakthrough, raising its level. Shocked, Master Feng said that this was unbelievable. It was an evolution of lineage. Master Lu said that lineage evolution can occur if they are fed unique herbs or if the beast experiences an extraordinary sensation. Its lineage could overcome its limits and reach higher levels. Such evolution was similar to mutation and extremely rare. The astonished princes said they had only read about this in books. How could he achieve this with a single blow? The girl thought it was impossible. This eagle was her tamed beast. It had grown up and did not eat any precious herbs for evolution. Prince Yun shouted that it was as expected of the elder Zhang. The beaten beast was undergoing a lineage evolution. He thought it was a coincidence. Standing next to the eagle that had risen to a higher level, Zhang asked if he had passed the exam. The stunned Master Feng replied that the exam was valid, but he would like to ask him a question. Could Master Zhang please? Interrupting him, Zhang Huang asked Feng why this golden eagle had suddenly undergone an evolution of lineage. It's simple. He used the essence of the ancient sparrow's blood to encourage it to obey. He fed it this essence, causing it to evolve. He thought that his method would seem strange and incomprehensible to them, but an eagle is still a bird, and perhaps the lineage of a sparrow could be compatible with it. But if they wanted to repeat it, it wouldn't be his fault if someone died. The master said that it sounded true. Lu said that they could try it later. Smiling, Zhang said he would like to go to the Red Lotus Ridge. He needed a wild beast of the air. What could they advise him? The master replied that the kingdom was tens of thousands of kilometers away. If he flew on an eagle, it would take about half a month. Zhang replied that he had heard of lightning-fast mounts that could easily cover long distances. Was this true? The master said that such beasts existed. They were 8th-level beasts and were called lightning beasts. There were only 2 such beasts in the beast hall. One is on the way to the Qianshui kingdom. The second one is sick. They have already sent for Grandmaster Qing Yang. Perhaps he can help. Disappointed, Zhang thought Qing Yang. Are there only doctors for humans and animals here? The master said that as soon as the beast recovers, they will be able to lend it to him for the trip. The price for this is quite high. Let him be ready. Master Zhang asked if he could ride it for free since he was a tamer. He replied that a one-star tamer could only fly for free on air beasts below the 8th level, or he needed a second rank. After thinking about it, Zhang Huang asked what was required to pass this exam. Stunned, Mo Yu thought that everyone took the exam for recognition, but this guy just wanted to ride for free. It took her a year to get 1 star. The master replied that he needed to pass the exam, but at that moment, a servant ran up and shouted that something was very wrong. Grandmaster Qing Yang was here. Something had happened. Very little time had passed, so why had the beast begun to die? They went to the beast and asked the Grandmaster what was going on. He replied that he should ask the master of the hall about it. Apparently it has a fever. From time to time it looks at the sky and growls. It is probably looking for a mate. Master Wang said that given the age of the wild beast, it was unlikely that this was the reason, and they were unlikely to find such a second individual, and they would not be able to catch it. The Grandmaster said that if they found a mate for him, it could be dangerous for him. Wang asked if there were any other options. After thinking, the Grandmaster replied that there was something else, castration. Angered, the beast growled fiercely and knocked the Grandmaster aside. Angered, the Grandmaster shouted that he had pushed him away. Feng asked if there was really no other option besides castration. Master Zhang said he had heard of doctors who destroyed patients, but this was the first time he had seen such a thing. When they said they would call a doctor, he thought it would be someone like a veterinarian. They wondered what kind of profession this was. If they did what the Grandmaster said, the animal would surely die. Frowning, the Grandmaster asked who this brat was. How dare he speak like that? Zhang replied that it didn't matter who he was. Lin was killing his patient and couldn't even determine that the beast was undergoing a lineage evolution. The masters were amazed. Lineage evolution again. But how is that possible? Zhang replied that they should look at its paw. The saber-toothed beast of the warring heavens has a thick layer of flesh covering its claws. They should be golden in color. Now red veins are visible on them. Now they are pale with red drops. This is a sure sign of evolution. How he did it is impossible to understand. After thinking about it, the masters decided that it was all because of that trip half a month ago. The Grandmaster shouted, "Does he really think I didn't notice that? If he is in the process of evolution, why is he suffering so much?" Master Zhang replied that it was most likely because the yin and yang in his body had collided due to the drugs, and he was struck by the thought of castration. He is unconscious. The Grandmaster shouted that it couldn't have had such an effect. Feng interrupted him, asking how he could be cured. Master Liu tried to object, but Feng said that seeing his knowledge, they had no choice but to believe him. Frowning, Zhang said that as long as the male energy, yang, was moving in his body, everything was fine, but he needed an alchemist. Prince Yun Tao shouted that Mo Yu was the official alchemist. She could help them. The girl promised to do everything she could. Looking at her, Zhang asked if she could make pills. The girl cried out, asking what he meant. She was a one-star alchemist. Of course she could. Had he ever seen an alchemist who couldn't? He replied that he had seen one. He was just afraid that she had passed the exam with the help of discussion. She replied that only those who had achieved mastery could pass the exam. All the seniors who had passed the exam were amazing talents. And he asks about the ability to create pills. Zhang replied that he was that senior, and he did not know how to create pills. The girl was amazed. She had just called him an amazing talent and a senior. Only when she became a tamer did he appear. He beat her beast and became a tamer. When she told him about alchemy, he took out his pharmacist's badge and said that he had passed the exam by discussing pills. Zhang said he would tell her what herbs were needed. It was the stem of 30-year-old sun-dried grass that had been aged for 15 years in the scorching sun. Hearing the ingredients, Mo Yu asked if he really wanted her to make a scorching sun pill. He replied that it was exactly that. She asked if he was mocking her. This pill was of the 2nd rank and she was only of the 1st. How could she possibly make it? He promised to guide her. Everything would be fine if she knew how to handle the cauldron and control the temperature of the fire. She got angry. It wasn't as simple as 2 plus 2. She had to control the herbs and the fire. Where did he get such confidence? Yun Tao decided it was easy. He replied that if she felt she couldn't do it, they would find someone else. There must be another alchemist in the beast hall. Frowning, Mo Yu replied that she could handle it herself. She thought, well, what would he do if she failed? Master Zhang replied that she should just follow his instructions and everything would be fine. He told her to get started. He wondered to himself if they had a spare cauldron. He would have to find out where they got it. Master Liu excitedly asked Feng if they would succeed. He replied that this was their only chance for recovery. All that remained was to hope. The Grandmaster said that if they succeeded, they should beat him up. It was impossible to make a pill with the instructions and hands of a one-star alchemist. Watching Mo Yuzong, he explained which herbs to put in first and which to put in later. After 14 breaths, she had to use the technique of 1,000 illusory clouds of a wavering hand. She thought she had seen the composition of these pills. If she missed the timing, it would all end in an explosion. She had already completed half of the process. She had already thrown 5 herbs with yang energy into the cauldron, but it still looked normal. There were no signs of instability. The sequence was perfect. At that moment, Zhang told her not to get distracted and to follow the instructions. Mo Yu replied, "Oh, something had gone wrong." The Grandmaster shouted that the cauldron was about to explode. They should be careful. The masters became agitated upon hearing about the explosion. Had it failed? Yun Tao shouted, asking what they should do. Gritting his teeth, Feng said that the explosion of the cauldron was the worst thing that could happen during the manufacture of pills. Everything would be ruined. Not only the alchemist, but everyone around could be injured. Zhang told her to calm down and not panic. Mo Yu thought about leaving the place. The medicinal herbs in the cauldron would get out of control, and an explosion would be inevitable. He asked if she was really scared. If he had known, he would have invited another alchemist. The girl shouted that she wasn't afraid. She told him to just shut up and tell her what to do next. She decided that it would be better for her to blow up the cauldron than for Zhang to mock her. Zhang wondered why she was angry and told her to throw in the rest. The girl thought that if she threw in the remaining medicinal herbs filled with yang energy at the same time, it might bring the explosion closer. Frowning, Zhang shouted at her to stop arguing and just do it. She thought that if she died, so be it. It was certainly better than what was happening around her. Everything around the cauldron sparkled and crackled. Excited, Master Feng shouted for everyone to step back to a safe distance. Watching Mo Yu Zhenghuang, he told her to continue and double the fire. Frowning, the girl sat by the boiling cauldron, following all his instructions. The flames crackled menacingly. Cracks spread across the walls of the cauldron. A few moments later, a huge flame burst out of the cauldron, illuminating everything around it. Covering his head from the flying sparks, Master Feng said that this was the end. Yun Tao cried out in fear, "Mo Yu." The frightened girl covered her face with her hands, expecting the explosion to destroy her. Opening her eyes, she was surprised to see Zhang Huang standing next to her. She did not expect this. But at the moment of the explosion, Zhang Huang covered her with his body. The excited masters asked if Zhang Huang was okay. Yun Tao ran up to Mo Yu and asked if she was all right. Master Feng said that everything was fine. The chances of success were slim. He would send someone to the nearest alchemist's guild. The princes said it was all because of that guy. He was the one who said he would teach her how to make the pill. He tried to appear to be an incredible person. She could have been injured. The girl shouted for them to shut up. The pill didn't work because of her mistake. She wants to try again. Standing up, Mo Yu frowned and thanked Zhang Huan for protecting her from the explosion. Smiling, Zhang said that she was actually mistaken. He didn't stand in front of her and show her the pill for that reason. He did it to catch them. Seeing the pills, the girl was stunned. She asked if everything had worked out. The princes couldn't believe that it had worked. How was it possible? The cauldron had exploded, so how could the pills have appeared? The master asked how he was able to do it during the explosion. Liu replied that he didn't understand. Shen thought that the explosion meant that the pill had failed. Zhang said that an explosion meant failure. The cauldron was just a means of preparing the pills. It might not remain intact. Because Mo Yu put the medicinal herbs in at the wrong time, the medicinal properties in the cauldron collided, causing a strong reaction. However, at the very last moment, just before the explosion, the increase in heat caused the pills to form successfully. The reason he stood in front of her was to save the pills. They would definitely have flown towards the alchemist. He really wasn't trying to save her and apologized for that. Mo Yu replied that she was a person of honor and didn't want to be indebted. Smiling, Zhang asked if that meant he was destined for a reward. She replied that he should speak from there and not come closer. Pervert. He looked at her in surprise, not understanding why he was a pervert. Yun Tao suggested that he cover the exposed area. Turning around, he was stunned to see that his pants were destroyed in the back. He shouted, "Was I naked all this time?" Then he would change his clothes first, and they could dissolve the pill in water and simply feed it to the beast along with the true qi. After drinking, the steel-toothed beast of the warring heavens jumped from the 8th rank straight to the highest level. The girl said she wanted to ask a question. How did Zhang realize that the pill could be completed even during an explosion? He replied that he was just lucky. Mo Yu said she didn't believe in luck and alchemy. She hoped he would teach her. He thought that he couldn't just get rid of her. Zhang asked if she really wanted to study. Frowning, Mo Yu replied yes. She wanted to know why this had happened. Zhang replied that if she wanted to know, he would tell her. The creation of pills. This is the art of mixing medicinal herbs. To enhance their properties, there are many factors that influence the creation process. The exploded cauldron was forged. In this cauldron, pills were created 18 times. Based on this, the creation of the pill was quite possible and easy to calculate. Did she have any questions? She replied that everything was clear. She thought about the tools, medicinal herbs, forging techniques, and the state of mind of the master during the manufacturing process. The slightest mistake would lead to an incorrect outcome. At first, she thought he knew some incredible technique, but it was not something that could be easily learned. It was very difficult. Zhang said he would rest. The girl replied that she had heard about his intention to go to Tianyu to find the Yada Temple. Surprised, Zhang Huang asked if Mo Yu knew where it was. She replied that they say the poison palaces are located in the Red Lotus Ridge. No one knows exactly where. The ridge stretches for thousands of kilometers. He would rather die of exhaustion in his search. Also, the halls are surrounded by deadly poison. Even if he found the location without anyone's help, he would not be able to get inside. Zhang replied that if it existed, he would find it. The girl said that if he wanted to find it, she could help. Zhang asked if she could help him find it and get inside. She replied that she couldn't do it herself, but she knew someone who could. If he taught her alchemy, she would guide him. What did he think about that? Shaking her hand, Zhang said that they had a deal and would leave tomorrow morning. Smiling, Zhang asked her if she had a flying beast. If not, they could fly on his. Mo Yu thought he was mocking her. After all, he had taken her eagle. Zhang said that if she wanted to ride, she would have to pay. It was his pet, after all. It was worth 30 stones. He would expect payment tomorrow, so she had better not let him down. Mo Yu furiously thought that she was ready to destroy him and take the beast back. He knew he was mocking her. The masters gave Zhang the tamer's sign. He thanked them and told Shenbi that she could take his golden panther on the way back as a token of gratitude. Saddling the flying beast, Zhang Huang shouted, "Poison Hall, here I come!" Mo Yu said that to find the Poison Hall, they first had to get to the city of Red Lotus. It is an ancient city at the foot of the ridge. To enter the mountains, you have to pass through this city. The person you need lives there. He is the king of herbs. The Poison Hall is considered a state secret. She accidentally overheard people talking about it. Rumor has it that you can talk to the king of herbs. The reason is that the Hall of Poisons needs to buy a lot of herbs and also sell the poisons it makes. The kings of herbs serve as middlemen. She will lead him to the largest of them. It is difficult to meet him. She will take him there, but how he negotiates with him is not her concern. They landed on the ground not far from the city. Zhang asked why they were here. Mo Yu replied that a heavenly beast would be quickly noticed. This would cause trouble. It was better to enter the city. They went inside and Zhang looked around. He noticed the grass, the spider-web butterfly, and the 5 poison thread. All of these are poisonous plants, but they are of little use. Are there really poison masters here? He asked Mo Yu what she knew about this man. The girl replied that he was definitely sick now. He was able to cure that beast and correct the Grandmaster's mistake, so he can handle this too. She thinks he is a doctor. So he would easily get to him, and then he would take him to the Hall of Poison. Angered, Zhang Huang thought irritably who she thought he was. He told Mo Yu to wait. He needed to prepare himself. The girl asked him to repeat what he meant by prepare. Stepping aside, Zhang thought that if he wanted to use the library for treatment, he needed to disguise himself. He needed to tidy himself up. Suddenly, Mo Yu gasped when she saw that he was using a disguise technique. He was using someone else's face. His face had magically changed. He said, "Let's go." Mo Yu asked in surprise if he knew how to use disguise techniques. But why change his appearance? He replied that his medical methods had been passed down to him from his father. They were strange, so it was better to change his appearance. Soon they saw the masters say that they were powerless here. They thanked them for their visit. At that moment, Mo Yu announced that they had arrived at their destination. The girl greeted them. The man asked why Mo Yu was there. She replied that she had heard about the king's illness and had brought him a doctor. Frowning, the man asked if he was really a doctor and how many stars he had. Mo Yu also asked how many stars he had. The guy replied that he was not actually a doctor yet. The girl was shocked by his answer. She shouted why he hadn't told her earlier. Zhang replied that he had never said he was one. The girl screamed, asking what he was talking about. Zhang replied that he couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Mo Yu thought it was the end for them. The girl said that even though he wasn't a doctor, he had good medical skills. Before that, he had easily treated animals in the animal hall. She thought he would be able to do it. He replied that they should come in. The 3-star Dr. Zheng had recently left and was not there now. They went in, and the master said that this was their great king of herbs. Could he take a look at him? Looking at him, Zhang thought that he was in a semi-conscious state again. It seemed that he would have to use this technique again. The old man wondered who this child was. The butler asked if he had seen anything. Zhang replied that he had noticed something but was not yet sure. He shouldn't worry. He had a secret method, but it might be painful for the king of herbs. The butler smiled and said that as long as he was helping him, nothing terrible would happen. He promised him that everything would be fine. Let him do whatever he needed to do. Zhang replied that he didn't need anything, since they said everything was fine. The old man thought about what else could be fine. This boy was simple. Suddenly, the shocked butler saw that the boy had struck the king of herbs and shouted furiously at him. The boy replied that he shouldn't worry. For his method, the person must be unconscious. He could only accurately diagnose the illness when the patient was unconscious. Mo Yu was shocked that such a method existed. The butler replied that he was counting on him. What was his master suffering from? Zhang replied that he had confirmed his theory. Smiling, Zhang Huang said that the king of herbs was dying because of his own sins. Seeing that the butler was angry, Mo Yu thought that now they were definitely doomed. He had struck the king of herbs and was now insulting him. Why was he provoking him? The butler shouted that he had welcomed him hospitably as a respected doctor, but with such behavior, he would not leave here alive. He replied that the great king of herbs had awakened and he would say one sentence to him. If it did not affect him, then he would be wrong. The old man said, "Go ahead." Frowning, Zhang Huang stared intently at the old man and said, "The Gu contract." The butler asked what a Gu contract was. Mo Yu replied that she did not know. She also did not understand what he had said. Zhang explained that a GU contract was made in the name of trust. Only poison masters use this agreement. It is similar to an agreement between tamers and beasts. One side swears allegiance to the other. And when the master leaves this world, his subordinate does not live long and must soon follow him. This is how poison masters manipulate their subordinates. At the moment of signing the contract, life and death are no longer in the hands of the subordinate. If he stops listening to his master, the worm eats his heart. The great king of herbs fell victim to the Gu contract. He recognized someone as his master, and his life was no longer in his own hands. The old man cried out for help. Zhang Huang promised to save him, but only on one condition. The butler replied, "Anything." Master Zhang said he needed to go to the poison hall and hoped that after his recovery, they would take him there. The butler replied that there was great turmoil there now. The gates were closed. Even his master could not enter there now. If he really wanted to go there, it would be better to wait a year. Then it would be safer. The young man was shocked. He had gone through so much to get rid of the poison inside him, and now he had to wait another year. He replied that he didn't have much time. They had to take him there, and how he survived was his business. If they agreed, he would cure the king of herbs. But in all fairness, no one could even understand what had happened to the king of herbs, let alone treat him. The old man told him to agree immediately. They agreed, and Zhang Huang said that he would then begin the treatment. The poisonous hall is on its way. The butler asked if he needed to be moved to a bed. Zhang replied no. Let him just sit where he is. A few moments later, Zhang Huang released a stream of internal energy into the old man. Stunned, he realized that the worm was not there. He had just read the information in the book. It couldn't be wrong, but the worm was too fast. He needed a new book. Scratching the back of his head, Zhang said that unfortunately he could only treat him while he was unconscious. He didn't mind. The butler was in shock. Hitting the elder, he said it was time to start. The butler screamed in horror. "Sir!" he said excitedly for the master to hold on. It would be over soon. Zhang thought irritably that he had missed again. Destroying the worm was harder than it seemed. Taking out a whole pack of needles, he shouted furiously that he had forced him to do it. Sticking the needles into the old man, Zhang said with a smirk that he would see how he would escape this time. Now he would definitely get him. Covered in needle pricks, the elder asked excitedly if he had managed to destroy it. The old man regained consciousness, and the worm ran away again. He told the butler to kill the old man as soon as he regained consciousness. He tried to refuse, but Zhang replied that he should not talk nonsense. He had to act quickly. If he refused, it would be the end of the old man. Mo Yu said that there was a powder that could numb the soul. It could keep someone unconscious for a long time. Moreover, it does not harm the body. Turning around, Zhang asked if they had such a thing. The butler thought it was a basic painkiller. It was used most often. All doctors should know about it, otherwise how could they have become doctors? The girl was shocked that he didn't know. If it weren't for his medical skills, she would never have believed he was a doctor. The butler brought it. Zhang said irritably that he should have gotten it from the beginning. He thought he didn't know that such a dream was possible. After letting the old man inhale the powder, Zhang thought he was good. He didn't even expect it. Now he definitely wouldn't run away. Finally, he managed to find the worm and shouted furiously, "Get out!" In a moment, the worm was on the floor. Seeing it, the butler Mo Yu thought in surprise, could this really be the goo worm? Frowning, Zhang said that now the cause of the great king's illness had been eliminated. He should recover soon. The old man came to his senses and coughed. The butler asked excitedly how his master was feeling. The king of herbs asked if he still needed to be beaten. Zhang replied that it was not necessary. The goo worm had been destroyed. The delighted old man realized that he could now move. Finally, he felt better. Falling to his knees before Zhang Huang, he cried out his thanks for saving his life. The old man said that he had cured him and the insect had been destroyed. But it had been eating away at his body for a long time. Could he help him recover? Thoughtfully, Zhang Huang asked again about recovery. Of course he could, but without letting him finish, the great king of herbs said there was no need to explain. He understood. He fell to his knees again and hit himself on the head. Zhang thought that this old man was already weak, and now he was hitting himself. He said he meant that the payment should be higher. Who could he talk to now? He was unconscious again. The butler replied that he wanted the master to recover quickly. If he had a request, he would try to help him. They agreed. Smiling, Zhang asked if they had plenty of herbs. Let them lend him one. Although no, he needed 10 doses of powder. Surprised, the butler asked again, 10 doses of soul-numbing powder? This medicine can be bought on the street. It is quite cheap. He thought that this powder was a basic medicine for doctors. One dose cost about 10 coins, and for this money, the master's life was saved. After thinking about it, Zhang asked if they had any books about the 8th rank. The quality didn't matter to him. The more the better. He needed about 1,000. The butler replied that many warriors paid for medicine with their knowledge. They had accumulated several hundred books. They would be able to collect 1,000. Soon, Zhang Huang announced that the old man had fully recovered. The butler was amazed. Even 3-star doctors couldn't solve this problem. Zhang said he was curious why a man of his position had accepted the GU contract and allowed himself to be manipulated. The old man replied that it was a long story. The man with whom he had made the contract was the master of the Hall of Poisons. The great king of herbs may seem an impressive and powerful figure whom no one in the Red Lotus dares to offend. But the truth is that they are representatives of the Hall of Poison. He is not the only one. Each of the great kings of herbs of previous generations also signed a contract with the masters of the Hall of Poisons and became their puppets. After thinking about it, Zhang said that the only reason the contract would remain in effect was because the master had died. The old man confirmed that the poison master had died. Butler Lu was not lying when he spoke of the internal conflict that had broken out in the Hall of Poisons, and that they were not receiving guests. The master died suddenly without naming a successor. Currently, 3 candidates are vying for the top position. He himself is trying to stay away. He saved him and can take him to the Hall of Poisons, but it is very dangerous there at the moment. Zhang Huang replied that he did not have time to wait. The old man replied that if he had an urgent need, there was another way. The confrontation would end with the arrival of a messenger from headquarters. The young man asked about the headquarters of the Poison Hall. Someone will be sent there. How soon will the conflict be resolved? Are there any precedents? He replied that there were indeed precedents in the history of the Poison Hall, but in this situation it was difficult to say for sure. If an envoy is sent, the conflict should be resolved in half a month. Zhang frowned. He needed books to get rid of the poison. The old man said that the best way was to wait, but if the doctor wanted to go there right now, he would take him. However, he could not guarantee his safety. He thought about it. He needed to get into the Hall of Poisons for the books. If he didn't get involved in the fight for the master's place, he would be able to avoid danger. He said that after collecting the books on the 8th rank, they would go to the Hall of Poisons. He decided that he could reach the intermediate stage. Even if he had to fight, he thought everything would be fine. The King of Herbs promised to fulfill his request. Zhang Huang devoted the first day to teaching Mo Yu the wisdom of alchemy. On the second day, the King of Tav and his butler brought a whole chest of books. By the third day, after reading the books, Zhang Huang was half a step away from the 8th rank. After that, he told the old man that they could now go to the Hall of Poisons. They would play for high stakes. Did he say that headquarters should send an envoy to quell the unrest? He replied yes, but if they didn't send him, they could be in trouble. The guy said he had it all figured out. They wouldn't wait for an envoy who might not come, but would become envoys themselves. It's simple. They will bring him to the Hall of Poisons and declare that he is the messenger. No one has seen him, so they won't be able to say that he is fake. The elders were shocked. Surely this was not a joke. If something went wrong, certain death awaited them. He was old and did not want to die. Zhang reminded them that they had promised to see him off. Were they going back on their word? Let him take him to the gates and no further. The upset old man thought that he had saved him only to destroy him himself. He couldn't refuse him. Soon they set off. Zhang asked why they didn't take Mo Yu. The old man replied that it was too dangerous. Soon they saw insects. It was a wet worm, a unique animal that feeds on medicinal herbs. Its body is nutritious for herbs. The city of Red Lotus could become the largest trading center for medicinal herbs. Under the ridge is a huge volcano. There is no greenery in the region, and the rocks are red. The volcano contains gas that spreads over the surface in the form of a poisonous mist. Therefore, it is only possible to reach the region on foot. Zhang replied that it was not surprising that no one could find the Hall of Poisons. Many doubt its existence. A veil of poisonous fog hides everything. After a while, they reached a narrow path, and the old man said they had arrived. The old man asked Zhang if he was sure he wanted to go inside as a messenger. He replied that the old man should not worry. He could say that he was just looking for him. Unable to verify this fact, he decided to bring him here as well, in gratitude for getting rid of the GU contract. That way he would avoid any changes. The old man thought that this was certainly a good decision, but he was not so heartless. He replied that if he did so, the guy would definitely become suspicious. How much did he know about the Poison Masters? Zhang Huang replied with a smile that he had learned about them half a month ago. The King of Herbs was shocked that he knew absolutely nothing. Maybe he was joking. Knowing nothing about poison masters, Zhang dared to pose as an envoy from the headquarters of the Hall of Poisons. They would be exposed and destroyed. He wondered why he should die. What had he done to deserve it? Zhang replied that it was useless to just stand there and think. He left. Soon, they were met by guards who asked who dared to come to the Poison Hall. The old man greeted the poison masters Zhou and Liu and said that he was the king of herbs. They asked what he was doing here. Why not in the city of Red Lotus? And he had brought a stranger with him. The old man replied that he was here to find 3 deputy masters of the hall. The poison master asked who he was. Didn't he know that anyone who came here without permission would be executed? He handed Zhang a bag. He said that Zhang had been honored with the opportunity to die from the poison he had just created. Zhang could take it of his own free will, but Zhang pushed it away. The king of herbs shouted that this man was a messenger. At that moment, the second master shouted who dared to attack the poison hall. Frowning, Zhang replied that the deputy poison masters and their elders should meet him. At that moment, the elder Black Eye came out and asked what had happened. The master reported that the king of herbs had brought him and declared that he was a messenger from the main hall. The elder replied that messengers from the main poison chambers were divided into red, white, gold, and green. Which type did he belong to? Hearing this, the king of herbs was shocked. He did not know that there were different types of messengers, and decided that it was all over. Now they would be destroyed. Angry, Zhang asked who the deputy master of this hall was. Black Eye replied that he was the 4th elder. Zhang said that then he had no right to talk nonsense. Since all the previous messengers had been too kind, they had become complacent. Did he have the right to ask about the intentions of the main hall of poisons? How dare a petty poison master ask him questions? Who taught him such insolence? Black Eye replied that he did not dare and would call the deputies immediately. Turning around, the elder shouted to the masters to quickly call the deputies of the poison master. Soon, the deputies Liao Xun, Gei Xiao, and Yao Qin appeared. Liao Xun said that they did not know if the messenger would appear. He had traveled a long way. If it was convenient for him, could he show them his golden brooch with the poisonous heart? He had no doubt about it, but such was the rule. They must see the messenger's brooch so that they could greet him properly. Zhang replied that this was impossible. Were they worthy of it? Master Yao Qin told the messenger not to joke around. He was the first deputy master of the Red Lotus branch. His rank was higher than the others. He was worthy. Frowning, Zhang replied that he knew the master of the Hall of Poisons had died. He was here to appoint a new master. Otherwise, why would he come to this backwater? Before deciding who among them would be the new head, they were all in equal positions. They had to prove their worth through their skill and understanding of poisons. The poison hall needs a suitable master, not a bunch of fools. The masters were shocked. Did he really want to test them? Zhang replied that he did. The value of a poison master is determined by the poison he can prepare. Each of them will prepare it, and he will watch from the sidelines. The one who does it best will become the new master of the hall. Otherwise, instead of handing the hall over to a fool, he would rather tear it down himself. Watching, the old man realized that Zhang was using the information as bait. These 3 were fighting among themselves, and now there was an opportunity to sort things out. The poison masters invited Zhang Huang inside and asked what his test would be. He replied that it was simple. The exam was divided into 2 stages. During these stages, each would demonstrate their skills by preparing the poison they considered to be the strongest. In the second stage, they would prepare a poison of their own invention. Whose poison proves to be more deadly and complex will be declared the winner. They have 2 hours to prepare. He asked the elder where their book storage was. He had orders from the main hall to find a specific book. The elder replied that the library was straight ahead. He would take him there. Zhang replied that there was no need. He would go himself, and the elder should prepare for the inspection. When he reached the library, Zhang was surprised to find that he had gotten there so easily. He needed to read the books and figure out how to deal with the poison in his body. Master Liao Xun asked if Black Eye believed that this was the messenger. The elder replied that without the golden brooch of the poisonous heart, he could not confirm this. Liao said that even though the hall had been in the shadows for many years, its name alone struck fear into people's hearts. Only a fool would walk into certain death. The elder replied that this was true, but this man must have some motive. If he is an impostor, there must be something for which he is risking his life. The master thought for a moment. Apart from the poisons themselves, there was nothing of value in the hall. It was unlikely that anyone would risk their life for poison. Black Eye reminded him of this. Frowning, Liao Xun asked what was hidden under the volcano. Black Eye answered precisely, because of the existence of this item. The Red Lotus branch was located so deep in the mountains. Perhaps news of this thing had leaked to the outside world when the master died because of it. The master replied that this was impossible. First, they needed to ask the King of Herbs. The great King of Herbs expressed his respect to them. Master Liao asked how he had met this messenger. He should have already perished, so why was he still alive? The old man replied that because of the Giyu contract he was on the verge of death. It was the messenger who saved him and then ordered him to be taken to the Hall of Poisons. He knew nothing more. Stunned, Liao Shun thought that even his mentor could not extract the Giyu contract placed in a human body. Could he really be a 4-star poison master? At that moment, the poison master ran in and shouted that there was a man upstairs demanding to see him and his 2 deputies. He claimed to be a messenger. They were shocked that a second messenger had arrived. What was going on? What was happening? The frightened old man realized that this time it was definitely the end. Liao Shun shouted, "What's going on here? We need to go out and greet him." When he saw him, the old man recognized the butler Lu. He had once accompanied him here, but he had waited at the entrance. Could he have remembered how to get here? Master Liao greeted the visitor. "Let him show the golden brooch of the poisonous heart. This is the rule of the main hall of poisons. The messenger must show the brooch." The messenger replied that it was a very long greeting and showed the brooch. He introduced himself to Gumu as a 3-star poison master. Surprised, Master Liao thought it was real. He was a 3-star poison master and he had the brooch. It seemed that this man was not pretending. Frowning, the messenger asked if there were any problems. He replied that there were none. Just before his arrival, another messenger had come. That was why they were so surprised to hear of his arrival. Gumu replied that the main hall of poisons had sent only him to determine the new master and temporarily retrieve the item they were keeping. The master said that 2 hours ago a man had arrived and claimed to be a messenger. He was now looking through books in the library. The messenger asked if he had a gold brooch. He replied that he had not shown it to them. Gumu demanded that they take him to the man. Left alone with the butler, the king of herbs asked what had happened. He said that this man had arrived and demanded to be taken to him. He hoped to intercept them. Upon entering, Liao Shun demanded that Black Eye bring the messenger here. Upon entering, Zhang Huang asked if they were ready for the inspection. The examination could begin. He replied that they were not quite ready. The envoy had arrived, so they had to ask him to confirm his identity. The messenger asked if he was pretending to be a messenger. Zhang shouted, "Who are you? Who gave you permission to open your mouth?" Falling down in shock, the king of herbs told everyone that this was surely his doom. The butler shouted nervously, "Sir!" Angered, Gumu asked again who he was. Let him see the power of a real messenger. Zhang Huang thought that things were looking bad. At that moment, Gumu took a long drag on his pipe and released a huge stream of smoke. Waving away the smoke, Zhang asked if he was tired of living since he was trying to attack him. Enraged, Gumu shouted that he did not expect the imposter to be so insolent. Looking calmly at Gumu, Zhang Huang asked how he was still alive. Jumping aside, the messenger asked who he was and how he knew his name. Zhang replied that he had become the 14th person to pass the 3-star exam. He achieved this in 5 years. Therefore, he is considered a genius. Born with the talent of a poisoner, he passed his first exam at the age of 14. At the age of 35, he began to be taught by a master of 100 variations of poisons. His knowledge is unmatched by anyone. Now he has been sent as an envoy. To see if he is capable of appointing a new master of another branch, Mugu shouted, "Who is he anyway?" He thought that only his closest friends knew about this, let alone the order with which the main hall of poisons had sent him here. Zhang replied that it didn't matter who he was. Gumu consumes green snake grass and applies it to the Shenmen acupuncture point to increase his potential. At the same time, he applied bone-corroding powder to increase the depth of his soul, and although the depth increased, it shortened his life. He has already reached his limit and could die at any moment. If he asks who he is his teacher's senior. Stunned, Gumu thought he had never heard of a teacher having a senior, but how could he verify whether this was true or not? The butler asked if he was the senior. Wasn't he pretending to be a messenger? The king of herbs replied that the messenger was stunned and did not know if the teacher had a senior. Smiling, Zhang said that he loved to travel and often lived outside the hall. His teacher might not even know of his existence. He had another question. Did Gumu want to cure his illness? The stunned messenger asked if that was possible. He replied that Gumu had used poison to accelerate his development. This had led to a loss of vitality. No one else could help him. But for him, his problem was nothing. Gumu cried out that he begged the elder to help him. He was willing to serve him for the rest of his life in return. Elder Black Eye and Xiao Xun were shocked by what was happening here. Was he really the elder of the messenger? Spreading his arms, Zhang replied that he could help him, but he had to lay down the rules. The great king of herbs had to tell Gumu about the rules. The king of herbs replied that the patient must be completely unconscious. When he treated him for the GU contract, he beat him until he lost consciousness. The envoy asked again if he had treated him for the GU contract. It turned out that the elder had cured him of the GU contract. He replied that this was correct. A few days ago he had nearly died, but the elder had helped him. Zhang said he understood his concern. Entrusting one's life to another person while unconscious. If anyone else had doubts, they would have left immediately, but since he was his junior. Approaching rapidly, Zhang Huang said that if he wanted to destroy him, he would not resort to such cheap tricks. The messenger thought about his speed. It was much higher than his maximum. Was it possible that he had surpassed the 9th rank? It was good that he hadn't hit him. Looking at Gumu, Zhang thought that the result seemed good. An excellent trick to impress. He can pretend to be strong, but not for long. Falling to his knees, Gu said he had been too suspicious. He asked for forgiveness. Zhang replied that he had been traveling the world and had passed by the Red Lotus. He noticed the great king of herbs struck by the Gu contract. He saved him and heard about the conflict over the position of master in this branch of the Hall of Poisons. He couldn't bear to see the younger generation of poison masters destroying each other over such a matter. Therefore, he came here to help resolve the conflict. The masters thought it was not surprising that he mentioned the exam upon his arrival. In this way, unnecessary conflicts could be avoided. Frowning, Zhang said that since the real messenger was here, there was no point in him staying with them anymore. Gumu asked for help. He asked when they would start, what needed to be prepared. Zhang replied that nothing was needed. They would start right now. At that moment, Gumu hid himself to lose consciousness. Zhang shouted, "What are you doing? You have the powder. Why do people prefer to hit themselves?" 10 minutes later, Gumu came to and realized that the poisonous aura inside him had disappeared. He thanked him for saving him. Zhang replied that his condition was serious and that it would take 3 procedures before the problem was solved. He thought that the messenger was now in shock and that he was safe. All that remained was to analyze the knowledge he had gained and understand what kind of poison was in his body. The messenger said that the headquarters had sent him to stabilize the situation, but that was only a pretext. The truth was that the seed of the Crimson Flame Lotus had ripened here. It grows deep inside the volcano and absorbs the power of the Earth's core to grow. If the practitioner can absorb it, the chances of crossing the 9th rank will increase. It is precisely because he is stuck at his level that he took the initiative and applied for the mission. This item is useless for the senior, but it will help the students. As for the lotus seed, he only needs 1 for his breakthrough. He wanted to give the rest to him as a gift. With a wave of his hand, Zhang said he would leave the matter in his care. Gumu was an envoy, and he would not interfere in this matter. Finally left alone, Zhang Huang decided to analyze his knowledge of poisons to understand what kind of poison he had inside him. The library had compiled a book on the art of poisons of the heavenly way. Poison is a medicine. It can both destroy and save lives. At that time, Gumu told his deputies that he would choose a new master of the hall and take the seed of the Crimson Flame Lotus that had ripened. Now that the lotus seed had ripened, he would take the seeds for himself and leave the leaves and flowers to them. There would be no problem with that, right? The elder replied that there would be no problems. Liao Shun said that the red lotus seed would ripen in 3 to 5 days. Upon hearing this, Gumu ordered that the best room be prepared for his elder. During these days, he will choose a new master. Shocked, Zhang learned that it was a congenital poison that affected the fetus in the womb. It merged with the blood and soul of the child. There was no cure. People suffering from this poison do not live longer than 30 years and do not achieve great heights. Others are born with strong bodies, but not him. He thought he only had about 10 years left. His days were numbered. Why couldn't he be happy like everyone else? What should he do? It dawned on him that to poison his mother in this way, he would need to be at least a 7-star master. But he was just an orphan. Why would anyone want that? He summoned Gumu and asked him how he was doing. He replied that everything was fine. Frowning, Zhang asked if he had ever heard of congenital poison. The messenger replied that he had heard of this poison. It was a deadly poison that was implanted in a woman's womb and merged with the fetus. There is no cure for it. That's all. Zhang Huang asked again what the matter was. He replied that he had heard a rumor but could not guarantee its authenticity. They say that the greatest man in history, Heavenly Kun, suffered from congenital poison. It is unknown how he got rid of it, but he lived to be 10,000 years old. The guy thought he had heard Huang Yu talk about him, and he also had great respect for him, so a cure is possible. Gumu said that it was only a legend. To learn about the Heavenly Kun, one must visit the Grand Master's pavilion. They only know a few things and rumors. But why was the elder interested? Zhang replied that it was just ordinary curiosity and asked how things were going in the Hall of Poison. He replied that after several rounds of exams he had decided on a new master for the hall. It would be Liao Shun. Tomorrow they could collect lotus seeds. Soon, Liao Shun invited the envoy and the elder to the mouth of the volcano. The Red Lotus Ridge is a giant volcano and their poison branch is built on its mouth. The formation master proposed building a formation to seal the volcano and collect underground flames to feed the lotus. Since then, this place has been the guardian of the lotus. Soon they saw the Crimson Flame Lotus. Delighted, Zhang said it was very beautiful, but how to collect it from there? The poison master said he didn't know either. When his teacher saw that the lotus was approaching maturity, he was burned to ashes trying to collect it. The messenger said that the Crimson Flame Lotus seed ripens once every century, and each time someone managed to pick it, the main hall always received tribute. Why then was the old master of the hall burned this time? He replied that they had a way. but they could no longer use it. To demonstrate, Liao Shun picked up a stone and threw it into the boiling lava. A few moments later, a huge animal head with sharp teeth appeared from there. Stunned, Zhang asked what it was. Gumu replied that it was the lava beast that was written about in the main hall. The unique scales around its body made it resistant to high temperatures, allowing it to live in lava. Its strength was comparable to that of a 9th rank peak. The master said he did not know where it came from, but since then it had been guarding the flower and attacking anyone who approached it. They were helpless against it. The messenger thought that even though he was at the peak of the 9th rank, fighting him in lava meant a 9 in 10 chance of dying. He asked if they had used poison. The master replied that no poison could withstand such temperatures. Until this beast was tamed, there would be no other way out. However, this was their biggest secret. The Hall of Poisons did not interact with representatives of other professions. A tamer was needed here. After thinking about it, Zhang said that maybe he could help them. Gumu asked if the elder could easily kill it. He replied that it was just a small beast. Of course, he was no match for it. He thought to himself that this was just mockery. It was a 9th rank beast. Even if he had encountered one in the field, he would have run away, and now he had to deal with it. But if he got close, he would become its lunch. After thinking about it, Zhang said that it was not easy to find a 9th rank beast. It would be a pity to destroy it. He would give Gumu the opportunity to tame the beast. Once the beast was his, he would easily be able to collect the seeds of the Crimson Flame Lotus. The messenger was shocked. He thought that even on the ground it would be difficult for him to defeat such a beast, and fighting in lava was like certain death. He said he knew nothing about taming. Maybe it would be better to pass this on to the master of the hall. Zhang said his level was low. He would burn up if he got close to the lava. He would give him advice, or he didn't believe him. Gumu replied that he didn't dare. He wondered if the elder really knew anything about taming. Master Zhang said that this beast had reached the peak of the 9th rank, and many people dream of taming such a powerful creature. This is an excellent opportunity. If he followed the instructions exactly, he would succeed. Taming it would not be difficult. The choice was his. He could destroy it, but he was giving him a chance. The messenger thought that the beast was equal to him in strength and was not afraid of poison. If he succeeded, his position in the Xuanyuan branch would be strengthened. He said he was ready and asked what he needed to do and prepare. Zhang replied that it was unnecessary. While they were preparing, the beast would eat all the seeds. It was simple. He would jump down and strike the beast. After that, he would tell him how to tame it. Gumu asked if that would not anger it. He wondered if they should first earn its trust, then use various methods to convince it to obey. There was a chance that once he jumped, he wouldn't be able to get out. Zhang patted him on the shoulder and told him not to worry. He wasn't going anywhere. The beast wouldn't destroy him. Sighing, Gumu thought that since poison was useless, only physical force remained. Taking out his swords, Gumu told the elder to get ready. He was going down. He began swinging his swords, knocking huge rocks off the ceiling. When the huge debris fell down, Gumu jumped on one of them to descend. Rapidly approaching the beast, the messenger prepared to deliver a powerful blow. At that moment, the beast suddenly turned and struck Gumu with its huge tail. Barely holding back the attack, he thought that it had thick armor. His weapon would not pierce it. Flying to the side, Gumu prepared to attack the volcanic beast again. At that moment, the beast rose out of the water and unleashed a powerful stream of flames at the messenger. Barely dodging the fire, Gumu thought irritably, "What is this? He can do that too?" The beast did not stop and unleashed more and more streams of fire. He asked the elder what to do. Zhang replied that he had no ideas yet. Let it just continue. The messenger decided that he would not run away. Let death await him. He was already on the verge of it. He had to wait until the elder came up with something. Suddenly, Gumu realized that he could no longer see the beast. Where had it gone? At that moment, an angry beast emerged from the lava and began to climb upward. Looking at it, the messenger thought that things were bad. It was climbing up. A few moments later, the beast's huge mouth was right next to Gumu. He struggled to hold it back. Wielding his swords, Gumu fiercely delivered a crushing blow to the approaching beast. Zhang said that was good. Now let him follow his instructions. Don't resist and put the sword in the ring. He asked how he could not resist. He would die from this attack, wouldn't he? Master Zhang shouted for him to do as he was told. He thought that if the elder wanted to destroy him, he would have done so long ago. Hearing the order to bow his head, Gumu thought, could it be that he has angered the elder and the elder simply wants him to die? The elder shouted, "Hurry up, stop thinking!" The beast opened its fanged mouth and Gumu was terrified and didn't know what to do. Deciding that he didn't care, he bowed his head and stuck it into the beast's open mouth. The surprised beast recoiled and looked at the messenger in confusion. Gumu couldn't understand what had happened, why he had done that, and what the expression on his face meant. Zhang shouted for him to grab its tail. Obeying the order, the messenger rushed forward and grabbed the beast's tail. He asked what to do next. Master Zhang replied that he should hold on tight and not let go for anything. Gumu shouted, "Okay." Suddenly, the beast broke free and began to slowly fall into the boiling lava. The beast was rapidly approaching the lava. But even though he thought it was the end, Gumu did not let go of the tail. Suddenly he thought that when he was fighting the beast he was full of hatred, but then he froze. What was going on? Was it because he had tilted his head? At that moment Zhang Huang smiled and told him to drag it here. Obeying the order, the messenger climbed out and the beast fell to the ground nearby. Zhang told him to order it to obey. If the beast agreed, he would help it reach a new level of development. Otherwise, it would perish. The messenger said that the beast had heard everything. He had a choice. He could die or rise in rank. The beast nodded. The poison master was amazed. He had seen others tame beasts, but not in this way. It was a very strong beast, but it surrendered so easily. If it was that easy, maybe he could become a tamer too. Smiling, Zhang asked if it was interested in what had just happened. This beast had spent its entire life in lava and had never had any company or companions. Therefore, it had become too withdrawn and was afraid to touch anything unknown. When he tried to use brute force, the beast instinctively began to fight back, although he had no combat experience. By laying down his weapon, he frightened it. Surprised, Gumu said that after he grabbed the beast by the tail, it quickly calmed down and stopped fighting. Pointing to the tail, Zhang said that its respiratory organ was located not on its face but on its tail. That is why he told him to grab its tail to prevent it from breathing. Humans are capable of surviving such things, but animals do not have such abilities. It goes without saying that when the beast was struggling so much against the lava, its stamina quickly evaporated. This led to the beast being unable to fight. He didn't notice all this at first and only realized it after he started fighting the beast. Liao Xun thought, so that's how it is. Gumu realized that his senior wasn't playing with him, but was observing the beast's abilities and devising a plan to tame it, and he had suspected him. Smiling, Zhang said that now that the beast had been tamed, he could safely collect the seeds. Following the order, Gumu headed to the lotus to collect the ripe seeds. Soon he brought Zhang Huan the seeds of the crimson flame lotus and said that they were his. Holding out 2 seeds, Zhang said that one was for Gumu and the other was for the lava beast. He would leave another seed in the Hall of Poisons. A person who had reached the peak of the 9th rank would be able to use it. His business here was done, and he had to go. Zhang thought that he had read all the books in the Hall of Poisons and even received the Crimson Flame Lotus seeds. The messenger asked where to find him if he wanted to thank him. Zhang replied that the whole world was his home. If it was meant to be, they would meet again. Gumu held out his brooch and said that if one of his disciples was in trouble, he could send him to the Hall of Poisons and he would do everything in his power to help. After thanking him, Zhang said that he had other business to attend to, so he would not return to the hall. So he left them. Now Zhang Huang headed to the Grandmaster's pavilion to find out about his recovery. A few days later, the Grandmasters and Zhang Huang's disciples arrived at the kingdom of Tianwu. The disciples exclaimed in admiration that the city was very large, but had the teacher not arrived yet? Zhao Yao said she had heard that the teacher had left the Beast Hall and headed for the Red Lotus Mountains. The Grandmaster suggested entering the city. The teacher should return soon. They would wait for him. Their progress must advance so that there would be no shame. Teacher Lu said he wanted to take the exam in the painting hall and become a student. The Grandmaster replied that it would be useful for him. They went to find out if there was a mansion they could rent. Teacher Lu thought that if he wanted to become a Grandmaster, he should have a supporting profession. He would try to become a master of painting. Upon entering, he thought that it was as expected of the painting hall. He was greeted by a man who offered to help him choose a painting. He replied that he was not there to buy anything. He wanted to take the exam to become an apprentice artist. The guy replied that exams were held once a month, but today was the second one, so it was fine. He suggested that he come in, and Lu Sen heard them discussing a 5th-level painting that a genius had painted on his first try. The master said that when he painted, his head was spinning. It's amazing. The second replied that he did not expect animals to be able to paint. Teacher Lu asked why these people were talking about the beast in the 5th-level painting. He replied that they were talking about the competition. Shortly before him, a master painter appeared who painted a picture using the animal's paw prints. It turned out to be a 3rd-level painting. Teacher Lu had learned a lot from his father and knew that it was difficult, but this man did it by letting the animal roam freely on the paper. But that's not all. Then, with the help of fire, the artist raised his painting to the 4th level. Then the artist splashed water on it and raised the painting to the 5th level. He is simply amazing. The teacher thought that if what he said was true, it would be incredible. Their kingdoms were simply incomparable. He could become his student and achieve success. He asked what the master's name was and if he knew where he was, and whether the master accepted students. After thinking for a moment, the guy said that he thought the master's name was Zhang. Lucian was amazed to hear this name. Could it really be Master Zhang? Wherever he went, wherever he ended up, he was always the best. But it seems he is already used to it. He had to pass the exam and then tell the others. They would be overjoyed. At that moment, stretching, Zhang said that he had finally studied all these books on painting. Although he had been able to paint a 5th-level painting before, he didn't understand much. But he didn't understand much. With these books, his knowledge increased several times over. Now he definitely deserves the title of 3-star master. He had collected many books for the Heavenly Path Library while he was in the Beast Hall, the Poison Hall, and the Artist's Hall. But how could he find his way around all this? If only he had a golden page. After a while, he left the city. 2 men followed him. One said that he thought he had deliberately led them here. The second replied that they had nothing to fear. At that moment, Zhang said that they had been following him all this time, so let them show themselves. Stepping out of the shadows, one of the men said that they just wanted to ask for a few paintings. Frowning, Zhang replied that he thought they wanted to rob him. Surely they just wanted a 5th-level painting. Pulling out a huge knife, the man said he was talking nonsense. He would do it. But the first man stopped him and told him to control himself. He couldn't be destroyed. Waving his knife, the man rushed into the attack and shouted that he understood everything. But a moment later, they saw him fall to the ground with a crash. Zhang said that it turned out he was half a step away from the 9th rank. The same as being at the 9th rank. It seems he should be more careful with those who are weaker. He could accidentally destroy them. The frightened bandit asked what they should do. It seemed he was stronger than them. The man shouted that he was afraid. There were more of them, and he wasn't that far behind them in terms of level. He doesn't believe he can stop them all. They need to attack together. Smiling, Zhang said, "Okay, let them show what they can do." Waving their knives, the gangsters rushed at Zhang Huang with a shout. Suddenly, one of the bandits froze in horror and shouted, "What is this?" Zhang was surprised to see this guy here too. A huge flying beast crashed to the ground in front of the bandits. Trembling with fear, the bandit said that this beast was half a step away from the 9th rank. In the blink of an eye, the beast scattered the bandits in different directions. The bandit thought that only the ancient ancestor of the Tianwu kingdom possessed such power. This beast could be considered the most deadly weapon in the kingdom. Who would have thought that it would be on their enemy's side? With eyes flashing with rage, Zhang Huang shouted furiously, asking why he had interfered. He had stunned the 2 of them. How could he test his strength now? He asked if there was another one. The guy fell to his knees and shouted that it wasn't his fault. Let him spare him. Patting the beast, Zhang told him to look at him. He hadn't even hit him, and he had already surrendered. The bandit realized that this was, of course, his beast. Oh well, his chance to fight was gone. He asked what he had to say. The frightened guy asked if it was him. Zhang asked who else could be talking. It was a strong beast that he had rented. He knew the prices there, and he would make up for everything. It wasn't too much. In desperation, the bandit asked again if it wasn't too much. They gave him all the money they had. Zhang said that was fine. If they wanted to live, they should get out of there. Thanking him, they said they were leaving. Sighing, Zhang said that even though he hadn't tested his strength, it was still a nice bonus. In fact, another battle was going on here all this time. He probably noticed it too. They went to take a look and soon saw a guy fighting a huge bear. The man struggled to hold back the bear's huge paw, deflecting its attack. Dodging, he grabbed the bear's huge paw and pulled it toward him. In a couple of moments, the huge bear was thrown far to the side. Watching, Zhang Huang realized that an 8th rank warrior was fighting an 8th rank beast. Getting to its feet, the enraged beast glared fiercely at the warrior, preparing to attack. But after thinking for a moment, the beast turned and walked away. At that moment, the warrior asked if he could find out who the elder watching him was. He hoped that he would understand why he couldn't greet him earlier. Stunned, Zhang Huang realized that this guy had noticed him and thought he was the elder. This was an excellent opportunity to fill in a gap, but now he was too young. Questions might arise. It would be better to transform into Yang. Soon he came downstairs. The bewildered warrior thought what an elegant movement it was. Zhang said he was just flying by. It just so happened that he noticed their battle with the bear and stopped to watch. He was trying to tame it. The warrior thought that considering his beast, he was much higher than the 9th rank. He said that the elder was right. He wanted to tame this beast. Zhang said that this bear was the king of the forest and taming it would not be so easy. A couple of fighting techniques would not help. The warrior replied that he understood this, but he couldn't resist his greed. Zhang said he could teach him. The warrior asked what help the elder wanted from him in return. If it was something within his power, he would not object. He replied that he did not need his help or his strength, but their meeting was fate. He could help tame the bear if he became his student. The warrior thought he had heard of masters who beat their students for the slightest disagreement, and of masters who destroyed social ties. But those who accept the first people they meet as disciples. He was certainly strong, but not that strong. What was going on? Zhang said that his talent was not outstanding, and his level of development was not impressive. There was no reason to teach him. He watched his battle with the Crimson Tiger. He combined the techniques of the Emerald Stream with the Hong Yang Fist. It's an excellent combination, but he still hasn't finished developing the Hong Yang Fist. This technique can be practiced despite the incompleteness of his version. There are no particular inaccuracies or side effects. However, he practiced the 3 Kun fists simultaneously with this technique. Its main feature is achieving maximum power in 3 Kun. Swinging movements and explosive force do not go well together. Being a grandmaster, he combined the incompatible and continued to practice despite his injuries. By causing harm, he must be prepared for its incurability. The warrior was surprised that he knew he was a grandmaster. In the previous fight, he combined the Hong Yang fist and the Three Kun fist, so what he said was not strange. However, he did not look like a grandmaster and did not have an emblem. How could the senior know that he was a grandmaster? Zhang replied that he had predicted the blows, and he avoided them. This may be the result of many battles, but everything proves that he is a grandmaster. The warrior asked if he was also a grandmaster. He replied that he was traveling the world, and that years had passed since anyone had addressed him by his title. The warrior said that he knew it. He thought that considering he was at least 9th rank and his abilities were superior to his, he must be a 3-star grandmaster. It was clear why he had asked him to become his disciple at their first meeting. The warrior said it was an honor to become his disciple. Zhang said that the bear he fought had not yet reached maturity and its strength had not reached its peak. If he elevated it, he would subdue it. He replied that he knew this and had tried. However, he could not find anything that could enhance the beast's development. Taking out a pill, Zhang said that this pill would help. Let him beat it to a pulp and give it to him. Looking at it, he thought, isn't this just a regular healing pill? How will it help in taming him? But perhaps he could be trusted. Looking at him, Zhang asked if he had any doubts. He replied that he had none. He would do everything now. Half an hour later, the warrior said that Zhang Shu's disciple was paying his respects. With him was a beaten bear. Master Zhang said his name was Yang Huang. He was just passing through the kingdom of Tianwu and decided to stay here for a while. After his departure, they would go their separate ways. Zhang Shu asked where he lived so that he could pay his respects in the future. He replied that he did not have a fixed place of residence at the moment. As soon as he found one, he would send someone to inform him. He thought that acting as an expert in front of the Grandmaster was quite troublesome. The only flaw in his disguise could lead to failure. And he forgot to ask him where the Tianwu Academy was located so that he could recruit a few more students. But in the end, he forgot about it. Now he needed to return and finish his business in the city. At that time, Lucian said that Zhang had passed the artist exam. He said he heard from the administration that a man named Zhang Huang had passed the 3-star artist exam, but he wasn't sure if it was him. Smiling, the girl said that if he could create 5th-level paintings and his name was Zhang, then of course it was their master. Smiling, Wang Yin said that since he had passed the exam an hour ago, they could go meet him. Delighted, Zhao Yao agreed that they could go and look for him together. The Grandmaster said to go ahead, but if they didn't find him in 2 hours, they should come back here. But when they went out, they saw Zhang Huang and were very surprised that the teacher was there. He replied that he had only arrived in Tianwu today, and that this hotel was closer to the gate than the others, so of course he would be here. Delighted, Sun Qian shouted when he saw Zhang. He told them that he had found them a place to stay. The Grandmasters greeted him. Zhang Huang invited them inside. He asked if the journey had been difficult. Zhang replied tolerantly. He hadn't seen him for a long time, and Zhang was already half a step away from the 9th rank. Hearing this, the disciples stopped abruptly and looked at Zhang Huang in astonishment. Embarrassed, he replied that he was just lucky. He thought that here they might destroy him for progressing too quickly. The next day, Zhang Huang went outside and greeted the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster wanted to say that some of them had, but suddenly he stopped himself and asked if they had really increased their rank. Smiling, Zhang replied that there was nothing unusual about that. He had given them a couple of instructions that night. In any case, it was no big deal. They needed to go to the Grandmaster's pavilion. Zheng was surprised that raising their level was no big deal for him. In order to help students achieve a breakthrough, everyone must go through many problems. They must use all the knowledge they have acquired, and even then, success is not guaranteed. When they reached this pavilion, Zhang was surprised to see so many people there. The Grandmaster replied that it was because a symposium was being held. There were 13 1-star Grandmasters and 3 2-star Grandmasters. This was a formal procedure in the Grandmaster exam. The 2-star Grandmasters had not yet arrived. Master Zhang thought that there wasn't even a single 1-star Grandmaster in Tianchuan, but here there were 16. That was the difference in power between countries. He asked who was on stage. The Grandmaster replied that it was the symposium's host, Examiner Mo Hongyi. He was known as the first genius of the Tianwu kingdom for thousands of years, and was famous in the 13 kingdoms. Stunned, Zhang thought it was unbelievable. The talents he had encountered in the past were now so insignificant. Grandmaster Zheng said that his mental development had already reached 6. With a mental state of 3, one can pass the 1-star Grandmaster exam, but only with a state of 6 can one pass the 2-star exam. At that moment, a girl entered, and Zhang Huang wondered if it was Mo Yu. The symposium host announced that everyone was in place and they were ready to begin the symposium. He asked Mo Yu how to solve the problem of a person's blocked acupuncture points. She replied that one should gather a large amount of qi around the area or use a 1st or 2nd rank acupuncture piercing pill. Master Zhang thought that although he had helped many people, he relied only on the qi of the heavenly path. Princess Mo Yu's methods were foreign to him. It seemed that he would have to dig into the books first, otherwise he would fail the symposium. He asked how many tests would be conducted during the exam. The Grandmaster replied that there were 5. The first was public trust. The trust of his students was tested. He had to exceed 50. The second is office. To become a 1-star Grandmaster, a person must be an official member of any guild. The third is the Hall of Dolls. Dolls appear before the examinee and fight. He must find a way to allow one doll to defeat the other. Fourth ocean of development techniques. You need to take a random book and give a lecture on it on the spot. The Bell of Former Wisdom will evaluate with the masters. The Bell of Ancient Wisdom is a spiritual treasure that belongs to the treasures of development techniques. It contains a lot of knowledge. After the first 4 tests, the examinee is taken to the Pavilion of Infallibility. There, the doll demonstrates combat and art development techniques. There are mistakes in its movements, and they need to be identified. The symposium is the final part of the Grandmaster exam. It is one of the easiest. If the candidate has passed all the previous stages, this stage is considered insignificant. The chance of passing it is 100%. Therefore, after 5 stages, the candidate is declared to have passed. After a while, Zhang Huang heard Mo Yu being congratulated and thought in surprise, "Is it really over?" The host handed her the emblem and announced her as a 1-star Grandmaster. Grandmaster Zheng and Zhang Huang approached Mo Yu to congratulate her. The girl expressed her respect to her mentor Zhang. The Grandmaster was surprised. He did not understand what was happening. Princess Mo Yu was the 2nd greatest genius in the kingdom. She had become a 1-star Grandmaster at a young age. Hearing this, the symposium host turned around and thought in surprise, "Teacher Zhang." The student said that the teacher had only just arrived in Tianwu but had already caused such a stir. If they stayed, would they see their teacher? Coming closer, Zhang Cheng asked if Mo Yu was going to introduce him to his teacher. She replied that the reason she created a 2nd-class pill and passed the 2-star alchemist exam was because of her teacher Zhang's guidance. He is her mentor. Frowning, Zhang Cheng asked his mentor in surprise. He had taught her alchemy. The master said that this man's ability to create pills must be incredible. If Mo Yu passed the exam thanks to his guidance, then he must be superior to her in the field of pill creation. But he cannot be a 3-star alchemist. He is not even 20 years old. Smiling, Zhang said that he had been disrespectful to the master. He was grateful to him for his help to the princess. She said there was no need to thank him for her. Zhang Cheng said his friend was a 3-star alchemist. They needed to get to know each other. But why had he never heard that there was such a genius in the guild? He asked what class Zhang Huan was in. He replied that he was only a 1-star alchemist. The masters were amazed that a 1-star master had taught Princess Mo Yu to create 2nd-class pills. Master Qian said that Zhang's brother must be very talented. As long as he works hard, he will surely achieve more. He told the girl that he had prepared a banquet in her honor. But Mo Yu replied that she would not go. She had business with Master Zhang. Let them celebrate without her. He replied that the banquet was prepared for her. How could a star disappear from the show? Why not invite Zhang? He replied that he was busy. The guy said that an official alchemist could have incredible status, but that was nothing compared to a grandmaster. He could be in trouble. Ignoring him, Zhang Huang asked Mo Yu to take him to the grandmaster exam site. Angered, Zhang Cheng shouted that he was talking to them. Zhang thought that his brother should not ignore the grandmasters as they carried enormous weight. Approaching the host, Mo Yu said that teacher Zhang intended to take the grandmaster exam. He replied that was fine, but he had to check whether he was eligible. He needed a recommendation from a grandmaster, the identity of the student, and 1 auxiliary profession. The guy held out the badge of a grandmaster student and a 1-star alchemist. The master replied that this was a test of the depth of his soul. At that moment, the guy said that Grandmaster Zhang didn't need to be angry. He was just an ignorant country boy and was unlikely to be eligible for the exam. Angered, Zhang thought that when it came to the depth of his soul, he had nothing to fear. This guy was just a nobody, even though he was experienced in making pills. But the soul. The foundation of the Grandmaster's profession is similar to Qi for a warrior. Even if the depth of his soul reached 3, he was still far from him. After all, he had 4. He came from a clan of Grandmasters and had been receiving guidance from them since childhood. That was the reason for his high soul depth. Such a simpleton could not compare to him. The surprised master said that his soul depth was 5 and 1. He is a genius among geniuses. He will conduct the exam right now. Shocked, Zhang Cheng was stunned by this result immediately after he said that Zhang would not surpass him. The master told Zhang that 5 tests awaited him: public trust, holding office, the Hall of Dolls, the Ocean Technician, and the Pavilion of Infallibility. He could tell his students to enter. If their trust level exceeded 50, the first test would be passed. He said that the 5 behind that door were his students. The master was shocked that they were only 16 or 17 years old. This is a small age difference between teacher and student. Is he sure that their level of trust exceeds 50? He asked Zhang Huan how long he had been teaching these children. The guy replied that it had been a little over half a month. During that time he had been absent, so in total it was probably only about 6 days. Hearing these words, Mo Yu and the master were shocked. Others bring students whom they have been teaching for several years, but he is so confident. The master asked if he had other students whom he had been teaching for a longer period of time or who were younger. He replied that he did not. These were the ones he had taught the longest, and they were the youngest. If they were not suitable, Princess Mo Yu could also help. The master said to let them in, but he reminded them that their trust level had to be over 50 for them to pass the test. He called out for the boys to come in. The students told him not to worry. They would not let him down. The master said that Mo Yu seemed very confident in his students. He didn't even consult them. The girl replied that his confidence was enviable. His partner approached Zhang and said that he had seen Zhang's students, who were almost the same age as him, and he had only taught them for 5 days. The girl asked Zhang if he had really taught his students for 5 or 6 days. He replied that if you added up the time spent, it was 7 or 8 hours. She was shocked. There was no hope in such a short time. She had brought him here because she thought he was prepared, but she didn't know. Watching, the master was surprised that the results appeared so quickly. He couldn't understand how it was possible. Level 85. This was a matter of life and death. It was a level that appeared in students trained by 5-star masters. The relationship between parent and child is about 60. This is the level at which the parties are willing to die for each other. Master Zhang couldn't believe it. He had only been teaching his students for about 5 or 6 days. Why did they have such a high degree of trust? He didn't think it would go above 20. A state of mind of 5 and 1, and the student's trust of 85. Who was he? The girl thought she had long guessed that teacher Zhang would undoubtedly pass this test, but she did not expect such a result. The students came out and apologized to the teacher. He replied that everything was fine. They would talk about it later. The masters were amazed that not only was their teacher a monster, but so were the students themselves, to be dissatisfied with a level of 85. The examiner announced that he had passed the test, and now they would move on to the second test, the job assignment. The essence of the test lies in their auxiliary profession. It is alchemy. For the exam, he must prepare a first-level pill. However, the test is different. It tests not his understanding of creation, but his ability to convey knowledge. He answered well. He understood everything. The surprised master asked Mo Yu if she called him teacher. It meant he had special skills. Master Zhang again scored the maximum of 100 points. 50 points are needed to pass. Angry, Zhang Cheng thought that this man's results could not be low, but he would not score high in pill creation. Seeing the cauldron in front of him, Zhang Huang wondered if this room changed according to one's profession. He was very surprised to see a doll with a set of medicinal herbs. Seeing the green-leaved cracked palm flower, the unstable grass, and the white angelica flower, Zhang realized that he was being asked to create a spirit-enriching pill. At that moment, the doll approached the cauldron to light it. Zhang asked what she was doing. Taking the medicinal herbs in her hands, the doll began to rotate and mix them. Master Zhang asked if this was an alchemy technique. It was simply impossible to create a pill this way. Everything was ruined. Zhang thought that nothing had been done yet. He was told to give the doll instructions for successful preparation. He realized that he had to carefully monitor the doll's work, identify errors in her movements, and correct them. He began giving instructions, and points began to appear on the wall. The examiner said that this test was different from the others. The score for the class would increase as the candidate gave correct instructions. If he made a mistake, the score would decrease. Even 2-star masters make mistakes. Zhang said that his score was increasing. He was better than he thought. His companion replied that it was a matter of time before he made a mistake. They all watched in amazement as the score on the wall reached 40 points, and not a single mistake. Master Zhang thought it was impossible. He hadn't made a single mistake. Even a 3-star pharmacist couldn't provide such guidance. The students shouted enthusiastically that their teacher was magnificent. Everything must be perfect for him. They were very proud of him. Mo Yu said 60 and not a single mistake. The master replied that he thought his record would remain unbeatable for several centuries. But at that moment they realized that something had gone wrong. The result dropped to 59. Jian was delighted and said that he had finally made a mistake. He thought that Zhang would be able to pass the entire test without a single mistake. The girl said that over time, the increase in temperature and the increase in medicinal herbs in the cauldron made mistakes more likely. The master replied that in any case, a score of 60 was already very good. At that moment, a new score of 62 appeared. At that time, a man arrived at Mohuni's residence and knocked on the door. He was meditating and shouted that he had asked no one to interrupt him while he was training. The guy replied that he didn't want to disturb him, but the fact is that someone is taking the 1-star Grandmaster exam. He replied that Grandmaster was the #1 profession in the world. For many, it was a dream. Every day, people from all over the world came to take the exam. The guy said that's not the only thing. One of the examinees has a soul depth of 5 and 1. Mo Hongyi was surprised that this was higher than Mo Yu's, but he replied that it was nothing special. Achieving such depth means that he is truly talented. The guy said that this person, Zhang Huang, is less than 20 years old. He passed the trust test with 16-year-old students and his level is 85. The master was surprised. He had never heard of such a level of trust between a teacher and a student. Opening the door, Mo Hongyi shouted, "Are you done, or is there something else?" The guy replied that the second test was 60 points with no mistakes. The master couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. The boy replied that that wasn't the main thing. He made a mistake and lost 1 point, but in the next moment his score jumped to 62. Moreover, this situation repeated itself 3 times after that. First, 1 point was deducted, and then 3 points were added at once. Realizing what he had just said, Mo Hongyi asked what his score was right now. The guy replied that his current score was 101 points. The master replied that the maximum was 100, but he was saying 101. He replied that it seemed like it wasn't over yet. His points were still increasing, and the test was not over yet. Mo Hongyi shouted that they needed to go and check. At that moment, pharmacist Hoon was being congratulated on his rise to stardom. He was the only one who had been able to reach such a level. He replied that during his absence he had met with an expert and gained enlightenment under his guidance. At that moment, a student ran in and shouted. Hoon told him to calm down. Such panic was not befitting of a student. He replied that there was a reason for panic. The Grandmaster exam was currently underway. The candidate was being tested on pill creation. The alchemist couldn't believe that his level had reached 60 points, and that his score was better than Mo Yu's. The guy replied that he had already scored 101 points. Hong said that the maximum score was 100. Who could have scored 101 points? He also decided to go see the incredible person who scored 101 points in the puppet manual for creating pills. When he saw Jian, he asked what was going on. He had heard that someone had scored 100 points. At that moment, they looked at the scoreboard and were shocked to see the result of 130. Master Hong asked if the maximum wasn't 100. Zhang said he wasn't sure what had happened. Perhaps there was a problem with the scoreboard. Otherwise, how could the score be so high? He would talk to Grandmaster Wu. Someone in the back shouted that there could be no malfunction in the exam room. It was Mo Hongyi. He said that the second stage tests the ability to teach others. Correct answers earn points. Mistakes lose points. But did they think about how the system evaluates their knowledge? It is based on the standards of a 4-star alchemist who creates such a pill. What if the person taking the test turns out to be a 5-star or 6-star alchemist? If not, they can explain why 1 point is deducted, before adding 3 more. At the last level of this system, 1 point is deducted for finding 1 error, 2 points for 2 errors, and 3 points for 3 errors. The person taking this test must find loopholes in the answer key, and initially they are considered incorrect, but the system compensates for them and awards double points. Master Hong asked if this person had really found 15 errors in the procedure for creating a 4-star alchemist's pill. Who is this person? Perhaps he is the elder of the Alchemists Guild. Zhang replied that he was only a 1-star alchemist. He was not yet 20 years old. His name was... At that moment, Zhang Huang came out. Surprised, Hong asked Zhang if he was here. Zhang asked if he knew him. The alchemist replied that he was the one who helped him achieve a breakthrough in his pill-making skills. This was the man who had become an alchemist through discussion. Following his guidance, he had managed to make 3rd-rank pills and obtain his title. Mo Hogui thought that he had become an alchemist by completing the discussion on pills, instructing a 2-star alchemist, and receiving 130 points for the test. Master Hong said that at first he was also plagued by doubts, so he conducted a small investigation. It turned out that this guy had an incredible mentor. His name was Yang, and he was a grandmaster whose rank was certainly higher than 3 stars. The stunned masters said that there were no such people in Tianwu. Master Zhang said that it must be some kind of malfunction. He might have made a few mistakes. They replied that he had found errors in the alchemist's work. Frowning, Zhang asked if this was the level of a 3-star alchemist. Wasn't it too weak? The examiner said that once the second test was passed, they could move on to the third. There was no grading system in the doll hall. Upon entering, he would see a red and a blue doll at different stages of development. He had to give instructions to the red doll so that it could win. When Zhang Huang entered the pavilion with the dolls, he was surprised to see the top of the 7th rank. In his kingdom, such people are considered among the strongest and are regarded as elders. Although what else can be expected from the Grandmaster Pavilion? No one passed the Grandmaster exam. Perhaps it was because of this test. The red doll's movements are powerful and sweeping. The blue doll's movements are light and precise. Each has its own strengths, which makes it difficult for one to defeat the other. Since this is the task, he will point out the weaknesses of each side so that the red doll can prevail. The red puppet must retreat 3 inches and turn half a turn to the right. Zhang Huan's next order was for the doll to strike with its fist. The masters wondered if he was capable of passing this test. Zhang said that he did not necessarily need to evaluate and pass on knowledge in combat development. The girl said that although there were no grades, the number of movements required to pass was compared. The master said that Grandmaster Mo had passed in 20 and became a legend in the Grandmaster's pavilion. Zhang recalled that Mo passed this task using 17 movements. Now they are curious to see how many strikes Zhang Huang can handle. This guy is just incredible. Let's see how smart he is. Considering that he is not even 20, Zhang was ready to admit that he has phenomenal knowledge in pill making, but it's hard to believe that he also has combat skills. He thought that the initial demonstration takes about 300 breaths, and 10 breaths later, the task officially begins. After 310 breaths, you can count. He counted 312, 313, 314. Smiling, he said that it seemed that the boy lacked skills in development and teaching. Hong agreed that it seemed that not everything was going well. The master replied that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Maybe he was great at making pills, but his teaching skills weren't so good. Master Zhang said that there were only 350 breaths. That meant the dolls had hit each other 42 times. When he came out, Zhang said that because of his instructions, the red doll hit the blue one too hard and its head fell off. He tried to fix it, but to no avail. This is considered a failure. The masters were stunned. Be that as it may, in terms of physical strength and power, they are on the same level. But for one doll to decapitate another, what was supposed to happen? The movements and development of the dolls were adjusted to the same level so that it would be difficult to win. Under such conditions, the examinee could give one of the dolls only a slight advantage, and that is how one of the dolls would deserve to win. But Zhang Huang said that one of the dolls decapitated the other. How could that have happened? He asked how many blows the red doll needed. He replied that given the enormous strength of the red puppet, a single blow was enough. Everyone present was stunned to hear that only one blow was needed. They thought that 17 blows was an excellent result. They couldn't even imagine that something like this could happen with the first blow. With just one blow, one doll surpassed the other and decapitated it. The master asked how the red doll destroyed the blue one with a single blow. How did he achieve this result? He replied that it was simple. The red doll demonstrates enormous strength, while the blue one fights with quick movements. Everything becomes simple. As soon as you begin to see inaccuracies in the movements of the blue doll, no matter how fast it is, it cannot remain in motion constantly. By predicting where it will stop and ordering the red doll to strike there, the red doll wins too easily. Angered, Zhang thought that he was a 3-star grandmaster pretending to be a candidate to mock him. Zhang asked him if he didn't have to pay for it. The master replied that the puppet hall had the ability to repair itself, and after a few days of rest, the puppets would be as good as new. Confused, Zhang asked if he had lost. The master replied yes. He thought that with his guidance, the red doll had defeated the blue one. If that couldn't be called a successful pass, then what could? The master said it was time to move on. A vast number of books on development techniques have been collected in the ocean. It is necessary to give a lecture on a randomly selected book. The teachers and the bell of ancient wisdom will evaluate it. This is a spiritual treasure that has absorbed the knowledge of the sages of the past about development techniques. If the candidate does not meet his requirements, the bell will not ring. The test is failed. The more strikes, the better the lecture. As soon as he steps onto the podium, a random book will appear. Other grandmasters will listen to him. Approaching the podium, Zhang Huang asked if a random book was generated here. At that moment, the grandmasters took their seats, waiting to see what book he would get. A few moments later, the book Multiple Palms of Water Surface appeared in front of Zhang Huang. The master said it was a secret scroll randomly selected from the library. He had time to prepare. The bell would analyze the content of his lecture. The grandmaster said that this was one of the most insightful fighting techniques. How could it be used for testing? The second replied that the deeper the technique, the more difficult it is to explain. 7 of the 8 candidates failed with this book. Even if he passes the test by luck, the result will be insignificant. But before the examiner could leave the podium, Zhang Huang said he was ready to begin. He replied that there was no need to rush. He had a little time to prepare more thoroughly. But Zhang replied that he didn't need any more time. Reviewing the combat technique would be a waste of time for him. He began his lecture. He said that from the name, one might conclude that this was a water element technique. However, this was incorrect. In fact, the name was Multiple Palms of the Water Surface. It means that after mastering this technique, a person's attacks will come in waves, like ripples, one after another. The technique has nothing to do with water. Meanwhile, the people outside were wondering what Master Zhang's assessment would be this time. It all depended on the ringing of the bell. 1 strike means surrender. 2 is a good result. 3 is excellent. 4 is a stunning success. 5 means no mistakes. 6 is read by an enlightened person. The record for this pavilion belongs to Mo Hu with 4 bell strikes. At the time, many were shocked by such an achievement. To surpass it, 5 strikes are needed. Wan Yin was nervous and said that there was not enough time to prepare. It is not a very difficult task. But Zhao Yao reassured her that their teacher could do anything. Smiling, the master said that Mo was lucky. He had come across a technique that he had studied shortly before the exam. Zhang might not be so lucky. At that moment, everyone heard the bell ring. Hunu became curious about how many times it would ring. The master asked so quickly. If the bell rang, it meant the lecture was over. It was short. 1 ring was the limit. The grandmasters inside were surprised. They did not expect this. For some, this lecture was a real revelation. Mo Yu thought that everyone could have gaps in their knowledge. She had studied this technique before, but would never have thought that she was doing it wrong. Frowning, Zhang thought he didn't want to admit it, but the guy was good. He was his rival. He needed to pass the 2-star Grandmaster exam as soon as possible. Outside, the master said that considering how short his lecture was, the young man must have missed a lot. Hong agreed. The guy is young and impatient. Suddenly they heard the bell ring. 4 chimes. The result was the same as Grandmaster Mo's. At that moment, the bell rang again. The master thought it was an unmistakable statement. It was a new record. Since the pavilion was founded, Mo Hong had the best result. 4 chimes. Zhang Huan rang the bell 5 times. This was a new record. Grandmaster Zheng said that Zhang really did not disgrace Master Yang. His knowledge is extremely deep. He is impressed. At that moment, the shocked grandmasters heard another bell ring. The master told the deputy of the pavilion to hurry and send someone to fetch the head of the pavilion. He asked what the panic was about. The head had returned at night and secluded himself to engage in cultivation. He had ordered that no one disturb him. The master replied that it was all because of the person taking the exam. If he had seen his results and the fuss that had been made about them. The deputy smiled because of the candidate, and rumors began to spread. Could he really be a genius comparable to Mo Hong? The master replied that he had only gone there after hearing the ringing of the bell of former wisdom. He did not know the results of the first 3 tests, but all he knew was that the bell rang continuously. The astonished deputy asked if it rang more than 4 times. He replied that he heard 1 ring, then 3 more. After a pause, he rang again. Gun said that the bell contained the knowledge of a 4-star master. If the bell rang 5 times, it meant that the candidate's lecture contained absolute knowledge. He was sure that this person would pass with 1 star. He replied that whoever passes will receive their 1st star. But the bell did not stop at 5 strikes. Gun replied that 6 strikes were ideal. Surely 7 strikes are the mark of a sage. But how is that even possible? In other words, he deserved to be a 4-star grandmaster. And the bell recognized him as an equal in understanding the technique. He deserved the respect of a 4-star grandmaster. He recognized him as an equal. The master said 7 strokes. Isn't it worth calling the head of the pavilion for this? Gun replied that they had to. He himself wanted to see. At that moment, they heard the harmonious chimes of hundreds of bells from delighted sages. The master asked what the admiration of the sages meant. He had never heard of it before. Gun replied that the harmonious chimes meant even a 4-star master would listen obediently to this lecture. Zhang Huan's skill level had exceeded and reached 5 stars. The master was shocked. Could it really be more than 4 stars? The deputy replied that it was. But usually, the harmonious chimes of hundreds of bells sound like at least a tea break in time. So why did it sound only for a moment? After a while, the doors of the pavilion swung open and the grandmasters came out. They greeted the deputy master of the hall and asked why he was there. He asked why the harmonious chimes should last 10 minutes. So why did the sound stop after just a few breaths? He replied that the bell continued to ring and Zhang considered it noise and found it too annoying. So he made a comment. He shouted for the damn bell to finally shut up. He couldn't explain anything with all that noise. He endured it the 2nd and 3rd times. But this was noise. He couldn't explain himself like this. Let it stop. The bell was made by the Grand Master himself, and a part of the Master's will was contained in the bell. Everyone in the pavilion was communicating with him, and he yelled at them. Where did this guy come from? He yelled at the will left by the 4-star Grand Master and intimidated him so much that he stopped making noise. At that moment, Zhang Huang asked if he had passed the exam, or would he continue. The Master replied that it was not necessary. The stage had been completed. The deputy asked what technique the guy had gotten. Master Wu replied that it was the multiple palm of the water surface. He was amazed. It was one of the most difficult techniques to explain in the entire kingdom, to choose it and evoke harmonious ripples. It was an honor for him that geniuses were appearing in their Grandmaster pavilion. As long as there were no violations in the conduct of the exam, everything was fine. They were about to move on to the 5th stage when they noticed that Zhang was missing. Mo Yu said that he had already entered the pavilion of infallibility. Master Wu said that was bad. What should they do now? Gun asked what was wrong. Wasn't he supposed to take the 5th test anyway? There shouldn't be any problems with that, right? He replied that he hadn't had time to tell him about the rules and what to pay attention to. Gun replied that it wasn't a problem for him. Which of the candidates was not ready for the 5 tests? He must have prepared in advance. Wu replied that judging by his behavior, he knew nothing. The Grandmasters were shocked that he came to take the exam without even knowing what tasks awaited him, and still managed to demonstrate such results. Since he knew nothing, he did not know that there were 2 teams in the pavilion. In addition, the entrances to these rooms were located opposite each other. There is also a doll in this pavilion, but it has a different purpose. Here, not only the ability to find the doll's weaknesses is assessed, but also the level of development. The candidate must fight the doll. The master must find its weaknesses and use them to defeat it. Otherwise, the doll can destroy him. This guy knows nothing. In one room, there is an exam for a 1-star master, and in the other, for a 2-star master. All the candidates entered the first room and won, but he didn't sing anything, and Zhang may end up in the second room with a 9th-rank puppet. She has almost no weaknesses. It's voluntary suicide. Hong shouted that they had to save him. The deputy replied that it would cause big problems. As long as he hadn't started the exam, everything could be prevented. He ordered Grandmaster Wu to stop the exam immediately. He replied, "Of course." Seeing the bursts of energy even through the door, Wu shouted that he had already started the exam. Besides, it was in the second pavilion. There was nothing he could do. The deputy knew that if the pavilion was activated, the test would not stop until the examinee came out. He needed him to survive. He shouted for Master Wu to wait there. He would find the headmaster to help the boy get out. Throwing the doll aside, Zhang Huang thought that the first tests were no different from what they had been told. He thought the 5th would be the same. Seeing that the others were busy talking, he simply walked in, and the doll suddenly attacked him. He unconsciously delivered a decisive blow to it. Now he was fighting the second one. She was at the initial stage of the 8th rank. He thought that it meant nothing to him. He dealt a crushing blow to the doll. Discovering the doll's weak spot, Zhang Huang touched it with his finger. A few moments later, Master Zhang released a powerful stream of energy into the combat doll. He was stunned to realize that he had indeed broken through the last barrier before the 8th rank. He did not expect that this series of blows would allow him to overcome this barrier. It seemed that now he could rise at any moment. But it was better not to rush, since he had a chance to test his strength. At the 8th rank, he would win this fight too quickly. At that moment, the hall's deputy ran into the head's office and saw that he was not there. He rushed around looking for the head, trying to figure out where he might be. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of a beast and was surprised. This is the Grandmaster's pavilion, not the beast hall. Could the head be in danger? Throwing open the door, he was stunned to see the head peacefully dining with a huge bear. The surprised head asked Master Gun what had happened that made him rush so much. He replied that something terrible had happened. During the final exam, the genius had entered the wrong room. The head jumped up and asked if he meant that the candidate had unintentionally summoned a 2nd-rank doll. When they rushed to the scene, they were surprised to see such a crowd. Had they been late? People were saying admiringly that it was incredible. The scoreboard read 465. Was that the score for the flaws he had found? The head thought about the assessment of finding flaws. Didn't he say that this guy was in danger and that he could die? Wasn't he locked up there? He said that if a genius could find 6 flaws and score 21 points, it would be an incredible feat, a record that has stood for a century. But 465 means that he found 30 flaws in the doll. The doll's movements were checked by a 4-star Grandmaster. The doll's strikes are no different from his. Even if he deliberately allowed some flaws, there should be no more than 1 or 2. The head asked Gun if he was sure that the candidate had triggered the 2nd stage and not the 1st. He replied that the door was blue in the 1st stage and red in the 2nd. A few moments later, the doors swung open and Zhang Huang came out. Master Wu asked if everything was okay with him. He replied, "What could be wrong?" However, he was unable to control his strength and accidentally destroyed the doll. After all, it should also be capable of self-repair. The master thought it was an 8th-rank doll. Nevertheless, he was a 1-star Grandmaster. He found 30 flaws in it, but he also broke it. He said that when Zhang started the 2nd stage, he was afraid that he might be in danger. Zhang replied that he immediately started fighting and did not notice the stages. The head of the pavilion asked if he had encountered only 1 doll. He saw nothing else. He replied that he had encountered 2. One rushed at him as soon as he entered, but he accidentally put too much force into the slap. The masters couldn't believe that he had knocked it out with a single slap. It was a test he had to pass to complete the exam. The head thought that when he took the exam, he had to use all his strength to withstand the doll, but this guy just brushed it off. Master Zhang asked if he had passed the test. Master Wu replied yes. He thought that his passing the exam made all the masters look like fools. He said that since he had passed all 5 tests, he could now officially be considered a Grandmaster. However, he would have to attend a symposium. He replied, "Okay." Zhang thought that the Grandmaster exam was difficult, but everything went so easily. Now he could enter their library. At that moment, Mo Hongyi said that he would like to take the 2-star Grandmaster exam. Let them open the grounds for him. The head of the pavilion thought that his speed of development was not something that ordinary people like them could repeat. He said he had no objection to competition. It was the engine of progress. If he wanted to take the exam today, he would give his consent. He asked Master Wu to prepare everything for the exam. Mo Hongyi thanked him. At that moment, Zhang said that since they were preparing the hall for the exam, he could take it too. He didn't want to waste time. The stunned masters thought he didn't want to waste much time. There are only 3 two-star masters in the entire kingdom, taking the exam just for convenience. Angered, Mo thought he was doing this on purpose to embarrass him. Since he was so categorically opposed to him, let him blame himself for the trouble. He shouted that considering the results of the last 5 tests, he had a chance to pass the exam, but there were prerequisites for passing. There are requirements for a person's auxiliary profession. There must be at least 2, and each must be 2 stars. Does Zhang meet this requirement? Master Zhang thought about it. An auxiliary profession must reach a 2-star level, and there must be 2 of them. If he does not have any auxiliary professions, he must ask him to leave. Rummaging in his pocket, Zhang asked if only 2 professions were needed. He took out the emblem of a 2-star master of painting. He had passed the 3-star level, but he did not have such an emblem. He did have the emblem of a 2-star tamer. Grandmaster Zhang asked him if he had 2 2-star professions, master painter and animal tamer, not counting his skills in alchemy. Angered even more, the guy said that he still needed to reach the 8th level. He was not yet sufficiently prepared. The head said that Zhang was half a step away from the 8th rank, and that was a big difference. He probably wouldn't be able to pass the 2-star Grandmaster exam. He replied that he was almost at the 8th rank, but they shouldn't worry and should give him a few moments. Shocked, Mo wondered if he was really going to raise his rank right now. Ignoring them, Zhang Huang concentrated and released his internal energy. After a couple of moments, Zhang smiled and said that he was now at the 8th rank. Stunned, Mo couldn't believe that he had simply closed and opened his eyes and raised his rank. That's how people usually sleep, not break through. The head of the hall and his deputy were also amazed that Zhang had raised his rank, but it was true. Around him was clearly the aura of the 8th rank. He had done it so easily. They had heard of people who worked hard and achieved the 8th rank. People went into seclusion in countless mountains and achieved success. But to close your eyes and achieve a breakthrough? This was the first time anyone had seen or heard of such a thing. Mo Yu said he was amazing. Master Zheng thought that yesterday he had advised Zhang to train hard and gain experience, otherwise he would not achieve a breakthrough, but he did it in front of everyone. Smiling, Zhang asked if now that he had reached the 8th rank, he could be admitted to the 2-star exam. Master Wu replied yes. Angered, Mo said that it didn't matter that he had reached the 8th rank. The depth of his soul was 5 and 1, but 6 was required. He decided to resist to the end. Looking at him, Mo Yu thought, "Doesn't my brother fear even greater humiliation from Master Zhang?" Master Wu confirmed that there was such a condition. The depth of the soul must be at least 6. Zhang replied that he had heard about it. This is indeed a cause for concern. Well, let's not rush. Just a moment. Everyone was surprised by the suggestion to wait. The depth of the soul can only be increased slowly over time. A moment would not be enough. Master Zhang asked Zhang Shu to come to him. The masters were surprised that he had called the head of the pavilion. Zhang Cheng shouted that Zhang Huang had something in mind. His father was a 2-star grandmaster and the head of the pavilion. Who was he to give him orders? Asking if he was really his father, Zhang Huang told him to step aside. He needed to talk to his father. Zhang Shu told his son to step aside. He asked why Zhang had called him. The boy asked if it was true that Shu had recognized Yang as his teacher yesterday. The head asked in surprise how he knew. He hadn't told anyone about the events of the previous night. The masters were amazed that the head of the pavilion had recognized someone as his teacher. This person must be above the 2nd level. Smiling, Zhang replied that he was Mr. Yang's direct disciple. According to custom, Zhang Shu should call him his elder brother. Shocked, Zhang Cheng couldn't believe it. When had his father recognized someone as his teacher? And who was he then? Surprised, the head asked Zhang, "Master Yang's disciple? Then it's no wonder he's so formidable despite his age." Master Zhang said that the teacher had told him that the head had encountered some kind of problem during training and had been injured. He asked him to pass on a technique for recovery and said that by following it, the head would heal his injuries. A technique for development and said that by following it, the head would heal his injuries. And development would not be long in coming. Let him listen carefully. Bowing his knee, the head thanked the teacher for this gift, and thank you to his older brother for passing it on to him. All the masters were shocked that the head of the pavilion knelt before this young man. Could Zhang Huang really be his senior? Who was Yang? Upset, Cheng thought that Zhang was just bragging and that his father would destroy him. But it actually happened. His father even knelt down. The moment the head of the pavilion knelt down, a golden book appeared. Zhang realized that only the sincere gratitude of a student could form it. With this, he will finally be able to lift the depths of his soul. It is necessary to do this before it is too late. So this is the state of enlightenment. It makes it much easier to find the essence of things and their shortcomings. At first, he wanted to study these golden books to gain knowledge. Now there is nothing he can do about it. He will deal with it another time. He told the masters that now the depth of his soul was sufficient. Surprised, Wu asked, "Sufficient for what?" He thought, could he mean that in this short period of time, the depth of his soul had exceeded 6? The last number was 5 and 1. He asked Zhang if he thought his soul depth was 6. Zhang replied that he wasn't sure, but he thought it should be enough. They could take the Stone of Insight. He thought that the Golden Book was capable of raising his soul depth. However, he did not know exactly how much the value had increased. The masters were amazed that he did not know his soul depth. In his lifetime, he had seen countless monsters and geniuses, but this was the first time he had seen something so peculiar. Master Wu agreed and handed him the Stone of Insight to test the depth of his soul. He had it with him. The masters waited with interest to see what would happen. It couldn't be that he exceeded the value of 6. Opening his palm, Zhang Huang looked at the stone in surprise and asked what it meant. Stunned, Zhang Huang saw that there were no numbers on the stone at all. Was it possible that the book could both increase and decrease the depth of the soul? Could it be that the values of 5 and 1 had been cancelled out? He had been bragging, and now this had happened. Now everyone present would beat him up. Master Mo said that since there were no numbers, it meant that the depth of the soul was less than 6. He had no right to take the exam. Elder Zhu approached Zhang and asked to look at the Stone of Insight. He squeezed it, and in a moment, the stone crumbled into dust. Everyone was amazed. After all, it was incredibly durable, and the head broke it with ease. The head said that there were only 2 options. Either the person was deprived of the state of insight, or the depth of his soul exceeded the range that the stone could comprehend. That is, the result is there, but the stone cannot show it. The stones they use can recognize a depth of soul no greater than 9. If the value exceeds that, the stone simply breaks. Master Wu asked if Zhang's depth of soul exceeded 9. He replied that it was easy to check. He had an advanced stone. Let Zhang Huang pass his test. He handed the stone to Zhang and told his older brother to test his abilities. The guy took the stone in his hands and it showed a value of 10 and 1. Stunned, Mo Hongyi said that his soul depth had just been 5 and 1. So why was it 10 and 1 now? Pleased, Zhang thought that it seemed the book had not cancelled the previous result. It had increased his soul depth by 5. Master Wu said that it was impossible to increase the depth of the soul so quickly. It was a long process that required a lot of work and effort, like him. Master Zhang thought that it was a rapid increase from 5 to 10. Moreover, he himself did not know how much his soul depth would increase. He said that in any case he doubted that they would not ask questions about it if he did not explain. He really did not know the depth. He didn't know how much it would increase because he had reached a state of serene water surface and his mentor had sealed his soul depth. He said that it would be gradually removed when he reached a certain level. Because of the 8th rank, part of his soul's depth returned. The chapter said that some people are born with a stunning depth of soul. Rumor has it that Emperor Kun was one such person. He was born for great deeds. There was also a genius who achieved a state of serenity at the age of 17. By the time he took the exam, the depth of his soul had reached 9 and 3. Such talents definitely exist. If the depth of the soul is high and the level of development does not correspond to it, this can lead to undesirable consequences. Perhaps that is why his mentor sealed his soul. Zheng thought that if such a person did not perish, he would take his place among the great grandmasters. Mo Yu understood what was going on. It is very difficult to develop the depth of the soul. If one started from scratch, it would be impossible for 6- and 7-star masters to exist. Master Zhang said that the development of art and the depth of the soul are all consistent. Are there any other obstacles to passing the exam? Master Wu replied that there were none. Zhang asked if that meant he could now take the exam to become a 2-star grandmaster. Frowning, Mo replied, "Of course." He thought this guy was unimaginable. But why was he trying to oppose him? He would lose his reputation. Master Wu said that since all the requirements had been met, the exam could begin. Master Gun said that this exam also had 5 stages. Only the very first stage was different. To pass the 2-star exam, the candidate must take on a new student and establish a trust level of 40 points within 10 days. Mo Hongyi and Zhang Huang were surprised that they had to take on a disciple and raise their trust level to 40. Master Gun said that the trust hall could be left until last. They could both start with other tasks. Smiling, Zhang said that was fine and they could begin. Gu replied that he should take his time. He asked him to go second. He was afraid that something might happen to the dolls during his turn and he would not be able to complete the task. Embarrassed, Zhang replied that of course. He thought that at least he wouldn't have to pay for it. Watching Mo Hong, the masters thought he was a genius. Although his results were not as high as Zhang's, he broke many records. When Zhang took the test, he broke the doll again. He said that he had just gotten up and couldn't control his strength. Soon, they both passed the 4 stages. They were given 10 days for the last stage. After completing it, they would be recognized as 2-star grandmasters. Master Zhang asked if one student would be enough, and if so, could he take the exam early. He replied that he should not rush. There are several criteria. At this stage, everyone will think they are in another country to prevent trouble. Within 10 days, they would have to find students and pass a test. Many people would want to be their students. It would be too easy to pass the level. Master Mo asked if they would use a different identity. Zhang realized that their title of 2-star Grandmasters could get in the way. The head said that the pavilion would create alternative identities for them and they would be sent to the Tianwu Academy as ordinary teachers. Their identities must not be revealed. Tomorrow they would be able to familiarize themselves with the materials on identities and disguises. It so happened that several teachers had left the academy and recruitment was open. They must understand that no one, including the rector, will know who they are. They must rely only on themselves, and in 10 days they must bring students. They have the whole night to resolve all issues related to their indefinite departure. No one should know that they will be pretending. Master Zhang asked to read a book about Grandmasters. He replied that the library was over there and he only had access to the 1-star library. Rumors spread throughout the city that someone had appeared who had broken all of Mohu's records. He was senior to the head of the Zhang Pavilion. His teacher is a 3-star Grandmaster, and he passed the exam for a 2-star Grandmaster. When Zhang arrived at the library, he realized that there was no information about the Divine Kun and no manuals on the techniques of 8th rank development. Divine Kun was known as the greatest Grandmaster in the world, the leader of all masters. 1-star Grandmasters were not yet worthy of knowing about him. Although he did not find any books on the 8th rank, there was a lot of information about other ranks. He could process it and give it to his students. The next day, the master told Zhang Huan that the public recruitment for the Tianwu Academy was about to begin. They had to hurry. Looking at the master, he guessed that it was Mo Hong. Master Mo said that it was a new personality. Along with it came information about a person's life. Trying on the mask, Zhang Huang thought it was like a second skin. He didn't notice it at all. The Grandmaster Hall should not be underestimated. The master asked if the academy usually recruited teachers at the beginning or end of the semester. So why did the academy organize recruitment in the middle of the semester? Hearing this, Zhang became agitated. Could it be that they were recruiting teachers for no reason? Where had the old teachers gone? Mo replied that they had left for unknown reason. Zhang was surprised that they would be given a ready-made class. Would they really be given a class right away without choosing the students themselves? Choosing yourself and taking a ready-made class are two different things. A student is already formed as a learner. It is almost impossible to change them, and it is easier to like a student without a class. Mo asked if he thought it was easier to choose. He thought it might be the teacher choosing the student. It wasn't the beginning of the semester. There were no students to choose from. It was unlikely that anyone would choose them. Master Zhang asked how the academy divides students into classes. Mo was shocked that he didn't know. He explained that to enter the academy, one must have a development level of at least 3rd rank. There are 4 classes here corresponding to the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th ranks. After the 6th rank, you can graduate from the academy. Most teachers have students of different levels of development. A girl met them and told them to get in line. If they came for a teaching position, they had to fill out a form and wait in line. Stunned, Zhang asked if all these people had come for interviews. The line was huge, and Zhang asked how many teachers were needed. Smiling, the girl replied that there were only 5 positions. 3 candidates had already been selected. There were only 2 positions left. They were shocked to hear this. 100 teachers were competing for 2 positions. Zhang asked if they shouldn't be raising the level of trust among students. Why were the recruitment rules like this? Refusing the interview was tantamount to failure. Mo replied that this was the final stage for the title of 2-star Grandmaster. He asked the girl why these teachers were still waiting in line. Why had 3 already passed? What were the requirements for passing the interview? She replied that the director had conducted the interview and accepted them immediately. These 3 experts were almost 8th rank, so they were more than qualified. He thought that the 2 of them were pretending to be only at the beginning of the 7th rank. That path was closed to them. The girl said that if they had no more questions, they needed to take their place in line. Turning around, the master asked if they were also applying for a teaching position, the initial stage of the 7th rank. It would be better for them to just leave immediately. Frowning, Mo replied that the ability to impart knowledge was the most important characteristic of a teacher. If a teacher was not capable of this, what use was his rank? Smiling, the teacher replied that he was very bold. He was saying these words for their own good. They would just be wasting their time. The elder came out and told everyone to stand so that he could see them. Everyone had heard about the shortage of teachers, but he would only say it once. Director Sei said that their teachers were Hu and Bai Fan. These students were outstanding individuals, and he was looking for worthy teachers. Mo said that they were famous star teachers at the academy and possessed outstanding teaching abilities. Considering that there were only 2 spots left, the task was difficult for them. Zhang replied that he thought he would come and just teach a few students. The director said that everyone present had teaching experience and were official teachers qualified by the guild. If he made his decision based on their resumes, they would not agree with it. Therefore, he would make his choice based on their teaching skills. Teachers are responsible for imparting knowledge and clarifying students' doubts. The main task is to guide them on the right path to reach new heights. The teacher shouted that the main duty of a teacher is to teach. If a person is not competent in teaching, then he is useless. If a person is unable to express their opinion, they will still be an inept teacher regardless of their development. This test is suitable for selection. The director said that he has 2 students who are facing problems. The academy will accept the one who can solve these problems. If 2 people solve the problem, priority will be given to the one who does it better. One guy volunteered first. Zhang thought, has he lost his fear? Going first is dangerous. The principal said that a teacher must have courage. It is impossible to teach students while feeling fear. Zhang cursed as usual. The guy said his name was Long Tao and that he was a qualified teacher. Let them show him their fighting techniques. Waving her arms, the student moved swiftly, demonstrating her technique. Next to her, a student showed off his skills with equally powerful strikes. The director asked Long Tao to comment on what he had just seen. He replied that the girl's fighting technique was like a fast cloud of clear water, characterized by quick but smooth movements. But she lacks Genshi. When she moved, her movements seemed tense. She is 3rd rank and does not use Qi very well. Her movements are skillful, beautiful, and precise. But due to the lack of Qi, they are just empty movements. He would ask her to immerse herself in the development of Qi. He told the guy that he possessed great brute strength. Strength-based techniques suit him. The art of burning bamboo would suit him. Zhang grunted and said he saw that too. The guy standing next to him said he was only better because he took the initiative. Repeating it would look pathetic. At that moment, the director said, okay, maybe someone else wants to say something. Teacher Dushun said he had something to add. Zhang heard people whispering behind him that he was a star teacher and that he was incredible. He said her movements were agile, but the pure jade technique did not suit her well. However, she had only reached the 3rd rank and had already mastered a powerful technique. Considering that she can fill her body with Qi, she is talented and capable of many things. The pure jade technique is common for women. But considering her high abilities, developing this technique is a waste of time. It is better for her to train in the maiden method. As for the disciple, his movements are strong. Techniques like burning bamboo are more suitable for him, but his movements are direct and sharp, and they are directed straight at vital points. This means he has tremendous combat experience. The heavenly power technique would be suitable for him. This short, quick, and simple method will allow him to make the most of his strength. The director asked if there was anyone else. If not, he was ready to name the winners. At that moment, Mo said what he wanted. The problem he had mentioned earlier was not about the level of development, but something else. Frowning, Lun Tao replied that this was nonsense. What else could be said besides technique? Mo said that regardless, the girl would develop. Pure jade technique or maiden technique, it made no difference. She was talented, and the difference in development technique would not greatly affect her. In addition, she has been practicing this technique for many years and is very familiar with it. Change will hinder progress. There is no difference between the techniques. Therefore, her biggest problem is not her development technique or the need to strengthen her Qi, but her aversion to learning. Upon hearing about her aversion to studying, Director Say told him to continue. The teachers looked at each other in surprise. You can talk about this on this exam. Zhang thought that this was to be expected from a 2-star grandmaster. Mo said she had excellent talent but a cold temperament. She did not want to interact with others. She simply did not take her studies seriously. The teacher said so. Everyone said that her talent was great, but at 16 she barely passed the threshold for admission to the academy. He wanted to be a teacher but didn't know he needed to work on his psychology. Lung Tao thought he only saw her talent and strength. This girl was tired of studying, which became her problem. It was clear why the principal had such a look on his face. Mo said that the boy was a very problematic young man who got into fights, which is why he was on the verge of being expelled from the academy. The puzzled director widened his eyes and asked in surprise how he figured that out. Mo replied that it was simple. His techniques were based on what he learned in class. His movements were aimed at vital points. He had fought many battles, which made his movements fast and accurate. When performing his techniques, a wild gleam appeared in his eyes. He was the type of troubled youth. It was predictable that he was on the verge of expulsion. The principal thought that he could see not only weaknesses in strength, but also in mentality. He asked how to solve these problems. He replied that the girl needed to find a way to get interested in studying, and the boy needed to suppress his desire to fight with other students. These issues require constant hard work. The principal said he was accepted. He is a very perceptive person. He asked if anyone else had anything to say. If not, then teachers Sun Cheng and Du Xun would be selected. The teachers replied that they had no objections. At that moment, Zhang Huang raised his hand and said they should not rush. He also wanted to say something. Frowning, Mo thought he had said everything he could. No matter how much of a genius he was, he couldn't say any more. As he stood up, Zhang thought that Mo had no sense of camaraderie. He could have kept quiet about something so that he could talk about it. He said that the teachers had revealed the essence of the test, so he didn't need to repeat it, but he was ready to solve their problems right there and then. The teachers shouted that this was nonsense. One had a distaste for studying, and the other was on the verge of expulsion. These were the two most difficult problems for a teacher. The principal asked how he wanted to solve it. Zhang Huang replied very simply. He approached the girl and told her not to be afraid, that he wouldn't bite her. But there was one thing he wanted to tell her. He leaned toward her and whispered something in her ear. The stunned girl fell to her knees. She asked Zhang to take her as his student. She was ready to study under his guidance. The teachers were amazed that her attitude had changed. What had happened? It was as if she were two different people. Surprised, Sei asked what he had just done, how he had changed her so quickly. He replied that her aversion to studying was not due to disinterest. It was because of her physical condition. He saw her problem and promised to solve it. Naturally, she wanted to study with him. Teacher Du asked simply, if it was a physical condition, why didn't she mention it before and kept it to herself? He replied that it was her personal matter and she didn't want to talk about it. The principal asked what he would do about this problem. If he could stop him from fighting with others, he would pass the selection process and the academy would officially accept him. Thinking it over, Zhang scratched his head and asked the boy if he liked fighting with others. Wasn't that so? The boy looked at him defiantly and said, yes, so what? Smiling, Zhang replied that then it was simple. He swung his arm and slapped the shocked student, who flew to the side. Before the boy could recover, Teacher Zhang delivered another powerful blow. Teacher Long was shocked by what this guy was doing. Using violence against a student was tantamount to giving up. Frowning, Sei shouted at him, asking what he was doing. He should have said something if he was going to hit a student. Falling to his knees, the student thanked him for saving him. He would never fight again. The teachers were shocked. Saved him. Does this student have masochism or something? Teacher Mo wondered how he could take exams without knowing the basics. He said that Teacher Liu couldn't hit students. He asked who was hitting him. Did he hit him? The boy replied no. He was indebted to the teacher. He saved him. He didn't hit him. The teachers shouted that they weren't blind. Everyone saw that he beat that student, but he doesn't admit it because he's afraid. The principal shouted that he had intimidated him. Physical punishment of students is unacceptable. He will report this to the Teachers Guild. The academy does not intend to hire incompetent mentors like him. He should leave immediately. Frowning, Zhang asked again about the consequences of violating the principles. That was his opinion of the situation. He is not ashamed to call himself a grandmaster. He wants to ask, is his eyesight okay? The teachers were shocked that this guy had just insulted the academy director. He beat up a student and insulted the grandmaster. He's crazy. The enraged director Sei shouted that Teacher Liu had just insulted the grandmaster. He replied that it was Sei who was insulting the title of Grandmaster, not him, a blood-sucking spider. It is a unique beast the size of a finger phalanx. It feeds on the blood of living creatures and prefers cold, dark places. It moves in the darkness and its venom is deadly. If a warrior is affected by this poison, he does not die immediately. The poison affects the nerve endings and changes the personality. The person becomes aggressive. They become obsessed with finding an enemy. This is because only during combat is the burning sensation of the poison in their blood less noticeable. This student was exposed to the poison quite a long time ago. Therefore, he could not help but fight to suppress his rage. Didn't he notice the red eyes behind his deadly movements? Battles never affect a warrior's state of mind or the color of their eyes. Teacher Lun said he noticed the redness but thought it was due to excitement. Du Xun said he thought it was a unique fighting technique. The director shouted how this was possible. If he had been poisoned all this time, why hadn't any of them noticed? He replied that Sei was blind. He wasn't just hitting him, he was using a unique method to expel the poison from his body. If he didn't believe it, he could look at the blood left on the floor. The stone slab was burned. The director was in shock. It was indeed poison. There was indeed deadly poison in the student's blood, and Master Lu had just removed it from his blood. Master Zhang said that people usually die within 3 months of being poisoned by spider venom. The student had been exposed to it for about a month, so he was in no danger. Now he just needed to suppress the remaining poison. How could Sei not notice this and accuse him of beating him up? He saved the student's life, and the director threatened to report him to the Teachers Guild. That's why he asked if his eyesight was okay. Master Mo asked him to calm down. Master of Poisons is a rare profession. Few people have heard of the effects of poisons, and they might not know such things. He thought that to understand that the student had been poisoned just from his fighting technique and to help him on the spot meant that Zhang had Grandmaster level knowledge in this field. Zhang said that even though he didn't understand anything about the deadly poison, the student thanked him for saving him, but the director still blamed him. He replied that it was all because he was not observant enough and did not deserve the title of one-star Grandmaster. Master Zhang replied that there was no need to be upset. He should just continue to study diligently and not make such definitive conclusions. The teachers were shocked that he allowed him to talk to the academy director as if he were a student. Smiling, Zhang Huang asked if he would still accept him as a teacher at the academy. He replied, "Of course." The teacher was accepted. Sebi thought that if he did not accept such a teacher, he would not be worthy of the title of academy director. At that moment, in the backyard of the Tianwu Academy, Meng Tao called out to his sister Shui. The girl turned around and asked if Meng Tao had found out something. He was reliable. The guy replied that he was sure of it. He said that Grandmaster Zhang Huang was simply incredible. He was more magnificent than she had thought. He had left the capital for a short time. She said it would be great to become his student. Met Tao replied that he was a 2-star Grandmaster, and the academy could not afford to hire him. The girl said she understood and couldn't hope for that, but she really wanted to listen to at least one lecture. Maybe she would even make a breakthrough. By the way, the academy is hiring new teachers today. Had Matt Tao heard about the results? He replied that he hadn't yet. There was a shortage of star teachers. All the applicants were ordinary instructors. It was unlikely that they would be able to teach well. At that moment, another student ran up and shouted that something terrible had happened. Mu Shuking asked what the panic was about. Hadn't she asked her to watch the Elders' Hall and see who would be accepted as teachers? Why had she come back? Had they already chosen a teacher? The girl replied yes. Shui was surprised that it had happened so quickly. The girl said she saw the principal give the class teacher's badge to a young mentor. And more. Zhu eagerly asked what else she had seen. The student replied that this teacher had beaten a student so badly that he began to spit blood. The student couldn't believe that a student had been beaten so badly that he was bleeding. Shui said that the academy would never allow such a thing. And she wanted to say that the principal had given this man control over their class. She replied that he had grabbed his brooch and immediately headed for their class, so he would be there soon. The girl wondered if the Teachers Guild didn't prohibit physical punishment of students. How could such a person appear at the academy? The student asked if it was possible that the academy considered their class uncontrollable and found a teacher who was willing to teach them a lesson and instill obedience. Clenching his fists, Shui told Met Tao to gather everyone in the classroom. They needed to discuss everything. The students gathered and discussed the fact that the academy had accepted a teacher who beat students. If he became their teacher, their lives would turn into hell. But what could they do? The academy had appointed him, and they couldn't influence what was happening. Did they deserve such an aggressive teacher? They were students, and if they wanted to, they could deliberately compromise him and get punished. They couldn't do anything to him, but they could ask questions. After all, there are students in their class who are interested in painting, tea ceremony formations, forging, and pill making. They will ask him about everything. If the teacher cannot answer, will he have the audacity to stay? The students agreed that this was a good idea. Not only would it not be considered an attack on the teacher, but it would also embarrass him. At that moment, Zhang Huang arrived at the classroom. Student Shui said that they could just pressure the teacher when he arrived. She would say that Grandmaster Zhang had promised to take her as a student. Matt agreed that he would lose confidence in himself and be broken by the thought that he knew nothing. But what if Zhang found out that they had used his name? She replied that Zhang was an unrivaled genius and a 2-star Grandmaster. Maybe they would never meet him in their lives. Did anyone know enough about him? When this teacher appeared, they had to make sure they didn't show any aggression. Everyone had to treat him with respect. The student asked if she had really met the Grandmaster yesterday and if he wanted to take her as his student. Then she should arrange a meeting for them. Hearing this, Zhang was surprised that she had met him and that he was going to take her as a student. He couldn't meet Tianwu's student. She replied that Zhang was on a mission, and when he returned, he would become a 2-star Grandmaster. She would take them to his lecture. Seeing Zhang Huang, the girl turned around and asked who he was. Smiling, he replied that he had come on the orders of the academy to become their teacher. Frowning, Shui thought, their teacher. Learning that he had beaten a student, she thought that the teacher would be a big man. All the students smiled and bowed, expressing their respect for the teacher. The teacher said his name was Liu Cheng. They could call him Teacher Liu. From now on, he would guide them on their path of development. Could it be that Shui had met Teacher Zhang? Could he find out what Zhang looked like? Describing him, Shui said it was just luck. He was a little taller than Teacher Liu and had a muscular body and a delightful smile. He replied that Zhang intended to take on a student. Many would want to. Many talented people were interested in coming under his tutelage. Why her? The girl replied that she had helped him with something, and realizing her talent, the Grandmaster decided to take her on. She knew nothing more. The teacher replied that since Master Zhang was willing to take her on, he, as an ordinary teacher, considered it unworthy to compete with him. She could choose.